Chapter 1. Am I still alive? Suhan's consciousness was acutely aware, yet he found himself incapable of discerning the nature of his existence. His corporeal form had vanished. He sensed that he existed as a soul, suspended in an endless void of chaos, surrounded by an infinite darkness. Memories and thoughts resided within him, yet he possessed no tangible perception. He recalled the moment the anesthetic took effect, gradually robbing him of control over his body, his eyes slowly closing, rendering the surgical lights above the operating table invisible to him. Had he failed to be revived? He must be dead. So, this is what death feels like, the stripping away of the five senses, confining one's essence within an eternally sealed coffin, devoid of anything but chaos and darkness. He could not even discern the difference between chaos and darkness. Death seemed terrifying, yet paradoxically, not so daunting. Was there still a need for contemplation? You have activated vision, semi-mature state. In an instant, accompanied by this mysterious voice, Suhan perceived light. The darkness that once enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a world abundant in illumination. He could sense the variations in light, albeit only as patches of color. Initially, the brightness felt blinding, casting his world into a uniform whiteness, akin to an overexposed photograph. Yet, as his vision gradually acclimated to the illumination, becoming sensitive and accustomed, he began to perceive layers of light and distinguish between the color patches. Regrettably, just as he reached the capacity to differentiate these hues, the transformation ceased. He could detect the movement and alteration of color patches with remarkable acuity. Still, he was unable to see clearly. The world before him remained a blur, as if obscured by a vast mosaic. This left him restless, yearning to comprehend the nature of these shifting light and shadows, as well as the environment he inhabited. Had he been reborn? Was he now an embryo, reincarnated as a human? Or, you have activated hearing, semi-mature state. This time, with the emergence of the voice, Suhan realized that his world had shifted once more. This voice felt tangible, resonating near his ear, yet echoing within his very essence, for he might not possess ears in this state. The sound of liquid flowing filled his awareness, and he discerned that the most prominent noise emanated from the movement of fluid. It is well known that embryos develop in a liquid environment. However, the moment he became aware of the sounds, a chill gripped his heart. He could hear the rhythmic beating of hearts, not only his own, but countless others surrounding him. Though faint, the resonance suggested a multitude of heartbeats. He could distinctly perceive dozens of them. Each feeble heartbeat represented a life akin to his own. This was particularly distressing news for Suhan. Not only do humans rarely produce double-digit offspring at once, but even among animals, such instances are few and far between. Moreover, Suhan suspected that the dozens of heartbeats he heard were merely a conservative estimate. There were likely hundreds of beings like him. He could no longer consider himself human. Perhaps it was for the best. Shedding humanity would spare him from countless entanglements of love and hatred. In the most dire of circumstances, he consoled himself with the most optimistic perspective. It was merely the absence of humanity, wasn't it? Before he could fully digest this realization, another notification pierced through his thoughts. You have activated touch, semi-mature state. He began to feel the sensations imparted by the surrounding color patches. With the activation of sight, sound, and touch, he had sufficient faculties to perceive external stimuli, feeling the slippery mucus enveloping him, devoid of any hard texture. You have activated smell, semi-mature state. You have activated taste, semi-mature state. You have activated five senses, semi-mature state. You have activated pain sensation. You have activated temperature perception. The barrage of notifications left Suhan no time or energy to process his situation. Yet, he had come to a profound realization regarding his current state. An egg. He possessed little knowledge or understanding of oviparous creatures, and he was uncertain of the precise nature of his current biological identity. However, upon the activation of all his senses, he felt as though he had transformed into a normal and complete life form, his soul finding a new vessel. All he desired now was to be born and to explore this world, embracing it from a fresh perspective. Even if his body was no longer human, He felt an inexplicable fondness for the world he was about to enter, filled only with curiosity and anticipation. To regain life, even if not as a human, was a wondrous prospect. Perhaps as a magical creature, or even as an ant, would suffice to fill him with joy. He was not a greedy individual. He understood that greed could lead to overreaching. A second chance at life, accompanied by the consciousness and memories of his past existence, was already a source of satisfaction. Biological characteristics fully activated. Data processing in progress. Host template construction successful. Biological template construction successful. Commencing analysis of current world type. Successful multipower system world. Initiating analysis of current world laws. Successful. Injecting system laws. Integrating system power hierarchy. Merging world power systems. Successful. Welcome to embark on your journey of evolution. Attributes panel activated talents unlocked. Devour evolution. Skill allocation. Reborn with a system either a grandson or dragon. The familiar notifications continued to resonate, leaving Su-Han devoid of any thoughts, save for one word: impressive. He was uncertain of his exact biological identity, but now that he possessed a system, he felt assured that, in the face of this unknown multi-power system world, he would not be rendered helpless. He began to stabilize his state, preparing to examine the details of his system. However, he sensed a peculiar expansion in his body, an involuntary movement beyond his control. Even with the activation of his five senses and all perceptual abilities, he could not command his own form. It seemed to adhere to the natural laws of growth. Yet, deep down, he felt an inkling that something significant was about to occur. Gradually, Su-Han perceived that he was breaking free from the egg. His awareness of the world around him sharpened, and he attempted to gain control over his body. He felt as though he were ensnared by a silken thread, suspended within the confines of the egg sac. He began to observe his surroundings. Indeed, this was an egg sac, and Su-Han noticed that he was surrounded by countless other eggs, all similarly suspended by fine threads. The appearance of those eggs sent a shiver down his spine. Were they Mantis larvae? No. Being reborn was one thing, to be reincarnated as a small insect was truly unfortunate, wasn't it? Yet, he had already resolved that with a system, even being an ant would be acceptable. Although he wished to express that such a statement was merely a casual remark, who wouldn't want to be reborn as a tiger, a creature at the apex of the food chain, facing significantly fewer dangers? Praying mantises were relatively respectable within the insect realm they were, after all, medium to large insects. However, the survival rate of mantis offspring was notoriously low. And then there was the infamous practice of the female mantis consuming her mate. Ugh! Su-Han felt a chill breeze sweep through the confined space, awakening him fully. Perhaps it isn't so bad after all. System? Su-Han tentatively called out, but no notification sounded in response. Attributes panel? Recalling the notifications he had just heard, he made another attempt. As he focused his thoughts, a translucent attributes panel materialized before him. Name: Su-Han. Race: Mantis nymph stage. Rank: dust level. Level: 0. Attributes: Strength 0.001. Agility 0.002. Constitution 0.001. Spirit 0.4. Talents: Talent allocation exclusive talent. Devour evolution exclusive talent. Predator race talent. Skills none. Talent allocation: unable to evolve. Information missing. Unknown. Unable to parse. Devouring evolution. The essence of any organism's survival lies in its relentless evolution, albeit a gradual process. However, endowed with the gift of devouring evolution, you can enhance yourself by consuming various items, thereby accelerating your evolutionary pace and significantly shortening the evolutionary journey. By consuming special items, you can acquire unique life evolution points and genetic values. Once these life evolution points and genetic values reach a certain threshold, you'll be able to ascend towards a higher echelon of life evolution. Hunter, you are a born predator, and the acute perception and swift strikes bestowed upon you by the mantis lineage will rapidly augment your hunting experience. The formidable hunter's talent will aid you in making the most astute judgments and instinctive choices during combat. Your innate combative spirit and rebellious nature will empower you to hunt creatures higher up the food chain. After meticulously reviewing his attribute panel, Su-Han felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and was overwhelmed with excitement. He reiterated his belief. Rebirth with the system means one is either a grandson or a dragon. Although he may not be of draconic descent, as a mantis, the apex of the insect realm, he could certainly evolve diligently and gradually ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. Su-Han was inclined to believe that he was the sole possessor of such an attribute panel in this world, retaining human consciousness as he navigated through the brutal laws of nature. As indicated by the attribute panel, devouring evolution was a unique talent solely belonging to him, only he had the potential to evolve through the consumption of items. Perhaps in the future, he could rely on this gift to continuously devour and evolve, enhancing his life level until he ultimately stood at the apex of the food chain. While the specifics of the talent point allocation remained uncertain, the devouring evolution was undoubtedly an exclusive gift. Given its name, Su-Han surmised it could yield significant advantages. Armed with these two divine talents, he felt confident in his ability to thrive, beginning his journey as a humble mantis with aspirations to rise to the zenith of this world. Even the benefits conferred by the mantis lineage were beyond Su-Han's previous imaginings. The hunter's talent signified that his identity would be that of an aggressor, and this racial gift had already positioned the mantis among the upper echelons of the insect kingdom. Combined with Su-Han's devouring evolution talent, their synergy promised to unleash remarkable potential. Su-Han even believed that becoming a mantis was the most fortuitous arrangement solely for this talent. In summary, he had fully embraced his identity as a mantis and felt utterly content with his current circumstances. Having emptied his mind for an indeterminate duration, Su-Han was suddenly struck by hunger. Yet, it appeared he was still ensconced within the egg sac, surrounded by other eggs, devoid of any sustenance. What to do? Gradually, he maneuvered his body, causing the fine thread affixed to him to sway. Su-Han sought to free himself from this thread, reclaiming his freedom of movement. Crack! After a brief struggle, the thread could not withstand the tension and snapped, sending Su-Han tumbling down. Ouch! That hurt a bit. Rising from where he had fallen, Su-Han began to examine his surroundings, which seemed to be the bottom of the egg sac. There lay a multitude of eggs, yet he sensed no life emanating from them. They appeared to be lifeless. Suddenly, Su-Han perceived a potential solution to his hunger. However, he hesitated, pondering whether this constituted cannibalism. As he contemplated, the hunger intensified, and he felt his strength waning. He harbored no doubts. If he did not consume something, he would perish in this place. Since life necessitated sustenance, there was no time for further contemplation. Now that he was an insect, specifically a mantis, a remarkable species where females often consume their mates, he need not dwell on the ethical considerations from his human past. Having the ability of devouring evolution meant he was destined to embark upon a blood-soaked path. Without further hesitation, Su-Han approached a dead egg, opened his powerful mandibles, and, using his relatively sharp raptorial appendages, tore a fragment from the deceased egg. The contents of the egg oozed forth, a mixture of liquid and solid, which Su-Han consumed eagerly. Why does it taste so delicious? Curious about the source of his taste perception, he continued to eat while pondering, consuming food, gaining 0.0001 growth points. Consuming food, gaining 0.0003 growth points. Su-Han remained motionless, persistently feeding within the egg sac. He had no concept of time, but he could gauge the passage of days by the light and darkness filtering through the shell. Several days had indeed elapsed. He had consumed a considerable portion of the dead eggs, and now he quickened his pace, consuming food, gaining 0.002 growth points. Consuming food, gaining 0.003 growth points. Su-Han distinctly noticed his body growing larger, requiring him to consume significantly more than before. It appeared that his form was undergoing some transformation. He surmised this to be indicative of an impending evolution toward the larval stage. He gazed intently at the transformation of the egg sac, sensing that the light filtering through it was growing increasingly radiant. This indicated that the shell of the egg sac was thinning day by day, suggesting that the time for him to truly connect with the world outside was fast approaching, and no longer entangled in his thoughts. He resolved that his primary objective was to consume the dead eggs within the sac. Turning his attention back to his lavish feast, he commenced his meal. Suddenly, a pop resonated, as a new nymph seemed to have hatched, but it fell directly before Su-Han. Absorbed in his meal, he failed to notice and inadvertently devoured the newly born nymph in one swift bite. As he feasted, he received a notification, 0.01 growth points acquired. Ding! You have slain and consumed a mantis nymph. No genetic points awarded. This was because the mantis nymph belonged to the same lineage, and thus its consumption did not yield any genetic points. Su-Han paused his mandibles, having never encountered such a notification while consuming only dead eggs. The novelty intrigued him, according to the system prompt. It seemed that slaying and consuming other creatures would grant genetic points. As for the purpose of these genetic points, Su-Han remained unaware. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his continued consumption. Indeed, he also set his sights on the eggs suspended in the air. There was no question of mercy. Su-Han's sole focus was on becoming powerful enough to survive. The faster he grew during this shelter period, the stronger his self-preservation capabilities would be when faced with danger in the future. Thus, he embraced the notion that the demise of his companions would not affect his own survival, and with his mandibles wide open, he began to voraciously devour everything in sight. However, Su-Han did not anticipate that after consuming every possible morsel within the egg sac, leaving not a drop behind, he would not achieve an upgrade. The sole transformation was that he swiftly shed his mantis nymph form, emerging as a genuine mantis, albeit still in his larval stage. Yet, even as a mere larva, his attributes had significantly improved compared to when he first activated his attribute panel. With no food remaining in the egg sac, Su-Han no longer felt hunger. Having grown into a larva, it appeared that the nutrients he had consumed not only contributed to his growth points, but also provided energy stored within the system for sustenance. For the time being, he would not starve. He was merely awaiting the hatching of the egg sac. However, after sitting quietly for a while, Su-Han suddenly realized something was amiss. Why had he not broken the egg sac to escape? Being confined in such a closed space had stifled his thoughts that he began to move his body. He was now a normal mantis, albeit smaller than the average mantis. Vibrating his wings, he found them lacking in strength, unable to lift him into the air. However, they could assist in gathering energy, albeit at a slow frequency, as his forelimbs began to press against the shell of the egg sac. Neither his forelimbs nor his mandibles could pierce the smooth inner shell of the egg sac. So he resorted to the exhausting action of pushing. After a flurry of activity, there was no noticeable change. Su-Han could not even perceive any alterations in the egg sac, returning to his original position. It seemed he would have to wait for it to hatch. Suddenly, with a crack, the egg sac split open, and an unprecedented brightness flooded in. After a moment, he could clearly discern the world outside. Everything appearing so vivid and clear, but as he took in his surroundings, he was astonished to see a mantis, larger than him, observing him intently, its mandibles moving as it emitted a signal. Strangely, Su-Han felt an unexplainable sense of familiarity emanating from this mantis. As if it were rooted in kinship or perhaps genetic connection, Su-Han could not decipher its intentions, but he could surmise that this might be the mother of his mantis form. After conveying a message for a while, the mantis mother turned and departed from the egg sac, seemingly venturing outside, leaving Su-Han to slowly crawl out of the egg sac alone. Was this nest situated in a tree? Observing the scenery beyond, Su-Han pondered what he should do next. He moved to assess the height outside and concluded that his diminutive wings were insufficient to carry him down to the ground. Moreover, he had no intention of disturbing the other egg sacs within the nest. After all, he would eventually leave this place. He could not abandon the mantis mother to live in solitude, leaving behind some siblings to keep her company. Not long after, the mantis mother returned, her two hind limbs clutching the corpse of Spider, which she deposited before Su-Han. Was this for me to eat? Su-Han felt a twinge of confusion. Tentatively, he extended his forelimb towards the spider carcass. Noticing the mantis mother still watching him, he grasped her intention and began to feast 0.2 growth points acquired, 0.3 growth points acquired. The spider's body was larger than Su-Han himself, and the mantis mother stood idly by, observing as he rapidly consumed the entire spider. If she tilted her head in curiosity, it was perhaps due to her surprise at her offspring's voraciousness and the noticeable increase in his size after devouring the spider. Ding, you have consumed a spider, gaining 1 genetic point. Upon finishing his meal, Su-Han glanced at the mantis mother, who unhesitatingly turned and flew out of the burrow once more, soon returning with another dead spider. Su-Han accepted the offering with composure, as his goal was to rapidly enhance himself without competing for resources with his siblings upon their hatching. Ding! Genetic points acquired from spider consumption. That Su-Han was unsure of how many spider carcasses he had consumed. It was not a large number. However, the mantis mother continued to bring back several spiders, consuming some herself as well. Su-Han even suspected she must have raided multiple spider nests to gather such a bounty. Yet, he noted that she appeared to be largely unscathed. Were these spiders truly so feeble, or was the mantis species inherently strong? Regrettably, the spiders were corpses, offering no information for inquiry, while examining the mantis mother yielded typical results. Species: Mantis adult stage. Rank: weak level. 0 attributes. Strength 0.36, agility 0.47, constitution 0.32, spirit 0.05 talent. Predator, racial talent, skills: high-speed capture, mimicry, intimidation. High-speed capture. With your remarkable agility and strength, coupled with exceptional dynamic vision, you can accurately assess the movements of creatures while in rapid motion, enabling lethal strikes. During an attack, the effects and impact of your actions will not impede your speed, and the inertia from your swift movements will enhance the potency of your strikes, amplifying their lethality. Mimicry. Blessed by nature, your physical traits can assist you in better adapting to your environment through camouflage. This skill significantly reduces your presence. Intimidation. Your highly amplified wings can extend dramatically to enhance your intimidation factor, gaining immense power through brief preparation, allowing you to counteract the natural pressure exerted by apex predators, while simultaneously heightening your ability to instill fear in other creatures. When faced with organisms at the base of the food chain, you have a chance to render them paralyzed. Su-Han felt a tinge of envy towards these skills, wondering if he would activate any of them upon maturing into an adult. However, from the mere observation of these abilities, Su-Han grasped the formidable nature of the mantis species within the insect realm. They possess the potential to retaliate against creatures higher in the food chain. He even speculated that the mantis mother might have incapacitated these spiders using her intimidation skill. Contemplating these thoughts while consuming spider carcasses, he suddenly sensed a warmth radiating from his body, as if something within him was undergoing a transformation, likely at the cellular or genetic level. Was his first evolution approaching? Previously, while consuming, Su-Han could only perceive an increase in the energy within him. Nonetheless, that sensation was unmistakable, and his various attributes had indeed experienced corresponding enhancements. However, never before has it been as intense as this time. Su-Han did not cease his consumption, relentlessly devouring the carcass of the spider. His growth value had reached the threshold for advancement. The genetic diversity of the species was sufficient, and the required genetic points for non-native species had been adequately collected. All attributes had reached the maximum limits for his species and could not be further enhanced that he met the conditions for the advancement of his species. Should he commence the evolution? Had he truly reached the species limit? Su-Han suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, his body had grown larger than that of the mother mantis, and he felt stronger and more robust. His wings having become significantly sturdier, he seemed to have transformed into a king among mantises. Commence evolution. Upon confirming the evolution in his mind, Su-Han felt a sudden surge of heat coursing through his body, rendering him powerless. The mother mantis glanced at her peculiar offspring, gently nudging him into the burrow, then standing guard at the entrance, awaiting the emergence of the other mantis hatchlings. Evolution commencing. Please ensure the surrounding environment is safe and secure. Should the evolution process be interrupted, unforeseen mutations may occur. Duration of this evolution: 3 minutes. Su-Han felt the earlier surge that had stripped him of his physical strength erupt once more. However, this time, it was his consciousness that was being taken away. It was the first time since his rebirth that he lost awareness, acquiring optimal adaptive memory form for evolution shaping, injecting the laws of the world. Evolution successful. Species values altered. In a deep slumber. Su-Han's body underwent subtle yet significant changes. His form displayed pronounced differences, and his size had increased. The once spacious natural tree hollow now felt confining. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Su-Han regained consciousness. Awakening to find that the world appeared to have shrunk considerably. He observed the mother mantis, now significantly smaller than himself, tilting her head in confusion, wondering why her firstborn had grown so rapidly. Her small mind struggled to comprehend such thoughts. Shaking his head, Su-Han realized the tree hollow was too cramped, and he deemed it time to emerge. He struggled and slowly crawled out of the burrow. The mother mantis watched her first child depart, lost in thought that Su-Han flapped his wings, experiencing the world for the first time. Although his body was not particularly large, he could feel the exhilarating sensation of surveying the world from above. He landed on a leaf, assessing the safety of the branch before examining his transformations. As he opened his attributes panel, 2 notification chimes sounded. The evolution of the primary species was successful, breaking through the upper limit. Weak, ordinary level. Notification: when the growth value reaches the threshold for the next level, species evolution will occur. Please select an advancement reward. Freely choose a skill once. Skills available: hardened exoskeleton, enhanced forewings. Hardened exoskeleton. Your body's exoskeleton will be fortified, granting you a more resilient physique, enhanced impact resistance, and a minor counterattack capability. That a robust body is your foundation for survival. Enhanced forewings. Your limb wings will be strengthened. Your forelimbs will be transformed into powerful scythes, while your mid and hind limbs will become more formidable. Your wings will thicken, enabling you to conduct mid-range aerial flights. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Han decided to choose enhanced forewings, while hardened exoskeleton would improve his survivability. The enhancement was limited to in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Even the toughest exoskeleton would be of little use, whereas enhanced forewings would afford him greater offensive capabilities and a means of escape when necessary. Having selected his skill, Su-Han opened his attributes panel, and the changes following his evolution were significantly pronounced. Name: Su-Han species, flying mantis rank, ordinary level 0, attributes, strength 0. 7, agility 1.2, constitution 0.8, spirit 0.6 talents, talent points, exclusive talent, devour evolution, exclusive talent, predator, species talent, skill. Enhanced forewing. Su-Han was no longer an ordinary mantis. He had evolved into a different species. The attribute limits for mantises were strength 0.5, agility 1.0, constitution 0.5, spirit 0.1. Now, Su-Han had surpassed the limits of the mantis in all aspects and could feel that his body was more powerful and vigorous than before. However, the name Flying Mantis struck Su-Han as peculiar. Could this world be akin to the anime or games he had encountered in his past life? For the moment, he could not discern the truth. All he knew was that he was in the natural world, and his immediate goal was to ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain within it. In fact, Su-Han was nearing the status of an insect king. Once all his attributes exceeded 1, he could break through to the next level, becoming a first-level creature. According to the system's standards, many animals in the natural world automatically attain a rank as beasts upon reaching maturity. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from afar. Even before Su-Han caught sight of the tiger, the sound had already sent him reeling. Bang! A figure dashed past beneath the tree. Had it not been for Su-Han's quick reflexes, he would have failed to grasp the presence and attributes of the colossal beast in an instant. Species: mountain tiger rank, non-evolved beast level, 8 attributes, strength 43, agility 38, constitution 80, spirit 8 talents. King of beasts, species talent. Mountain guardian, species talent, skills: death roar, charged assault, invincible meow fist. Upon seeing the attributes of the mountain tiger, Su-Han was bemused. Why did such a fierce-looking beast possess a skill with such a whimsical name? Invincible Meow Fist. Invincible Meow Fist. You possess strong forelimbs and hind legs. Your powerful hind legs allow you to attack while standing upright, while your formidable forelimbs strike with the force of a hammer, delivering tremendous damage with seemingly gentle blows. Note that this skill has a slower punch speed, but a high damage output. Please use it with caution. The mere thought of the mountain tiger delivering a light punch to him made Su-Han shudder. He would likely become nothing more than a puddle of mantis juice. Was this so-called invincible Meow Fist even remotely adorable? In comparison to himself, Su-Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The mighty tiger completely overshadowed him. Although he had grown considerably larger than an ordinary mantis, even comparable to small mammals, encountering such a high-ranking beast would likely result in him being dismissed as insignificant. Moreover, as a non-evolved entity poised to ascend to a higher existence, the mountain tiger was likely perched at the apex of the ordinary natural world, in this mundane natural realm. The hierarchy was not particularly rigidly defined. The ordinary natural world primarily consisted of dust-level creatures, weak-level creatures, and ordinary-level creatures, with ordinary-level creatures characterized by their attributes aligning with those of small insects, such as ants or mayflies, individuals that are inherently weak. Even upon reaching maturity, they would merely qualify as dust-leveled in the realm of insects. Creatures such as spiders and mantises reign at the pinnacle of the food chain, yet their maturation period remains feeble. Similarly, smaller animals like mice and rabbits are categorized as ordinary beings during their maturation phase. In stark contrast, apex predators such as snakes, tigers, and bears start their juvenile phase at an ordinary level, but inevitably ascend to the uninitiated beast tier upon maturity. Indeed, some of these formidable beings, perched atop the natural food chain, are born at the uninitiated beast level. It is only when a creature reaches level 10 that it truly transcends into an entirely different echelon. Even an ant, a seemingly insignificant organism, can, if it surpasses level 10, single-handedly vanquish high-ranking entities such as tigers and bears that belong to the uninitiated beast tier. This stratification is predetermined at birth. Each species possesses its own potential ceiling and growth floor, commonly referred to as racial value. Even the most mundane of ants, despite their vast numbers, can easily be crushed underfoot by a tiger. However, a newly hatched second-tier creature such as a gold-eating ant, armed with corrosive saliva capable of dissolving metal, can effortlessly dispatch an adult mountain tiger. Had Su-Han not possessed the innate talent for devouring and evolving, he might have lived his life as a mere weak-level mantis. Yet now, having ascended to the status of a flying mantis, he is poised to evolve step by step into the most formidable existence. As the mountain tiger recedes into the distance, its imposing aura diminishes, allowing Su-Han to continue observing his recent advancement for any notable changes. A translucent attribute panel reappears before him. After a moment of contemplation, he notices two minuscule icons on the left side of his attribute panel. One is illuminated while the other remains dim and semi-transparent. He tentatively taps the dim icon. Buzz! The icon brightens, while the previously illuminated one dims, and the attribute panel undergoes a sudden transformation. Ding! The gene tree panel is activated. Gene tree panel. Gene branch. Spider gene, 47 points. Evolution points, 0 points. Currently, Su-Han's gene tree panel displays solely the spider gene, a result of his exclusive diet of spiders, aside from the mantis eggs he had consumed in recent days. Consequently, his genetic repertoire consists solely of spider genes. Evolution points differ from the gene points stored in the gene tree branches. The former can only be acquired by consuming precious items or by completely defeating and devouring other creatures. The various genes stored within the gene tree branches will be utilized during Su-Han's evolution. Each creature in the world possesses its unique strengths and capabilities, typically inscribed within their genetic makeup. Su-Han's ability to acquire superior genes from various organisms allows him to enhance his own, inching closer to the legendary perfect gene of a present. Su-Han is merely an ordinary level being, although he embodies the gallant flying mantis from his former life as anime. He must confront numerous dangers in this unpredictable world, as hinted by the system. Perched on a branch, he gazes across the forest teeming with diverse creatures, contemplating his singular objective, to survive and grow stronger. To him, these beings represent potential gene points and evolution points in motion. The Qingmu Forest, located at the foot of Qingmu Mountain, boasts a history spanning thousands of years. However, just as Qingmu Mountain is regarded as the weakest peak in the southeastern corner of the Danyang mountain range, the creatures within Qingmu Forest are likewise the most diminutive. Even the mountain tigers and thunder bears that assert dominance in Qingmu Forest are merely on the brink of first-tier training period beasts. While the snakes residing halfway up Qingmu Mountain possess the strength of first-tier training period beasts, capable of obliterating Qingmu Forest with ease. Nevertheless, the delineation within the Danyang mountain range is quite clear. Although there is no formal system akin to human society, the animals vigilantly guard their territories, refraining from encroaching upon the domains of others unless provoked. This is why Qingmu Forest, despite being the most rudimentary existence within the Danyang mountain range, continues to thrive with vitality. The insect population in Qingmu Forest is diverse, with various small creatures, the most dominant being a roaming mountain tiger and a thunder bear residing in a cave near the base of Qingmu Mountain. Su Han finds it imprudent to provoke these formidable foes, especially since most of the creatures in Qingmu Forest currently exceed his capabilities. Hence, he sets his sights on the insects he can encounter. Lying in wait at the edge of the grass, he observes a sizable cockroach traversing the ground. Judging solely by its size, this cockroach rivals Su Han, a creature that would have been deemed a fearsome plague in his previous life. The cockroach, with its mandibles agape, scours the chaotic terrain for sustenance, its shell glistening with a sheen that warns others of its resilience. In truth, the reality is as such. Predators in Qingmu Forest are generally averse to preying on cockroaches. Beyond their unpalatable taste, cockroaches possess an extraordinary tenacity. Although they lack offensive capabilities, even if crushed or partially mutilated, they can still scurry away. Su Han targets the cockroach primarily due to its non-aggressive nature. Ensuring that it will flee rather than retaliate, he intends to utilize the cockroach's robust life force and formidable defenses as a means to hone his skills and better understand his own capabilities. As the cockroach's path draws nearer, Su Han's body is primed and ready to strike. As the cockroach scuttles, it vibrates its wings, producing a faint serrated sound, ever vigilant for any signs of danger. While rummaging through the moist soil and roots, the cockroach suddenly senses an ominous presence surrounding it. Swish! Su Han leaps from the grass, propelled by his powerful wings, closing the distance above the cockroach in an instant. His formidable limbs poised to strike, his abdomen trails downward to maintain balance during this rapid maneuver. His hind legs reach for the ascending cockroach, just as the cockroach unfurls its wings to escape. It is blindsided by Su Han's astonishing speed. Thud. As Su Han's hind legs plunged into the cockroach's body, restraining its desperate attempts to flee, while his forelimbs crossed to deliver a swift, decisive blow. The sharp, hardened blades of his limbs sliced through the cockroach's head as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, leaving a clean and precise severance that demonstrated the lethal sharpness of his appendages. Thud. He cast the sizable cockroach to the ground, producing a muted thud. This otherworldly cockroach, larger and heavier than its counterparts, proved challenging for Su Han to carry for any extended duration. Flapping his wings, he gradually descended to the earth, raising his limbs to examine them closely. So, it turns out my limbs are this sharp. Although this marks Su Han's inaugural battle in this foreign realm, the inherent combative nature and prowess of his flying mantis lineage allowed him to dispatch this foe with remarkable efficiency. Devoid of any hesitation, retrieving the cockroach's severed head, Su Han commences the consumption of his first battle's prey. His sharp mandibles tear a chunk from the cockroach's body, swallowing it whole, gaining 0.4 growth points from a meal. Gaining 0.6 growth points from meal, the cockroach's high protein content yields significantly more growth points than spiders. Thus, Su Han's eating pace accelerates. After all, he is outdoors and has yet to locate a suitable lair. Eating too slowly would render him vulnerable to ambush by a predatory bird. Ding! You have devoured a cockroach, gaining 1 point of cockroach gene. Ding! You have autonomously defeated and consumed a cockroach, gaining 1 evolution point. Ding! You have defeated and consumed a cockroach, acquiring a fragment of the skill. Advanced resilience. Suhan halts his feeding, giving the system notifications a thorough examination. Gene tree panel. Suhan silently recited in his heart and directly activated his second panel, the gene tree panel. Gene branches: spider gene, 47 points; cockroach gene, 1 point; evolution points, 1 point; skill fragments: advanced resilience 110. Suhan noticed the distinct changes in his gene tree panel, in addition to acquiring his first evolution point. A new line of information had emerged: skill fragments. Regarding the cockroach's skill, Suhan harbored some guesses and a keen curiosity. With a mere thought, a detailed description appeared before him. Advanced resilience. Passive skill: you possess an exceptionally robust vitality and resilience against impacts. There is a moderate probability of immunizing against low-level bleeding and low-level dizziness effects, while the likelihood of sustaining fatal injuries is reduced. When sufficient energy is acquired, your wounds will heal rapidly. Additionally, when you are attacked within the limits of your physical capacity, your resilience will be slightly enhanced. Upon reading the description of the advanced resilience passive skill, Suhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a divine skill for the cockroach. It served as a crucial means to enhance its survival capabilities. However, for Suhan, it was an extraordinary boon that could defy fate. The food he consumed did not solely convert into growth value. Instead, it transformed into stored energy. Thus, he need not worry about lacking sufficient energy. This skill was akin to Garen's passive ability, allowing for rapid healing. Undoubtedly, it would significantly augment Suhan's chances of survival in battle. Such a miraculous skill, which enabled swift recovery without the need to withdraw from the fray, would allow Suhan to engage in combat with fervor, recklessly exchanging injuries for victory, provided he was not struck by a fatal blow. As the surge of power erupted within him, Suhan once more fell into a deep slumber. During his slumber, his bodily functions underwent continuous transformation. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until he awoke to a brilliant light. The leaves that had concealed the entrance had partially dispersed, allowing rays of light to filter through the gaps, casting illumination within the hollow of the tree. This tree hollow was not small. It was sufficient to accommodate several small to medium-sized animals. Suhan had not anticipated that this evolution would require more time than his previous advancement. A sense of trepidation washed over him as he pondered the possibility of a medium-sized animal intruding upon his sanctuary during his slumber, leaving him defenseless. Resolutely, Suhan vowed to adequately prepare before his next evolution. He surmised that this transformation had consumed an entire night. What changes would this prolonged evolution bring forth? He summoned both the attribute panel and the gene tree panel simultaneously. Name: Suhan race: Flying Mantis, beast of the Warcraft type. Rank: unranked beast level. 1 attributes: Strength 1. 4 Agility 2.9, Constitution 1.1, Spirit 1.0 talents. Talent allocation: exclusive talent. Devour evolution: exclusive talent. Predator racial talent. Skills: enhanced forelegs, passive skill, unselected. Gene branches: no available gene points. Evolution points: 1 point. The required evolution points for the second evolution is 100 points. Skill fragments: advanced resilience 210. This marked a groundbreaking breakthrough. For Suhan, this truly signified his entry into a different echelon of existence, not for any other reason but the inscription upon his race: Flying Mantis, beast of the Warcraft type. This indicated that he had transcended the basic form of the flying mantis and had evolved into a distinct biological race, one that possessed a genetic hierarchy far beyond that of ordinary mantises. Previously, the mantis had been limited to the ordinary level, while the current Warcraft-type flying mantis inherently began at level 1, born as a beast-level creature. Now, Suhan faced no obstacles until he reached level 10. With all his attributes exceeding 1, he had truly become a hunter of the Qingmu forest. He now possessed adequate strength to prey upon a greater variety of creatures, and his size had further increased. Although he still had distance to cover to match the flying mantis of his past life, he had already attained a size comparable to that of a human calf in this Qingmu forest. Suhan could undoubtedly be regarded as a dominant figure within the insect realm. Furthermore, with no growth limitations at level 110, he could, through continuous devouring evolution, potentially overcome the formidable mountain tiger and electric bear. the long-standing overlords of the Qingmu forest. When creatures attain the unranked beast level, they invariably acquire abilities distinct from ordinary beings. However, until they transition into first-tier creatures, they struggle to fully harness these abilities, rendering their effectiveness rather limited. To contend with these unranked beast-level beings, Su-Han needed to remain vigilant against their unique capabilities. He was presented with evolution rewards, granting him the freedom to choose a skill. Hardened exoskeleton. Dashing or serrated cutting. Hardened exoskeleton. Passive skill. Your body's exoskeleton will undergo hardening enhancement, providing you with a more resilient physique, superior impact resistance, and a slight counterattack capability. A sturdy body is the foundation of your survival. Dashing. Upon utilizing the dashing skill, you will consume 1/10 of your stamina, while your hind limbs will gain reinforcement, resulting in a significant boost to agility, allowing you to sprint forward over a considerable distance. Serrated cutting. Passive skill. Your forelegs will develop minute serrations, enabling your cutting attacks to leave jagged wounds on your target, inducing a bleeding state that hampers their mobility. If you strike a vital point, it will trigger a quadruple critical hit and a significant bleeding condition. 3 skills were presented, with the passive skills clearly delineated. The hardened exoskeleton reward from the last advancement reappeared. Su-Han pondered cautiously. The dashing skill held little value for a flying mantis that thrived on agility. Thus, he quickly dismissed it. The potent passive skill serrated cutting was certainly enticing, as it could enhance hunting efficiency, particularly for a predator akin to the assassin-like flying mantis. The quadruple critical hit and substantial bleeding condition were equally alluring. However, Su-Han was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. He recognized that in this perilous survival of the fittest world, resilience was of utmost importance. Opportunities for ambush would not always be available, and lacking any concealment abilities, he ultimately needed to confront foes head-on as his size increased, with the advanced resilience skill from the cockroach awaiting synthesis. Su-Han believed that once he gathered enough fragments, the addition of hardened exoskeleton would bolster his external defenses, rendering him nearly indestructible. Only an opponent capable of utterly crushing him in one blow would pose a threat. Otherwise, in a war of attrition, none would stand a chance against him. Thus, he chose the hardened exoskeleton. After selecting the skill, a deep hue of ink graced his green exoskeleton, transforming it into a metallic, dark green armor-like appearance. This change in form made Su-Han feel as though he donned heavy armor, yet his body remained remarkably agile, drawing ever closer to the flying mantis of his previous life. He had undeniably grown stronger than before. Yet, Su-Han sensed a deficiency in energy within his body and checked the growth value bar in the system. All growth values had been exhausted during the evolution process. He needed to replenish them. Su-Han's utmost desire was to gather the fragments of the cockroach's divine skill. Now significantly empowered, he could effortlessly hunt cockroaches, even without utilizing his forelegs, with a gentle flutter of his wings. Su-Han scoured the Qingmu forest for traces of cockroaches. Upon spotting one, he swiftly executed a lethal strike to devour it. However, during this endeavor, he also consumed any small creatures or insects that crossed his path. As he had completely depleted his growth values, you have slain and devoured a cockroach, acquiring a fragment of the advanced resilience skill. Despite his considerable newfound strength, Su-Han remained keenly vigilant. The moment he detected the presence of the mountain tiger or any other higher-level creatures, he would promptly relocate. Swish! A fleeting shadow of deep green darted past, and the cockroach that was once suspended in midair was abruptly cleaved in two, its lifeless body plummeting to the ground. Su-Han no longer needed to lie in wait for a sneak attack. His speed now far surpassed that of these ordinary insects, requiring only a swift motion to dispatch them effortlessly. This marked the 52nd cockroach he had slain, and he wondered if it might yield a fragment of a high-level resilience skill. Su-Han's form had grown increasingly formidable. He could now consume an entire cockroach in a single bite. Leaving him slightly unsatisfied, as he feasted, he gained 0.5 growth points. Ding! You have slain and consumed a cockroach, acquiring a fragment of the skill. High resilience. You have gathered the required fragments 1010 for the high resilience skill. Would you like to synthesize the skill? Su-Han, filled with excitement, sharpened his sickles. Synthesize. Please wait. Synthesizing. Upon examination, the passive skill high resilience has a remarkably high compatibility with the passive skill hardened carapace. Would you like to fuse the skills? Su-Han paused. Initially, he thought these two skills merely complemented each other, but to discover they could fuse was unexpected. This was a new phenomenon that had never occurred before. Should he proceed with the fusion? Without hesitation, Su-Han confirmed his choice. While separating the skills might lead to higher branching evolutions, he sensed an inner voice urging him that the benefits of fusion would outweigh the separation. The fusion commenced, and the passive skill's high resilience and hardened carapace vanished, granting him a new skill. Iron Body, passive skill. Iron Body. Your physique possesses characteristics of high intensity, hardness, and resilience. Your carapace becomes as unyielding as metal. And your body is endowed with a powerful regenerative capacity. Your vitality is exceptionally robust, allowing for rapid healing, while also mitigating bleeding and severe injury effects from external damage. If ample energy is available, your wounds will heal at an accelerated rate. This left Su-Han utterly astonished. This was a divine skill. Not only did this near-mythical passive skill significantly enhance his strength and survivability, but the potential upgrades were beyond imagination. Indeed, as long as others lacked the power to crush him with a single blow, his demise would not come easily. Su-Han lifted his gaze toward the towering Qingmu Mountain, visible from any vantage point in the Qingmu forest. Its lofty peak symbolized the destination he was destined to reach. Even now, he felt emboldened enough to seek a duel with the mountain guardian tiger or the lightning bear, provided he exercised caution. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Despite his improved attributes, they still paled in comparison to the 30 or 40 of the mountain guardian tiger, which would likely leave him on the defensive. Although challenging the tyrant of Qingmu Forest was daunting, Su-Han's confidence in hunting other creatures within the forest had grown considerably. Yet he yearned to hunt a true beast with flesh and blood. Having previously only targeted insects, now he set his sights on medium-sized animals like rabbits. Soaring through the lower skies of the Qingmu Forest, he resembled a fighter jet on patrol, swiftly surveying and analyzing encountered creatures. Su-Han now deemed even rats unworthy of honing his skills, seeking instead a larger target. The forest harbored streams, where animal activity was more abundant, and he made his way toward one before long. He spotted a medium-sized creature drinking from the water in the distance. He halted his flight, swiftly landing on a nearby tree, embedding his hind legs deeply into the branches to stabilize himself, and then fixed his gaze intently on the animal. The metallic sheen of his deep green exoskeleton lent him an air of ominous majesty, resembling armor forged from the toughest metal. His sickles were slender and razor-sharp, making him appear as a creature crafted by divine will for the purpose of slaughter. It was a foolish roe deer. Su-Han system analysis provided information on the creature, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A mere level 1 roe deer, its attributes barely exceeding 1, possessed scant skills. One might wonder if this creature was meant to be a prey in the ruthless cycle of life. Yet, Su-Han was indifferent to the fate of its kind. His sole aim was to seize the foolish roe deer and strike it down on the spot. He had yet to test his ability to effortlessly kill such animals, for they possessed hard bones and greater agility. Though the roe deer was weak, it was not without its advantages compared to ordinary beings. For instance, it possessed a recoil kick skill that could deliver a powerful blow to an adversary while inflicting internal injury. Su-Han was unconcerned. With his iron body, he even mused whether the roe deer's kick would result in self-inflicted damage. In nature, the notion of an insect hunting medium-sized mammals was laughable. That it was akin to the misinterpreted idiom from Su-Han's own kind, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Originally, this idiom celebrated the noble courage of the mantis, but it had devolved into a mere joke. Yet, in this otherworldly realm, Su-Han, now of a size comparable to a small to medium mammal, was more than capable of hunting one. The foolish roe deer continued to drink, extending its tongue to lap at the crystal-clear water of the stream, which was cherished by the creatures of the Qingmu Forest. This roe deer often sneaked out to quench its thirst before nibbling on tender grass. Drinking with vigilance proved less satisfying. After surveying the surroundings and deeming it safe, the roe deer lowered its head and indulged in the sweet stream water without a care. Little did it know that this joy was shrouded in the shadow of death. Swish! Observing the roe deer's lapse in vigilance, Suhan swiftly withdrew his hind legs from the tree trunk, his wings vibrating at a high frequency, but with minimal amplitude to avoid alarming the unsuspecting prey. Suhan dashed toward the roe deer, which had buried its head once more. Thud! However, the encounter did not unfold as smoothly as Suhan had envisioned. The roe deer seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of its surroundings. Before Suhan could close the distance, it had raised its hind legs and delivered a powerful kick toward the approaching threat. Suhan had not anticipated that this seemingly feeble creature would exhibit such keen perception. He had overlooked the fact that as a level 1 wild beast, the roe deer had its own unique attributes that allowed it to survive in the Qingmu forest. The roe deer's kick landed squarely on Suhan's chest, delivering a blow akin to being struck by a hammer. He nearly gasped for air as the force of the impact momentarily halted his swift momentum. Fortunately, Suhan's iron body quickly mitigated the effects of the roe deer's kick, allowing him to simply tumble from the air before flapping his wings and leaping back into pursuit of the now fleeing roe deer. This minor miscalculation had granted the roe deer a head start. It bounded through the stream, its hooves splashing water into the Suhan shook off the impact, the passive effects of iron body facilitating a rapid recovery. His aerial speed matched that of the roe deer, and the distance between them steadily diminished. Thud! As the gap closed to a mere body length, Suhan accelerated his wings, quickly closing the distance. In a powerful leap, he plunged his sickles deep into the roe deer's back. Bah! The foolish roe deer let out a pained cry. Thrashing wildly as it rolled on the ground, the slender gash appeared along its back, from which a copious amount of blood flowed, as if its very life was ebbing away with the loss of its vital fluids. After landing a decisive blow, Suhan swiftly withdrew his foot sickle, observing the struggling deer on the ground. Seizing the moment, he made another incision, this time targeting the creature's throat. The roe deer, its trachea severed, flailed for a few moments before collapsing, utterly drained of strength. As he descended slowly, Suhan felt a profound sense of failure regarding this hunt. It had devolved into a grotesque spectacle. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, and he surmised the urgency of devouring the deer before attracting a horde of carnivorous beasts. With a sharp slice from his sickle, he severed long strips of flesh from the roe deer. His mandibles grasped the meat as he ravenously consumed the deer's sanguine form, savoring the exquisite flavor of true meat for the first time since his rebirth. Unbeknownst to him, Suhan realized he was drifting further away from human thought. He no longer felt fear or disgust towards bloodshed. Instead, he had grown accustomed to a life of relentless consumption. Above all, Suhan yearned to survive, to thrive. As he feasted, he received notifications. Ding! You have killed and consumed a roe deer, gaining 1 point of roe deer genes. Ding! You have killed and consumed a roe deer, gaining 1 point of evolution. Suhan continued to devour the tender flesh, unable to resist its delectable taste. The growth points provided by a single medium-sized, non-tiered beast far surpassed the meager rewards from the numerous insects he had previously consumed. It seemed he had yet another compelling reason to feast upon creatures of the non-tiered beast level. Lost in the rapture of the roe deer's flavor, he momentarily forgot the heavy stench of blood surrounding him. Not far off, a shadowy figure began to approach his position. Just as Suhan was indulging in his meal, the distance between him and the intruder gradually diminished. Suddenly, having just swallowed another strip of meat, Suhan halted his consumption, sensing an unsettling presence. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He resolved to pause and observe his surroundings. After scanning the area, he found nothing amiss. Everything appeared as it had when he first arrived. Despite his unease, he was eager to finish his meal and depart this hazardous locale. So he turned back to carve another piece from the deer, before he could bring the meat to his mandibles. He was abruptly struck by a hostile attack from an unseen assailant. Acting swiftly, he sidestepped, activating his wings to propel himself to a nearby tree, where he gazed at the creature that had launched the attack. What had assailed him was a long, sticky tongue, dripping with caustic mucus. Thanks to his timely evasion, he only witnessed the roe deer meat he had cut being ensnared by the tongue, which instantly eroded it with its corrosive touch. Su-Han could only speculate whether his exoskeleton would withstand such acidic assault. As the elongated tongue retracted to its owner's body, Su-Han finally beheld the full form of the creature that had ambushed him. Its massive body sprawled across the ground, resembling a miniature mountain tiger, twice Su-Han's size, with skin that camouflaged perfectly against the surrounding environment. No wonder he had failed to detect it earlier. What shocked Su-Han the most was the realization that this creature, comparable in size to a calf, was a chameleon. This was the first time he had encountered such a large specimen. Although he had seen mantises of comparable size before, the sight of this chameleon instilled a primal fear within him, a fear that stemmed from a natural predator-prey dynamic. Despite the fact that both he and the chameleon had transcended the constraints of the natural world, evolving into rank-based magical beasts, the inherent pressure of nature still loomed over them. Su-Han's human soul felt no fear, yet he found his body reacting with an involuntary trepidation. He sensed his strength waning, as if a portion of his power had been siphoned away. Ding! This creature is a member of your natural enemies. When facing natural enemies, all attributes are reduced by 20%, and skill effects are similarly diminished by 20%. The sudden notification clarified Su-Han's predicament. Thus, facing a natural enemy not only meant a deficiency in his own strength, but also the weight of nature's oppressive force. Reluctantly, he grappled with his frustration. He could easily abandon the deer's carcass and flee using his flight abilities, but the thought of surrendering without a fight was unacceptable. Why fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Why should I yield to a mere chameleon? Su-Han was resolute in his desire to vanquish the ostentatious creature below, even in the face of the natural world's suppression. This was the first time Su-Han truly felt the impact of negative status effects. The sensation of powerlessness and the noticeable decline in his physical control left him profoundly unsettled. Nevertheless, he was determined to slay that colossal reptile. Species: chameleon, poison dragon, magical beast. Rank: non-tiered beast level. For attributes: strength 12, agility 4, constitution 25, spirit 2 talents. Environmental camouflage, racial talent. Skills: toxic tongue projection, camouflage, toxic skin. Playing dead. Su-Han recognized that he was up against a formidable adversary, one that surpassed him in every aspect except agility and spirit. He could not afford to underestimate this foe, that he needed to thoroughly analyze his own talents and skills, strategizing accordingly. Environmental camouflage, racial talent. You possess an acute awareness of your surroundings and can adjust your bodily characteristics in real time to minimize your presence, inducing visual illusions to mislead other creatures' perceptions. Toxic tongue projection, active skill consuming a small amount of stamina. Your tongue, coated with high-concentration acid venom, will rapidly extend to ensnare your target, releasing corrosive venom upon contact. Camouflage, active skill. You can alter your posture to blend into the environment, reducing your visibility or impersonating other entities to deceive your target. The effectiveness of the deception is significantly enhanced by the environmental camouflage talent. Toxic skin, passive skill. Your skin is rich in sweat glands. When your body is attacked, it will release a cloud of toxic sweat, corroding the attacker. Playing dead, passive skill. When your vitality is critically low, you will automatically enter a state of feigned death, gradually restoring your health. After carefully reviewing the detailed attributes of this formidable reptile, Su-Han concluded that it would be a challenging adversary to defeat. The creature's slow movement and lack of offensive capabilities contrasted sharply with its defensive skills, such as toxic skin and feigned death, combined with its high constitution, rendering it akin to a small tank. Encountering such a resilient opponent with thick skin and defensive abilities posed a significant challenge. Yet, regardless of the difficulty, Su-Han was determined to kill it today. Perched atop the tree, he glared at the grotesque creature that was savoring the deer he had painstakingly hunted. A wave of discomfort washing over him. It was clear that the best course of action was to engage in ranged attacks. A close-quarters confrontation would expose him to the toxic gas. And Su-Han currently lacked robust resistance to toxins that if he were to be corroded by the poison, he doubted the system would come to his rescue. Thus, caution was paramount. Suddenly, a serious thought struck him. He was human, and thus capable of utilizing external tools. Why must he engage the chameleon in direct combat? The chameleon poison dragon continued to relish the joy of seizing prey that had been snatched from its usual meals, delighting in this unearned pleasure. Indifferent to the occurrences around it or the cacophony of sounds, it regarded such disturbances as mere venting from the failures of others. However, it found itself perplexed as to why its typical sustenance appeared so colossal today and could even hunt such a mid-sized creature. Yet these thoughts were of little concern to it. After finishing this lavish feast, it could leisurely saunter about and hunt for some insects to consume. Unbeknownst to it, shadows loomed over its form. Bang! A massive ancient tree came crashing down upon the chameleon poison dragon's back, creating a crater in the ground beneath. The moment of impact, the dragon's body began to exude toxic gas, which quickly filled the air. However, the concentration of this gas was not as potent as the acidic venom on its poisonous tongue, merely corroding the bark of the tree without dissolving it entirely. The ancient trees of the greenwood forest boasted centuries of history. Even Su-Han's sharp-foot scythe had taken several minutes to sever a single tree. The venom within the chameleon poison dragon continuously vaporized and released into the atmosphere, prompting Su-Han to keep his distance, for he had witnessed the nearby corpse of a foolish roe deer. Now riddled with holes from corrosion, scanning his surroundings for sharper stones, Su-Han grasped one with his hind limbs, soaring above the chameleon poison dragon, and forcefully brought the stone crashing down. With each strike, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as if shedding the shackles that bound him. Though Su-Han did not perceive any immediate changes, he began to notice that as the dragon's head swelled and deformed from his assaults, his own strength gradually restored to its peak, even surpassing it. The system provided no prompts, leaving him in the dark about the events unfolding. Yet he discerned that the giant insect, pinned beneath the tree, had not perished. Indeed, a beast with a constitution of 25 would not succumb so easily to a stone. It released toxic gas from within, and after enduring repeated blows to its head, it likely found itself in a weakened state. Immobilized by its passive skill, forced into a state of apparent death. Thus, did this skill of feigning death ultimately serve to entrap the great insect. Su-Han felt that simply striking it with stones would not suffice to slay this creature. After all, while in a state of apparent death, the great insect could slowly regain its strength and vitality, and given its tough hide, the stones would merely hasten the release of its toxins. Was he to merely suppress it here, unable to deliver the final blow? Su-Han was unwilling to concede to such a fate. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, observing the dissipating toxins. He surmised that, at this level, the gas would likely not be lethal to him, considering his ironclad physique. Gradually, he approached the seemingly lifeless great insect, brandishing his sharp-foot scythe. Ding! You are corroded by toxic gas. Ding! Your ironclad physique has been activated, beginning to produce a toxin-resistance body, gaining toxin resistance. Progress 110. What is this? It was not the acquisition of a new skill, but rather an enhancement of his existing abilities. Su-Han felt this development held great potential. He wondered how many types of resistances this might encompass. Would there be fire resistance or water resistance thereafter? And once he accumulated all resistances, could his ironclad physique evolve into a new skill? These queries could wait. Su-Han's singular focus remained on eliminating this chameleon poison dragon. As he cautiously approached the feigning dragon, Su-Han revealed his sharp-foot scythe. However, he hesitated, pausing just above the dragon's head as he continued to relish the enhancement brought about by the toxic gas. Ding! You are corroded by toxic gas. Ding! Your ironclad physique has been activated, beginning to produce a toxin resistance body. Gaining toxin resistance. Progress 210. Such an opportunity for free skill enhancement was not to be squandered. Even if he aimed to eliminate this great insect, he would first extract every ounce of its utility before delivering the final blow. Ding! Your ironclad physique has been activated. The toxin resistance body is sufficient, activating toxin resistance. Please check skill changes. Ironclad physique. Your body possesses high intensity, hardness, and resilience, showcasing comprehensive resistance traits. Your exoskeleton becomes as hard as metal, exhibiting a degree of corrosion resistance. Your body has a powerful circulatory and hematopoietic ability, and your vitality is remarkably tenacious, granting your body a passive effect of rapid healing and diminishing the effects of external damage and severe injury. If ample energy is available, your wounds will heal more swiftly. Activated resistances. Basic toxin resistance. Some changes had occurred. He had gained comprehensive resistance and exoskeletal corrosion resistance, yet the toxin resistance was merely basic, indicating vast potential for enhancement. After waiting a while and receiving no new prompts, he realized that the basic toxin resistance was sufficient to defend against the poison gas attacks from the chameleon poison dragon. It seemed this dragon was merely a nuisance. The corrosion from the toxins had slightly worn down Su-Han's exoskeleton, dulling its once vibrant dark green sheen. However, upon activating his basic toxin resistance, the wear swiftly restored, regaining its former luster. Whoosh! Su-Han's foot scythe plunged deeply into one side of the chameleon poison dragon, gradually slicing through its rough, thick hide as if butchering a pig. After considerable effort, he finally managed to slay it. He severed the dragon's tongue and cast it aside, utterly unwilling to consume such a revolting organ. Although the dragon's other parts also contained toxic glands, the tongue was a gelatinous mass that truly disgusted him. Currently consuming, gaining growth points. 2.5. Currently consuming, gaining growth points. 3.7. Ding. You have slain and consumed the B species chameleon poison dragon, gaining 1 gene point of the chameleon poison dragon. Ding. You have successfully slain and consumed a natural enemy species, formally releasing you from the innate pressure exerted by natural enemy species, successfully breaking the natural laws of this world, increasing the system's invasion degree, earning an evolution opportunity, and unlocking a new template. Ding. Your species will lose all natural enemy species and will henceforth belong to an independent race, free from any pressure. Su-Han's first reaction was to think of the legendary dragon's might. Those mythical creatures whose innate pressure seemed to embody the power of their race. From this moment on, he would no longer be subject to any pressure from a species. Could he then confront those mythical beings, gaining an advantage for future hunts? Ding. You have slain a natural lore-restricted natural enemy species, and you will obtain a natural enemy species skill. You have acquired the skill Disguise, activating the Mantis race skill. Transforming into mimicry. Mimicry. You are favored by nature. Your physical characteristics can assist you in better adapting to your environment, enabling you to disguise yourself effectively. This skill significantly reduces your presence. Su-Han had acquired the skill he had previously observed on the Mantis Mother. This ability would serve him well, aiding him in better concealing his presence and ambushing other creatures from the underbrush. Ding. You have slain a beast species, earning 1 talent point. The multitude of benefits derived from slaying a natural enemy species left Su-Han momentarily overwhelmed, unable to process everything thoroughly, and he could only address them in order, temporarily overlooking the last few prompts. Having completely consumed the chameleon poison dragon, Su-Han's level had risen to 3, his physique now noticeably larger than when he had just evolved, and his exoskeleton had grown increasingly resilient, resembling a fully armored little warrior. Would he utilize the granted evolution opportunity? Su-Han had initially intended to save it for later, when the required evolution points were more substantial. But the system indicated that upon meeting the criteria for a second evolution, he must first use this opportunity before applying the evolution points. Thus, he abandoned his previous plan. Enhancing his strength sooner rather than later would be advantageous, providing him with sufficient power to acquire more evolution points, and ensuring that his rate of evolution would not lag.yes. In search of a secluded stone cave, Su-Han meticulously assessed its safety before employing a rock to seal the entrance. Thus commencing his second evolution, he opted for a body evolution, investing all the genetic points he possessed within the gene tree. Having undergone evolution once before, Su-Han was well acquainted with the procedure. Making his selection without the need for system prompts, he was not willing to forsake the inherent allure of the flying mantis, a race renowned for its striking combat aesthetics. The investment of genetic points was successful, and the opportunity for evolution was consumed. The growth points within his body were sufficient to support this evolution, and thus it began. The second evolution commenced, with the focus directed towards body transformation. Once again, he experienced that familiar sensation as a powerful surge of heat erupted within him, plunging Su-Han into unconsciousness. This evolution felt distinct from the last, His body radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the dim cave with an extraordinary glow. Above him, countless phantoms flickered by: chameleons, foolish deer, cockroaches, ants, dragonflies, and more, each an echo of the creatures he had devoured, merging into his essence. When Su-Han's consciousness awoke, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. He scarcely had time to observe the changes within himself. His foremost desire was to examine his attribute panel. An ethereal voice seemed to whisper to him, indicating that this evolution had bestowed upon him new abilities. Name: Su-Han race, Flying Mantis template, Beast template tier, Unranked Beast level 3 status, Health 100, Mana 65 attributes, Strength 7.2, Agility 10.4, Constitution 10.0, Spirit 6.5 talents, Talent points, exclusive talent. Devour evolution, exclusive talent, Predator, racial talent. Skills: Enhanced wings, Iron body, Mimicry, Gene tree branch. No available genes, evolution points. 8 points, skill fragments. No available skill fragments, talent points. 1 point. Su-Han's immediate concern was the beast template he had acquired during his first evolution. It had transformed into a full-fledged race template. Su-Han. This template resembled a foundational racial value, serving as the basis for future mergers and devourings of other templates. The advanced templates he would later obtain would be calculated based on this initial template. While Su-Han was not entirely clear on specifics, he understood that his confusion would dissipate upon acquiring a higher-tier template. According to the system's guidance, by vanquishing and consuming beings with templates superior to his own, he could seize their templates to augment his own. The emergence of this race template was not solely due to Su-Han defeating the chameleon poison dragon, his nemesis, but also because it was the first beast he had slain. The fundamental template possessed a unique characteristic. When Su-Han devoured and killed various creatures, the advanced templates he acquired would not instantly elevate his template to the level of the devoured one. Thus, among templates of the same tier, Su-Han's template could continually grow stronger until it reached the threshold of the law's shackles, at which point it would ascend to the next tier. This characteristic implied that Su-Han's template would be invincible within its tier. Should he encounter a creature of equal level and tier, its attributes would be utterly overwhelmed by his. The disparity and suppression brought about by templates stemmed from the suppression of life levels and racial values. It was akin to the difference between a divine beast and an ant. A newly born divine beast could easily crush countless adult ants. Beyond the emergence of the template, a significant transformation occurred as Su-Han noted an additional status on his attribute panel. Health appeared to equal Constitution multiplied by 10, while mana corresponded to Spirit multiplied by 10. Did this imply he could now assess his bodily changes and quantify his injuries and state through these values? He suddenly realized that the capabilities exhibited by his system increasingly resembled those of a game. He was uncertain whether he could maintain his state unchanged until the end of his life. But he was assured that as long as his health did not reach 0, he would not perish. At T-level 3, Su-Han's strength was no longer to be trifled with. He believed that upon reaching level 8, he could decisively overpower the mountain tiger, that he was presented with a choice of evolution rewards, allowing him to freely select a skill once, with options including playing dead, charge, Satu slash, and quick attack. Su-Han had no desire for the playing dead skill, promptly dismissing it. Charge was reminiscent of the dash skill from his previous evolution, offering little utility for him. Satu slash held some allure. However, the skill that truly captivated Su-Han was the newly introduced quick attack. The emergence of this skill indicated that the system possessed data and information related to the fantastical world of Pokemon, suggesting that each of his evolutions could potentially grant him unique skills from that realm. It was well known that the Pokemon world harbored a distinct system of extraordinary powers. Just considering the capabilities of a flying mantis, a powerful and rare Pokemon in that universe. It possessed numerous skills with formidable effects, including physical attack moves such as quick attack, wing attack, slash, and X-scissor. Additionally, it could wield special attribute skills like the whirlwind blade and air slash, along with various auxiliary skills that could impose remarkable states, such as glare, focus energy, shadow clone, feint attack, agility, and swords dance. The prospect of acquiring such a skill expanded Su-Han's horizons, presenting vast possibility for the future, that he even recalled that the flying mantis possessed a remarkable skill called Roost. allowing it to descend to the ground and recover half of its maximum health. Such a skill could be deemed miraculous AS for whether other legendary moves outside the realm of the flying mantis would manifest. That remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Su-Han recognized that he still had access to powers beyond the framework of his current world. If he could attain the skills of the divine beasts from the Pokemon world, he might very well surpass the native divine beasts of this realm. After careful contemplation, he ultimately decided against Sawtooth Slash and chose the newly revealed Quick Attack. Ding! You've learned the active skill Quick Attack. Quick Attack. Active skill consumes a small amount of health and mana to dash toward your opponent with lightning speed, ensuring you gain the first strike when attacking a target with lower agility than yours. Using Quick Attack grants you 2 opportunities to strike. Note that this attack guarantees a 100 hit rate, but the consumed health and mana are doubled as a surge of warmth coursed through Su-Han's body, traveling from his head to his torso and limbs. This warmth was notably gentler than the overwhelming sensation experienced during evolution, soothing and mild. Su-Han felt a sense of release as he mastered the Quick Attack skill. It seemed that with merely a thought, his body could swiftly execute the skill's movements. This was a stark contrast to the state in which he had previously acquired skills. Su-Han discovered that his long-dormant exclusive talent had finally awakened. Talent points, 1 point. This was the most significant oversight among the details he had previously neglected. Upon closer inspection, he realized that talent points could only be earned by slaying creatures classified as beast species, those recognized by the world's laws as having undergone evolution. These beast species have begun to free themselves from the constraints of nature, embarking on their evolutionary journey. Unlike Su-Han, these beings had to invest time for their evolution, requiring extensive periods to upgrade their species and induce transformation in their racial values. In contrast, Su-Han rapidly traversed the path of legend through devouring evolution. Now, the question remained, how should he utilize this newly acquired talent point? Su-Han felt he had stumbled upon a discovery that he noticed that on his attribute panel, behind both his skills and individual attributes, there was an upward-pointing superscript, seemingly clickable if he was not mistaken. The function of these talent points should be akin to that of free attribute points, presumably allowing for further enhancement of skills. Su-Han's skills were not particularly numerous. He currently possessed only 4. Enhanced Scythe, Iron Body, Camouflage, and Flash of Lightning. Allocating talent points to various attributes might not directly increase the numerical values, but could enhance the foundational stats of his beast template. Each level he gained would double the base values of the template. However, Su-Han did not place much importance on attributes at this moment, as they relied on accumulation. The points spent now could easily be regained in the future by devouring superior templates. While skill enhancement was what truly mattered to him, that a potent skill could transform his combat prowess or survival capabilities drastically. Yet which skill should he enhance? The Flash of Lightning did not display an upgrade option, likely because it was a system-provided skill and his current strength was insufficient. Flash of Lightning had already become his signature move, leaving no room for improvement at present. After contemplating for a while, Su-Han realized that while his survival capabilities were satisfactory, his offensive methods were somewhat lacking. The once formidable Enhanced Scythe seemed to have dulled, indicating that this skill was struggling to keep pace with his evolution. He pondered what changes would occur if he allocated a talent point to the Enhanced Scythe. Resolute, Su-Han invested his sole talent point into this skill. Scythe Master, you possess a human-like exoskeletal pair of hands, and your scythes will manifest as part of your skeletal structure within your hands. When you require the use of dual scythes, your hand will transform into high-density, high-hardness scythes capable of slicing through various rare metals. Moreover, you can expend 1 point of health to launch small scythes at your target. The description was quite straightforward, and even after the skill upgrade, Su-Han felt that the name of the enhanced skill was rather pedestrian. However, the effect was exceptional, a delightful surprise for Su-Han. Gaining hands akin to those from his past life meant he could wield various tools more effectively, no longer limited to combat with his body alone. Although he had yet to encounter humans, should he come across useful weapons, he would be able to utilize them. Furthermore, transforming his forelimbs into hands did not signify the loss of his scythes. Rather, the scythes, now part of his skeletal structure, could be retracted into his body, much like Wolverine, offering incredible versatility. Additionally, the ability to unleash small size was intriguing, although with his current low health, he likely could not sustain extensive releases. After all, each small scythe represented a point of health. Releasing a few might be manageable due to the effects of his iron body, but a large number would drain him. Su-Han felt akin to a hybrid of Spider-Man and Wolverine. Of course, if one were to assess strength alone, Su-Han believed he was not far behind them. Merely allocating a single talent point had led to such a significant enhancement of his initial skill. If he were to slay more beasts, could he not elevate each skill to divine status? Lost in his euphoric thoughts, the system's prompt shattered his daydream. The next upgrade for the Scythe Master skill required 10 talent points. The points needed for skill enhancement would escalate tenfold. He was urged to acquire talent points diligently. This implied that subsequent skill upgrades would necessitate hundreds, if not thousands, of talent points. How many beasts would he need to slay? After a moment of silence, Su-Han considered another factor. The beasts themselves. He recalled that untamed, non-tiered beasts provided only 1 talent point. What if he were to slay creatures of a higher tier? What if he devoured beings that had already attained a rank? Having never attempted this, he could not verify it, but resolved to keep this thought in mind for future exploration. Understanding the significance of talent points invigorated Su-Han. He was eager to seek out more beasts that could provide him with these coveted points. For someone with his obsessive tendencies, leaving any potential enhancement indicators unattended was simply intolerable. How delightful it would be if he could possess an infinite supply of talent points. However, such an extraordinary stroke of luck was the exclusive domain of the neighboring realm of Minecraft, and Su-Han recognized that his rebirth was largely facilitated by the system's considerable assistance. Yet, an epiphany struck Su-Han, and he halted his overexcitement. He remembered the first creature he had encountered in this world, his mother Mantis. Although he bore the consciousness of a human, the foundational state of this body had been bestowed by her. Having not returned for quite some time, he wished to revisit and bring back some food. Su-Han presumed mantises had minimal dietary restrictions. Thus, he decided to gather a bit of everything. Was this akin to returning in glory? Perhaps not, but as long as he was content, that sufficed. Following his memory, Su-Han sought out the place of his birth. Along the way, he caught some insects and even a small mouse, contemplating whether the mantis would consume meat if offered. However, upon arriving at his former dwelling, he was taken aback. He discovered that the cave he had once inhabited had expanded somewhat and undergone significant changes, that a swarm of miniature flying mantises busily engaged in activities occupied the space. Some feasting on the remains of small creatures, while others frolicked playfully. Yet, Su-Han could not find his mother mantis. The lifespan of an ordinary mantis is not extensive, and his mother mantis had likely reached the end of hers. The system's voice seemed somewhat indifferent, yet Su-Han was momentarily stunned. Had it been so soon? He was unaware of the lifespan of mantises in this world, and did not anticipate that after some time spent outside evolving through devouring, he would return only to find his mother mantis gone. That a sense of sadness flickered within him, though it was not overwhelming. What intrigued him more was why these smaller mantises had also undergone evolution. Much like him, the influence of genomic linkage caused the entire species to gradually evolve in alignment with his genetic structure. According to the system, Su-Han could be regarded as the ancestor of all flying mantises in this world, guiding their future evolutionary direction. These two concepts were fundamentally distinct. Yet, as a pioneer, Su-Han's rate of evolution was far beyond that of ordinary beings. With the absence of his mother mantis, Su-Han found himself lacking any particular thoughts about the smaller mantises. Thus, he simply left the food he had gathered in the cave and departed. The small mantises, gazing at this larger, yet familiar figure, were somewhat bewildered. However, their little minds could not contemplate much, and they soon resumed their activities. What Su-Han desired most now was to acquire talent points that he aimed to enhance all his skills thoroughly before addressing individual improvements. Within the Greenwood Forest, as long as he did not encounter the mountain tiger or the lightning bear, he felt invincible. Thus, he recklessly began his hunting spree. Any magical beast he came across became his target, driven by the desire to accumulate talent points. Yet, the acquisition of these points proved more complex than he had initially imagined. Su-Han had previously believed that slaying magical beasts would yield talent points. However, the reality was that there were two significant limitations to acquiring them. Firstly, he could only obtain talent points from each species of magical beast once. In other words, since he had already acquired a talent point from the chameleon poison dragon, unless he encountered a higher-tiered species in the magical beast, he would not be able to gain further talent points from that species. Even if he encountered a higher-level chameleon poison dragon, as long as it remained a magical beast, he could not earn additional points from it, regardless of how many he defeated. Secondly, the creatures Su-Han killed and devoured could not be of a lower level than himself. Unless the level cap of that race is lower than Su-Han's, he must exercise utmost caution in the allocation of each talent point. The sheer number of creatures is overwhelming, yet the variety of species is not particularly abundant. Regardless of the diversity, Su-Han perceives it as fundamentally limited. Furthermore, he remains uncertain about the quantity of talent points he will require for his future development. Even if he were to vanquish every race in the world, it remains a question whether he could elevate all his skills to their utmost potential. Thus, judiciously investing his talent points will be Su-Han's next course of action, after deliberately steering clear of the territories of the mountain tiger and the lightning bear. Su-Han pillaged the Qingmu forest. All magical beasts of a higher level than his own suffered greatly at his hands. Even magical species with a racial cap lower than Su-Han's faced annihilation, as he consumed their highest combat power, in a brief span. Su-Han's presence instilled fear among the creatures of Qingmu Forest. Upon spotting any dark green being, they would scatter in terror, fearing they might inadvertently meet their demise and be devoured by him. After several days of relentless harvesting, Su-Han managed to accumulate 14 talent points and elevate his level to 6. However, he refrained from hastily expending these points, choosing instead to contemplate the direction in which he should enhance his abilities. Following this upgrade, he would need to challenge the mountain tiger and the lightning bear. Su-Han was unaware of the lightning bear's strength, as he had yet to scout its territory. The fact that even a mountain tiger is reluctant to approach the lightning bear's domain, situated between Qingmu Forest and the mountain's base, strongly suggests that the lightning bear's power may indeed surpass that of the mountain tiger. Currently at level 6, Su-Han's attributes merely approximate those of the mountain tiger without surpassing them. To successfully defeat it, he must enhance his skills to bolster his combat prowess. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to gain an advantage against the resilient and high-output mountain tiger. Both the mountain tiger and Su-Han embody physical enhancement. Akin to a tank battling a warrior, the tank possesses offensive capabilities while the mountain tiger holds a lower resistance to magical attacks. However, since Su-Han lacks magical attack skills, he ultimately must engage in physical confrontations. With 17 talent points at his disposal, how should he allocate them? Su-Han revisited his attribute panel. Name: Su-Han race, Flying Mantis template, Magical Beast template rank, Unranked Beast level, 6 status, Health 242, Mana 100 attributes, Strength 21.8, Agility 30.6, Constitution 24.2, Spirit 10 talents, Talent allocation, exclusive talent, Devour evolution, exclusive talent, Predator, racial talent, skills, Scythe hand, Iron body, Mimicry, Lightning flash. After pondering for a moment, Su-Han reassessed his previous belief that he was not significantly outmatched by the mountain tiger. Aside from his spirit exceeding that of the mountain tiger, the difference in agility, 30.6 compared to 38, is not particularly vast, while the mountain tiger's strength of 43 and constitution of 80 pose considerable challenges for Su-Han. Regarding skills, Su-Han possesses 4, while the mountain tiger boasts a staggering 9. Currently, he lacks sufficient evolution points for a 3rd evolution. Even after clearing the Qingmu Forest, he has only amassed over 80 evolution points, whereas 100 are required for the 3rd evolution. Given that the number of magical beasts in Qingmu Forest is inherently limited, and those creatures now flee upon sight of him, hunting has become significantly more challenging. Thus, he can only effectively utilize these 17 talent points. Included are the details of the mountain tiger race, mountain tiger rank, unranked beast level, 8 attributes, Strength 43, Agility 38, Constitution 80, Spirit 5 talents, King of Beasts racial talent, Mountain Guardian racial talent, skills, Death Roar, Charge, Invincible Meow Fist. The side hand has already undergone 1 advancement, requiring 10 talent points for further evolution. As for Iron Body, being a fusion skill, It defaults to an advanced version and similarly necessitates 10 talent points for another upgrade, while Lightning Flash is currently unable to evolve. Hence, Suhan's options are limited. After allocating a point to the mimicry skill, the remaining 16 talent points can only be used to advance one more skill that he decides to first observe the effects of advancing mimicry. He allocated 1 talent point to the small emblem associated with mimicry. Ding! Passive skill mimicry advancement successful, acquiring the advanced skill concealment. Concealment, passive skill when your health reaches 0, you will revive in place. Restoring 75 health points, dispelling all negative statuses, and entering a stealth state that cannot be locked or detected. While in stealth, any attack on a target will immediately break the stealth. This skill has specific triggering conditions. Health must be at 0, and it requires the consumption of 75 maximum mana. Cooldown time for this skill, 168 hours. This is the skill achieved with a single talent point. Suhan found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions that he felt an overwhelming urge to run about in sheer exhilaration. Although in a sense, he has been running naked since his rebirth, that he couldn't fathom why a seemingly ordinary vision-inducing skill could, through his exclusive talent and the allocation of a talent point, evolve into something so extraordinary. Gazing at the emblem of concealment, he genuinely considered allocating his remaining evolution opportunity to this skill. This skill signifies that Suhan now possesses a weekly chance for revival, should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe and be slain on the spot. He can resurrect in place and swiftly escape using the stealth effect that, if he faces a formidable adversary of comparable strength, he can unleash a full offensive, employing a strategy of trading damage for victory. Should he inadvertently fall in battle, he can utilize the stealth skill for a surprise attack on his opponent. Truly, a remarkable boon. The Scythe Hand has similarly transformed. Suhan discovered that skills advanced with talent points seem to undergo a metamorphosis, evolving from ordinary utility skills to what he perceives as extraordinary abilities. Naturally, he dares not imagine what further enhancements might yield. Finally, which skill should receive this opportunity for advancement? After a moment of silence, Suhan resolutely allocated all 10 talent points in an iron body. Concealment has already become his lifeline, that if its advancement does not lead to further life-preserving capabilities, its significance to Suhan, who is still relatively weak, would not be as crucial as it is now. Thus, he decided to first enhance his overall strength. The Scythe Hand is one of Suhan's offensive methods. Further evolution should remain within the realm of physical attack, offering little assistance in his confrontation with the mountain tiger. Therefore, investing in it would not be a prudent use of his limited talent points. Only Iron Body remains, a skill that he has yet to advance using talent points. He wonders what kind of synergy might arise when a fusion skill meets extraordinary talent points. Iron Body. Your body possesses high intensity, hardness, and resilience, characterized by comprehensive resistance. Your carapace becomes as hard as metal, exhibiting a degree of corrosion resistance. Your internal system boasts a powerful circulatory capacity, rendering your vitality exceptionally robust, with passive effects of rapid healing and reduced bleeding and severe injury effects from external damage. If you have sufficient energy, your injuries will heal at an accelerated rate. Activated resistances. Basic poison resistance. This skill is quite formidable. Suhan adds talent points to the small emblem of Iron Body. He meticulously memorizes the skill's effects to compare with the upcoming advanced skills. Ding! Passive skill Iron Body advancement successful, acquiring the skill Diamond Body. Transitioning from iron to diamond. How substantial could the difference be? Suhan's mood dampened slightly as he scrutinized the effects of the Diamond Body skill. Diamond Body. Passive skill your body possesses the characteristics of diamond, exhibiting extreme intensity, hardness, and resistance. You possess full attribute resistance, basic. And after enduring attribute attacks, your resistance to that attribute will gradually enhance. Your body becomes a singular entity, devoid of critical vulnerabilities, rendering you immune to critical damage effects. Your resilience and rapid recovery are remarkable, and you are immune to bleeding and severe injury effects. You possess a certain capacity for rebound damage against physical attacks. Note: only by shattering you into fragments can you be slain. Suhan even questioned whether his early skills were truly that formidable, pondering if the system had granted him an unfair advantage. However, upon further reflection, he realized that his system was, in fact, the greatest cheat of all. In a certain sense, the diamond body belonged to the third tier of skills, while the abilities possessed by a beast like Su-Han were not even capable of achieving the effects of his second-tier skills. This could be considered a dimensional strike. The defensive capabilities he currently possessed were undeniably formidable. Su-Han even suspected that the mountain tiger, standing face-to-face with him, might not be able to match his strength. Perhaps he should challenge the mountain tiger to a legendary turn-based slap competition. Although his health was not as robust, his attack power was lower, and his resilience was not as great, he certainly had sufficient toughness. Not to mention, he had a little reflective armor of his own. Despite these thoughts, Su-Han remained diligent. Searching for the mountain tiger's traces within the Qingmu forest, he needed to ascertain the mountain tiger's habits and territory. Preparing to ambush it at the opportune moment. Surely, some would question why, if he could confront it head-on, he would resort to stealthily attacking. Well, only the strongest of stealthy predators could claim victory. Even the boastful Fong Chung-Fong from the neighboring realm of survival could only relinquish his triumph upon encountering a cunning strategist like Su-Han. After nearly 3 days of observation, Su-Han had come to understand the mountain tiger's habits and was ready. Without the camouflage skill, he relied on his relatively modest stature, managing to conceal his presence within the Qingmu forest and evade the mountain tiger's perception. Crouched atop a towering tree near a stream in the Qingmu forest, he surveyed the surroundings, waiting for the mountain tiger to arrive at this time of day. The mountain tiger would typically come to the stream for a drink and to soak its paws. As Su-Han pondered whether the mountain tiger's action of drinking from the stream constituted it consuming its own footbath water, a sudden notification interrupted his thoughts, sensing the confusion radiating from you. The system has decided to provide you with a task system at this critical juncture to solidify your objectives. Huh? Am I confused? Su-Han felt bewildered, unsure of the source of his confusion. Perhaps it stemmed from his dilemma over whether the mountain tiger drinking from the stream was akin to it drinking its own footbath water. Regardless, having a task system was beneficial, for if the system issued tasks, it indicated the existence of rewards. Every vibrant locale harbors its own ruler. One of the lowest entities in the Xianwu continent, the Qingmu forest had persisted for millennia. Although the spiritual energy had diminished significantly, it had never faced annihilation. Every century, a ruler would emerge from the Qingmu forest, yet its gradual decline had led to fragmentation, with both the electric bear and the mountain tiger remaining as mere non-tier beasts. You bear the mark of the Qingmu forest. You have 2 paths to choose from. Either slay the electric bear and the mountain tiger to become the new sovereign of the Qingmu forest, or subdue them to establish your dominion. Optional side quest 1. Eliminate the mountain tiger and the electric bear. For each successful kill, you will receive a reward, the nature of which remains unknown. Optional side quest 2. Subdue the mountain tiger and the electric bear. For each successful subjugation, you will receive a reward, the nature of which remains unknown. Please make your selection promptly. Thus, whether through subjugation or elimination, rewards could be obtained. The only difference lay in acquiring 2 allies and enhancing one's own power through consumption. Logically, the act of slaying and consuming to bolster one's strength should take precedence. After all, this consumption evolution system was not merely a decorative feature. Furthermore, persuading creatures accustomed to being rulers to become subordinates was no simple task. Nevertheless, Su-Han did not intend to devour these 2 beings. He was thinking far beyond that. The crucial phrase in the task, he believed, was the recurring notion of becoming the new sovereign of the Qingmu forest. In his previous life, Su-Han had excelled at uncovering hidden storylines in games, a skill derived from his meticulous observation of task information that if he were to slay and consume the electric bear and the mountain tiger, would he not be confined to the Qingmu forest in the future? If he were to subdue them, he could enlist their help in guarding the Qingmu forest, allowing him to strive towards even greater heights. Accepting side quest 2, Su-Han was uncertain how to subdue these 2 rulers of the Qingmu forest. However, he understood that in every game, the principle for capturing pets was consistent. First, weaken the creature significantly, then the subjugation would be much easier. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Su-Han accepted the task, he heard the sound of rustling foliage nearby. instantly heightening his vigilance. As he focused intently on the source of the noise, a familiar figure emerged, adorned with the distinctive king pattern upon its forehead. This time, the mountain tiger sauntered through the Qingmu forest, moving with a measured grace rather than the wild abandon of its previous frolics. Its slow gait exuding an undeniable authority. It had arrived. The mountain tiger. Its mighty paws crunched upon the dry twigs and fallen leaves, producing sharp cracks, its steps appearing heavy, yet imbued with an air of languid elegance, occasionally yawning, as if it were merely resting after a tiring play. Su Han felt a surge of displeasure. After all his careful planning and waiting to ultimately spare its life was infuriating. It seemed this creature had no aspirations of tiger's life, indulging in a life of leisure. He resolved that when the time came, he would strike with fervor. The mountain tiger, oblivious to its surroundings and having lived in the Qingmu forest for so long, had little reason to fear any creature daring to challenge it. Extending its soft pink tongue, the mountain tiger licked the cool stream, savoring the sweet, clear water, eager to indulge further. For it, leaping into the stream for a hearty drink required an essential ritual, though it was unaware of the term ritual. It understood that such behavior enhanced the flavor of the water in its perception. Soaking its paws, the mountain tiger cautiously extended its paw, reveling in the refreshing sensation the cool water brought. A moment of relaxation it adored. Growing weary of the hunt, it relished the simple life of a pampered tiger, waking up to food, enjoying foot soaks, and sipping stream water. So, was it still drinking its own foot bath water? Su Han pondered deeply. No, it was time to prepare for the attack against the mountain tiger. Observing its relaxed demeanor, Su Han checked the mountain tiger's status through the system. Species: mountain tiger status. Health 800. Mana 50. This creature truly had substantial health. Comparing it to his own mere 200 points, which was less than a third of its total, he felt undeterred. After all, it was made of flesh, while he was composed of diamond. Let the battle commence. Scythe hand, little scythe. Su Han swiftly dove toward the mountain tiger, silently reciting the incantation for his scythe hand skill. Launching the little scythe, he sensed a slight drain of energy and vitality as sharp little scythes manifested from the back of his hands, hurtling towards the blissfully oblivious mountain tiger, still enjoying the stream. Thud! The mountain tiger, caught off guard, felt the sharp little scythe pierce its body, embedding itself halfway in. Clang! The foot scythe rapidly sprouted from his hands, producing a resonant sound as Su Han crossed his arms before him. The force of his momentum added a glimmering chill to his sharp foot scythe. Ayo roar! The injured mountain tiger sprang from the stream, shocked as the little scythe drew blood that flowed into the water, tainting the mountain tiger's favorite stream with a hint of coppery scent. As it regained its footing, the mountain tiger hesitated, perhaps unaccustomed to combat after a long period of peace, before finally noticing Su Han charging towards it and unleashing its skill. Death roar! The sound waves seemed almost visible to the naked eye, reverberating with such intensity that they could rattle the entirety of the Qingmu forest. In an instant, countless birds were startled into flight. The force of the death roar was overwhelming, compelling Su Han to retreat hastily, veering toward a nearby towering tree. Although the death roar did not inflict direct harm upon its target, it possessed the ability to induce a state of dizziness. While Su Han was immune to such disorientation, the powerful sound waves could still resonate within his body, momentarily disrupting his control. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about this ability. Yet the mountain guarding tiger had not been attacked in quite some time, and its reflexes were surprisingly swift. With a flurry of wings, Su Han ascended once more, hovering in the air while observing the mountain guarding tiger, which fixated its gaze upon him from below. He recognized that this creature's reactions were commendably quick. One hovered in the sky, while the other remained grounded, both locked in a stalemate, as Su Han refrained from recklessly engaging in a direct confrontation. They were merely assessing each other's vulnerabilities and weaknesses. At this moment, Su Han held a significant advantage. After all, he commanded the airspace, and the mountain guarding tiger was unable to reach him, unless it resorted to utilizing its skills, which, for these beastly creatures, require the expenditure of both physical stamina and magical energy, unlike Su Han, whose diamond physique allowed for rapid recovery. Furthermore, as Su-Han quantified his own state. His full magical power and the remaining single point of magical energy did not alter his physical condition. In contrast, the indigenous creatures of this world experienced fatigue from magical energy depletion, which adversely affected their health and overall state. Thus, they wielded their skills with utmost caution, a testament to their instinct for survival. Although the mountain-guarding tiger had not engaged in combat for a long time, its hunting experience provided it with some enhancements that it recognized that Su-Han, being airborne, was beyond its effective reach and that it had only one skill capable of targeting him, which also demanded considerable energy and might not yield significant damage. With its claws unsheathed, Su-Han charged fiercely at the mountain-guarding tiger. He could already see the wounds on the tiger's body gradually healing, scabbing over if he delayed too long. The injuries he had just inflicted would lose their significance. Should the tiger regain its composure and engage him in a struggle, the wounds he had previously inflicted could reopen. His strategy was to hold it at bay, allowing its health to dwindle, a tactic reminiscent of his past life when battling bosses in games, relying on attrition while conserving health potions for prolonged encounters. Su-Han's diamond physique resembled an immense reservoir of vitality, one that did not require replenishment. The growth value he acquired from consuming other creatures was the source of this reservoir, and presently, he was unaware of how much growth value he had accumulated. Thus, the capacity of his reservoir was more than sufficient to sustain him in a war of attrition. Su-Han did not possess a plethora of effective offensive skills. If one were to categorize them strictly as attack skills, only Lightning Flash would qualify. Lightning Flash, as Su-Han dove toward the mountain-guarding tiger, it raised its massive paws, intending to swat him away. In that critical moment, Su-Han swiftly executed his Lightning Flash skill. The rapid shift in positions meant that the tiger's powerful paws struck only air, while Su-Han reappeared behind it, his sharp claws poised to strike down upon its back. Poochie! The claws met the tiger's hide, slicing through it as easily as cutting through tofu, blood staining its back. The tiger roared in pain, realizing that it was facing the most troublesome opponent since becoming the ruler of the Qingmu forest. Furthermore, it lacked experience dealing with such a swift adversary. Despite its agility surpassing Su-Han's, its size rendered it less nimble, making it difficult to counter Su-Han's attacks. Lightning Flash, as the mountain-guarding tiger, wounded and enraged, turned to swat Su-Han away once more. Su-Han adeptly utilized Lightning Flash again, reappearing at the tiger's abdomen to deliver another fierce strike, with injuries sustained to both its front and back. The mountain-guarding tiger found itself in a state of confusion and frustration. Though it possessed skills and considerable strength, it simply could not land a hit on Su-Han. If only the tiger could remain calm, it might have been able to contend with Su-Han effectively. Seizing the opportunity to weaken the tiger's strength and health, Su-Han did not concern himself with the expenditure of his stamina. As long as his magical energy remained above 75, he was free to continue his assault. Su-Han's claws descended repeatedly upon the mountain-guarding tiger, inflicting numerous lacerations upon its body, lying prostrate on the ground. The tiger appeared gravely weakened as Su-Han casually assessed its condition. Its once formidable health of 800 had dwindled to approximately 200, and no wonder the tiger looked so feeble. Had he successfully subdued the mountain-guarding tiger? Su-Han's magical energy was insufficient for further indulgence. Therefore, wielding his claws, he stood before the tiger for the first time, contemplating how to subdue it. As he sheathed his claws, he pondered, yet he failed to notice the glimmer of triumph in the tiger's eyes. Despite its wounds still bleeding, its breathing did not reflect the severity of its injuries. Roar! Just as Su-Han was lost in thought, the mountain-guarding tiger unleashed a sudden death roar, followed by its massive, meaty paws. The tiger's entire body surged upright, resembling a boxer, and its attack struck Su-Han squarely for the first time. Bang! Su-Han's body was propelled like a cannonball, his wings stilled, and he crashed into a nearby tree. Damn it! Dizziness overwhelmed him. The tiger's strike had been utterly unexpected and forceful, catching him off guard. Was he truly outsmarted by a mere feline? The pain was intense. The impact left Su-Han momentarily dazed. Yet he was not severely injured. Rather, the tiger's paw had rebounded against his diamond physique, inflicting harm upon itself. Having anticipated a successful ambush, The mountain guarding tiger was taken aback by the durability of Su-Han's form. It suddenly regretted not remaining prone, that if Su-Han were to observe the tiger's condition now, he would find that its health had dropped by 200. However, Su-Han was not in a favorable state either. Having been struck directly by the tiger's skill, his health had plummeted to a perilous 32 points if a single strike from the tiger could end him. Yet perhaps due to the lingering pain, the tiger was unable to follow up, allowing Su-Han to recover swiftly and take to the air once more, while the tiger could only roar in frustration. It was unaware of Su-Han's true capabilities. Su-Han hovered in the air, flapping his wings, observing the mountain guarding tiger. This time, he did not conceal himself, presenting a direct challenge to the tiger. However, he refrained from attacking, not only because he had yet to identify the seemingly weakened, yet vigilant tiger's weakness, but also because he was in the process of restoring his health. The significant loss of health was not something even his diamond physique could rectify instantaneously. He could only watch as his health replenished at a visible rate. In merely a minute, he regained 60 points of health, and with a few more minutes of standoff, he would return to peak condition. Conversely, the mountain guarding tiger, despite possessing some self-healing ability, had barely managed to recover to 200 points of health, healing only a meager 10 points per minute, a stark contrast to Su-Han's recovery rate. The mountain guarding tiger's throat emitted a low growl, as it suppressed its instincts while searching for signs of Su-Han's feigned bravado. However, what filled him with despair was that Su-Han's momentum was recovering rapidly, bit by bit, at a pace he could distinctly perceive, gradually returning to the peak state he had once sensed. Su-Han detected the fear and trepidation emanating from the mountain tiger, gently descending to the ground, advancing step by step towards the creature. Each of his steps seemed to carry an inexhaustible might, instilling a sense of dread in the mountain tiger, which instinctively began to retreat. This fellow was engaging in a psychological battle with a tiger, to whom the mountain tiger's voice became somewhat listless, as if it had lost the courage to confront the blade of Su-Han. The memory of that painful encounter with the blade lingered too vividly. It truly did not wish to endure that torment again. The mountain tiger was acutely aware of its current state and understood that against a fully revitalized Su-Han, victory was a mere illusion, especially after its previous attempt at a surprise attack had failed to eliminate him, leaving Su-Han now on guard. Such tactics were unlikely to succeed a second time. Su-Han brandished his blades, closing in on the mountain tiger, positioning them just above its massive head, attempting to convey through his demeanor his desire to subdue it. He sought to communicate to the mountain tiger, submit or perish. Su-Han halted his movements for nearly half a minute, yet the anticipated blade that would sever its head never came. After the sudden assault, the mountain tiger found itself with little strength left to resist. Thus, it braced itself for the inevitable demise, yet it was still unharmed. Opening its fierce eyes, it curiously gazed at Su-Han lowered his blade slightly, bringing them closer to the mountain tiger's forehead. The mountain tiger seemed to grasp Su-Han's intention, lowering its head to the ground, its entire body relaxing. Ding! The mountain tiger submits to you, hoping to pledge its loyalty. Would you like to accept the mountain tiger as a subordinate? Finally, the system notification chimed. Su-Han exhaled in relief, selecting yes, retracting his blades. Ding! You have captured your first subordinate. Reward: 1 racial enhancement for the subordinate. Ding! You have completed the first part of the subquest Overlord of Qingmu Forest. Reward: 1 evolution opportunity, which can be used after you accumulate enough points for a 3rd evolution. It wasn't in vain. Su-Han instructed the mountain tiger to find a place to rest and recover its strength. While he began to contemplate the rewards that a racial enhancement for the subordinate should be directed at the mountain tiger, though he wondered what form it would take. Meanwhile, the evolution opportunity he had just acquired could be saved until he gathered 100 evolution points for a 3rd evolution, suggesting he could evolve consecutively twice. It seemed crucial to amass the remaining evolution points and nurture the mountain tiger. Approaching the mountain tiger, which was sprawled on the ground, he observed its injuries had not yet healed. A thought crossed his mind that I can grant you a racial enhancement. Would you like to accept it now? Su-Han and the mountain tiger lacked the means to communicate verbally. However, through the connection established by the system, they could share thoughts. The mountain tiger's mind was still childlike, merely nodding, and Suhan understood its intent. Please name your subordinate. Let us call it Su-Hud. Suhan felt his naming ability was rather average. Yet he found the name Su-Hu acceptable, so he was not overly troubled. Would you like to enhance Su-Hu's racial attributes? The effects of this enhancement are unknown. Please use it wisely. Yes, Suhan did not hesitate, nor did he disdain Su-Hu's humble beginnings. After all, he possessed the devouring evolution system and believed he could guide Su-Hu to grow well. He was a nostalgic person and would not mistreat Su-Hu, a being of significant symbolic value to Su, who commenced the enhancement, automatically recovering from its injuries. The enhancement process would last for 10 minutes. Please ensure the safety during this time. Suhan patiently gathered some hay, laying it beneath Su-Hu, resting nearby, guarding the process of Su-Hu's enhancement. After all, in the future, Su-Hu's enhancement process would also require his protection, fostering a mutual support system. Now that Su-Hu was officially his subordinate, they were comrades. Suhan checked the newly opened subordinate information, noting just an additional line on his attribute panel. Subordinate. Su-Hu beast type. Mountain tiger. Only one subordinate, and he could click to view Su-Hu's status and information. However, since Su-Hu was currently undergoing enhancement, its attribute panel was under maintenance, rendering it temporarily inaccessible to Su, who lay on the hay, emanating a wave of warmth. Reminiscent of Suhan's own evolution, Suhan had already dealt with several unremarkable beasts that had failed to perceive danger. As Su-Hu entered the enhancement phase, its aura dissipated, and Suhan's own aura was in a state of retraction. Yet Suhan was somewhat surprised to find that Su-Hu's enhancement seemed to attract magical beasts. Those elusive creatures he had been searching for previously were now easily caught and devoured by him. During the few days that Su-Hu rested and enhanced, Suhan managed to gather the remaining evolution points he needed. Had it not been for Su-Hu still being unconscious, he would have considered commencing his 2 evolutions immediately, as his growth value was sufficient to support both. Roar. While lying against a large tree, observing the movements of nearby creatures, Suhan suddenly heard a faint roar, reminiscent of Su-Hu's voice, but much more juvenile, piquing his curiosity. However, upon descending from the tree and laying eyes on Su-Hu, he was utterly dumbfounded. Why had such a large mountain tiger transformed into a minuscule creature after evolution? Suhan had envisioned a majestic tiger to help him suppress the threats to Qingmu Forest and a powerful ally to aid in capturing the thunder bear. What was this situation? Had his use of the racial enhancement opportunity inadvertently created a pitfall for himself? Su-Hu had completely transformed into a tiny, palm-sized cub, its appearance in stark contrast to its name. Suhan watched as Su-Hu rolled over on the hay, gazing up at him with adorably naive eyes. It was undeniably cute. Yet how was he to engage in battle with such an adorable little tiger? Would he employ a skill of cuteness? Overwhelm the enemy with adorableness? Although the flying mantis would likely not exhibit any change in expression, Suhan still wore a face of despair as he opened Su-Hu's attribute panel, needing to ascertain what form his first subordinate had taken. Name. Su-Hu race. Flame tiger template. Savage beast template rank. Unranked beast level. 8 status. Health 2000. Mana 500 attributes. Strength 120. Agility 80. Constitution 200. Spirit 50 talents. King of Beasts, racial talent. Flame Beast Constitution, racial talent. Skills. Flame Impact, Flame Breath. Invincible Meow, Fist. Beast Blood Boiling. Flame Roar. On paper, it seemed exceedingly formidable. Suhan stared at Su-Hu in astonishment. Could this tiny cub truly possess such strength? He even suspected that the owner of such an attribute panel could easily eliminate him with a single strike, even with his diamond physique. Moreover, hadn't the mountain tiger previously lacked attributes? It only had a singular talent. How had Su-Hu now acquired attributes and undergone a racial enhancement? Suhan discovered that Su-Hu's race had directly transformed into a flame tiger, and its template had become that of a savage beast, marking the first savage beast template he had ever encountered. Beast-type creatures signify that these beings have begun to transcend the ordinary biological realm, achieving a resonance with nature, gaining recognition from it, thereby possessing strength beyond the natural order. Such creatures were quite common, differing only slightly at the genetic level. However, Savage beasts were an entirely different matter. They had begun to tap into mythological power, in the realm of Xianwu. They were referred to as such, having broken free from the shackles of the natural world, able to coexist with it. And those with attributes could effortlessly command the elements corresponding to their attributes. For instance, the beast-type Thunder Bear could summon electricity only when activating its skills, if it were the electric bear of the beastly species. It could unleash electricity from its own body. There exists a significant distinction between the two. For instance, at this very moment, Su was rummaging through a haystack when he inadvertently let out a fart, and the scattered fire elements within ignited the dry straw. The resulting blaze, which gradually intensified, was of no concern to Su who continued to turn over the hay. That mischievous little brother. Su Han communicated with Su Hu through his consciousness, instructing him to extinguish the flames. Sitting upright, Su Hu summoned a gravitational force towards the fire elements, drawing the nearby flames into his being, thereby sparing the Qingmu forest from the impending inferno. This is quite impressive that Su Han pondered why he had not experienced such an advantageous template enhancement during his own evolution. Now, his younger brother could easily overpower him. Upon scrutinizing Su Han's talents and skills, he realized that Su Hu was not merely capable of defeating him. Rather, he could utterly annihilate him. King of beasts, racial talent, you are the sovereign among beasts, and creatures within the natural world will harbor fear towards you, obeying your commands. When encountering creatures with both a lower racial template and level than your own, you may earn their respect. Flame beast physique, racial talent, you are the envoy of fire elements. Belonging to the flame beast system, you can gain the recognition of fire elements, manipulating them with ease, and can generate fire elements by expending your internal mana. You are innately immune to fire elements. When your body sustains injuries, flames can aid in hastening your recovery. Blazing impact, active skill. You can expend a portion of your mana and life force, transforming yourself into a searing blaze to swiftly attack foes, inflicting burning and stunning effects. The damage from the fiery assault is calculated based on the mana and life force consumed. Flame breath, active skill. You can expend a portion of your mana to unleash a torrent of flame, transforming the terrain into a fiery mountainous landscape for a duration of 3 minutes, during which the terrain will continuously inflict burning effects on the target point. 1 mana point can create 1 square meter of fiery terrain. Invincible meow meow fist. Active skill. You possess powerful forelimbs and hind legs. Your robust hind legs enable you to attack while upright, while your formidable forelimbs, akin to hammers, can deliver significant damage with seemingly gentle strikes. Note that this skill has a slower punch speed but boasts substantial attack power. Use it with caution. Beast blood boiling. Active skill. You can sacrifice half of your maximum life force to gain full mana effectiveness for 3 minutes. During this time, you will experience a considerable increase in damage resistance, critical hit rate, and mana attacks. Be aware that this skill will leave you in a weakened state for 12 hours post-use. Flame roar. Active skill. You can emit a deathly roar, expending a portion of your mana to create a sound wave infused with flames, capable of stunning and burning the target. So, Su Hu transformed from a tank into a mage. It appears that those who look adorable are often formidable bosses. Su Han now felt rather awkward, as his younger brother could eliminate him in an instant. Initially, he had intended to save 2 evolution opportunities, waiting to gather more genes before evolving. However, now that he was the elder brother, even if his strength fell short, he ought to narrow the gap. Otherwise, during battle, others would have to divert their attention to protect him. The elder brother, Su Han, was inherently competitive. After giving Su Hu a brief instruction, he sought a suitable place to commence his consecutive evolution, but he knew that this evolution would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. So he needed to find a cave-like space for the process. A habit he had developed that it seemed that each of his evolutions occurred in different confined spaces, and thus, evolving within a cave provided him with a sense of security. Su Hu lay at the cave's entrance, cautiously observing his surroundings to ensure that no one would disrupt Su Han's evolution. Having already submitted to Su Han, coupled with the system's binding, Su Hu's loyalty was exceedingly high. Su Han comfortably nestled into a suitable position within the cave, curling up his entire body. Ding, your evolution value has met the requirements for the 3rd evolution. You may also simultaneously utilize the evolution opportunity reward you have obtained. Your growth value is adequate to support a dual evolution process. Would you like to begin the dual evolution process? A series of notifications sounds echoed in Su-Han's ears. However, he had long since prepared himself mentally for this moment. Having undergone 2 previous evolutions, he was already familiar with the process. Even though this time involved consecutive dual evolutions, he actively propelled the entire procedure. Choosing to evolve his main body, he invested all the genetic points possessed by the genetic tree. The investment of genetic points was successful. The consumption of evolution points was successful, and the consumption of evolution opportunities was successful. The internal growth points were sufficient to support this dual evolution, and the evolution commenced. The 3rd and 4th evolutions began, with the evolution direction focused on the main body. This dual evolution would require an extended duration. Please ensure the surrounding area is secure. Su-Han had mentally and physically prepared himself to embrace this dual evolution. He was unaware of the magnitude of the breakthrough his overall strength would achieve following this transformation. The familiar searing sensation erupted from every part of his body, compelling Su-Han to clench his teeth. Were it not for the desire to grow stronger through his evolution, he would not wish to endure such sensations again. He could feel each part of his being shattered and then reformed by this intense heat. The pain was more profound than any he had previously experienced, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. He could only grit his teeth and persevere, for this was the necessary path to ascend from the base of the pyramid. The explosive changes within him gradually dulled Su-Han's consciousness. He fell into a deep slumber, unaware of the passage of time. When Su-Han finally awoke, he noticed that Su had grown significantly larger. It appeared he had been well fed during this period. However, Su-Han discerned that despite Su-Hu's growth, he still seemed like a mere little creature in his eyes. In terms of proportion, Su-Han estimated that his current size resembled that of an adult male. Was Su-Hu's evolution about shrinking while his own involved expansion? Curiosity piqued. Su-Han opened his system panel. Name: Su-Han race. Sky Mantis template. Beast template rank. Unranked wild beast level. 8 status. Life 1660. Mana 1000 attributes. Strength 138. Agility 208. Constitution 166. Spirit 100 talents. Talent points, exclusive talent. Devour evolution, exclusive talent. Predator, racial talent. Skills: Scythe hand, diamond body. Deception, lightning flash. Incredible. The consecutive dual evolutions have bestowed upon Su-Han an unprecedented level of power. Now, he stood at the same level as Su-Hu, and in terms of racial templates, he was yet a tier lower. However, in terms of his 4-dimensional attributes, he only fell short in Constitution, surpassing Su-Hu in the other 3 categories, with agility being particularly terrifying. After these 4 evolutions, Su-Han Sky Mantis could be considered one of the most formidable beasts in this world. At the same level, he could outclass the beastly species in attributes solely based on his beast template, which was truly astonishing. That it is noteworthy that Su-Hu, as a creature of the beastly species, already exhibited commendable 4-dimensional attributes during his juvenile phase at the unranked wild beast level. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly evolve into a 2nd-tier beast at the very least. That if his racial potential were high, he could easily ascend to a 3rd-tier beast, or even a 4th-tier beast. In contrast, typical magical beasts, starting from the unranked wild beast level, would predominantly be 1st or 2nd-tier beasts, with only a select few possessing exceptional talents, having the opportunity to become 3rd-tier or higher. For magical beasts, unless a trigger for evolution occurs, it is exceedingly challenging to surpass the initial 3 tiers of beast levels. Only through consuming rare treasures or cultivating in areas abundant with spiritual energy could they hope to evolve their bloodlines and enhance their racial templates. Please select your evolution rewards and freely choose skills twice. Available skills: Blinding, Shadow Clone, Feigned Attack, Cross-Flying Leaf Slash. Blinding. You can expend a portion of your mana to inflict a blinding effect on the target, lasting for 5 seconds, during which the target's vision will be enveloped in darkness. Shadow Doppelganger. You can expend a portion of your mana to perform rapid movements, creating a phantom of yourself. This skill significantly enhances your evasion ability, with the degree of enhancement varying according to the amount of mana consumed. Feigned Attack. You may use a portion of your mana to create a feigned attack on a target, which can shatter the target's defensive stance, adding true damage effects to your next strike. If the target is in a defensive state, this feigned attack will grant your subsequent attack an armor-piercing effect. Note that this feigned attack will be ineffective if the target is neither in a defensive posture nor a defensive state. Cross-leaf slash. By expending a portion of your mana, you unleash a massive cross-leaf slash imbued with attribute attack effects. Upon hitting a target, this skill inflicts a poisoning effect. The descriptions of these 4 skills are quite straightforward, and their effects may seem modest at first glance. However, the talent points in Su-Han's possession can transform them dramatically. Which 2 should he choose? Cross-leaf slash and blinding. Su-Han did not hesitate for long. He decisively selected these 2 skills, as there was nothing particularly complicated to consider. Cross-leaf slash serves to compensate for his ranged attack capabilities, as well as his attribute-based attack methods. Previously, Su-Han had no means of attribute-related attacks, making this skill indispensable. The small sickle-launching skill within his scythe could hardly be deemed an effective ranged attack. It was merely a harassment skill. By selecting cross-leaf slash, he finally possessed a true ranged attack skill. The rationale behind choosing blinding was simple. The skill mimicry that Su-Han previously possessed had evolved into the divine skill deception after the enhancement of his talent points, although this granted him a life-saving skill in the early stages. He simultaneously lost the ability to conceal his presence as an assassin warrior. There is a saying among assassins, eliminating all witnesses makes for perfect stealth. However, Su-Han felt this was insufficient for an engaging gaming experience. Thus, possessing a skill akin to blinding, which aligns with the persona of an assassin, was quite necessary for Shadow Doppelganger. Its utility was minimal for Su-Han, whose agility had already surpassed 200, and the significance of feigned attack was also diminished at this moment. You have acquired the skill cross-leaf slash. You have acquired the skill blinding. Point 2 notification sounds chimed in succession as Su-Han completed his selections. Both of these newly acquired skills were merely basic skills, and Su-Han could enhance them with a single talent point. With several talent points still available, it was certainly feasible to elevate both skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Han accessed his attribute panel and allocated a talent point to each of these skills. Ding! Active skill cross-leaf slash has successfully advanced, acquiring the advanced skill Swift Leaf Blade. Swift Leaf Blade. You can expend a certain amount of mana to launch numerous leaves that slice through opponents, with the cutting attacks easily striking vital points to deal critical hits. Ding! Active skill blinding has successfully advanced, acquiring the advanced skill Nightfall. Nightfall. You can expend mana to transform the surrounding environment into a state of darkness. The area of terrain that can be altered increases with the amount of mana consumed. The descriptions of the advanced skills appear rather unremarkable, seemingly brief and lacking clarity in their effects. However, Su-Han was exceedingly delighted. Nightfall. This skill resembled Su-Hu's terrain-altering ability, a skill seemingly exclusive to those possessing the recognition of attributes among the beastly races. Moreover, the description of his skill did not possess the same level of detail as Su-Hu's. Swift Leaf Blade, in Su-Han's judgment, could unleash a barrage of high-damage attribute attacks against enemies, akin to firing a machine gun to suppress foes from a distance. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that skills enhanced by the system's talent points possessed various advantages and unique aspects. Presumably, these 2 skills were no different, and Su-Han resolved to test them in actual combat before evaluating their strengths and weaknesses. Roar. At the cave entrance, Su seemed to sense Su-Han's revitalization, letting out a low growl before darting into the cave to observe Su-Han intently. He could feel Su-Han's newfound strength and sense that his own talent as the King of Beasts seemed to hold little significance. If Su-Han were to learn of Su-Hu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. It is needless to say that as the system-bound master of Su-Hu, the latter's talent skills could hardly affect him. Moreover, having personally vanquished the chameleon poison dragon, Su-Han had gained the recognition of nature through slaying a natural enemy. Thus, the talent skills imposed by nature bore little impact or restriction on Su-Han. Su-Han felt that now, with Su-Hu by his side, he could likely attempt to take down a first-tier beast with ease, let alone capture the forthcoming lightning bear. Gently petting Su-Hu, Su-Han signaled him to follow as he exited the cave. This time, The objective was clear, to head straight for the lightning bear, an ordinary creature that had yet to reach the beast tier. Su-Han believed that Su-Hu's involvement would suffice. However, since the system required him to personally capture it, he would oblige. The lightning bear typically dwelled in a cave nestled between the Greenwood Forest and Greenwood Mountain. This location served as the only passage from the Greenwood Forest to Greenwood Mountain. Any creature wishing to ascend the mountain peacefully must pass through the entrance of the lightning bear's cave. Thus, the lightning bear functioned as the guardian of Greenwood Mountain. The lightning bear had appeared long before Su-Hu. Even Su-Hu was unaware when the bear had claimed that cave as its domain. Acting as the guardian of Greenwood Mountain, the entrance to this Greenwood Mountain had enjoyed several centuries of tranquility, but today it was destined to be disrupted by Su-Han, with Su-Hu by his side. He stood before the cave. The entrance was not particularly large, yet it was ample enough to accommodate several entries and exits for Su-Han. Gazing into the dark and profound cave, Su-Han pondered how to lure the lightning bear out. Though Su-Han had a deep green complexion, he did not possess strong night vision capabilities, and he was uncertain of the lightning bear's night vision prowess. If the opponent held a geographical advantage, the battle could become quite troublesome. Seemingly sensing Su-Han's concerns, Su-Hu rubbed his small head against Su-Han's foot, as if to convey that he had a solution. Let Su-Hu give it a try. Since he was destined to help defend the Greenwood Forest, it was essential for him to handle certain matters independently. Su-Han suddenly felt like an overprotective parent nurturing a child. Despite the fact that from a survival perspective, Su-Hu was certainly old enough to be his grandfather. However, the adorably cute appearance of Su-Hu made it impossible for anyone to associate him with the term old. Su-Hu hopped up to the entrance of the lightning bear's cave. Twisting his body as if to warm up, Su-Han stood back, intrigued, awaiting Su-Hu's performance, speculating whether Su-Hu would launch a roar to drive the lightning bear out for a duel. Yet he did not expect that his first subordinate would share his penchant for mischief. Ha! With a low growl, Su-Hu boldly activated his skill Flame Breath. With Su-Han by his side, he felt unrestrained, recklessly expending his mana as though intending to transform the entire cave into a fiery landscape, roasting the bear meat within. Ha! With another low growl, Su-Hu resolutely unleashed his skill Flame Breath once more. With Su-Han beside him, he was utterly unrestrained, lavishly depleting his mana, clearly aiming to turn the entire cave into a fiery terrain, preparing to roast the bear meat within. Roar! As the blazing breath of Su-Hu completely enveloped the cave entrance. A pained roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, a sound laden with torment that even Su-Han could perceive. The anguish cry was unmistakably painful. Observing Su-Hu, who was still wagging his tail with a smug expression, Su-Han felt a tremor in his heart. This creature was truly ruthless, roasting a live bear just like that. Nevertheless, he found himself rather fond of such audacity. Suddenly, Su-Han sensed the ground tremble beneath him, small stones and sand shifting slightly, a clear indication of the formidable power possessed by the creature trampling the earth. That it was evident that, provoked by Su-Hu, the Thunder Bear would not remain dormant for long before charging out of its lair to confront Su-Hu in combat. As predicted before long, an enormous figure squeezed through the not-so-wide cave entrance. Even though Su-Han had grown to a considerable height, he appeared as a mere child before this colossal form, which resembled a small mountain. However, this mighty figure now seemed somewhat disheveled, its fur singed and exuding the scent of charred flesh. While it had not been roasted alive, patches of its skin, where fur was sparse, had indeed been scorched. The Thunder Bear, who had been napping, had never anticipated an ambush, especially one so vile as setting fire to its cave. In its current state of furious indignation, it was determined to exact vengeance on the creature that had so rudely interrupted its slumber and left it in such a disarray. With a swipe of its massive paw, it glanced at the two creatures outside its cave, a small tiger, roughly the size of its own paw, and a tiny mantis that barely reached its chest. Among the more formidable beings of the Qingshan forest, it was only familiar with the mountain-guarding tiger, with which it had exchanged blows in the past, the so-called ruler of the Qingshan forest. The mountain-guarding tiger had not fared well against it, barely lasting a few rounds. Had it not been for the old bear's disinterest in trivial disputes, preferring to enjoy a peaceful retirement, the mountain guarding tiger would have been no match. Thus, the Thunder Bear was quite taken aback by the presence of these two newcomers. Meanwhile, Su-Han had also managed to probe into the Thunder Bear's attribute panel. Race, Thunder Bear template, Beast template rank, First Order Savage, Beast level, 11 status, Health 3200, Mana 100 attributes, Strength 180, Agility 40, Constitution 320, Spirit 10 talent, Shield Mountain, Exclusive talent, Skills, Absorb, Fortify, Mountain Splitting Palm, Thunder Roar. First Order Savage Beasts could no longer have their detailed talents and skills directly observed. Only their names were available. Su-Han was astonished that what had been a mere thought had materialized. The Thunder Bear was indeed a genuine First Order Savage Beast, a true blood cow, rendering the previous mountain guarding tiger insignificant by comparison. Moreover, judging solely by its skills and remarkable exclusive talent, the Thunder Bear was unmistakably designed to function as a tank. While Su-Han was still analyzing the Thunder Bear's tanking advantages and disadvantages, the Thunder Bear had already resolved to eliminate the two pesky creatures before returning to its nap, although it was perplexed as to why its cave had transformed into a fiery landscape. It understood that dispatching these two nuisances would restore peace. Roar. Sparks crackled around the Thunder Bear, adding an air of grandeur to its majestic form. Visually, the sight of this colossal bear, emanating arcs of electricity, was profoundly awe-inspiring. Bang! The Thunder Bear's massive paw came crashing down towards Su-Han's position. It didn't even need to move its body. A mere swing of its arm sufficed. Its sheer size rendered it slow, and Su-Han's agility was 5 times that of the bear's, thus he easily evaded the attack, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Having missed its target, the Thunder Bear, already irritable, became even more enraged. It seemed that the electricity surrounding it was a manifestation of its fury. The angrier it became, the more electricity crackled around it. This electrical energy appeared not to stem from within its body, but rather from the friction of its fur, driven by its rage. However, Su-Han was unconcerned with the nature of the Thunder Bear's electricity, as it was merely a distraction. Having just acquired 2 advanced skills, he recognized the perfect opportunity for combat. With a powerful leap, Su-Han soared into the air, leaving Su-Hu on the ground, not to flee but to unleash his new skill upon the Thunder Bear. Flying Leaf Blade. This skill, which Su-Han had observed in an anime during his previous life, was not particularly formidable, but rather versatile and practical. Its recognition as an advanced skill indicated its unique qualities. From the Thunder Bear's perspective, Su-Han's hands transformed into countless green leaves that surged towards it. Initially, the bear presumed these delicate leaves posed little threat and made no attempt to defend itself, simply raising its arm to swat them away. However, upon contact, it quickly realized the folly of its assumption. Each leaf carried a special attribute energy capable of penetrating its fur and striking at its innards, inflicting damage. Caught off guard, crimson blood seeped from the Thunder Bear's arms. The sharp sting of injury was a painful reminder for the bear, which had long been unscathed. Like the mountain guarding tiger, the Thunder Bear had grown complacent, unlike Su-Han, who had been hunting since birth, despite the wealth of combat experience etched into their very beings. A long absence from battle had dulled their instincts. Had Su-Han not appeared, the Thunder Bear could have continued to live a tranquil life. Yet, fate had decreed that the Qingshan forest would be disrupted by this interloper. Suddenly, the electricity coursing through the Thunder Bear shifted in hue, an unusual energy awakening within it, noticeably enhancing its defenses. This was likely the augmentation granted by its talent, Shield Mountain, reflecting on the bear's skills. Su-Han deduced that the earlier ones were likely aimed at bolstering its defense, with the first skill, Absorb, probably enabling it to reclaim energy from incoming attacks for self-dash recovery. As Su-Han contemplated the Thunder Bear's abilities, the bear roared and charged forward, its body crackling with electricity, its eyes glowing blue. Su-Han was taken aback and quickly sidestepped. Regardless of how the Thunder Bear enhanced its strength, its agility could never surpass Su-Han's. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the Thunder Bear, sending birds and beasts fleeing in panic, stirring up a cloud of dust. Indeed, its size was terrifying. Su-Han shivered, not from fear of the Thunder Bear, but from a sheer spectacle of the scene. He still retained some habits from his previous life, and the sight of such a colossal beast in a frenzy was instinctively unsettling. However, thanks to the chaos, the swirling dust provided Su-Han with the perfect cover. After evading the Thunderbear's charge, he flapped his wings and swiftly repositioned himself to a safe distance that he refrained from sending Su-Hu to confront the Thunderbear. For their mission was to subdue, not to kill. Should he allow his subordinate to engage, even if it severely wounded the Thunderbear, it would hinder their chances of capturing it later. Moreover, Su-Han would merely appear as a subordinate relying on Su-Hu's strength to seize an easy victory. One could only imagine whether the long-reigning Thunderbear of the Qingshan Forest would yield to such an opponent. Undoubtedly, it would not. Bound to the system, Su-Hu and Su-Han shared a mental connection. And at that moment, Su-Hu was merrily bouncing away to a distance, tilting its head in curiosity. The Thunderbear, ablaze with rage, viewed the swiftly darting Su-Han as nothing more than an annoying fly. Yet, despite its long absence from combat, its wealth of battle experience alerted it to the imminent danger behind. Without hesitation, the Thunderbear spun around, its massive paw slamming down with tremendous force, the sheer momentum of its rotation creating a ferocious strike that seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. More terrifyingly, the air was imbued with a faint, crackling current. I could see this moment. The dust had not yet settled, and upon witnessing such a ferocious strike, Su-Han dared not confront it head-on. He surmised that this skill was none other than the mountain-splitting palm of the Thunderbear. Just as he intended to evade temporarily, the Thunderbear's pupils constricted, and without any forewarning, it opened its mouth, a deafening roar erupted, creating visible sound waves that reverberated through the forest. Thunderous roar. The suddenness of this bellow left Su-Han no time to dodge. He never anticipated that this Thunderbear would engage in tactical maneuvers against him. The initial use of the mountain-splitting palm, followed by the thunderous roar, complemented each other perfectly, effectively restraining Su-Han. At that moment, it felt as though his very organs were being shattered. While he possessed immunity, the resonance still rendered him sluggish for several seconds. However, due to the obscured visibility from the dust, the Thunderbear's strike was essentially blind, lacking precision. Although Su-Han was indeed sluggish, he managed to move, bolstered by his inherent agility. Thus, he exerted all his strength to lower his body a few meters. The terrifying mountain-splitting palm howled past overhead. If you cannot kill me, then await your demise. Time was of the essence. Having executed this strike, the Thunderbear needed to stabilize its stance before accumulating power for its next move. This was the natural order, a physical law that all things must abide by. Flash of lightning. After a brief moment of respite, the effects of the resonance-induced sluggishness dissipated. Without hesitation, Su-Han surged forth. Once the Thunderbear regained its footing, it suddenly perceived a dazzling array of electric flashes before it, transforming the surroundings into a blinding expanse of white. IT was all too familiar with electricity. Yet this particular current sent a shiver down its spine. Flash of lightning. Active skill consumes a small amount of stamina and mana to dash towards the opponent with lightning speed, ensuring a preemptive attack. If you target an opponent with lower agility than yours, upon using Flash of Lightning, you will gain 2 opportunities to strike. Note that this attack guarantees a 100 hit rate, but the stamina and mana consumed will be doubled. The Thunderbear's agility was a mere 40, meaning that Su-Han, with an impressive 208 points in agility, could strike the opponent twice consecutively. Once in close proximity, Su-Han raised his sharp-foot scythe and plunged it into the Thunderbear's body. As the brilliance faded and visibility returned to normal, the Thunderbear felt a piercing pain in its arm, and crimson blood gushed forth instantly. Enraged, the creature's fur began to crackle with released electricity. The Thunderbear's spirit was on the brink of collapse. It had intended to enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap in its den, only to find these 2 uninvited nuisances igniting a fire in its abode, proving to be quite troublesome. Gritting its teeth against the pain in its arm, the Thunderbear twisted its body, preparing to counterattack, but at that moment, Su-Han's second strike arrived. He swiftly maneuvered to the Thunderbear's other arm, unleashing his sharp-foot scythe once more, staining the ground with blood in an instant. Having injured both of the Thunderbear's arms, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly become significantly easier. After executing this flurry of strikes, Su-Han immediately withdrew, causing the Thunderbear's attack to miss once again. To conquer a formidable foe, one must exploit their own advantages to gain the upper hand. The Suhan's advantage lay in his agility. Thus, harassment attacks became his primary tactic. Furthermore, he possessed another advantage: ranged attacks. At least for now, the Thunder Bear was a veritable tank, and among its skills, it was evident that it lacked any means of ranged assault. Suhan casually checked the Thunder Bear's status, noting that its health, originally at 3,200, had diminished to 2,000. This revelation bolstered Suhan's confidence, and he took to the skies, flying Leaf Blade. The sluggish Thunder Bear was still searching for Suhan when it suddenly felt a tingling sensation on its scalp. Looking up, it saw Suhan's foot scythe transform into a flurry of green leaves hurtling toward it. Having learned from its previous encounter, the Thunder Bear was no longer easily deceived. Those seemingly harmless little green leaves were, in fact, exceedingly sharp. In the span of just 2 breaths, a multitude of green leaves had converged from every direction. Given the Thunder Bear's already low agility, combined with its massive size, evading the flying Leaf Blade was nothing short of fantasy. A series of cutting sounds echoed as varying size gashes appeared across its body, blood seeping forth. Flying Leaf Blade. Seeing his attack succeed, Suhan was elated. The Thunder Bear's movements were now severely restricted. All that remained was to continue wearing it down from the air to secure victory. However, plans often falter amidst changing circumstances. As the Thunder Bear's health continued to plummet, a sudden tempest of electric currents erupted from its body. Strangely, these currents swirled around the Thunder Bear, enveloping it entirely. The once assaulting flying leaf blades disintegrated upon contact with the electricity. Reluctantly, Suhan halted his assault, although he could not see the specific skill descriptions of the Thunder Bear. Such a fearsome defensive ability undoubtedly required mana consumption. The currents in the air intensified, and a fierce wind howled. The Thunder Bear lay prostrate on the ground, wrapped in the currents, resembling a sphere of lightning. Truly, it was a creature that had dominated the Qingmu forest for many years. Suhan marveled silently, checking the Thunder Bear's current status. Species: Thunder Bear. Status: Health 2300, Mana 52. Indeed, Suhan's suspicions were confirmed. The previous thunderous roar and mountain-splitting palm had drained the Thunder Bear's mana, and this defense was no exception. Under normal circumstances, the thunderous roar and mountain-splitting palm would not consume much mana. Yet the Thunder Bear's mana had dwindled to a mere 52, clearly indicating that this formidable defensive skill demanded a substantial mana expenditure to maintain. However, when Suhan beheld the creature's health, he was taken aback. If memory served, this wretched bear's health had already been reduced to 2,000, yet now it had inexplicably recovered 300. Even the healing abilities of the mountain-settling tiger were not this outrageous. Defense combined with absorption experienced triumphs over youth. At this point, Suhan completely abandoned any thoughts of offense, flapping his wings to increase the distance between himself and the Thunder Bear. To attack now would only serve to replenish the Thunder Bear's energy. Only a fool would do such a thing. Suhan formulated a strategy in his mind. Since the Thunder Bear's defense required mana, and absorption relied on external attacks, the best course of action was to hold his ground. Observing the fierce currents nearby, Suhan once again checked the Thunder Bear's status. Species: Thunder Bear. Status: Health 2300, Mana 45. He noticed that as the defensive state persisted, its mana was visibly dwindling. This discovery filled Suhan with immense joy. It appeared that even if he stood still, victory was within reach. Once the mana was entirely depleted, no matter how resilient the Thunder Bear was, it would simply be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet at that moment, the current surrounding the Thunder Bear suddenly intensified, and curiously, purple electric orbs began to materialize from thin AI. Suhan was taken aback. However, judging by the situation, it seemed they were not meant for offense. Just as he pondered this, the myriad electric orbs instantaneously transformed into bolts of lightning, striking the Thunder Bear's body. Suhan was left bewildered. What was this? Am I attacking myself? Meanwhile, the Thunder Bear's attributes on the panel were updated once more. Species: Thunder Bear. Status: Health 3000, Mana 40. Goodness. Suhan finally understood, activating the defensive skill and then using electrical attacks to leverage absorption for health recovery. This maneuver was rather audacious, wasn't it? Healing oneself while dealing damage to oneself. Once the health bar restored to 3,000, the Thunder Bear deactivated its steadfast and absorption skills, ceasing the consumption of mana. The current surrounding it gradually dissipated as the previous bolts of lightning had bestowed upon it a substantial surge of energy, leading to a significant healing of its injuries. As long as its health remained intact, the Thunder Bear had no reason to fear being vanquished, although activating Steadfast would result in continuous mana drain. For it, the purpose of Steadfast was not to defend against enemy assaults, but rather to self-dash heal, as Su-Han naturally recognized this, indicating that the Thunder Bear would refrain from activating the Steadfast skill during subsequent attacks, instead relying solely on its health to endure. Should its health diminish to a critical point, the Thunder Bear would undoubtedly reactivate Steadfast to restore itself, despite the persistent mana consumption associated with Steadfast. The Thunder Bear's method of utilization perfectly counterbalanced this drawback. According to Su-Han's experiences in past games, such skills typically did not require a specified amount of mana upon activation, only consuming mana over time. When the Thunder Bear activated Steadfast to heal itself, it did not need to remain active for long, merely several dozen seconds. Yet it could provide several hundred, nearly 1,000, points of health. Realizing the intricacies of this creature, Su-Han increasingly felt that the Thunder Bear was far from ordinary. Shaking off its excess fat, the Thunder Bear let out a low growl and swiped a massive paw, sending a gust of wind that stirred up a cloud of dust. Flash of lightning, Su-Han chose not to dodge. Despite the potential for mana depletion, he aimed for a swift resolution. The dazzling radiance flickered and vanished, propelling Su-Han directly toward the Thunder Bear's abdomen. Its immense size loomed like a small mountain, allowing Su-Han to target numerous concealed areas. With razor-sharp claws, he struck, the mechanism ensuring a 100 hit rate left the Thunder Bear with no avenue for escape. After 2 successive rends, a gaping wound was torn into its abdomen, blood staining its fur a deep crimson. Regardless of its formidable defenses, no creature is devoid of vulnerabilities. For most mammals, the abdomen is invariably the weakest point. As the brilliance faded, Su-Han had already distanced himself, and by the time the Thunder Bear registered the pain, it was forced to abandon its pursuit. Within the verdant woods, it had been countless years since the Thunder Bear had encountered an adversary capable of inflicting such significant damage. To the Thunder Bear, Su-Han and Su-Hu appeared to be far from powerful beings, so why were they proving to be such a nuisance? Frustration and indignation welled up within it, as it gazed upon the ground, roaring in agony. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Han charged forward once more. Initially, he had intended to employ the flying leaf blade, but that skill was merely a ranged attack. To inflict substantial damage, the flash of lightning was more fitting as the Thunder Bear loomed before him. Su-Han's resolve ignited, his strength surging forth. Thunderbolt! Yet before he could unleash his attack, a thunderous roar reverberated, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. Wrath of thunder. In that instant, the resonance within him decelerated his speed by a staggering 80%. This realization struck Su-Han with dread, having witnessed the Thunder Bear's self-healing prowess through Steadfast. He had nearly forgotten its other abilities, or rather, they had lost their significance to in the next heartbeat. A paw, colossal enough to overshadow the sky, descended upon him. Diamond Body. This was the only recourse available to Su-Han. The debilitating effects rendered evasion impossible. Boom! A resounding thud echoed through the forest as Su-Han was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a nearby tree trunk. His frame, already diminutive in comparison to the Thunder Bear, made the scene resemble a bear swatting away a pebble. This marked the first occasion since the battle commenced that the Thunder Bear had struck Su-Han head-on, finally releasing some pent-up frustration. Its mood brightened considerably, delight evident upon its visage, a countenance that seemed to invite further confrontation. Though nearly incapacitated, Su-Han managed to rise, his limbs throbbing with pain. Upon inspecting his status, he discovered his health had plummeted to 560, a merciless blow indeed. At this moment, Su-Han comprehended the vast disparity in attack and defense between himself and the Thunder Bear. He assessed the Thunder Bear's condition, after sustaining 2 strikes from the flash of lightning. Its health had diminished to 2,000. This indicated that a single devastating strike from the Thunder Bear could reduce Su-Han's health by 1,000 points, and this was while employing the Diamond Body. Conversely, it took Su-Han 2 successful strikes to diminish the Thunder Bear's health by the same amount. Had he not utilized the Diamond Body, that single blow would likely have spelled his end. After successfully landing a hit on Su-Han, the Thunder Bear refrained from pursuing further. It recognized Su-Han's agility. Even in a grievously wounded state, pursuit would be futile. That unexpected attack could only succeed once. Su-Han hastily flapped his wings, ascending into the air as his formidable self-healing abilities began to restore his health. The Thunder Bear's previous strike had startled Su-Hu, who had been observing from a distance. However, Su-Han did not command him to approach, leaving Su-Hu with no choice but to remain stationary. As Su-Han hovered in the air, the Thunder Bear could only roar in frustration from the ground, lacking any means of ranged attack. Even the previous lightning strikes it used for self-recovery were merely a result of special techniques that directed the surrounding currents downward. The range was limited, and the wind-up was excessively lengthy. Given Su-Han's agility, this maneuver was entirely counterproductive. Meanwhile, Su-Han, silently recuperating in the air, found himself at a loss, though he would not fall victim to that ambush again. He pondered what other tactics this seasoned Thunder Bear might employ against him. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a tender cry echoed from afar. Su-Hu's voice. The sound was irresistibly adorable, reminiscent of a still nursing cub attempting to assert itself against an adversary, exuding both cuteness and a hint of fierceness. Particularly with Su-Hu's small stature, anyone would be inclined to reach out and pet him. Su-Han understood Su-Hu's intent. He was clearly reminding Su-Han that he was still present. Initially, Su-Han had intended to subdue the Thunder Bear through his own prowess, but the creature's strength was vastly superior, far exceeding that of the once mighty mountain tiger. Was this the stark contrast between a Tier 1 savage beast and an unranked wild beast? It seemed his initial aspirations had been dashed as Su-Han gestured to Su-Hu through the system to provide support. Upon receiving the signal, Su-Hu bounded eagerly toward the battlefield. In that moment, he resembled a carefree child frolicking in a field of mushrooms rather than a combatant. Su-Han felt a wave of exasperation. Though he recognized Su-Hu's capabilities, the Thunder Bear was no trivial foe. Was it truly wise to underestimate their opponent? Soon, Su-Hu arrived before him, tilting his head and blinking expectantly, seemingly awaiting instructions. The Thunder Bear, too, was taken aback. Although these two small creatures appeared far from formidable, Su-Han's demeanor still exuded a semblance of intimidation. And where had Su-Hu come from, anyway? Thus, even with Su-Hu's arrival, the Lightning Bear regarded him with disdain, lacking any inclination to attack, while keeping its focus firmly on Su-Han. Observing Su-Hu before him, Su-Han opened the attributes panel. Detailed analysis of subordinate name. Su-Hu race. Flame Tiger template. Savage Beast template rank. Unranked Beast level. 8 status. Health 2000. Mana 500 attributes. Strength 120. Agility 80. Constitution 200. Spirit 50 talents. King of Beasts, racial talent. Flame Beast physique, racial talent. Skills. Flame Impact, Flame Breath. Invincible Meow Fist. Beast Blood Boiling. Flame Roar. Although Su-Hu was formidable, his agility paled in comparison to Su-Han's. Su-Han's objective was to conquer the Lightning Bear through his own strength, and he had no intention of allowing Su-Hu to take the risk of close combat, especially since Su-Hu lacked any life-saving skills. However, the question remained, which skill could effectively assist him in his assault? Ascending once more into the air, Su-Han meticulously examined Su-Hu's skills until his gaze settled upon Flame Roar. Excellent! Su-Han's expression lit up with excitement. Flame Roar. Active skill that allows you to emit a deathly roar, consuming a portion of mana to generate a sound wave imbued with flames. This sound wave can inflict both a stunning effect and a burning effect on the target. It was not only a ranged attack, eliminating the risk of being struck by the Lightning Bear, but it also provided excellent control and burning damage to the opponent. This was truly the most advantageous skill available at the moment. Su-Han conveyed his thoughts to Su-Hu, indicating that he should utilize Flame Roar to support him, and then began to gather strength, preparing for the next offensive. After a brief recovery, Su-Han's health had reached 1256 points. During this time, the lightning bear did not initiate any attacks, as even a slight recovery was better than none. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that Su-Han's recuperative abilities far surpassed its own. The lightning bear's current health was merely 2,250 points. That it was time. Flame roar, Suhu bellowed, and a terrifying wave of sound rippled outward, enveloping the lightning bear. Upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle fire elements within this sound wave, tinting its color to a vibrant orange. The lightning bear, which had been fixated on Su-Han, was unable to react in such a brief span. Its mind was in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the terrifying roar emitted by such a diminutive creature. The sound wave crashed into its brain like a hammer weighing dozens of tons, inducing dizziness and burning sensations simultaneously, causing its vision to blur. Seeing this unfolding scene, Su-Han flapped his wings and instantly reached the lightning bear's abdomen. To deliver a significant blow. Targeting its weak points was essential. Although Su-Han could view Suhu's skills, he was uncertain of the exact duration of his stunning effect. Thus he resolved to attack with all his might. Lightning flash, Su-Han vanished from his position, transforming into a streak of white light that collided with the lightning bear's abdomen. Despite having nearly healed from his prior injuries, faint scars were still visible. Su-Han showed no mercy, delivering 2 swift cuts with his sharp talons, targeting the previously wounded area. The lightning bear's defenses were exceedingly robust, making it challenging to breach even its abdomen. Therefore, attacking the wound was the most effective strategy, with a flurry of slashes and burning damage. The lightning bear's health plummeted rapidly, dwindling to 540 points in an instant. Just then, the stunning effect wore off. The very moment of recovery, Su-Han soared into the sky. Although the lightning bear was gravely injured, no one knew what life-saving skills it might still possess. The instant it regained consciousness, the lightning bear's formidable body, akin to a small mountain, collapsed with a resounding thud, shaking the ground beneath. It lacked the strength to rise again, and the ghastly wound on its abdomen gushed forth a torrent of blood, staining the surrounding grass a deep crimson. Having dominated the greenwood forest for countless years, the lightning bear could scarcely fathom its demise at the hands of these 2 seemingly innocuous creatures, particularly the one that appeared harmless. Well, I suppose I've lived long enough. The lightning bear sighed heavily, the pain coursing through its body, rendering its eyes too heavy to open. It awaited its fate in quiet resignation. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated blade did not sever its life, igniting a flicker of curiosity within it to open its eyes. Before it stood Su-Han, crouched, gently reaching out to stroke the lightning bear's fur. A creature of dominance is not devoid of intelligence. It quickly grasped Su-Han's intentions. Hope ignited in its eyes. After all, if there was a chance to live, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. Who would truly disdain a prolonged life? Having ruled the greenwood forest for long enough, the lightning bear would not feel regret in relinquishing its position. Hence, it valiantly suppressed the pain, extending its neck to allow the touch, signaling its willingness to follow Su-Han. Ding! The lightning bear has submitted to you, hoping to pledge loyalty to you wish to recruit the lightning bear as a subordinate. Yes, Su-Han did not hesitate in the slightest. Ding! You have recruited your second subordinate. Reward: 1 instance of racial enhancement for your subordinate. Ding! You have completed the greenwood forest dominance quest. Reward: 1 instance of skill evolution, which may be scheduled at your discretion. Gazing at the still prone lightning bear, Su-Han did not rush to have it evolve immediately. Such matters could wait. However, the task rewards made his eyes gleam with excitement. After all, a reward of skill evolution was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, the timing of the evolution was entirely at his discretion, allowing him to save it for when he had evolved several skills. How exhilarating! Suhu, in sync with Su-Han's joy, began to frolic around excitedly. Once his emotions settled, Su-Han glanced at the fallen lightning bear, casually inspecting its status. Race: lightning bear status. Health 600, mana 40. Su-Han nodded in satisfaction. The lightning bear's self-healing capabilities were quite commendable, significantly faster than the initial recovery rate of the mountain tiger. However, what truly occupied Su-Han's thoughts was the task system. After completing the Greenwood Forest Dominance quest, the system fell silent, leaving him uncertain of when the next task would manifest. Having tasted the sweetness of task rewards, Su-Han found himself increasingly enamored with the system. Now, the crown of dominance over the Greenwood Forest rested upon his head. Nevertheless, it was evident that there was nothing within the Greenwood Forest that could obstruct Su-Han any longer. Prior to challenging these two rulers, he had nearly exterminated all the creatures in this area. Now, his sights were set on the creatures dwelling upon the mountainside. Any one of them could obliterate the existence within the Greenwood Forest. Sooner or later, he would reign supreme over the entire Greenwood Mountain, not merely this forest. After resting for 20 minutes, the lightning bear was able to stand once more. Although blood still adorned its abdomen, the wound had largely healed. Due to its immense size, locating a suitable place for the lightning bear's clan enhancement proved to be quite a challenge. Therefore, its original dwelling, the Bear Cave, was the most optimal location. Once the lightning bear's recovery progressed sufficiently, Su-Han instructed it to return to the cave that I can grant your clan one enhancement. Would you like to accept it now? Su-Han, having undergone the process once before, was well acquainted with the procedure. The lightning bear nodded. Having dominated the Greenwood Forest for so long, its life and cognition had grown dull. Thus, it did not overthink Su-Han's words. Please name your subordinate. This step caused Su-Han some distress. His naming abilities were rather mediocre. After pondering for a moment, he decided upon the name Su Xiong. At least it was not difficult to pronounce. Do you wish to proceed with the racial enhancement for Su Xiong? The effects of this enhancement are unknown. Please use it cautiously. Enhance. Su Xiong began the enhancement process, automatically recovering its injuries. This enhancement process would last 30 minutes. Please ensure the surrounding environment is safe. Su-Han was slightly taken aback. When Su-Hu underwent enhancement, it had only taken 10 minutes to evolve into such formidable strength. To his astonishment, it would take a full 30 minutes, which filled him with anticipation. After surveying the surroundings, Su-Han instructed Su-Hu to diligently guard this place while he ventured out to hunt. Having acquired a subordinate, it was only natural to fully utilize, or rather, to judiciously employ him. Continuous evolution remained the paramount task at hand. Following the completion of his previous evolution, an additional 200 evolution points were required for the next. Not an insignificant sum, yet not overly burdensome either. Thus, while Su-Hu vigilantly watched over Su Xiong's evolution, Su-Han roamed the verdant woods in search of prey. The 30 minutes swiftly passed. Just as he swallowed a rabbit, Su-Han suddenly sensed a notable drop in temperature around him. It appeared that he had succeeded. Overjoyed, he unfurled his wings and soared back toward the cave. The current Bluewood Forest held little in terms of creatures left to hunt. After 30 minutes of foraging, his evolution points had only increased by a mere 20 during his flight. Su-Han accessed his attribute panel. Name: Su-Han. Species: Flying Mantis. Template: Monster Template. Rank: Unranked Beast Class. Status: Life 1660, Mana 1000. Attributes: Strength 138, Agility 208, Constitution 166, Spirit 100. Talents: Talent Allocation, Exclusive Talent. Devour Evolution, Exclusive Talent. Predator, Species Talent. Skills: Scythe Hand, Diamond Body, Deception, Flash of Lightning. Gene Branches: Rabbit Gene, 8 points. Chameleon Gene, 4 points. Weasel Gene, 8 points. Evolution points, 28 points. Skill Fragments: No usable skill fragments. Talent points, 1 point. Although this hunting expedition yielded no skill fragments, this was to be expected, as such items were exceedingly rare. Before long, Su-Han arrived at the cave, only to be taken aback. Before him lay a small bear with ice blue fur, its size barely reaching Su-Han's calf, plump and utterly adorable. Could this be the lightning bear? Su-Han could hardly believe his eyes. The transformation was even more pronounced than that of the mountain tiger. Curiosity compelled him to open its attribute panel. Name: Su Xiong. Species: Ice Bear. Template: Barbarian Beast Template. Rank: First rank Barbarian Beast. Level: 11. Status: Life 6000, Mana 1000. Attributes: Strength 600, Agility 150, Constitution 750, Spirit 100. Talents: Ice Constitution, Species Talent. Ice Shaper, Exclusive Talent. Skills: 3 feet of ice, space condensation, ice mountain, ice pillar, freezing. Upon witnessing these attributes that could easily overwhelm his own, Su-Han swallowed hard. This was absurdly powerful. With the exception of agility, each attribute was so superior that he could hardly fathom it. Ice constitution, species talent, marked him as an envoy of the ice element, allowing him to effortlessly manipulate ice elements and generate them by consuming his mana, that he was inherently immune to ice element attacks, and any bodily harm could be swiftly healed with the aid of ice elements. Ice Shaper, exclusive talent, enabled any attack to carry an ice-shaping factor, including those involving space. 3 feet of ice. Active skill allowed him to drastically lower the temperature of the surrounding space, with the coverage area and degree of cooling correlating to the mana expended. Enemies within the area would suffer a 20 reduction in both attack and defense. Space condensation, active skill, permitted him to thicken the surrounding space with ice, significantly hindering enemy speed, with a degree of thickening and coverage area linked to mana consumption, potentially reducing speed by up to 50. Ice Mountain, active skill, allowed him to envelop himself in a thick layer of ice, forming a fortress-like defense, though he could not move while using the skill. The thickness of the ice was proportional to the mana consumed. Ice Pillar, active skill, enabled him to instantly create ice pillars from the ground to impale foes, with the number and range of ice spikes dependent on mana expended. Freezing, active skill, allowed him to instantly freeze targets imbued with the ice-shaping factor, including space. However, freezing space required an additional 30 mana. Having absorbed all this, Su-Han was left utterly astounded, his mind swirling with awe. According to the skill descriptions, Su-Xiong was clearly on a path of control, and an absolute form of control at that. In this world, such mastery over control was likely unparalleled. Particularly, the combination of freezing and ice shaper meant that even if an enemy fled to the ends of the earth, as long as they bore the ice-shaping factor, they could be instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. 3 feet of ice diminished both attack and defense, while space condensation reduced speed by 50, both skills being area of effect abilities. Su-Han realized that if he were to engage Su-Xiong in battle, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of Mantis juice within 3 rounds. These two skills were practically his kryptonite. However, in a real confrontation, he was not so easily caught, astounded for a considerable time. Su-Han closed the attribute panel. In terms of strength, the true elder brother was undoubtedly Su-Xiong, who was blissfully slumbering at present, this soft and endearing creature. The playful sounds of Su who seemed to rouse Su-Xiong, who stretched and groggily climbed to his feet. Simultaneously, the temperature within the cave plummeted. Control your ice elements a bit better, will you? Su-Han shivered, fearing that Su-Xiong might inadvertently freeze this space solid. Yet he soon wore a smile of contentment. The evolution paths of these two little ones were indeed intriguing. Not only had their sizes shrunk, but their elemental affinities were also complementary, one embodying ice and the other fire. It was likely that Su-Hu's greater strength stemmed from his already being a barbarian beast class. Nevertheless, due to their hierarchical relationship, Su-Han was still able to view Su-Xiong's specific skill descriptions. With these two formidable allies by his side, Su-Han felt immensely confident in advancing toward Bluewood Mountain, albeit merely to hunt some of the weaker creatures residing there. As for the more powerful beings, they were not yet within their grasp. However, even the weaker creatures that managed to survive in Bluewood Mountain were formidable in their own right, standing on a completely different level compared to the fauna of the current Bluewood Forest. Thus, Su-Han, accompanied by Su-Hu and Su-Xiong, set forth toward Bluewood Mountain to commence their hunt. Though Bluewood Mountain was not particularly steep, it was expansive, with forests stretching upward. Su-Han forged ahead, while Su-Hu and Su-Xiong trailed closely behind. Since Su-Xiong had undergone his species evolution, the bond between these two little ones seemed to have improved significantly. Perhaps it was the inherent cuteness of both. Su-Han sighed, realizing that indeed those who are adorable tend to associate with others of the same allocate. As the altitude gradually increased, the number of oblivious creatures began to rise. However, with Su-Xiong around, they dared only to observe from a distance. Regardless, Su-Xiong's first-rank barbarian beast strength was not to be underestimated. As the trio frolicked forward, Suddenly, a vividly colored wolf emerged from the distance. Its fur bore a bizarre pattern, interweaving black and red, accented by dazzling gold. The three visually striking colors coalescing to create an aura that suggested it was not to be trifled with. Suhan furrowed his brow. This was a creature he had never encountered before, and the trio immediately halted in their tracks. Sensing the wolf's hostility, Su Hu and Su Xiong leaped and growled, resembling children whose candy had been snatched away in indignation. Nevertheless, Su Han remained cautious, opening his attribute panel to investigate further. Species: Black Gold Wolf. Template: Barbarian Beast Template. Rank: First rank Barbarian Beast. Level: 11. Status: Life 2900, Mana 300. Talents: Phantom, Exclusive Talent. Skills: Crimson Eye, Insight, Night Shadow, Void Slash. Given that the opponent was of Barbarian Beast rank, Su Han could no longer access detailed skill descriptions. However, the numbers alone were enough to startle him. Not because they were particularly high, but in comparison to Su Xiong, who was also a Barbarian Beast, they seemed somewhat lacking. Although he could not view the specific skill descriptions, the names of the skills clearly indicated that this creature was a rogue, and one fully committed to the path of assassination. Among all its skills, it was likely that only Void Slash was of an offensive nature. All other skills were employed to fortify oneself, ultimately culminating in a decisive victory through a lethal strike. A one-hit kill. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. Quite ruthless indeed. Suhan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet inwardly, he was reveling in joy. Such assassin-type beings would surely appear as nothing more than refused before Su Xiong, providing an opportune moment to test his grotesque skills. Without further ado, Su Han coordinated a strategy with the two little companions through the system. Although, from a skills perspective, they possessed an undeniable advantage. Su Han did not believe they could match the numbers of the Black Gold Wolf, despite the solitary wolf before them, who could ascertain whether others of its kind lurked in the shadows. Regardless of the type, wolves were inherently pack animals, and even those of the assassin variety were no exception. As the battle loomed, sensing the impending peril, the smaller creatures hastily fled, unwilling to become mere fodder. The Black Gold Wolf crouched low, poised for attack. Flame Roar. Su was the first to strike, unleashing a formidable crowd control skill. The orange sonic waves radiated outward, causing the nearby flora to wither under the influence of the fire elements embedded within. Concurrently, Su Han vanished from his original position. Having practiced their coordination in the previous encounter, he now moved with great familiarity in battle. However, the anticipated scene of the Black Gold Wolf being stunned never materialized. As the sonic waves crashed forth, its form dissipated like grains of sand scattered in the void. Night Shadow. Su Han was taken aback, abruptly halting his advance to keenly discern the changes in his surroundings. Based on his experiences from previous games, this skill allowed the wielder to conceal themselves within the fabric of space, ready to strike from the void at any moment. Thus, running about recklessly would be the most unwise course of action. Yet what astonished Su Han the most was the Black Gold Wolf's ability to evade Su Hu's area control skill through this technique. It seemed as though it had genuinely entered the spatial realm, and he eagerly anticipated the potential acquisition of skill fragments related to it. Just then, a sinister wind surged from behind, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, sending shivers down his spine. Here it comes. Su Han spread his wings and swiftly distanced himself. Indeed, a crimson blade of light flickered in the void. In a split second, he caught a glimpse of its visage, a shadowy figure with a wolf's head, its eyes glowing crimson. After the light blade's attack was evaded, the space began to warp and conceal itself once more. Truly a path of an assassin. Su Han exhaled deeply. That strike was likely a combination of Night Shadow and Crimson Eye. The latter must have been akin to a frenzy. However, what perplexed him was the inexplicable dizziness that rendered his limbs weak upon locking eyes with the Black Gold Wolf. He meticulously recalled the opponent's skills. Both Crimson Eye and Night Shadow had been utilized, while Subtlety bore little resemblance to stealth skills, and Void Slash was even less likely. Therefore, it could only be concluded that the dizziness was a result of the Black Gold Wolf's spectral influence, presumably diminishing the accuracy of enemies who met its gaze. For a creature of the assassin archetype, This skill was indeed formidable. Despite the black gold wolf being a challenging foe, Su-Han could not suppress a disdainful smile. 3 feet of cold ice, spatial congeal, Su-Xiong roared, unleashing 2 immensely powerful area control spells in quick succession. In an instant, the temperature within an 800-meter radius plummeted, transforming the environment into a frigid winter. Even the weaker plants became ice sculptures, shattering in the cold wind. Su-Han shivered. Although these skills posed no threat to him, he could not escape the chilling effects. This 800-meter domain had become Su-Xiong's absolute territory, a realm of unyielding frost. Upon closer inspection, one could see delicate strands of ice flowing through the void, as if the air had transformed into an ocean, with the ice strands resembling multicolored fish. Simultaneously, Su-Hu ignited with blazing flames, his 4 legs bending slightly. Under the illumination of the fire, what was once an adorable creature morphed into a terrifying hellhound. Flame Impact, an active skill that allows you to expend a portion of your mana and health to transform into a blazing fireball, swiftly attacking the enemy and inflicting burn and stun effects. The damage from this searing fireball is calculated based on your expended mana and health. The 3 prepare to strike, acutely sensing the shifts in the atmosphere. After 3 minutes of low temperature and the air's viscosity, the space twisted abruptly 150 meters to the side, revealing the black gold wolf's form, flickering in and out of view. Finally, it emerged as Su-Han's pupils narrowed, and he dashed forward. The ever-prepared Su-Hu followed closely behind, the 2 darting through the forest like phantoms, due to the influence of their speed and Su-Xiong's skills acting on the space. Although the black gold wolf was swift, its form flickering in the void, it could no longer fully conceal itself. The 2 flanked it, swiftly arriving at the black gold wolf's side. Lightning flash, Su-Han shouted, transforming into a dazzling light that collided with the black gold wolf. Simultaneously, Su-Hu surged forth, enveloped in searing heat. Instantly regaining the upper hand, a soft slicing sound echoed as Su-Han's attack reached its target first, sending the black gold wolf, previously hidden in the void, crashing against a tree trunk. As the black gold wolf fell, Su-Hu's flame impact struck moments later. A brilliant fireball collided with the creature's body, incinerating the surrounding vegetation in an explosion of power akin to a small meteor. This skill truly appeared fearsome. Su-Han swallowed hard, maintaining his offensive stance. After several breaths, the swirling dust finally settled. Yet the black gold wolf that had once lain on the ground was nowhere to be found. Su-Han's heart sank, and he immediately contacted Su-Hu through the system. Flame Roar. In the next instant, a terrifying sonic wave erupted once more, even causing the viscous domain created by Su-Xiong to tremble. Amidst the chaos, Su-Han glimpsed a dark figure flickering in the void, reacting to the flame roar. After several more swift movements, it crashed back to the ground. Indeed, area attacks proved superior. Su-Han felt a mix of envy and admiration, recognizing that his own offensive methods had grown somewhat monotonous. If the black gold wolf had completely vanished into the void, Flame Roar would have been ineffective. However, under Su-Xiong's domain, its skills were thoroughly countered. At long last, the black gold wolf collapsed, motionless, seeing their opponent finally cease to struggle. Su-Xiong and Su-Hu joyfully bounded towards the fallen creature's corpse. Su-Han smiled. After every battle, they always seemed more elated than he. Yet for reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Soon, the 2 little companions reached the corpse. Just then, the space began to distort suddenly, and the body on the ground disintegrated into dust, a vivid crimson blade manifesting from thin air, even more formidable than before. Su-Han was taken aback, and without hesitation, he activated Lightning Flash. The razor-sharp blade stirred up a cloud of dust, narrowly grazing over Su-Xiong's head. This sudden turn of events startled the 2 little companions. But fortunately, the black gold wolf's attack missed. In the next moment, Su-Han's lightning flash struck the creature's body. The already weakened black gold wolf had nowhere to evade. Su-Han's sharp talon sliced through its abdomen, blood and entrails erupting forth. Phew! Was this the 6th sense of humanity from his past life? Su-Han felt immensely relieved. Had it not been for that foreboding feeling, he would have likely shared the same fate as his 2 companions. At the same time, This strike underscored the importance of defensive capabilities. When he had used lightning flash against the electric bear, it had merely left a cut in stark contrast. The black gold wolf now lay open. Its innards spilled. Given the black gold wolf's prowess, it should not have been so easily bested. Those who survived in Qingshan possessed genuine abilities. Alas, it had encountered the exceedingly potent crowd control of Su Xiong. Gazing at the bloody carcass, Su Han hesitated not a moment longer, slicing off several pieces of meat to consume. Currently eating gained growth value 8.8. Currently eating gained growth value 9.2. Ding. You have slain and consumed the black gold wolf. Gaining 1 point of black gold wolf gene. Ding. You have slain and consumed the black gold wolf, acquiring 18 evolution points. Ding. You have slain and consumed the black gold wolf, obtaining a fragment of the black gold wolf skill, Shadow Break. Su Han was astonished that this wolf had provided him with such a substantial amount of evolution points. Indeed, the more formidable the creature, the more delectable it becomes. When he heard the mention of a skill fragment, he was momentarily taken aback. During the battle, he had hoped to obtain a skill fragment, but he never expected it would actually drop. What extraordinary luck! Moreover, it seemed to be an assassin-type skill, perfectly suited to him. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, the rustling of grass around him caught his attention, and soon 6 black gold wolves emerged, slightly larger than the one that lay lifeless at his feet. Have they all arrived? Su Han furrowed his brow and assumed a combat stance alongside his 2 companions. Upon seeing the gruesomely devoured carcass on the ground, the newly arrived black gold wolves displayed an unsettling indifference, as if they were entirely unperturbed by the loss of their comrade. This small detail caused Su Han to pause. Could it be that these wolves possessed hearts as cold as steel? Yet he quickly regained his focus and opened the attribute panels for Su Hu and Su Xiong. Name. Su Hu status, health points 2,000, mana points 462. Name. Su Xiong status, health points 6,000. Mana points 620. Upon observing Su Xiong's mana points, Su Han was somewhat taken aback. In the previous battle, Su Xiong had merely unleashed 2 domain skills, reducing his mana from 1,000 to 620, which clearly illustrated the formidable mana consumption of such abilities. Furthermore, it appeared that additional mana was required to condense space, indicating that Su Xiong's skills had certain limitations. The 6 black gold wolves moved silently, swiftly surrounding the trio. Su Han scrutinized the 6 wolves before him. Although they were larger than the deceased wolf, they did not exhibit any extraordinary strength. The reason for the departure of the slain wolf from its pack remained a mystery. Yet it was evident that the true Wolf King had yet to reveal itself. This is quite troublesome. Su Han sighed deeply. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, he welcomed the idea of encountering more black gold wolves. Not for any other reason, but simply because they were so delicious. Su Hu emitted a low growl, flames igniting once more upon his form, preparing for a fiery onslaught. Su Han instructed Su Xiong to refrain from using domain skills for the time being. The mana consumption was far too excessive. Since the true Wolf King had not yet appeared, it was prudent to conserve their resources for a decisive strike. As the 2 sides faced off, Su Han took a moment to assess the attributes of the 6 black gold wolves. They were all ranked as first-tier savage beasts, with skills that were quite similar. However, due to their numbers, Su Han remained cautious. Suddenly, the 6 wolves shifted positions, arranging themselves into 2 groups of 3. In the blink of an eye, the 3 wolves on the left lunged forward, their forms ghostly as they vanished in a thin air, while the other 3 opened up space, encircling from 3 directions. Are they trying to catch me like a turtle? Su Han scoffed, slowly channeling energy into his foot sickle. From a numerical standpoint, the black gold wolves possessed higher agility due to their level. Yet Su Han's greatest advantage lay in his human intellect. Against assassins, he had no fear. With a fierce shout, he charged forth as 2 of the black gold wolves finally revealed themselves, their crimson blades shimmering ominously in the void. Lightning flash, seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Han transformed into a bolt of lightning and surged forward. When confronting assassins, overwhelming crowd control, coupled with high single-target damage, proved to be the most effective strategy. The mechanism of guaranteed hits allowed Su Han's foot sickle to land squarely on the head of a black gold wolf that had just emerged from the void, the speed of his strike astonishing. These black gold wolves possessed 2,600 health points, and upon being struck by Su-Han's foot sickle, their health plummeted to a mere 500. Such was the prowess of a high-damage assassin. However, the disparity in levels remained an insurmountable obstacle. Following closely behind, Su-Hu, who had been charging his attack, collided with the critically injured black gold wolf. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, the terrifying shock wave sending the other wolves, who had prepared to strike, reeling back. Though they sustained no injury, this was exceedingly brutal. Su-Han was momentarily speechless. His and Su-Hu's approaches were entirely different. Yet, under Su-Hu's assault, the life of that black gold wolf was extinguished. In such a brief span, one wolf had been vanquished, a speed that left Su-Han incredulous. The previous wolf had consumed considerable effort to defeat. It seemed that these wolves were not as formidable as the first. Yet the remaining black gold wolves showed no sign of hesitation, charging forward with reckless abandon, intent on eliminating their foes. Just as Su-Han began to feel a sense of relief, he suddenly noticed that the three wolves that had previously surrounded them had vanished without a trace. Squeak! From behind, a sharp blade sliced through the AI. Su-Han was taken aback. He had just coordinated with Su-Hu to slay one wolf, and regardless of their might, time was needed to regroup. Yet this cunning black gold wolf had timed its strike perfectly. The piercing crimson eyes were poised to cleave into Su-Han's back. Ice pillar! Su-Xiong roared, and the temperature plummeted drastically. The previously clear skies transformed into a tempestuous wind. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and a 5-meter-tall conical ice pillar erupted from the earth, its speed rivaling that of the black gold wolf's claws. The sudden emergence of this ice pillar caught the wolves off guard. Previously, Su-Xiong had remained stationary, causing the black gold wolves to focus their attention on Su-Han and Su-Hu, unable to perceive the lethal threat posed by Su-Xiong's seemingly innocuous appearance. The black gold wolf hastily withdrew its claws, exerting all its strength to return to the void. Still trying to flee, Su-Han seethed, vowing that if he could not be slain, then they should await their demise. Lightning flash, just as the black gold wolf was about to vanish. The keen edge of Su-Han's foot sickle met its throat. In the next instant, blood spurted forth as the ethereal wolf's head began to solidify, crashing to the ground at a single devastating blow. Though the nature of the attack played a role, Su-Han's formidable strength was equally pivotal. In the blink of an eye, only 4 black gold wolves remained on the field. The successive deaths of their companions finally caused these heartless creatures to waver, retreating to a distance, their gazes fixed intently on Su-Han and his allies. However, this development left Su-Han feeling somewhat troubled. When facing solitary creatures, maintaining distance was inconsequential. Yet now, the potential presence of a wolf king loomed closer, and the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for them, as Su-Han quickly relayed a tactical plan before taking to the skies. His wings unfurling. The earlier ice pillar had left a profound impression on all present, and thus the 4 wolves fixated their attention on Su-Xiong. In such a scenario, executing a surprise attack was evidently impossible. As Su-Han ascended, a layer of ice crystals began to envelop Su-Xiong. In the next moment, the temperature plummeted, frigid winds howled, and strands of ice flowed through the air, space condensation. The 4 black gold wolves reacted swiftly. Upon sensing the change in temperature, they instantly vanished into the void. However, their speed was hindered, and their movements became discernible as they traversed through the AI. In truth, Su-Xiong could have used his condensation ability to immobilize the 4 wolves instantaneously. The moment space condensation was unleashed, they would have been infused with ice-forming factors. However, Su-Han refrained from allowing this, having witnessed the rapid depletion of Su-Xiong's mana during skill usage. Although the Wolf King might not appear, retaining a trump card was preferable to having none at all. His aim was simply to temporarily restrain the 4 wolves, eliminating 2 before moving on. That moment, flames ignited once more upon Su-Hu, though not as intensely as during his previous fiery charge. Fiery roar. As 3 wolves found their bodies affected by the thickening of space, an orange sound wave instantly radiated outward from Su-Hu, flooding into the ears of the black gold wolf. In an instant, scattered sparks began to rise from them, igniting a persistent burning effect. The next moment, The stunning properties of the sound wave caused the three wolves subjected to the attack to collapse to the ground. With a surge of pent-up energy, Su-Han dashed forward, his foot scythe slicing through the air to sever the neck of one wolf, blood gushing forth. Lightning flash. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a bolt of electric light and surged toward the nearest wolf, which had just recovered from its stupor. However, its vision suddenly blurred into a white haze, and before it could comprehend, it felt a chill in its throat and lost consciousness, swift, precise, and ruthless, without the slightest hesitation. He dispatched two wolves in an instant. Yet, the remaining black gold wolf, having fully regained its senses, vanished once more into the shadows. Su-Han exhaled deeply, signaling Su Xiong to deactivate the spatial thickening, while he opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Xiong. Status: Health 6,000, Mana 500. Staring at these numbers, he was taken aback. From the activation of spatial thickening to the killing of two black gold wolves, it had barely been a minute, yet it had consumed 120 points of mana. Moreover, this was without reducing the speed to 50 that after using several skills. Su-Han still had 700 points of mana. IT was akin to being a relentless blue-burning machine, powerful as the skills were. This drawback was indeed quite fatal. After closing the attribute panel, the three stood back-to-back once more. With the cessation of spatial thickening, the other two wolves could now completely conceal themselves. An attack could emerge from any angle. This intense battle was in essence a test of patience. The enemies lurked in the shadows, creating immense psychological pressure on the defenders. Unfortunately, this tactic bore no effect on Su-Han. However, that did not mean he had the luxury to stalemate with these wolves. Thus, he allowed a flaw to manifest. Waiting for the enemy to take the bait, as anticipated, the moment the flaw was exposed, a violent disturbance erupted in the right space, and a blood-red blade sliced through the air, hurtling toward Su-Han. The speed startled him yet again. Even in a prepared state, it was overwhelming. The black gold wolf was exceedingly swift. Had this flaw been a passive exposure rather than an intentional one, his ability to react would have been uncertain. Just as the light blade was about to strike him, Su-Han vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the black gold wolf, twisting his body, and raised his foot scythe to deliver a swift cut. Let us not forget, Su-Han was also an assassin. The black gold wolf was taken aback, but did not attempt to conceal itself within the void. Instead, it charged forward, showing no sign of slowing down. If the enemy was behind, then it was simply a matter of rushing forward to evade. The reasoning was straightforward, yet it overlooked the presence of Su Hu and Su Xiong. Although Su-Han's maneuver caught the wolf by surprise, his agility was ultimately inferior to that of the black gold wolf. The powerful strike merely grazed its back, leaving a deep wound. However, the intense pain caused its speed to diminish significantly, nearly causing it to collapse. This provided Su Hu, with an agility of merely 80 points, an excellent opportunity. The long-prepared fiery impact erupted instantaneously, engulfing the black gold wolf in searing flames, its health steadily depleting. The relentless assault finally flustered the beast, and with no escape, it perished beneath Su Hu's claws. Yet, Su-Han was not as fortunate. The flaw he had exposed not only attracted one wolf, the attack from the other followed closely. After completing its assault, the residual force struck him, and he was cut across the back by sharp wolf claws, sent flying by the sheer strength. Given Su-Han's smaller stature compared to the black gold wolf, the excruciating pain left him gasping for breath. Fortunately, his body was robust and devoid of weak points. After catching his breath, Su-Han opened his panel. Name: Su-Han. Status: Health 600, Mana 690. Thankfully, he was not gravely wounded. However, this undoubtedly placed him at a disadvantage. If the Wolf King appeared now, it would spell disaster. Following the attack, the black gold wolf vanished into the void. Though it appeared indifferent to the demise of its companions, it had long harbored a desire to tear Su-Han to shreds. Thus, upon witnessing its successful attack, it wasted no time, bursting forth towards him with its sharp blades whistling through the air. Flame roar. At the crucial moment, a wave of orange sound rippled outward, flooding into the ears of the black gold wolf. Its sharp red claws halted abruptly in mid-air, succumbing to both burning and disorientation. Well done. Su-Han exclaimed, raising his foot scythe to slice into the black gold wolf's neck, blood gushing forth. This strike finally brought the battle to a close. At least for the time being, as Su-Han let out a long sigh, sitting on the ground to begin recovering his health. His regenerative ability far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Even if the Wolf King arrived during this recovery period, he would still be capable of fighting back. Gazing at the multitude of black gold wolf corpses scattered about, Su-Han felt saliva pooling in his mouth. Once his health restored to 1200, he rose to begin devouring the carcasses. Yet, just as his foot scythe sliced off 2 pieces of flesh, a gust of foul wind surged from behind, accompanied by a shadow that loomed large, blocking out the light. Su-Han's heart sank as he flapped his wings, swiftly creating distance. Even so, the gust generated by the claw's strike destabilized him, causing him to stumble back several steps. The newcomer was a wolf, a creature at least 10 meters in size. Its fur bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary black gold wolf. The sole distinction being the presence of a noble purple hue woven into intricate patterns amidst the intertwining colors. Its physique was remarkably graceful, save for its 2 powerful forelimbs, muscles rippling with explosive strength. The Black Gold Wolf King. Su-Han furrowed his brow. It seemed his earlier suspicions had been validated. Species: Black Gold Wolf. Template: Barbaric Beast Level Template. Rank: First Stage Barbaric Beast. Level 15. Status: Health 5500, Mana 800. Attributes: Strength 520, Agility 260, Constitution 160, Spirit 80. Talent: Break, Exclusive Talent. Skills: Shadow, Merge, Night. The overwhelming power emanating from its scent shivered down Su-Han's spine. Apart from possessing a higher spirit than the Black Gold Wolf King, all other stats were significantly inferior. Nevertheless, despite this, Su-Han did not perceive the Black Gold Wolf King as invincible. You may be strong, but before me, your life is numbered. Additionally, its talents and skills were exceptionally unique, all encapsulated in a single word. From their literal meanings, it was challenging to discern what abilities the opponent possessed. However, Night was likely a domain skill akin to Su Xiong's spatial thickening, with 3 skills and 1 talent. There must be something formidable about the Black Gold Wolf King that warranted its crown. It reminded him of the top players in the game he once played, who often favored blank names. Sensing the animosity emanating from the Black Gold Wolf King, the 2 smaller companions flanked Su-Han, growling softly. Unlike the other Black Gold Wolves, this Wolf King displayed a palpable sorrow upon seeing the corpses of its companions scattered about. It appeared to be a creature of deep loyalty. Su-Han couldn't help but scoff, preparing his foot scythe for a charge. Yet, the Black Gold Wolf King seemed completely oblivious to him. It sniffed at the bodies of its fallen comrades, moving with an air of elegance and composure. Aside from the sadness in its gaze, there was no hint of anger. However, Su-Han noticed the Wolf King occasionally glancing back toward the distance. The 3 did not dare to act rashly, keeping a close watch on the Wolf King's movements. After thoroughly sniffing the area, it elegantly stood still, casting a glance at Su-Han. The 2 sides remained in a standoff. After several breaths, Su-Han suddenly sensed something awry. For some reason, an icy chill lingered at his back. Be careful. He suddenly widened his eyes, conveying his thoughts to the 2 little creatures through the system. Exerting all his strength to dodge to the side, in the next moment, a long howl reverberated through Qingmu Mountain, as if it had come from the ends of the earth, yet felt as close as a whisper in one's ear. Simultaneously, a crimson blade of light sliced through the air, its hue as deep as if it were about to drip with blood, appearing before the 3 individuals. The attack emanated an extremely sharp sensation. If it were to slice through flesh, it would likely obliterate the very soul. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly shattered and upheaved the surrounding earth, as dust and debris settled to reveal the Black Gold Wolf King standing amidst it all, still exuding an air of elegance, as if the attack had not originated from him. What speed is this? Su-Han was astonished. He hadn't even seen the Wolf King move, yet the attack was already behind him. He hurriedly lifted his gaze to the spot where the Wolf King had previously stood. There, another Wolf King stood, or rather, the Wolf King had never left that position. He remained just as graceful, Just as composed, point two wolf kings, a gentle breeze swept by, and the seemingly immobile figure, adorned with a four-colored coat, transformed into swirling sand and dust that drifted into the void, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Yet, he remained motionless in the blink of an eye, the fur on his body scattered, his form cloaked in darkness, his eyes glowing red, transforming into a shadow. This is a shadow. Su-Han was taken aback. Hastily creating distance once more, the Shadow Wolf King locked eyes with the Black Gold Wolf King, moving with a calm demeanor, ultimately directing their gaze toward the trio. What a nuisance, Su-Han muttered under his breath. This skill was truly peculiar. He anticipated that Shadow would give rise to a new Wolf King that resembled a mere shadow. The Black Gold Wolf King was already formidable enough, and their numerical advantage was negligible. Now, with the emergence of the Shadow Wolf King, even though it appeared to be a 3-on-2 situation, Su-Han understood that they had no real advantage. All he could hope for was that the Shadow Wolf King did not possess strength comparable to that of the Black Gold Wolf King. Su-Han, along with Su-Hu and Su-Xiong, formed a triangular formation facing both the Black Gold Wolf King and the Shadow Wolf King. The two Wolf Kings, upon noticing the trio as heightened vigilance, refrained from attacking. They merely circled around them slowly, their expressions cold and unyielding, like two ace snipers, vowing to remain on the offensive only when their adversaries revealed a flaw, offering them 100% certainty. For a moment, the two sides found themselves in a tense standoff amidst the field littered with wolf carcasses. This passive waiting would only lead to a gradual loss of the initiative. Su-Han quietly observed the two Wolf Kings. The Black Gold Wolf King circled them slowly, while the Shadow Wolf King mirrored its movements directly opposite. In an instant, the three beasts found themselves encircled by the two wolves. Or rather, one wolf. If this were a clone, it would inevitably differ from the original in some aspect, and it could not be an exact replica. Su-Han scrutinized the Shadow Wolf King, which bore the semblance of a machine, devoid of any hint of life. Perhaps its intelligence was inferior to that of the Wolf King, or if the Wolf King were to multitask, it would inevitably diminish the responsiveness of one of them. With this thought in mind, Su-Han silently issued commands to Su-Hu and Su-Xiong in his mind. He instructed Su-Hu, who possessed higher attack power and agility, to engage the Shadow Wolf King, while he directed Su-Xiong, with its higher defensive capabilities, to hold off the Black Gold Wolf King. Positioned centrally, he would remain poised to deliver a fatal strike to any enemy that exposed a vulnerability. Upon receiving Su-Han's orders, the two beasts immediately roared and lunged toward their respective foes. Su-Xiong's primary task was to stall the enemy. Thus its attack, under Su-Han's guidance, radiated deadly cold as it charged toward the Black Gold Wolf King, enveloped in a shroud of frost. The Black Gold Wolf King, witnessing Su-Xiong barreling toward it like a boulder rolling down a mountain, chose not to evade. Its grotesquely muscular forelimbs extended, defiantly reaching out to claw at Su-Xiong, prepared to confront the bear head-on. Meanwhile, Su-Hu, having received Su-Han's command, swiftly gathered fiery energy upon its claws before nimbly leaping toward the Shadow Wolf King. The Shadow Wolf King, displaying an impassive demeanor, seemed oblivious to Su-Hu's approach, remaining frozen in place. Only when Su-Hu's claws neared its forehead did it appear to react, suddenly lowering its head to evade Su-Hu's strike. With a swift motion, the wolf's claws lashed out, silent and quick as lightning, aimed at Su-Hu, who had leaped into the air. The diminutive Su-Hu, though not much larger than the Shadow Wolf King's claws, utilized its small size to gain an advantage in this battle against the gigantic beast that, mid-air, Su-Hu tucked its head and curled its body into a fur ball, narrowly avoiding several of the Shadow Wolf King's claws, but was still met with the Wolf King's palm. The Wolf King's strength was immense. If Su were caught by its claws, it would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. Yet the claws of the beast were inherently soft pads, designed for attacking rather than piercing. Even with its overwhelming strength, it could not fully exert its power. A similarly ranked beast struck by those claws would find the impact lessen significantly due to the cushioning effect of its weight in the pads. Su was merely sent flying a few meters, quickly adjusting its posture in midair, landing gracefully on a distant branch. With a roar, it unleashed its flame howl skill. The diminutive creature emitted a deafening roar, the sound carrying waves of heat toward the Shadow Wolf King. As for the Black Gold Wolf King, upon colliding with Su Xiong, it resorted to a standoff, bracing its four paws against each other. Engaged in a test of strength, the Black Gold Wolf King's forelimbs were extraordinarily robust, seemingly mutated, allowing it to match Su Xiong, who was naturally strong. However, the disparity in their racial attributes became evident. Despite its formidable forelimbs, the relatively weaker hind legs began to buckle under the pressure, causing the entire wolf body to gradually retreat under Su Xiong's relentless push. Seeing this, Su Xiong became even more invigorated, applying additional force to hasten the Black Gold Wolf King's retreat. Su Xiong, be careful. Su Han, who had been positioned in the center, suddenly noticed a glint of malice in the Black Gold Wolf King's eyes and immediately warned Su Xiong. Indeed, just as he issued the warning, the Black Gold Wolf King suddenly lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, its jaws agape, sharp teeth aimed directly at Su Xiong's throat. That moment, Su Xiong was fully engaged in a contest of strength with the Black Gold Wolf King, and it was far too late to avoid the impending attack, just as Su Xiong was on the verge of being slain. Su Han, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly transformed into a shadow, dashing behind the Black Gold Wolf King and delivering a swift strike with his scythe-like leg toward the Wolf King's neck. The Black Gold Wolf King seemed to sense the imminent threat from behind, abandoning its attack to lower its body, using Su Xiong's arm as a pivot to execute a front flip. Its tail whipping around like a steel whip aimed at Su Han. That moment, Su Han, exerting all his strength, managed to redirect the angle of his scythe leg, colliding with the Wolf King's tail. In that instant, Su Xiong seized the opportunity, letting out a tremendous roar as it unleashed its freezing skill, a torrent of frigid air striking the Black Gold Wolf King directly. Su Han took the chance to retreat, positioning himself beside Su Xiong. The cold air mingled with the moisture in the atmosphere, forming thick fog that lingered, and Su Han did not wish to recklessly engage without clarity on the enemy's condition. Release ice spikes. With Su Han's command, a series of ice spikes erupted from beneath Su Xiong, spreading into the fog. That moment, a roar echoed from Su Hu's direction. Su Han swiftly turned to look. The Shadow Wolf King, which had been battling Su Hu, was now covered in ice, its movement and attack speed significantly reduced. Trouble! Su Xiong, Ice Mountain! With a commanding shout from Su Han, Su Xiong, who was already on high alert, instinctively unleashed his skills. Thick frost materialized from thin air, enveloping Su Xiong like a prison. Subsequently, from the dense mist, a crimson blade of wind struck fiercely against the icy mass. The ice began to thicken gradually, fed by Su Hu's magical energy, while the wind blade, akin to a chainsaw, relentlessly sliced away at the ice. In that fleeting moment, a balance of magical forces was established as Su Xiong's condensation skill indeed took effect. But rather than impacting the Black Gold Wolf King, it manifested its effects after the damage was mitigated onto the Shadow Wolf King. It remained uncertain whether this damage transfer only applied to magical assaults or if physical attacks would also be redirected. Certain damages inflicted on the Wolf King will be transferred to the Shadow. This implies that to inflict substantial harm on the Wolf King, one must first eliminate the Shadow Wolf King. Su Han pondered, instinctively glancing at Su Hu, who, hindered by the Shadow Wolf King's drastically reduced speed, was now fighting with renewed vigor, finally making his attacks count. This moment, the crimson glow confronting Su Xiong had dimmed significantly and was on the verge of extinguishment. The icy mist surrounding the Black Gold Wolf King also began to dissipate gradually. Su Han could faintly discern the figure of the Black Gold Wolf King within. Su Hu, come and coordinate with Su Xiong, utilizing elemental attacks against the Black Gold Wolf King. Su Xiong, focus on stasis skills to slow down the Wolf King. Be cautious, avoid close combat, strike at the opportune moment, and ensure that your attacks do not miss. Strategizing, Su Hu seized a brief opening amidst his entanglement with the Shadow Wolf King, unleashing a fiery explosion that forced the Shadow Wolf King back before withdrawing from the fight. However, this time, the Shadow Wolf King initiated an offensive, preventing Su Hu from retreating. This immediately alerted Su Han to the efficacy of his strategy. The Shadow Wolf King howled fiercely as it pursued Su Hu. Yet, it was now burdened with negative statuses, its speed no longer the elusive blur it had been at the onset of battle. At the very least, Su Han now had ample time to react and intercept the Shadow Wolf King. With a crackling sound of ice shattering, Su Han appeared like an immovable boulder behind Su Hu, blocking the path of the Shadow Wolf King. Two scythe-like limbs plunged deeply into the chest of the Shadow Wolf King. The creature, devoid of any sensation of pain, continued its advance, attempting to bite Su Han despite the scythes nearly embedding themselves completely into its torso. Perceiving this, Su Han swiftly withdrew his blade, sensing an instinctive unease. Could it be that he had misjudged, and the Shadow Wolf King possessed a degree of immunity to physical attacks? In a flurry of crimson wind, Su Han retreated, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Shadow Wolf King tumbling backward. As it fell, bursts of fiery elemental energy erupted from its body to eye in the distance. The Black Gold Wolf King emerged from the cold mist, precisely as Su Han had anticipated, though ensnared in the icy fog. It had suffered no elemental damage whatsoever, save for a few scattered wounds, the origins of which remained a mystery. Had this been a mere skirmish among beasts, they might have concluded that the Black Gold Wolf King had effortlessly overpowered them. But Su Han, a human clad in the guise of a beast, understood that the greatest distinction between man and beast lies in the wisdom to analyze and learn from reality, in a matter of hurried encounters. He swiftly discerned the disparity between the Black Gold Wolf King and its shadow. The wounds on the Black Gold Wolf King, though minor, were directly opposed to those on the Shadow Wolf King. All magical damage inflicted upon the Black Gold Wolf King would be redirected to the Shadow Wolf King, which, being an elemental creature, would sustain significant, yet non-fatal harm. Conversely, any physical damage dealt to the Shadow Wolf King would partially transfer to the Black Gold Wolf King. Clearly, to vanquish the Black Gold Wolf King, one must first eliminate the Shadow Wolf King. At this juncture, the advantages of having a commander became apparent. Although the Black Gold Wolf King was formidable, under the constraints imposed by Su Hu and Su Xiong, it could inflict only trivial injuries upon them. The elemental assaults, though infrequent, consistently struck when the Wolf King was at its most vulnerable, ensuring it was hit time and again. Although the damage was transferred to the shadow, the distant howls and the fresh scars appearing on its body attested to the intensity of the battle in that area. Meanwhile, Su Han found his own combat increasingly manageable. Whether through Su Hu's fiery onslaught or Su Xiong's chilling deceleration, as the duration of their struggle against the Shadow Wolf King extended, the elemental forces of ice and fire began to weigh heavily upon it. The flames diminished its form, while the layers of frost further reduced its once lightning-fast speed to that of an ordinary beast, with its swiftness now comparable to that of common wildlife. The disparity between its speed and Su Han's became monumental at this moment. Su Han found himself with sufficient energy to observe the ongoing battle between Su Hu, Su Xiong, and the Black Gold Wolf King. Noticing that both beasts still had the stamina to engage with the Black Gold Wolf King, Su Han felt no urgency to eliminate the Shadow Wolf King at present. He could not ascertain the repercussions of killing the Shadow Wolf King. However, given this opportunity to weaken the Black Gold Wolf King through assaults on the Shadow, he could not afford to squander it. Thus, Su Han introduced the concept of a gruesome punishment, commonly known as live dismemberment, from another world to Qingmu Mountain for the first time. Should the Shadow Wolf King possess any intelligence, it would undoubtedly feel humiliated by such torture, perhaps even opting for self-destruction rather than endure such a fate. Yet, regrettably, it was merely a simple-minded avatar. Wisdom in battle does not equate to self-destruction. Devoid of emotion or sentiment, it existed solely to execute its creator's commands with unwavering loyalty. However, the disparity in speed had reached an insurmountable level. Its current loyalty had ironically become its path to demise, as Yuhan's strikes transformed from heavy blows to a flurry of delicate cuts, akin to the gentle caress of willow branches, as shallow wounds proliferated across the Shadow Wolf King's body. These injuries, after significantly reducing the damage, also manifested on the Black Gold Wolf King. The Black Gold Wolf King, observing the multitude of wounds adorning its body, akin to having its skin flayed, let out a pained wail. Desperate, it charged towards its shadow, but Su Hu and Su Xiong stood resolutely in its way, akin to two impenetrable walls, preventing it from reclaiming its double. From afar, Su Han could hear the agonized howls of the Black Gold Wolf King. Yet, even until now, it had not summoned back its shadow, which was indeed promising news that it indicated that the shadow was not something it could simply retract at will. Thus, Su Han resolved to continue serving the beast diligently. Reflecting on this, he turned to regard the Shadow Wolf King beside him. Even he, its adversary, felt a twinge of sympathy for it. Although the Shadow Wolf King was an elemental avatar, devoid of internal and external distinctions, under Su Han's scythe-like limbs, it bore no intact area left on its body. Yet, due to its elemental nature, even while being dismembered, its myriad wounds did not cause its limbs to detach. Su Han observed the elemental concentration in the Shadow Wolf King beginning to wane. He surmised that Su Hu and Su Xiong's magical energy was likely nearing depletion as well. Hence, he decided not to delay any further. Seizing an opportune moment, he darted behind the Shadow Wolf King, and with a flash, his sides crossed and descended like lightning. Accompanied by the mournful howl of the distant Black Gold Wolf King, a rift materialized in the center of the Shadow Wolf King's suspended body, which fragmented and floated in the air as if devoid of gravity, gradually dispersing with the wind. Su Han inhaled deeply and turned to face the direction where Su Hu and Su Xiong were engaged in combat. Upon confirming that the Shadow Wolf King had been slain by him, he immediately instructed Su Hu and Su Xiong to shift their tactics to a primarily defensive stance, entangling their opponent and denying the Black Gold Wolf King even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. As the Black Gold Wolf King suffered the loss of its Shadow Wolf doppelganger, the injuries that had been festering within it began to erupt in a violent display. Its wounds were further torn open, the effects of ice and flame gradually manifesting upon its form. The Black Gold Wolf King attempted repeatedly to land a fatal blow on the two beasts that ensnared it, yet they consistently capitalized on openings to counterattack. Although merely a wild beast, it possessed the fundamental instinct for survival, and upon the demise of its doppelganger, it began to contemplate retreat. Survival is an animal's primal instinct, and even the Wolf King could not evade this truth. With a menacing growl, the Black Gold Wolf King sought to intimidate the two beasts into retreat. However, they had long since accepted Su Han's command. While they no longer initiated attacks, they were equally unwilling to allow the Black Gold Wolf King to slip away unscathed. The Black Gold Wolf King remained stationary, while Su Hu and Su Xiong maintained vigilant defense in front and behind it. Yet, the moment the Black Gold Wolf King attempted to move in any direction, the two beasts, trailing from a distance, promptly followed suit. Unbeknownst to the Black Gold Wolf King, after losing its Shadow Wolf doppelganger, if it did not hastily extricate itself from the encirclement of Su Xiong and Su Hu, it would soon face the dire consequences of their gradually replenished magical power, re-enabling their elemental skills for another assault. Although it remained oblivious to the lurking danger, its instincts as a beast compelled it to act. Spotting an opening near Su Hu, it chose to endure the searing flames of Su Hu's fire element in a desperate bid to escape the encirclement. With a fierce roar, the Black Gold Wolf King clawed at the ground, its multitude of wounds erupting with blood. This commotion immediately heightened the alertness of the two beasts, and soon after, the Black Gold Wolf King charged towards Su Hu. Unfazed, Su Hu, a fearless beast in its own right, did not shy away from the oncoming titanic form of the Black Gold Wolf King. Instead, it surged forward to meet the charge. The thrill of battle coursed through Su Hu's veins as it activated its explosive skill. Having endured a weakened state for the better part of the day, then came the fiery assault, the invincible meow meow fist. Su Hu collided with the Black Gold Wolf King's flaming onslaught. Sparks flying in every direction to end that fleeting moment. Su Hu, having returned to its peak form, surprisingly matched the Black Gold Wolf King blow for blow. However, the Black Gold Wolf King had only intended to flee. Its attack on Su Hu was not only an act of vengeance, but also a desperate measure to deter its adversary, rendering it incapable of obstructing its escape. IT had not anticipated that this wild beast would suddenly erupt with such ferocity, exceeding the black gold wolf king's capacity for comprehension. Consequently, after engaging Su-Hu head-on without gaining the upper hand, and even sustaining additional fiery injuries, the black gold wolf king chose to abandon the fight altogether. Ignoring Su-Hu's enraged roars behind it, it charged into the depths of the forest. Just as the black gold wolf king was about to vanish into the trees, a figure, seemingly insignificant compared to its massive frame, appeared in its path. It was Su-Han. Unbeknownst to the black gold wolf king, while it battled Su-Hu, Su-Han had ascended to the sky above the fray of the three beasts. He had been orchestrating the conflict from his aerial vantage point. The moment the black gold wolf king attempted to flee, Su-Han silently commanded Su-Hu to unleash its full force to intercept the creature. True to its status as the ruler of the black gold wolf pack, the black gold wolf king was able to escape into the skies, even while sustaining injury from the empowered Su-Hu. Su-Xiong, with its slower speed, could not keep pace. Had it not been for Su-Han's presence, the black gold wolf king would have undoubtedly escaped. Yet, in reality, there are no ifs. This time was no exception. Su-Han remained airborne. Upon discerning the black gold wolf king's intentions, he concealed himself in the inevitable path of its escape, lying in wait. Sure enough, the black gold wolf king barreled forward, completely unsuspecting of Su-Han's ambush. In a flash of lightning, Su-Han's entire form crackled with arcs of electricity, transforming into a beam of light that collided with the unsuspecting black gold wolf king, accompanied by the beast's agonizing wail and the eruption of dark blood. The black gold wolf king was sent flying by Su-Han, who was a fraction of its size. It tumbled several dozen meters before crashing to the ground, rolling to a stop at that moment. Su-Hu and Su-Xiong had caught up, encircling the black gold wolf king once more in concert with Su-Han. The three of them surrounded their foe anew, with Su-Hu's 3 minutes of explosive power still far from expiration. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. The black gold wolf king, sprawled on the ground, lifted its head with great effort. However, it could only manage a slight elevation before it collapsed heavily back to the earth. It lay there like a deflated sack, its breath barely perceptible. The multitude of wounds oozing blood had rendered the wolf king utterly feeble, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Yet Su-Han remained poised, refraining from advancing. Instead, after the encirclement was established, he commanded Su-Xiong to unleash its control skills. Freeze! The skill's effect immediately manifested, frost gradually enveloping the black gold wolf king's fur, its blood instantaneously freezing. The frost even began to extend towards the vegetation beneath it. However, the black gold wolf king remained motionless, its breathing growing increasingly labored, as if it were on the verge of death, in its current state. A wild beast would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Alas, its adversary was never merely a beast, but human cloaked in the guise of one, to prevent the black gold wolf king from employing any desperate gambits. Su-Han had no intention of advancing. He commanded Su-Hu and Su-Xiong to commence a barrage of ranged attacks in turn. Ice spikes, fiery roars, flame breath. The two beasts unleashed their skills upon the black gold wolf king with reckless abandon. Initially, the black gold wolf king remained unresponsive, seemingly incapacitated by its severe injuries, allowing the attacks to rain upon it unchallenged. Yet, mere moments later, it struggled to rise, but before it could unleash a triumphant howl, another ice spike pierced through its maw. Its roar was effectively silenced. Su-Han glanced at Su-Xiong in the distance, still unleashing its skills, and refrained from correcting it. Had it targeted the black gold wolf king's other opening, the damage might have been far greater. Beasts are, after all, beasts. Though they had become his loyal companions, their time together had been short, and they lacked the wisdom to discern the most devastating ways to assail an enemy. Moments later, the massive form of the black gold wolf king crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Remain vigilant and guard me. Su-Han commanded the two beasts, then leapt onto the body of the black gold wolf king. Feasting in progress, gaining 15 growth points. Feasting in progress, gaining 16 growth points. Ding! You have slain and consumed the black gold wolf king, gaining 5 points of black gold wolf genes. Ding! You have slain and consumed the black gold wolf king, gaining 36 evolution points. Ding! You have slain and consumed the Black Gold Wolf King, gaining 5 fragments of the Shadow Break skill. With each notification from a system, Su-Han's Diamond Physique talent activated automatically. As he consumed the energy, his fatigue dissipated rapidly, and the healing of his minor wounds accelerated. Ignoring the alerts surrounding him, his focus was solely on the act of consumption. Devour was to grow stronger. As Su-Han consumed the massive form of the Black Gold Wolf King, Su-Hu and Su-Xiong transitioned from their frenzied battle stances to a more energy-conserving, adorable demeanor. However, one of the beasts had succumbed to a state of weakness, unable to maintain its combat form, while the other simply found sustaining a battle form too exhausting. Preferring the ease of a cute appearance, Su-Han disregarded their situation, instructing them only to remain on guard. His stamina and magical power had been fully restored through the act of consumption, bolstered by the attributes granted by the system. Even during their so-called moments of weakness, the two beasts are capable of maintaining their peak stamina. Thus, as long as they do not venture deep into Qingmu Mountain, within the hunting grounds of the Black Gold Wolf clan, they will only encounter creatures weaker than the Black Gold Wolves themselves. After the Black Gold Wolf King had finished feasting, several ordinary Black Gold Wolf corpses remained on the scene, which Su-Han did not let go to waste. After all, he had yet to gather all the fragments for the skill Shadow Break. It was only when darkness fell that Su-Han consumed all the wolf corpses present. He then lifted the two adorable beasts and soared into the air, retreating towards the Qingmu forest. Having already spent so much time on the first challenge of Qingmu Mountain, recklessly advancing further would only lead to a fierce battle. Moreover, Su-Han had amassed enough growth points. It was time for the next wave of evolution. When it comes to evolution, one must choose a secure location. During his evolution, he would transform into a cocoon, leaving him entirely defenseless. In the past, this was manageable, as he was merely a small mantis. He could find a place that would not be trampled and quietly endure his most perilous phase. However, the situation was different now. He was the sovereign of the entire Qingmu forest beneath the surface. Many rebellious beasts awaited his moment of weakness, unaware of his dominion. Although Su-Hu and Su-Xiong would guard him during the evolution, it is said that a wealthy child should not be left unattended. Now, given his altered status, he must be vigilant regarding his own safety. He could not place his entire security in the hands of two beasts with limited intellect. This time, Su-Han chose a rocky cave near his birthplace as the site for his evolution. The walls of the cave were composed entirely of rock, remarkably solid, with only a single exit. As long as Su-Hu and Su-Xiong guarded the entrance closely, his safety would be assured. You two will take turns guarding the cave entrance. Not even an ant shall pass. After locating the cave, Su-Han instructed Su-Xiong and Su-Hu to alternate entering and using their magic to clean the cave thoroughly. Only after ensuring that not a single insect remained did he command them to take turns guarding the entrance during his evolution. With the last stone sealing the final opening, the cave was plunged into darkness. Su-Han then ventured into the depths of the cave, settling onto a bed he had prepared. Your growth points are sufficient to complete an evolution. Please confirm if you wish to evolve immediately. At that moment, Su-Han's attribute panel displayed his stats. Name, Su-Han, species, Sky Mantis template, monster template rank, unranked beast, level 9, status, life 1660, mana 1000, attributes, strength 138, agility 208, constitution 166, spirit 100, talents, talent points, exclusive talent, devour evolution, exclusive talent, predator, racial talent, skills, scythe hand, diamond body, deception, lightning flash, gene branches, rabbit gene, 8 points, chameleon gene, 4 points, weasel gene, 8 points, black gold wolf gene, 12 points, evolution points, 100 points, skill fragments, no usable skill fragments, talent points, 1 point. Evolve. Invest in Black Gold Wolf genes to prioritize the creation of the Black Gold Wolf Night Shadow skill, Su-Han silently commanded. Immediately, a layer of thin membrane appeared around his body, wrapping him slowly like bandages. Outside the cave, Su-Hu and Su-Xiong, in their adorable pet forms, playfully pounced on each other, chasing and frolicking. However, due to Su-Han's orders, they remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the cave's defenses. Larger beasts were deterred by the dominant aura exuded by Su Hu and Su Xiong, retreating upon encountering them. Yet the mindless, lowly insects proved to be quite a nuisance. These creatures, as if sensing some delectable food, would invariably head towards the cave whenever they passed nearby. During this time, Su Hu and Su Xiong had dispatched hundreds of flying insects. Yet, this was of little consequence, as the flying insects continued to swarm toward the cave. Confirming that their master had entered the evolution phase, Su Xiong decided to unleash his energy, completely sealing the cave with ice, ensuring that the insects were left frozen against the ice blocks, providing them with a moment of respite as for Su Han inside the cave. He was invincible and would surely remain unaffected. However, it seemed that once transformed into adorable pets, the two beasts began to exhibit a tendency towards a more playful demeanor. They would occasionally pounce on each other or chase after one another's tails, frolicking in circles. Had Su Han witnessed this silly game outside, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "What a splendid opportunity to attract a mate." It was not until late into the night, with the moon high in the sky, that a sudden noise of shattering stones echoed within the cave. Su Hu and Su Xiong, bored at the entrance, immediately perked up, eagerly gazing into the depths of the cave. They could see that moment. Su Xiong recalled that he had sealed the entrance with ice. He quickly prepared to work with Su Hu to remove the icy barrier. Before they could act, the ice layer of the cave had already exploded open with the sound of crumbling stones. Goodness, nothing dangerous happened during the evolution, and yet I nearly froze to death inside. Su Han thought, just emerging from his evolution, feeling an unusual chill within the cave. He initially believed that the duration of his evolution had somehow extended into winter. However, upon bursting out, he found Su Hu and Su Xiong lying on the ground, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, with their little paws covering their ears and their eyes wide with innocent remorse as they stared at Su H and Su Han. He understood what had transpired. Nevertheless, he chose not to punish the two beasts. After all, they were merely low-tier brutes, and the fact that they had thought to employ such a method for protection was already quite an endearing display of intelligence. What more could he ask for? If he truly felt dissatisfied with the two beasts, perhaps it was time to hasten their level-ups. Having just completed his evolution, Su Han wasted no time and directly instructed the two fierce beasts to cooperate with him in analyzing the skill shadow break he had just acquired. Night Shadow. Gaining the protection of the night. In areas with insufficient sunlight, one automatically partially enters the shadow dimension. During this time, any attack skills inflict half damage, and the effect dissipates upon launching an attack. If released actively, one can completely enter the shadow dimension, becoming invisible and entirely avoiding damage, though it becomes ineffective upon initiating an attack. With a command from Su Han, Su Hu and Su Xiong immediately shifted into their battle forms, their elemental energy radiating outward in the past. As their master, Su Han would not be harmed by Su Hu and Su Xiong's actions. However, during battles, the elemental energy they emitted could still pose a threat if not carefully managed. Although his diamond body could gradually increase his resistance over time, damage still existed. This time, however, due to the new skill, coupled with the passive damage reduction, Su Han found himself feeling no pain whatsoever. Moreover, his health had remarkably remained unchanged for quite some time. After testing into the deep night, Su Han eventually released the two fatigued little beasts. He confirmed the effectiveness of a new skill. Aside from control-type skills that he could not immunize against, he could mitigate the damage from other skills to a certain extent. However, given that the shadow dimension was an extremely fragile realm, if the attack power exceeded a certain threshold, the reduction effect would cease. Nonetheless, at present, simply being at the foot of Qingmu Mountain was ample for his needs. The following day, refreshed, Su Han and his two adorable pets stood once again at the site where they had battled the Black Gold Wolf clan. This time, we shall not ascend further. Let us explore the surroundings. I refuse to believe that only a handful of Black Gold Wolves reside here. The mere presence of a Black Gold Wolf pack has plunged Su Han and his three beasts into a fierce battle. Yet, the enhancement in Su Han's personal combat prowess from devouring them can only be deemed marginal, insufficient to instigate a cataclysmic transformation. Should he recklessly advance at this juncture, it would likely not be so simple to retreat unscathed. The expanse of Qingmu Mountain is vast, and given the size of the Black Gold Wolves, There are undoubtedly numerous hunting grounds within, populated by the very creatures that Su-Han aims to target. Slaughter, devour, evolve. His path forward has been laid out with remarkable clarity. With a roar, Su-Han lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the vigilant Su who, having moved laterally for a short distance, Su-Han's party encountered a solitary, injured black gold wolf. The wounds on the wolf were blunt trauma, devoid of visible lacerations. However, the injuries were evidently severe as it struggled to maintain its footing. The genetic lineage of the black gold wolf is exceedingly high. And with Su-Han having acquired the night shadow talent of the black gold wolf, he could traverse the dimension in which the wolf concealed itself. Under his command, the black gold wolf was no different from any ordinary beast. Within the shadow dimension, amidst the incredulous gaze of the black gold wolf, Su-Han's attack struck true, resulting in the immediate demise of the creature. From the distant woods came a series of rustling sounds, prompting Su-Hu and Su-Xiong to take defensive positions before Su-Han. Their vigilance heightened. Moments later, atop the towering treetops, hundreds of nearly 1 meter tall, azure-furred monkeys brandishing wooden clubs and stones appeared on the various branches. It seemed as though they had received some form of signal, as they merely perched on the branches, chattering excitedly at Su-Han's group without a single one making an aggressive move. What is this? Su-Han opened his observation attribute panel. Race, Qing-Shi Monkey Template. Barbarian Beast Template Rank. First rank Barbarian Beast Level. 10 Status. Health 2000. Mana 500 Talent. Wood and Stone Favor. Exclusive Talent. Skills. Stone Element Summoning. Wood Element Summoning. As Su-Han gazed at the monkeys in the trees, he suddenly realized the origin of the injuries on the black gold wolf. Suddenly, the monkeys began to stand on the branches, shaking them with excitement while letting out fervent howls, causing Su-Han to remain on high alert. Subsequently, a colossal Qing-Shi monkey, nearly 10 meters tall, pushed aside a tree and approached Su-Han. Race, Qing-Shi Monkey King Template, Barbarian Beast Template Rank, First rank Barbarian Beast Level, 11 Status. Health 4000, Mana 1500 Talent. Wood and Stone Protection, Exclusive Talent, Skills, Stone Element Summoning. Wood Element Summoning. As Su-Han looked up at the Monkey King, who returned his gaze with a hint of intelligence, though mostly focusing on the wolf carcass behind Su-Han. Observing this, Su-Han gestured for Su-Hu and Su-Xiong to step back, moving aside himself. Indeed, the Monkey King immediately seized the wolf's carcass. With both hands, he hoisted it above his head and effortlessly tore it in two. The wolf's blood splattered down, only fueling the Monkey King's exuberance. Roaring in delight, the Monkey King leaped and shouted. The other monkeys in the trees echoed with excited chattering that it seems that there is a deep-seated enmity between the black gold wolf pack and the Qing-Shi monkey tribe. Watching this scene unfold, Su-Han recalled the Monkey King's intelligent gaze from earlier. Perhaps a thought crossed Su-Han's mind, presenting a possibility. However, considering they were mere beasts, he needed more time to contemplate. After a moment, once the Monkey King's excitement subsided, he slowly approached Su-Han and crouched down. Despite the Monkey King's crouch position, he still towered over Su-Han to maintain his dignity. Su-Han took flight, elevating himself to meet the Monkey King's gaze. This action prompted the corners of the Monkey King's mouth to curl slightly, and Su-Han perceived a semblance of a smile on the creature's face. Roar? The Monkey King spoke, yet Su-Han could not comprehend the words, especially since he currently resembled a mantis, lacking vocal cords to respond. However, shortly thereafter, a Qing-Shi monkey leaped from the treetops onto the Monkey King's head, traversing down the outstretched arm to present Su-Han with a pendant woven from vines and imbued with azure stone. "I asked this for me." Su-Han accepted the pendant, puzzled by its significance. Upon seeing Su-Han take the azure pendant, the Qing-Shi monkey group erupted into jubilant cries once more. The system detected the host's alliance with the Qing-Shi monkey tribe, activating the diplomatic panel. Before Su-Han could examine the newly opened panel, he received another system prompt. Detecting a substantial amount of mysterious energy, would you like to absorb it? Absorbed, Su-Han would not squander this opportunity, promptly confirming his choice. The glow of the azure stone dimmed slightly, though no one noticed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the leadership talent. Leadership. You are the natural and absolute ruler of your tribe. The direction you indicate is the path of their lives. Please wield your talent wisely and cherish your tribe. Switch to the diplomatic interface. The diplomatic interface was exceedingly simplistic, consisting of only 3 categories: allies, neutral, and enemies. Presently, there were no entries under neutral or enemy, while the allies category featured an icon and text for the Ching Sure Monkey tribe. Damn, is this interface a rip-off of the penguins? Though it had been a long time since he was human. Suhan's memories of his former life had not faded. At first glance, this so-called diplomatic interface struck him as remarkably familiar. After all, wasn't it reminiscent of the Penguin Chat interface once it adopted a fantastical style? The system offered no reply, yet to Suhan, it seemed to imply tacit agreement. Click on the Ching Sure Monkey image. Sure enough, detailed information appeared, exuding a strong penguin aesthetic, aside from a chibi-style depiction of the Ching Sure Monkey surrendering. The bottom displayed the tribe's population. Tribe, Ching Mu Monkey Group Race, Ching Sure Monkey Template, Barbarian Beast Template Rank, First Rank Barbarian Beast Population, over 300 Relationship, Friendly Status. Thriving Suhan glanced at the population count and silently rejoiced at his earlier caution. With just a single dead wolf, he had secured the friendship of such a vast tribe. The Ching Sure Monkey King wishes to invite you to jointly eliminate the Black Gold Wolf tribe at the foot of Qingmu Mountain. Do you agree? A message suddenly popped up. Suhan lifted his gaze to the Monkey King, who indeed looked at him with hopeful eyes. I agree, since it involves slaughter and offered an opportunity to both engage in combat and enhance his alliance. Why not? After Suhan confirmed his agreement, he was unsure how the system communicated with the Ching Sure Monkey King. Regardless, the Monkey King's gaze towards Suhan grew increasingly amicable. Roar, roar, roar. The Bluestone Monkey King patted its own shoulder and then extended a hand towards Suhan. Upon meeting the Monkey King's friendly and warm gaze, Suhan instantly understood its intentions. He then turned and carefully lifted Su Hu and Su Xiong, who had been cautiously observing the Bluestone Monkey King from the ground, onto the Monkey King's shoulder. The addition of 2 passengers did not seem to bother the Monkey King in the least. Rather, it let out an excited roar to the surrounding troop of monkeys, as if to declare the arrival of 2 new allies, much to its delight. The sheer size of the Bluestone Monkey King prevented it from swiftly climbing and leaping through the branches like the other monkeys. Meanwhile, some mischievous little monkeys would often leap onto its back, treating its body as a playground. The Monkey King, while striving to protect the trees, also had to be cautious not to injure the playful young ones. Advancing with utmost care, seated on the broad shoulder of the Monkey King, Suhan experienced minimal jolting and found no need to brace himself, thus conserving his energy for Su Hu and Su Xiong. This was their first experience riding atop another beast. In addition, the curious little monkeys that occasionally scampered over to touch their ears made the atmosphere on the Monkey King's shoulder even more lively than when they were on the ground. Suhan could sense their exuberance from playing with the monkeys and chose not to intervene. The Bluestone Monkey King clearly intended to lead them in search of the Black Gold Wolf pack. Therefore, although Suhan appeared to be leisurely perched on the Monkey King's shoulder, he was in fact subtly preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was no mere brawl. It was a conflict between 2 tribes. Even though the Wolf King of the Black Gold Wolves had already been slain and devoured by him, one could never be certain if there were any hidden Wolf Kings remaining within the pack. Wolves are inherently cunning, and one must always remain vigilant. After traversing a grove, the view suddenly opened up to reveal a winding river flowing down from the mountains on the grassy banks of the river. Dozens of Black Gold Wolves lounged lazily in the sun, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. As the Bluestone Monkey tribe approached the edge of the forest, they came to a halt, their elemental fluctuations rippling through the air. These Bluestone monkeys had armed themselves with their innate talents. The stronger ones fashioned complete stone armor using stone elements, while the weaker ones merely summoned fragments of stone to shield their vital areas. The robust wielded wooden staffs, while the smaller ones conjured up shards of rock, ready to hurl them at their foes. Suhan could perceive the rich elemental essence emanating from these beings. Their destructive potential was undoubtedly far greater than their unassuming exterior suggested. Upon sighting the monkeys, the Black Gold Wolves, without the need for their leader, immediately stood up, lowering their bodies, poised to charge at the distant blue stone monkey troop. At that moment, Su-Han leaped down from the shoulder of the Monkey King, cradling Su-Hu and Su-Xiong. The blue stone Monkey King roared, summoning a massive stone, 2 or 3 meters in diameter, and hurled it towards the black gold wolves. Following this, countless shards of rock rained down upon the wolf pack. It was then that Su-Han grasped the depth of animosity the monkeys harbored towards the black gold wolves. The innate abilities of the black gold wolves rendered them nearly immune to physical attacks, while nearly all the offensive capabilities of the blue stone monkeys were physical in nature, despite being creatures of equal rank. They were naturally disadvantaged against their foes, although they outnumbered the black gold wolves by several times. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, their battles had often ended in defeat. The entire tribe had been at the mercy of the black gold wolves. It would be one thing if they were a tribe lacking intelligence, but the bluestone monkeys were far from dim-witted. Generations of accumulated hatred had brought them to a point of mutual annihilation. Now that the black gold wolf king had been slain by Su-Han, the black gold wolf pack was at its most vulnerable, with Su-Han standing with the bluestone monkeys. The obliteration of the black gold wolves had become inevitable. As the monkeys and wolves clashed, Su-Han, standing in the shadow of the Monkey King, activated Night Shadow. Under this skill, the hidden forms of the black gold wolves became starkly visible to him. Unbeknownst to the wolves, a terrifying entity capable of entering their very dimension of existence was about to unleash carnage upon them. Amidst the chaos of battle, the bewildered monkeys often witnessed the heads of the black gold wolves they fought against suddenly detach from their bodies, only to see the figure of their ally materialize on the battlefield. Wherever Su-Han appeared, the death of a black gold wolf was sure to follow. What could have been a brutal struggle was swiftly resolved in a peculiar and smooth manner, thanks to the blue stone monkey's diversion and Su-Han's lethal strikes. Although the addition of Su-Han, an unexpected ally, significantly reduced the monkeys' losses, they still suffered severe injuries. Particularly, the Bluestone Monkey King found itself besieged by multiple black gold wolves. Due to the ineffectiveness of their attacks, the Monkey King bore several massive wounds inflicted upon its body. The Bluestone Monkey King challenges you. Do you accept? Please note, this battle will determine the allegiance of both parties. The contract is sacred and cannot be violated. Su-Han emerged from the shadow dimension, flapping his wings as he floated down beside the Monkey King. The Monkey King, panting heavily, gazed at Su-Han. If this is your wish, Su-Han had never intended to dominate the monkey tribe, as they were the first group to treat him with kindness. However, seeing the Monkey King in its current weakened state, Su-Han grasped the Monkey King's intent. The king was grateful to him, yet aware that Su-Han held the tribe's critical weakness in his hand. To safeguard the tribe's interests, becoming Su-Han's vassal was indeed the wisest course of action. However, the tribe's custom dictated that the strongest would have the final say. Even the Monkey King could not defy this rule. Thus, to ensure Su-Han's rightful claim over the tribe, it would be best to allow him to exert minimal effort while the king was weak. With a roar, the Bluestone Monkey King rose from the ground, summoning a wooden staff several dozen meters long, pointing it at Su-Han. Su-Han slowly ascended to match the height of the Bluestone Monkey King, extending his scythe-like feet. Though his offensive skills were limited, the robust foundation laid by his diamond-like body granted him strength. Although he appeared diminutive compared to the massive Bluestone Monkey King, he matched it in both power and defense, even surpassing it in terms of resilience and recovery. Moreover, the Monkey King had evidently entered a state of fatigue. If he could withstand the king's initial onslaught, victory would be all but assured. However, contrary to conventional thinking, Su-Han did not intend to employ such tactics this time, but he aimed to confront the Bluestone Monkey King head-on, seeking a brutal showdown to determine who would reign supreme. The thick wooden staff came crashing down from above, and Su-Han did not evade. Instead, he swung his scythe-like feet upward to meet the staff. The massive wooden rod, infused with the Monkey King's elemental energy, was as hard as steel, while Su-Han's scythe, having undergone multiple evolutions, was even tougher than steel. The two collided mid-air, producing a jarring sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Upon hearing this noise, the surrounding monkeys instinctively clutched their ears and recoiled in pain, while Su Hu and Su Xiong also instinctively lowered their ears and took a few steps back. However, Su Han, suspended in midair, had no time to shield his ears. The weight of the Bluestone Monkey King's staff bore down upon him, and despite flapping his wings with all his might, he could not escape the downward pressure. After all, how much lift could soft wings provide? With a resounding crash, the wooden staff struck the ground, sending dust soaring several meters into the air, and Su Han was completely engulfed, disappearing from sight. The monkeys surrounding the scene erupted into excited jumps and claps, their shrieks echoing as if they were spectators at a gladiatorial duel. Meanwhile, Su Hu and Su Xiong, sensing through their connection with their superior that Su Han remained in good condition, felt no cause for concern. Not only could Su Hu and Su Xiong perceive Su Han's status, but the Bluestone Monkey King, preparing to strike next, was also acutely aware of it. With a calm expression, devoid of sorrow or joy, it gripped the wooden staff with both hands. Even exerting all his strength, the wounds on his body, which had begun to heal, reopened, and streams of blood gushed forth like arrows from the lacerations. A flash of lightning. In a swift motion, two blades were wielded, cleaving the sturdy wooden staff in two. Su Han surged forward, propelled by a force akin to thunder, aiming for the neck of the Stone Monkey King. With the opponent caught off guard, he gently pressed the sickle foot against the Monkey King's throat. In an instant, the previously raucous troop of monkeys fell silent, all eyes fixated on Su Han, who stood at the Monkey King's throat. The Monkey King, raising his broken staff, revealed that the hardest tip had been shattered into two neat halves. With a grin of resignation, he tossed the staff aside and slowly extended his hands to lift Su Han, who floated gracefully in the air. With a mighty roar, the Stone Monkey King hoisted Su Han high above his head. The troop of monkeys, initially intimidated by Su Han's attack, quickly regained their spirits and joined in a frenzied chorus of howls. Observing this, Su Hu and Su Xiong transformed into their battle forms, exuding their most formidable presence and vociferously celebrating their master's glory. Countless birds and beasts took flight, unsettled by the emergence of a new ruler at the foot of the mountain. After the annihilation of the Black Gold Wolf clan, Su Han decided to take a brief respite. The most pressing concern now was the origin of the precious stone that could grant him skills. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to communicate with the Stone Monkey King. Their attempts at gesturing and vocalizing proved futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow, with neither party comprehending the other. After much gesticulation, the Stone Monkey King finally realized that Su Han referred to the stone pendant it had gifted him. Subsequently, the Monkey King commanded the young monkeys surrounding him to search for the stone. This revelation sparked excitement in Su Han. Was the stone truly so abundant? Could this mean that he was on the verge of a windfall? With so many stones, how many skills could he potentially acquire? Would he then wield the power to utilize those skills at will? Not this one, nor that one. None were suitable. Before long, the troop of monkeys returned, each clutching a collection of blue stones, piling them high into a small hill. Su Han, exhilarated by the sight of the mountain of blue stones, rushed forward, prompting curious glances among the onlooking monkeys. Why was their new leader so enamored with these stones? However, Su Han's elation was premature. As he rolled in the pile of blue stones, he received no system notifications. This can't be right. Isn't this the stone? Su Han despaired as he looked towards the Monkey King. But how could a mantis express its feelings to one who could not comprehend? The Monkey King, misinterpreting Su Han's gaze as satisfaction, broke into a hearty laugh and patted the ground. Su Han could only helplessly resume the nonsensical exchange with the Monkey King, a dialogue that could be aptly termed, "The horse's mouth does not match the donkey's lip." Roaring and howling continued until Su Han was on the verge of giving up. The Stone Monkey King, contemplating while pointing at its lower lip, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and pointed towards the mountain's peak. Could it be? Such a precious resource could not possibly be found casually at the mountain's foot. I must have been overly naive, as Su Han did not doubt the integrity of the Stone Monkey King. After all, the affiliations and bonds forged through diplomatic encounters could not be fabricated for the sake of this stone. The Monkey King would certainly not lie. Moreover, the origin of the blue stone mentioned by the Monkey King undoubtedly hinted at its rarity. Yet, what could it be? How did the ruler of the mountain peak The blue wood mountain. Allow the stone monkey king to possess such a blue stone. Su-Han gazed longingly at the cloud-kissed summit of the blue stone mountain, never before feeling such a strong desire to explore its mysteries. In the days that followed, Su-Han took only a brief respite before hastily preparing to ascend the mountain once more. With the monkey troop as his backing, his hunting ventures became significantly easier. The Stone Monkey King led the frontal assault while Su Hu and Su Xiong flanked from the sides, complemented by the increasingly elusive Su-Han. All the savage beasts at the foot of the blue wood mountain faced dire consequences. Any creature that caught Su-Han's eye and failed to flee swiftly fell within the reach of his hunt. As a result of this slaughter, the ambience at the foot of Blue Wood Mountain seemed to transform into something more serene. Why? The savage beasts that did not meet Su-Han's aesthetic either perished by his hand or fled in terror. Those that remained were either harmless or conformed to Su-Han's standards of beauty, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of the aesthetic appeal at the foot of Blue Wood Mountain. While feasting, he gained 10 growth points. While feasting, he gained 11 growth points. Ding! You have killed and consumed the Ghost Wolf King. Gaining 3 points of Ghost Wolf genes. Ding! You have killed and consumed a Ghost Wolf. Gaining 1 point of evolution. Ding! You have killed and consumed the Ghost Wolf King, acquiring 3 fragments of the Ghost Wolf King's skill, Shadow Skill. Ding! Your evolution points meet the requirements for evolution to Su-Han swallowed the last piece of the Ghost Wolf King's flesh and shook the blood from his hands. After a relentless journey of hacking and consuming, over half a month had slipped by unnoticed as Su-Han's level had risen to 10. Nearing the threshold of level 11, this was a critical juncture, a hurdle that one must overcome in life. A breakthrough signified a metamorphosis, an elevation of existence. Failure would mean the entire accumulation of this phase would dissolve into nothingness, necessitating a fresh start. Su-Han had devoted over half a month to prepare for this advancement, significantly transforming the aesthetic of the foot of the Blue Wood Mountain in the process. Now, the moment of utmost importance had arrived. Following the established protocol, Su-Han returned to the cave within the Blue Wood Forest to undergo his breakthrough. Beyond being secluded and rarely traversed by creatures, the absence of any threats in the vicinity was also crucial. Moreover, this time he had an even larger guardian by his side, despite the continued communication barrier between Su-Han and the Stone Monkey King. They had managed to convey basic messages through gestures over the past half-month. Thus, the quartet of beasts, having arranged for the monkey troop, descended from Blue Wood Mountain and entered the Blue Wood Forest. Curiously, the Stone Monkey King looked at the cave Su-Han pointed to, unable to fathom why the leader would choose such a humble place for his breakthrough. What's wrong with humble? Isn't it precisely such inconspicuousness that proves its secrecy? Su-Han, noticing the Monkey King's expression, began to grumble in dissatisfaction. Su-Han gestured towards the cave entrance, indicating that the Monkey King should seal it with blue stones once he entered. After confirming the Monkey King understood his intent, Su-Han stepped into the cave. Because he had previously undergone his breakthrough there, his scent lingered, and even after more than half a month, no serpents or insects had taken residence in the cave, sparing Su-Han the trouble of cleaning it out. Commence evolution. This evolution allows for either mutation evolution or body evolution. Please select body evolution. Su-Han's physical attributes were well maintained, and he had adapted to combat under this attribute ratio, rendering the risk of a mutated breakthrough unnecessary, at least until he conquered Blue Wood Mountain. Such a radical leap was ill-advised. Countless strands of white mucus began to ooze from his skin, enveloping Su-Han entirely, forming a cocoon of pure white around him. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and with his mind drifting into chaotic thoughts, Su-Han succumbed to a deep slumber. Outside the cave, with the entrance sealed tight, no scent escaped to attract insects. Su Hu and Su Xiong lounged nearby, idly observing the dark expanse of the Blue Wood Forest. This was their homeland, and they were intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree within it. Aside from Su-Han, the extraordinary anomaly that has emerged, there exists no other entity capable of posing a threat to them. Moreover, when they were transformed into Su-Han subordinates, their physical potential was unleashed, resulting in a significant evolution of their very race. Coupled with the relentless battles of the past fortnight, both beasts have ascended in rank. With their current prowess at the foot of Qingmu Mountain, reigning supreme, They return to the ordinary tranquility of Qingmu Forest. Glancing around in confusion, they find no worthy opponent to engage, which renders them increasingly powerless. Thus, although they diligently comply with Su Han's enforced guardianship, the absence of adversaries inevitably leads to a sense of complacency. Bored and restless, Su Hu and Su Xiong exchange glances before simultaneously collapsing in exhaustion. Having grown accustomed to combat, the abrupt stillness is indeed a source of tedium. In contrast, the king of the Qingstone monkeys relishes the serene atmosphere of Qingmu Forest, while their kind is lively. They are not a bloodthirsty race. Were it not for the lack of sustenance essential for their survival, the king of the Qingstone monkeys might have considered relocating their tribe to this peaceful haven. Suddenly, a shadow darted overhead, sharp claws grazing its scalp and dislodging a tuft of monkey fur that danced away on the wind. The king of the Qingstone monkeys, staring at the vanishing fur, reached out in a daze but failed to grasp it. Roaring with fury, it was incensed that a bird would dare pluck its hair. After missing its strike, the bird did not retreat far. Instead, circling in the air, taunting the king of the Qingstone monkeys, this avian creature, cloaked in dull black feathers, glided silently, its chaotic plumage resembling a fish swimming through the air, devoid of any sound. Its speed was astonishing, a primary reason why the king of the Qingstone monkeys had almost been ambushed. Typically, birds refrain from attacking larger terrestrial beasts due to their anatomical structure, yet this particular bird defied convention. Dismissing Su Hu and Su Xiong while relentlessly provoking the massive monkey king. Infuriated by the bald patch upon its head, the king of the Qingstone monkeys repeatedly conjured a chunk of Qingstone to hurl at the bird. However, the creature's audacity to provoke the king was matched by its agility. It maneuvered through the air as fluidly as a fish in water. It seemed to deliberately tease the king, always evading capture at the last possible moment. This spectacle only served to heighten the king's ire, its eyes burning red with frustration. The bird, realizing that the king could not retaliate, let out a triumphant call. Yet suddenly, it noticed that the monkey king had inexplicably calmed down. Just as the bird pondered this development, a sharp pain shot through its neck, and in its peripheral vision, it saw its own body eerily suspended in midair. Gaining nourishment, it acquired 8 growth points. Ding, you have slain and devoured the hidden winged phoenix, gaining 1 point of hidden winged phoenix gene. Ding, you have slain and devoured the hidden winged phoenix, gaining 1 evolution point. Ding, you have slain and devoured the hidden winged phoenix. Acquiring the skill, Wind Escape. Wind Escape. You merge with the wind, having air resistance during flight and muffling sound. Unexpectedly, upon emerging from seclusion, I have slain a beast and acquired a skill, one that significantly enhances Su Han's attributes as an assassin. Silently and stealthily, Su Han descended from the sky. Unlike his previous emergence, hidden beneath the tumult of the king of the Qingstone monkeys' boulders and roars, he had approached unnoticed, thanks to the bird's carelessness. Now, however, in the depths of night, the sound of his membranous wings slicing through the air was muted by half. If one were to only listen, they would never suspect that the sound of those wings belonged not to a diminutive insect, but to a giant mantis of human proportions. Name: Su Han race, Sky Mantis template, Beast template rank, unranked Beast level, 11 status, Life 2000, Mana 1500 attributes, Strength 158, Agility 228, Constitution 176, Spirit 110 talents, Talent points, exclusive talent, Devour evolution, exclusive talent, Predator, race talent, skills, Scythe hands, Diamond body, Deception, Flash, Night shadow, Wind escape. Gene branches, Rabbit gene, 8 points, Chameleon gene, 4 points, Weasel gene, 8 points. Black Gold Wolf gene, 15 points, Hidden Winged Phoenix gene, 1. Evolution points, 1 point, Skill fragments, none available. Talent points, 1 point. Su Han touchdown. Su Hu and Su Xiong eagerly rushed to his feet. He lifted both beasts, nodding in gratitude towards the king of the Qingstone monkeys for its guardianship. The king chuckled, affectionately patting the bald spot on its head. 3 days later, rejuvenated, Su Han stood at the pinnacle of his domain, flanked by the leveled-up Su Hu and Su Xiong. Following his last evolution, Suhan had ascended to level 11, but had yet to reach the barbaric beast tier, signaling some underlying issue. The system offered no explanations. He could only forge ahead. Observing the tranquil mountain forest, he waved farewell to the Qingstone monkey tribe and ventured forth. Su, Hu, and Su Xiong promptly followed, skipping joyfully behind him. The journey was marked by silence, devoid of ferocious carnivores or gentle herbivores. The lush greenery and towering Qingstone trees enveloped the surroundings in a serene atmosphere, momentarily transporting Suhan back to the tranquility of modern tourist spots in his previous life. This was highly unusual. Such a natural setting should not be devoid of even a single formidable beast. Being mid-mountain, it was perplexing to Suhan immediately urged Su Hu and Su Xiong to remain vigilant, while he shifted into a defensive stance, cautiously scanning the environment. Welcome, newcomers, that a sudden voice echoed in his mind, prompting Suhan to raise his defenses. Roar! Owo! Simultaneously, Su Hu and Su Xiong positioned themselves beside Suhan, issuing warnings that I am right beside you. After a moment of silence, a rhythmic sound reminiscent of stones colliding echoed in Suhan's ears, transforming into comprehensible language. Ambitious new beasts having conquered the foot of Qingmu Mountain. Do you now seek to extend your dominion to this mid-mountain region? The trio of beasts turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, which originated from a solitary stone. As Suhan contemplated this possibility, he witnessed all the surrounding rubble begin to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, subsequently rising into the air, centered around the stone before them. The fragments coalesced into a massive stone tortoise exceeding 20 meters in size. Race, Stone Spirit Avatar, Template, Spirit Template Rank, First Tier Spirit Beast Level, 15 Status, Life X, Mana X Talent, Undying, Race Exclusive Talent, Skills, Child of the Earth, Infinite Avatar, Silence, Origin of All Things. Before Suhan, the system interface displayed only the most rudimentary information, offering no detailed insights into the opponent's skills or talents. Moreover, this was not a barbaric beast, but rather a spirit beast, Suhan's first encounter with such a creature. He had been unaware of the existence of spirit beasts in this world. Not only that, but its talent was the remarkable ability of undying. You are quite peculiar. I can converse with all things. Yet I cannot communicate directly with you, nor can I comprehend your thoughts. The stone tortoise moved with a deliberate pace, causing the grass and trees beneath it to instinctively part, resuming their positions once it passed. Unscathed, you may communicate indirectly through my subordinates. Hearing the stone tortoise's desire to converse, Suhan chose not to engage in conflict with such an undying entity, though that could serve as a viable approach. The stone tortoise nodded. Oh, you know what this is? Suddenly, Suhan recalled the blue stone hanging around his neck, that he understood that the proof of Qingmu Mountain originally resided in the hands of that mischievous little monkey. Yet it had been bestowed upon him. The stone turtle nodded in acknowledgement. Please tell me its origin. Upon hearing the name of the blue stone, Suhan instantly realized he had asked the right question. The stone turtle's eyes brightened at Suhan's inquiry, and its stone-formed eyes revealed a glimmer of cunning. Certainly, but you must first defeat me. Suhan gazed at the stone turtle in silence. Were it not for his ability to perceive its basic attributes, he might have unwittingly accepted the challenge, though it seems you are familiar with my kind. Although unable to communicate directly with Suhan, the stone turtle grasped his emotions through the waves of consciousness he emitted. Very well, then, I shall create a doppelganger. If you manage to defeat it, you will have your answers. The stone turtle appeared genuinely eager to witness Suhan's prowess and was unwilling to relent. Go ahead, Suhan replied, transforming his limbs into two sides and assuming a battle stance. Upon receiving Suhan's response, the stone turtle rolled off a plethora of stones from its body, which coalesced on the ground into a 5-meter-tall stone turtle, a manifestation of the stone spirit, doppelganger. It bore the template of a first-tier spirit beast, level 11, with 2,000 health points and 1,000 mana points. Its innate privilege, Child of the Earth, granted it the ability to recover instantly from any damage sustained on the ground. The skills it possessed were Rolling Stone and Critical Moment. Child of the Earth, as a progeny of the Earth, any injuries taken while on the ground can be immediately healed. Rolling Stone, transforms into a colossal boulder, rushing toward the target at 3 times the normal speed. Critical moment. Leaps into the air, briefly hovering before crashing down upon the target. In the fleeting moment after observing its attributes, Suhan devised a strategy in his mind. Come at me. The stone turtle, though seemingly gentle, exhibited a fierce temperament once battle commenced. At the sight of Suhan's beckoning, it immediately opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, its limbs, tail, and head retracted into its shell as it rolled towards Suhan with alarming speed. Rolling stone. Suhan watched in disbelief as the stone turtle unleashed its skill right from the outset. If he were to evade, it would appear overly cautious. In a flash of lightning, an intense electric aura erupted from Suhan, propelling him forward like a cannonball, colliding directly with the stone turtle. The sound of cracking echoed as stone fragments flew about, with Suhan halting the stone turtle's momentum mid-roll. His limbs dug deeply into the ground, and his side-like appendages carved 2 deep gashes into the turtle's shell. Yet, rather than retreating, the stone turtle seemed intent on flipping over and pinning Suhan beneath it. Despite the immense force it brought forth, Suhan managed to withstand the impact and deflected the weighty assault. As the stone turtle's limbs threatened to dig into the ground, Suhan withdrew his sides and firmly grasped the edges of the turtle's shell. Summoning all his strength, he astonishingly lifted the stone turtle off the ground. Panic ensued for the turtle as it found itself suspended in midair, its head emerging from its shell, its sharp beak lunging towards Suhan's relatively slender neck. In that critical moment, Suhan crouched slightly, channeling power from his feet through his hands, and hurled the stone turtle skyward. It spun through the air, limbs and tail flailing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Suhan, still in a crouched position, swung his sides downward, launching himself into the air. One strike followed another, each faster and heavier than the last, akin to a master chef slicing through ingredients, as countless fragments of stone rained down from above. With a resounding crash, the stone turtle fell heavily to the ground, while Suhan hovered gracefully above. The turtle, now marred by countless cuts, silently returned to the larger stone turtle's side, seamlessly merging back into its form. Indeed, you merely encountered it once, yet you discerned its weaknesses, the stone turtle remarked, causing Suhan, still aloft, to momentarily pause, even halting the flapping of his wings. However, the stone turtle did not linger on Suhan's secret, but conceded defeat and began to explain the proof of Qingmu Mountain. The proof of Qingmu Mountain, a testament of the mountain's ruler, was the very fragment Suhan possessed, having split from the complete proof belonging to the most powerful clans of each layer of Qingmu Mountain. By obtaining the proof of the mountain's base, Suhan asserted his dominion over it. "Allow me to gift you this piece," the stone turtle said, opening its mouth as a simple, unadorned blue stone floated gently toward Suhan. He reached out to catch it, immediately receiving a system notification, detected a substantial amount of mysterious energy. "Would you like to absorb it?" "No." In the presence of this enigmatic spirit beast, Suhan hesitated, uncertain if absorbing the energy from the proof would be detected. For the sake of caution, it was best not to absorb it on the spot. The complete proof of Qingmu Mountain lies at its peak. If you wish to obtain it, you should make your way there. As the stone turtle's form began to fracture, stones scattered around as if guided by an unseen force. Once its words were spoken, the stone turtle had transformed back into ordinary stones, covered in moss, lying scattered upon the ground. Descend, Suhan felt an overwhelming urge to return to the base, eager to absorb the stone and escape the terrifying encounter with the immortal spirit beast. Detected a substantial amount of mysterious energy. "Would you like to absorb it?" "Yes." Hiding within a cave, Suhan confirmed his absorption, breaking through to the first-tier brutal beast level. "Congratulations, host. Your leadership talent has been upgraded. Leadership 2, you have become the faith of your clan, establishing a deeper connection with them, allowing you to actively intervene in their evolution." He reviewed the details of his newly acquired skills and felt the surge of energy within him. Suhan was overwhelmed with excitement. The energy contained within the proof of Qingmu Mountain would not only aid him in acquiring skills, but also assist him in transcending his current limits and ascending to a new tier. "The complete proof of Qingmu Mountain shall be mine. Suhan's birthplace had evolved into a small settlement. Ever since the Mantises had evolved into flying mantises due to Suhan's influence, their former predators no longer posed a threat. The entire clan experienced rapid growth. The birth of numerous young mantises, free from the threat of predation, led to the swift expansion of their population. The cave they inhabited had also undergone significant expansion, and upon Suhan's arrival, the diligent mantises were busily transporting the soil they had excavated. Now, Suhan's return was met with an unprecedented fervor. Countless mantises swirled around him in joyous celebration, expressing their elation. Suhan, too, felt a faint sense of their emotions, sensing their admiration and joy towards him. Is it time for evolution? Suhan extended his hand, and two curious young mantises perched upon his fingertips, gazing up at him in awe. The host may utilize genetic points to evolve the clan. Genetic branches: Rabbit gene, 8 points. Chameleon gene, 4 points. Weasel gene, 8 points. Black gold wolf gene, 15 points. Hiding wing gene, 1 point. These genes no longer held significance for Suhan. They could be put to better use to enhance his clan. Invest all genetic points, Suhan commanded silently. The upcoming evolution of the clan would consume a total of 36 genetic points across various types. Due to exceeding the required amount, an extraordinary evolution would take place. Requiring half a day's time to complete, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed through the air. The entire swarm of sky mantises suddenly found their wings growing heavy, and one by one, they gently descended to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Suhan cautiously placed the two diminutive mantises from his fingers onto the earth, and then, with a flutter of their wings, he slowly retreated from the cave. Species: Sky Mantis Template. Beast Template Rank: First Tier Savage Beast Level, 10 Status. Health 2000, Mana 500 Talent. Collective Evolution, Exclusive Talent. Resilient Skills: Swift Slash, Lightning Strike, Rapid Consumption. Suhan observed the Sky Mantises before him, now evolved to a size surpassing that of the Qingshi monkey, and nodded in satisfaction. After this evolution, their raptorial forelimbs had become even harder and sharper, their bodies encased in a thick, sturdy exoskeleton. In the verdant woods, the entire swarm was no longer a feeble prey, but appeared to be quite curious about their new forms, excitedly flitting about and occasionally striking at trees, grass, and even stones. Upon discovering that their raptorial limbs were unscathed and could carve deep gashes in a solid rock, the sky mantises erupted in exuberance. Name: Suhan Species. Sky Mantis Template. Beast Template Rank: First Tier Savage Beast Level, 11 Status. Health 2000. Mana 1500 Attributes: Strength 158, Agility 248, Constitution 200, Spirit 150 Talents. Talent Allocation: Exclusive Talent. Devour Evolution, Exclusive Talent. Predator, Species Talent. Skills: Scythe Hand, Diamond Body, Deception, Lightning Flash, Night Shadow, Wind Escape. Command 2. Gene Branch. 0 Evolution Points. 1 Skill Fragments. No available skill fragments. Suhan examined his attributes and noted that, following his advancement, the ratios of his values appeared skewed, with most metrics within normal growth ranges. However, both Constitution and Spirit had surged unexpectedly, raising the question of whether this was connected to the testimony of Qingshi Mountain he had absorbed. Suhan could not ascertain the cause, as the system provided no clarification, yet he recognized that an increase in attributes was ultimately beneficial. After a vigorous ascent, he encountered no peril, but did cross paths with the enigmatic yet benevolent Undying Stone Tortoise. While the rewards were plentiful, his objectives remained unfulfilled. Suhan merely acclimated to his newfound strength before once again embarking on his journey. His companions remained Su Hu and Su Xiong, although he could now command the Sky Mantis swarm. Suhan had no intention of summoning them to serve him in the immediate future. Despite their seemingly vast numbers, they were still inadequate in the face of formidable savage beasts. Upon reaching the stony area where he had previously encountered the stone tortoise, Suhan paused to survey his surroundings. This time, the stone tortoise did not appear. The area was merely an ordinary forest strewn with rubble. "Let us proceed," he instructed, and Su Hu and Su Xiong, vigilant and observant, followed his lead. The slope of Qingshi Mountain was relatively smaller compared to the base, yet still formidable. As they ventured deeper into the terrain, caution dictated their pace, and by midday, they had scarcely traveled far. Suhan was reluctant to press onward without due consideration. He had already encountered the stone tortoise at the mere entrance. Even if the stone tortoise was unique to this mountain, the beast that dominated the summit would undoubtedly be far more powerful. While navigating cautiously, Suhan suddenly signaled for his two companions to halt. The beasts, sensing the shift, immediately scanned their surroundings. Poised for battle, Suhan knelt to inspect the ground, and on the exposed black earth lay a gash nearly a meter wide, resembling the marks left by a truck performing an emergency stop. Within this meter-wide scar were varying depths of scratches, some deep enough to conceal an entire hand, while others barely reached a finger's length. Following the trail of marks, Suhan discerned that it wound deeply into the distant thicket. "Stay alert," he cautioned, tracing the scratches with his fingers. This unknown beast was indeed formidable, the blue stones of the mountain. While appearing ordinary, could only be cleaved by his raptorial limbs. The fact that this creature could leave such deep impressions simply by passing through suggested an extraordinary level of hardness and sharpness. The two beasts, though puzzled, recognized Suhan's command as their mission. Tentatively, he led them forward. The creature's trail was extensive, indicating that it had no intention of concealing itself. However, this was to be expected. Only the weak would hide, while the strong ignored such trivialities. "Wait, the trail has vanished," Suhan noted, his vigilance heightened as the winding marks disappeared after several hundred meters. How could such a massive creature simply vanish? Could it possibly fly? Suhan found no absurdity in this speculation. After all, this was not Earth, and creatures capable of crawling could just as easily take to the skies. With this thought in mind, Suhan cautiously raised his head. A golden glimmer shot toward him from the treetops. Silent and swift, it was a colossal serpent shimmering with a cold, golden light. Dodge! The speed of the golden serpent was blinding. Suhan had no time to evade. In a desperate bid to avoid being swallowed whole, he hastily raised his raptorial limbs in defense. The impact sent Suhan and his companions sprawling to the sides, narrowly escaping the serpent's terrifying rush. Clinging to the serpent's jaw, he fought to maintain his grip. Though he was forced backward, this position allowed him a clearer view of the serpent's imposing form. The serpent's head, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, was adorned with spiked scales that twisted grotesquely, resembling thorns, and these scales had a metallic sheen that rendered Suhan's attempts to slice through them futile. Damn it, the defense of this golden serpent must be formidable. He realized, understanding how the deep gashes had been formed in the wake of the creature's passage. Seeing its prey clinging to its jaw, the golden serpent, unable to consume him, charged toward a nearby boulder. In a moment of desperation, Suhan managed to scramble onto the serpent's head just before the collision, which sent sparks flying as the serpent smashed into the massive stone, shattering it to pieces. Dazed from the impact, the golden serpent gradually came to a halt, granting Suhan the opportunity to examine its attributes. Species: Golden Serpent Template. Savage Beast Template Rank. First Tier Savage Beast Level, 15 Status. Health 3000. Mana 1500 Talent. Arcane Metal. Exclusive Talent. Skills: Iron Eating. Arcane Metal. The body of the Golden Serpent is composed of a highly durable metal infused with arcane energy, making it several times harder than mundane metals. Iron Eating. The Golden Serpent can absorb any metallic substance to replenish its internal metal reserves. Suhan struck the serpent's head with his raptorial limbs several times, but apart from producing a shower of sparks, he merely left superficial scratches on its spiny scales. This is bad. A creature whose skills are solely focused on fortifying its body will be challenging to defeat through sheer force. Suhan was deeply engrossed in contemplating a solution. While the abandoned Su Hu and Su Xiong, the two young beasts, were left behind. After Suhan was taken away by the golden giant serpent, they immediately transformed into their combat forms and pursued him in a fit of rage. However, the speed of the golden giant serpent was astonishing, and they found themselves unable to catch up for the time. Being by the time they arrived, the golden giant serpent had already collapsed from crashing into a massive boulder. Seeing that Suhan was unharmed, they mistakenly believed he had resolved the battle and were about to revert from their combat forms. Su Xiong, Unleash 3 feet of icy cold upon the golden giant serpent. Solidify, Su Han commanded directly. Simultaneously issuing 2 commands was somewhat taxing for Su Xiong. Yet adhering to the duty of obedience, he managed to perform both successfully in its dazed state. The golden giant serpent suddenly sensed a chill coursing through its body. Instinctively writhing and rolling on the ground, Su Han hovered above the serpent's head, coldly observing the creature. He hoped it would exhibit the same decrease in speed and reaction time as its kin in a frigid environment. Fortunately, his expectations were met. Although the golden giant serpent possessed immense strength, most of its innate abilities were devoted to physical enhancement, rendering it somewhat vulnerable to elemental resistance. Both of Su Xiong's control skills took effect, and the relentless cold rendered the golden giant serpent unable to resist its animal instincts, causing its writhing to slow progressively. The drop in air temperature further dulled the serpent's consciousness. Over time, it even slipped into a false hibernation. However, Su Han understood that this was merely an illusion. Once Su Xiong's control ceased, the golden giant serpent would inevitably awaken with a rise in body temperature. After a brief wait, and seeing the serpent's scales coated in frost, Su Han instructed Su Xiong to reduce his magical expenditure and maintain the current frigid conditions. Su Hu, come with me to the head of the golden giant serpent. Given the enormity of the serpent, Su Han knew he had to locate its weakness. While it is often said to strike a snake at its vulnerable point, finding such a point on a serpent of this size was no easy task. Rather than searching for a diminutive weak spot, it would be wiser to aim directly at the serpent's critical area, its brain. The golden giant serpent remained in its false hibernation, and thankfully, much of its body had become metallic. Su Han directed Su Hu to heat the serpent's head, which the creature failed to notice in the slightest. Cautiously, Su Hu unleashed flames at the designated spot as instructed by Su Han, ensuring to keep the range to merely half a foot, a challenging task for a fiery tiger that relied on brute strength. However, with Su Han's constant guidance during battles, Su Hu managed to comply, albeit with difficulty. Observing the scales on the serpent's head glowing red from the fire, Su Han beckoned Su Xiong to climb up. Exhale the coldest breath here, Su Han ordered, as Su Xiong looked at him in confusion. But before he could receive an explanation, Su Hu had already pawed at his head. The command from their master was paramount, so questioning was unnecessary. With a snarl, Su Xiong bared his teeth at Su Hu and cautiously gathered cold energy to spray at the glowing scales. After a hissing sound of evaporating steam, the scales on the serpent's head shattered completely, even flipping over. Su Han extended his scythe-like limb and pried up the now brittle scales, instructing both beasts to keep their distance. Then, with a flash of electricity, sparks erupted from the serpent's open mouth. With another flash, Su Han continued his assault. With yet another flash, thud, Su Han's scythe plunged deep into the head of the golden giant serpent. This decisive strike jolted the serpent from its false hibernation, but it was already too late. Its brain destroyed, the awakening was merely a dying reaction. The colossal serpent writhed and shook off the frost. But it was futile. Moments later, the golden giant serpent lay still, no longer moving. Gazing at the hardened creature, Su Han felt an uncontrollable drool escaping him. With the death of the golden giant serpent and the loss of its magical energy, its once impenetrable scales, while still formidable, could no longer withstand Su Han's insatiable hunger. Moreover, with Su Han's devouring evolution ability, anything lifeless fell under the dominion of the laws of nature. No hardness could resist his ravenous bite. As he feasted, he gained 20 growth points. As he continued to consume, he gained an additional 25 growth points. Ding, you have slain and consumed the golden giant serpent, acquiring 3 points of ghost wolf gene. Ding, you have slain and consumed the golden giant serpent, gaining 1 point of evolution. Ding, you have slain and consumed the golden giant serpent, obtaining the talent Law of Gold. Ding, you have slain and consumed the golden giant serpent, acquiring the skill Chew Metal Like Mud. Ding, you have received an immediate evolution opportunity. Please prepare yourself. Point 10. 9. Damn it. Su Han felt that although the system had granted him a tremendous opportunity, it would eventually lead to his demise. He hastily instructed Su Hu and Su Xiong to protect him, before plunging into complete darkness. The two young beasts, bewildered, exchanged glances before cautiously resting beside Su-Han. "Damn it! You treacherous thing!" Su-Han abruptly sat up from the ground. This system was utterly unreliable. The last time it had issued a task, it claimed to assist him in overcoming emotional turmoil. Yet this time, it disregarded his safety and forcibly initiated his evolution. Was this truly for his benefit? Su-Han rose, surveying his surroundings. Su-Hu and Su-Xiong had transformed into their adorable forms, lying nearby and panting heavily. All around them were several enormous, unknown wild beasts. Damn. Observing the wounds on the two small beasts, Su-Han immediately realized how fierce the battles they had endured were during his evolution. "Please do not be overly agitated, host. Your evolution is under the precise calculation of the system. There's a 99% probability it will not be interrupted." Su-Han soared into the air, descending to lift the two nearly unconscious young beasts. Although the system's words were pleasant, without the desperate protection of these two small beasts, it would have been impossible for him to safely undergo this evolution. As he cradled them, the two young beasts sensed the familiar aura and relaxed, exchanging weak greetings before drifting in a slumber. Name: Su-Han race, Flying Mantis template. Monster template rank: First tier savage beast level, 11 status. Life, 3000. Mana 1500 attributes, Strength 158, Agility 248, Constitution 300, Spirit 150 talents. Talent points: Exclusive talent, Devouring evolution, Exclusive talent, Predator racial talent, Law of gold skills, Scythe hand, Diamond body, Concealment, Electric flash, Night shadow, Wind escape. Leadership 2, Chew metal like mud. Constitution has increased by a full 100 points. Su-Han gazed in astonishment at his attributes. Emerging from the evolution, he had not paid attention to his own changes due to the circumstances involving the two small creatures. Now that he had a moment to spare, he realized that his physical constitution had remarkably increased by a full 100 points. Extending his hand, he observed the metallic sheen of his exoskeleton, which seemed to have entirely transformed into a metallic form. Yet, due to the effects of the skill concealment, his exoskeleton did not shine as brilliantly as that of the crimson gold giant serpent. Low-key was preferable. This was quite agreeable to Su-Han flicked his fingers. The crisp sound of metal clashing brought him a sense of reassurance. As he began to focus on the changes in his body, he noticed that his most significant transformation lay in his limbs. Previously slender, they had merged into two robust, human-like legs, with even the characteristic insect-like joints having vanished. Standing up, Su-Han turned to examine his legs. Astonished that his evolution was gradually guiding him towards the humanoid form he had long yearned for, this realization diminished his resentment towards the forced evolution. After all, the system had not truly intended to bring about his demise. Cradling the two small creatures, he soared into the air, gradually descending towards the mountainside. Although he had grown significantly stronger, the two little ones were gravely injured and could not accompany him further. When he placed them among the group of the Flying Mantis, they had already regained consciousness. Due to their database nature, they could maintain their stamina even in a severely injured state. However, reality was not like a game. The relentless battles had left them mentally exhausted, which was much harder to recover from it. Su-Han instructed the two to rest in the sanctuary of the Flying Mantis before flying back into Qingshan Mountain. The hope of regaining a humanoid form was now one step closer, and he was determined not to relax for even a moment. "I never expected your venom to be so potent." Su-Han observed the ground, pockmarked and eroded as if snow had been doused with boiling water. While floating above, he surveyed the monster below. This creature was a colossal lizard, entirely clad in armor, which Su-Han had discovered atop the heap of corpses after the battle involving the two small ones. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, he had initially intended to collect evolution points from the remains. However, upon arriving, he found a massive poisonous giant lizard voraciously devouring the carcasses. Species: Mixed poison giant lizard template. Barbaric beast template rank: First tier barbaric beast level, 16 status. Health 2000. Mana 2000 talent. Advanced virus resistance, exclusive talent. Skill: Mixed poison advanced virus resistance. Due to dietary habits, every mixed poison giant lizard possesses an extraordinarily robust immune system, enabling it to resist the vast majority of active toxins. Mixed poison. The pathogens consumed by the mixed poison giant lizard are stored and cultivated within its glandular sacs, making it one of the most terrifying places on Earth, as one can never know how many types of pathogens are contained within. If it merely consumed, that would be one thing. However, this nearly 10-meter-long mixed poison giant lizard actually spat venom onto the corpses, causing violent reactions that rapidly decomposed both the flesh and bones. The mixed poison giant lizard would only consume the viscera of the corpses once they had fully rotted away. Although Su-Han had lived a life of blood and flesh since his transformation into an insect, the repugnant scene before him truly revolted him. He bore no prejudice against scavengers, but such disgusting behavior was simply intolerable. Very well, foul beast, let me represent the moon and eradicate you. Su-Han rubbed his somewhat hungry belly and charged towards the mixed poison giant lizard. Virus resistance, here I come. As he witnessed a shadow hurtling down from above, the previously leisurely mixed poison giant lizard spat a mouthful of venom directly at Su-Han. However, Su-Han was no longer the same. He activated the skill Shadow, slipping into the shadow dimension, causing the venom to miss him entirely, splattering onto the ground and eroding everything it touched. Watching the corroded ground, Su-Han felt a wave of apprehension. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss and had swiftly entered the shadow dimension. Had he been struck directly by the venom of the mixed poison giant lizard, he wondered if his newly formed body could withstand it. Though his resistance to toxins was high, the description of the mixed poison giant lizard's venom suggested it was not merely a simple toxin, but rather a super biocontainment unit, harboring unfathomable horrors. Su-Han had no desire to experience that firsthand. The mixed poison giant lizard, missing its target, immediately lunged at Su-Han to bite him. Its sharp, jagged teeth, glistening with a viscous substance, flailed aimlessly towards him. For the mixed poison giant lizard, as long as it could wound its target, there would be no need for further combat. Its insurmountable venom would ensure the demise of its victim. However, while it had grand designs, Su-Han was determined not to let it have its way. He swiftly retreated, soaring into the air, retracting his scythe-like legs, and unleashing a small scythe from his joints, plunging it directly into the mouth of the mixed poison giant lizard. The small scythe's accompanying skill had become rather lackluster, but now it served perfectly to test his defensive capabilities. Su-Han's knife-throwing technique was evidently still lacking. Although the mixed poison giant lizard missed its attack, it accurately caught the small scythe in its mouth. Its beady eyes gleamed with satisfaction as it regarded Su-Han, pleased with its successful defense against the enemy's assault. Meanwhile, Su-Han observed the scythe lodged in the creature's mouth. Feeling quite satisfied with the cooperation displayed, the mixed poison giant lizard, sensing that its adversary was hesitant to confront it directly, concluded that it posed no threat to Su-Han, realizing that the mixed poison giant lizard's venom could not corrode his exoskeleton. Felt confident to strike back. Two barbaric beasts, each harboring their own thoughts, silently stared at each other. Hiss! The mixed poison giant lizard raised its head, flicking its tongue in a challenge towards Su-Han. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Han dove towards the mixed poison giant lizard. Upon seeing this, the creature's eyes sparkled with a sense of triumphant cunning, but it failed to notice that the peculiar giant insect in the sky exhibited no change in emotion. As Su-Han swooped down towards the mixed poison giant lizard, the latter unexpectedly closed its mouth and released a mist of venom from its nostrils, saturating a substantial portion of the space in front of it. Su-Han held his breath, extending his scythe-like legs, and dove directly into the toxic fog. The sound of a heavy impact resonated within the mist. Yet, Su-Han stood firmly beside the mixed poison giant lizard, having cleaved its head into 4 pieces, rendering it utterly lifeless. The body of the mixed poison giant lizard, evidently lacking sufficient resistance to its own toxins, began to whiten under the corrosive effects of the venom after its demise. Witnessing this, Su-Han did not hesitate to abandon his cautious approach. He disregarded the toxic mist and began to consume the mixed poison giant lizard. As he feasted, he gained 21 growth points. As he continued to devour, he gained 23 growth points. Ding! You have killed and consumed the mixed poison giant lizard, gaining 3 points of mixed poison giant lizard genes. Ding! You have killed and consumed the mixed poison giant lizard, gaining 1 evolution point. Ding, you have killed and consumed the mixed poison giant lizard, acquiring the talent. Advanced virus resistance. Ding, you have killed and consumed the mixed poison giant lizard, obtaining a skill fragment. Mixed poison 1. Su-Han felt the transformations occurring within his body. It seemed as though he could perceive the emergence of a new organ that spread throughout his being, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably present. The attributes bore no falsehood. The advanced viral resistance under his innate information attested to everything. For over a month thereafter, Su-Han remained on the mountainside without descending. The savage beasts at this elevation were predominantly solitary creatures. Although formidable individually, they could not escape the constraints of their species, and their intelligence was a conspicuous shortcoming. Upon first entering the mountainside, Su-Han might not have managed to evade these beasts entirely. However, the disparity in intellect became increasingly evident during combat. For the fire-adapted beasts, Su-Han lured them to the water's edge. Against the ice-water-adept beasts, he set fiery traps to incinerate them. When confronted with melee specialists, he utilized the small sickles he had accumulated during his leisure to outmaneuver them. As for the aerial combatants, he simply yanked them down to the ground with brute force. One horned beast, lamenting loudly, toppled several trees before crashing to the earth. He waited until the beast fell utterly silent before gently descending from the sky. This horned creature was the most formidable he had encountered on the mountainside, second only to the spirit turtle. Not only was it immensely powerful and resilient, but also possessed terrifying explosive skills. When activated, even Su-Han's current attributes would not allow him to confront it head-on. Were it not for the constraints imposed by its size, which he cleverly exploited, he might have grounded down in midair. It was likely that even in victory, he would have been left gasping for breath. Seated atop the lifeless form of the beast, now stiffened by death, Su-Han gazed upward at the sky. The peaks of Qingmu Mountain remained shrouded in a blanket of white clouds, obscuring his vision. The waning sunlight cast a yellowish hue upon the clouds, failing to dispel the chilling aura that lingered there. Su-Han took a deep breath, aware that he was merely a step away from the pinnacle of his journey. He could not afford a rush. He needed to confront the mountain's sovereign in the most impeccable state possible. As he dined, he accrued growth points, 30 from one meal and 29 from another. Ding, you have slain the horned beast and obtained 5 gene points from it. Ding, you have slain the horned beast and gained 2 evolution points. Ding, you have slain the horned beast and acquired the skill. Explosive burst. Explosive burst. Within 1 minute, base strength triples. Agility decreases by 10. Following the skill's use, a 3-minute period of weakness ensues, reducing strength and agility effects by half, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. A straightforward yet brutally effective skill, offering a 3-fold increase in strength with only a minor reduction in agility. This was undoubtedly the most formidable desperate measure. As for the subsequent 3-minute weakness period, it hardly warranted consideration. If one had utilized such a skill and failed to annihilate the enemy, then the battle was already lost. Before officially advancing to the mountain summit, Su-Han made a special return to the tribe at the base. The flying mantises busily flitted in and out, their evolution incorporating the genes of ants, which transformed their once chaotic community into a model of order. The tribe members divided their labor according to gender and size: breeding, hunting, farming, defending, and cleaning, all indicative of a complete and structured society. With their grasp of the ants' collaborative work ethic, the seemingly feeble flying mantises had indeed become the rulers of Qingmu Forest. Any prey that dared challenge them, even if it managed to fend off one mantis, would swiftly be overwhelmed by the swarming army of mantises. Upon Su-Han's arrival, Su-Hu and Su-Xiong were observing as the mantises surrounded a giant wolf. The several-meter-long wolf, beleaguered by the mantises' harassment, was reluctant to submit, yet the mantises expertly executed their strategy, attacking from the wolf's blind spots without engaging in direct confrontation. Su-Han silently descended beside Su-Hu and Su-Xiong. The two beasts perked up their ears, preparing to retaliate, but the familiar scent wafted into their nostrils. The two little beasts, having been separated from Su-Han for a long time, immediately leaped joyfully into his transformed embrace. Meanwhile, the hunting mantises, feeling the influence of Su-Han's leadership skill, became even more familiar with him. Upon his arrival, They abandoned their playful hunting tactics and swarmed the giant wolf, overwhelming it before it could react. The giant wolf soon transformed into a mass of white bones, riddled with gashes. After resting for several days in the tribe's territory, Suhan had never felt so relaxed. Once he sensed that his vitality had reached its zenith, he knew it was time to depart. He instructed the two beasts to safeguard the flying mantises and reminded the mantises to maintain amicable relations with the two beasts before resolutely leaving under their wide, glistening eyes. As if sensing something. When Suhan reached the foot of the mountain, the Chingstone Monkey King stood silently at the entrance, accompanied by a group of young monkeys. Even the usually lively little monkeys had quieted down, hanging silently on their mother's back as they watched Suhan. The Monkey King presented Suhan with a gourd made of vines, filled with liquid sloshing within the Monkey King's gesture. Suhan opened the gourd, releasing an intoxicating aroma of wine. "I never expected you to have such a fine treasure hidden away," Suhan remarked with a chuckle, raising the gourd to drain its contents. "All right, when I return, I shall be the king of all Qingmu Mountain." With a wave of his hand, he strode forward. Behind him, countless monkeys took a deep breath, producing a stirring and passionate chorus as he sought to ascend Qingmu Mountain's peak. The dense cloud cover, so thick that one could not see their own hand, loomed ahead. Exercising caution, Suhan hesitated to take to the skies, fearing that other savage beasts might still linger within the mists. He had come to challenge the mountain's sovereign and needed to face this trial in the most flawless state possible. As he journeyed onward, Suhan heightened his focus, for the atmosphere within the clouds was unervingly tranquil. Yet, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of stones clashing, intermittently echoed around him. Suhan understood that some alien beast was passing nearby, but he could not trace its movements. Only when it made a sound could he detect its presence. Proceeding with increasing caution, he noticed the fog thinning, revealing glimpses of the mountain summit. Coming to a halt, Suhan inhaled deeply and resolutely took a step forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of stones striking one another resonated again. But this time it was directly ahead. Suhan's heart sank. In this silent realm atop the mountain, the solitary sound indicated that its source must indeed belong to the mountain's sovereign, adding to the fact that he had never noticed its traces. Suhan immediately realized that he had acted recklessly this time. He had arrived a tad too early. Once it has come, it shall not depart. An ancient voice echoed from before Suhan. As the creature approached, Suhan instinctively focused intently on the front, a leopard-like being, entirely crimson, with a single horn atop its head, slowly strode forward, its five tails fluttering behind it like banners. Race, Rouge Jeune template. Monster beast rank. First tier barbaric beast level. 18 cultivation. Chi refinement status. Health points. 5,000. Mana points. 3,000 talent. Divine beast bloodline. Exclusive talent. Skills. Illusionary reality. Life fire. Miasma. Supersonic speed divine beast bloodline. Contains a faint divine beast bloodline, enhancing all attributes by 30. Those with exceptional talents may exhibit ancestral traits, enhancing all attributes by 50. Illusionary reality. The illusions of Rougeon conform to the target's will. Invading undetected. Those with low mental attributes may become entranced and unable to extricate themselves. Life fire. Sacrifices half of total health points to summon flames imbued with life. The host remains immortal, and the flames last over an hour, consuming 10 life points for each additional minute survived. Miasma. Actively summons fog that combines with toxins within, forming miasma, a colorless and odorless neurotoxin that paralyzes all muscles, rendering them unable to function until suffocation occurs. The miasma's coverage extends 1,000 meters in diameter from the caster, supersonic. In its ultimate state, Rougeon can briefly exceed the speed of sound. P.S. Speed is power. Another new template. And what are those cultivation levels? Upon seeing the name of this barbaric beast, Suhan was taken aback. Previously, he had encountered a stone turtle on a mountainside. A spirit beast template, but this time he faced Rougeon, a monster beast template. The miraculous Mantis. Such immense power resides within a mere barbaric beast. As Rougeon approached Suhan, crouching low, its shoulders towered about half a meter above him. After several evolutions, Su-Han had stabilized at around 2 meters in height. As Ru-Zhan's massive head lowered, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. "Reveal to me your formidable secret," or Yu-Zhan fixed its gaze on Su-Han. But its form gradually faded from view. Suddenly, Su-Han opened his eyes wide, finding himself back in the bedroom he had inhabited for many years when he was still human. What is happening? Su-Han spun around, intending to take flight, only to discover that he had reverted to his former physical body. Touching his arm, he felt the familiar texture and weakness, along with a warmth that stirred memories. "Is this Ru-Zhan's illusion skill?" Su-Han murmured to himself. Knock, knock, knock. While Su-Han pondered, a knock echoed from the bedroom door. "You rascal, it's nearly noon. Hurry up and come out for breakfast, even during a break. You can't just laze about like this." The nagging voice from outside filled Su-Han's eyes with tears. This was a voice from deep within his memories, one he could never forget, and yet, one he had always guarded against, a scar he never wished to unveil. "That are you, Zhan? Have you toyed with my memories without considering the consequences?" Su-Han lowered his head, silently listening as the voice faded into the distance. After a moment of silence, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes red and aflame with an anger that seemed to consume everything as he gazed at the ceiling. To his astonishment, the ceiling had vanished, revealing Ru-Zhan's massive head. Observing him with interest, as if examining a finely crafted box, a mere ant. Yet it seems you harbor quite a few secrets. Within the illusion, Ru-Zhan had acquired the ability to communicate with Su-Han. And thus, everything Su-Han perceived, Ru-Zhan could also witness. As Ru-Zhan spoke, the walls of the house collapsed outward like a gift box being unwrapped. Blinding light flooded in as Su-Han found himself strolling along a path in the campus. "Are you ready to head to the Internet CAF for some gaming?" his close friend inquired, walking beside him. "Prepare your sister," Su-Han instinctively retorted, but then realized and came to a halt. "What's wrong?" "Hurry up, we're going to be late," his friend, noticing Su-Han's change in demeanor, hurriedly urged him on. "You go ahead. I just remembered something." "Please excuse me," Su-Han smiled, maintaining a calm facade. "All right, make it quick." His friend nodded and dashed off. "Ru-Zhan, I have discerned the nature of your illusion." Ignoring the curious glances of passing classmates, Su-Han addressed a nearby tree. After a moment, the tree twisted into the visage of Ru-Zhan. Yet, none of the onlookers noticed the abnormality of the tree. "You are not an insect, but a human. However, this does not suffice to prove your rapid evolution." That our Yu-Zhan's features began to swell, gradually morphing into a colossal beast. With a mere step forward, it crushed several passing students into pulp. Yet, those oblivious students continued to point and whisper at Su-Han as Su-Han's pupils constricted sharply. And the murderous intent within him could no longer be contained. The aura of killing intent spilled forth, causing the nearby students to scatter in fright. Knowing it is false, yet still seeking to disperse them. Such is the unique hypocrisy of humanity. Ru-Zhan scratched its forepaw against the ground, wiping away the remnants of flesh and blood. "Humph! Such traits of humanity are unworthy of your comprehension." Su-Han spoke slowly, transforming his hands into scythe-like appendages. Ru-Zhan's illusion was influenced by both its own control and the reactions of others. If one could sense the differences within the illusion, they could inversely affect it. Humans, unlike other beasts, were inherently endowed with extraordinary wisdom. Recognizing the energy of the illusion was something Su-Han was naturally capable of. "Such a trivial insect," Yu-Zhan remarked, seemingly bored, as Su-Han suddenly flew backward. Only after crashing through the nearby administrative building did the sound of metal striking metal resound. "Why are you so weak? I haven't even made a move, and you've already fallen?" Ru-Zhan approached Su-Han, who lay sprawled on the ground. Had Su-Han not been able to see Ru-Zhan's skill description, he might have genuinely believed that Ru-Zhan had merely delivered a casual blow. However, the description of the ultimate state revealed everything. Moreover, although the attack was powerful, it had not inflicted any external damage upon Su-Han's body. Additionally, Su-Han's innate talent, the diamond body, had begun to heal its internal injuries. How many times can you use that kind of attack? Su-Han lay in the pit, having withstood the assault, yet the impact left him temporarily immobile. "What?" Su-Han witnessed the surprise on Ru-Zhan's typically indifferent face for the first time. "What other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them." Su-Han pushed himself up, a provocative tone in his voice. The strike in its ultimate state was nothing extraordinary. Ruzhan's facade of strength had been thoroughly unmasked. Humph, I could strike you all day long. Daryushin quickly regained its initial indifference, its disdain palpable. After uttering those words, Suhan was once again struck and sent soaring into the sky. Following that, another heavy blow struck him, sending him crashing down like a meteor. Boom! The already several-meter-wide crater deepened upon Suhan's impact, expanding further by several meters in diameter. Cough, cough. Suhan coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. Daryushin's attacks had still failed to harm his body, and he had begun to acclimate to its force. Damnable brat! Before him, the grotesque figure gradually dissipated, only for another to emerge from Suhan's side. Its eyes were fierce, bearing sharp fangs as a fetid gust, redolent of iron, rushed towards Suhan's face. System notification: you have inhaled miasma. High-level virus resistance is now activated. You will be immune to this virus for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if you do not refresh your skills, the antiviral effect will decrease by 10 each minute. The passive resistance enhancement effect of the diamond body is activated. If you withstand the miasma for over 10 hours, you will be completely immune to it. Suhan maintained a facade of calm as he observed the grotesque creature. Feigning ignorance of its toxic effects, the creature, too, ceased its assault, standing in opposition to Suhan, seemingly waiting for the virus to take effect. Go ahead, strike again if you can. If you manage to defeat me, then I shall concede your prowess, Suhan remarked weakly as he struggled to sit up, acutely aware of his physical state, a secret known only to him. I advise you to reveal your secrets. Young one, if you comply, I may spare your life and even allow you to become my subordinate, governing the entirety of Qingmu Mountain on my behalf. The creature, internally astonished, noted the resilience of Suhan, as if he were forged from iron, even more unyielding than the massive golden serpent residing on the mountainside. Despite several attempts to breach his defenses, it had failed to crack his exterior. Now it could only hope that the miasma would affect this peculiar being. Contemplating this, the creature felt a wave of despondency wash over it, never anticipating that it would be forced to rely on toxins against a mere beast. Yet, gazing silently at the bizarre mantis seated in the crater, it realized that the secrets held by this creature might be its only opportunity. Thus, it resolved to proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. In this seemingly dichotomous standoff, both parties harbored ulterior motives that it was not until Suhan felt that his internal injuries had fully healed that he gradually rose from the ground. The creature, which had been watching intently, immediately narrowed its pupils in alarm. This is bad. The opponent is completely unaffected by the miasma. Isn't it curious why I am still able to stand? Suhan stretched his neck, as if to limber up his muscles. Those few blows you landed were quite invigorating. Now it is time for me to repay the favor. With a menacing grin, he glanced toward the creature outside the crater, crouched slightly, and extended his arms as his side-like limbs unfurled. With a sudden burst, Suhan's body shot toward the creature like a tightly coiled spring. His side-like limbs whirled before him like a tempest, slicing through the air as they struck the creature. Although the sides made contact, an odd sensation informed Suhan that his attack had missed. With a gentle flutter of his wings, he floated in midair, carefully turning around. This is the mountaintop. If I falter, I could plummet down the mountainside, and that would be disastrous. Fortunately, despite the creature's terrifying illusions, it lacked the ability to simulate the fundamental forces of nature. As long as those remained intact, Suhan felt secure from treachery. That I never expected you to achieve this. The illusion shattered by Suhan began to mend, and the creature pivoted to face him. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Thus, I shall take a step back. If you divulge the secrets of your strength, I will impart upon you the wisdom of our beastly cultivation, given your intellect. You should grasp the significance of what I am offering. The creature's voice resonated softly beside Suhan. Was this yet another feint? Ignoring the creature's proposition, Suhan had already discovered how to see through its illusions, through the system's attribute inspection. As long as the creature reappeared before him, it would no longer evade detection. Fool, this is your own doing. At the instant the creature launched its attack, Suhan turned to face it. Species. Rusian template. Monster rank. First tier savage beast level. 18 cultivation. Chi training status. Health points 3600. Mana points 50. Although Su-Han was once again sent flying, his objective was accomplished. The creature's mana had been entirely expended. Its illusion was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, as Su-Han soared through the air, he sensed the surrounding illusions faltering, akin to a malfunctioning film reel, the scenery of Qingmu Mountain's summit gradually re-emerging. After sliding heavily across the ground for a distance, Su-Han collided with the stone. Yet a smile broke across his face. The illusion had dissipated. In the distance, the creature's appearance had drastically altered. The once glossy and imposing figure now appeared dull, with matted fur, sparse teeth, and emaciated limbs. Emerging from the illusion, Su-Han found himself once again bereft of the ability to communicate and unable to engage directly with the creature. Yet the creature seemed to perceive Su-Han's thoughts. Unleashing a thunderous roar, "Do not presume that my lifespan is waning and my strength diminishing. You have no hope. The Chi training stage is beyond your imagination, as if I am unaware of what the Chi training stage entails." Su-Han scoffed inwardly. The essence of the Chi training stage lies in the body. Without a robust physique and vigorous blood, refining essence in a Chi would only lead to self-destruction. Given the creature's current condition, if it were to continue its training, it would be courting demise. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Su-Han recognized that the creature was nearing its limits, and it was time to return the gifts it had bestowed upon him. Just as the creature began to speak, Su-Han charged forward. Though his speed did not reach the speed of sound, the creature's awareness had adapted to such velocities. However, its exhausted body could not keep pace with its neural responses, leaving it helpless as Su-Han's sharp scythe struck forcefully against its chest. Although its hide managed to withstand Su-Han's assault, the weakened ribcage groaned under the pressure. The creature desperately wished to articulate something. Yet, the enraged Su-Han was unwilling to grant it that opportunity. After landing a successful blow, he swiftly pivoted, appearing directly behind the creature, a flash of lightning. With immense force, his dual strikes sent the creature crashing to the ground. Yet, the creature's resilience was formidable. Even in the face of such a strike, it remained unscathed. The creature, now heavily impacted on the ground, attempted to plead for mercy. However, Su-Han had already unleashed all his skills. Eruption triples base strength. Lightning flash. Lightning flash. Lightning flash. A thunderous roar erupted from Qingmu Mountain, resonating across the surrounding area. By the time Su-Han wearily stood from the pit, the once invulnerable creature lay in pieces. Panting, Su-Han sat atop the creature's lifeless form, an unprecedented fatigue settling over him, rendering him almost immobile. Gaining nourishment, acquiring growth value. 50. Gaining nourishment, acquiring growth value. 60. Ding. You have defeated and consumed Rujan. Gaining 5 points of Rujan, Divine Beast Genes. Ding. You have defeated and consumed Rujan, acquiring 10 evolution points. Ding. You have defeated and consumed Rujan, obtaining the skill Illusion of Reality. Ding. You have defeated and consumed Rujan, earning the complete proof of Qingmu Mountain. Ding. You have acquired the proof of Qingmu Mountain, officially becoming its master. Detecting a surge of anomalous energy, the host triggered a new mandatory evolution point 10. 9. Damn. This unscrupulous system. I swear I will be the death of you. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Su-Han, a cerulean halo began to emanate from Qingmu Mountain, gradually expanding outward until it reached hundreds of miles before slowly dispersing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become the master of Qingmu Mountain. Your dominion has increased by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated a new quest, Dominion over the Mountains. How can one with grand ambitions settle for being merely a mountain lord? Quest objective: conquer at least half of the mountain range. Progress: 1100. Ding! Congratulations, host. Forced evolution successful. You have broken through to the Chi training stage. Ding! Congratulations, host. The cultivation attribute has been activated. Current attribute: Chi training stage 1. At Chi training stage 1, the excess essence generated within the body is automatically transformed into additional energy, stored for later use. As Su-Han sat in the large pit, silently observing the flood of system notifications before him. What a heartless system. Can't it wait until I find a safe location? Even now, Su-Han still felt a lingering sense of dread. This evolution was far more perilous than any battle he had faced before. Alone and unprotected, he had undergone his evolution atop a mountain fraught with danger. Su-Han suspected that during that time, any reckless beast daring to climb the summit could have easily dispatched him. Although he watched his gains unfold before him, they could not mend the wounds inflicted upon his psyche. He needed to earn more. Yet the system offered no response to Su-Han, for a system is merely a system. Devoid of consciousness, in the verdant woods, Su-Hu and Su-Xiong languidly lay at the entrance of their cave, watching the playful flying mantises frolicking in the distance. Under Su-Han's guidance, they had developed a rudimentary intelligence. Experiencing basic emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, Su-Han had ventured alone to challenge the master of Qingmu Mountain, leaving the two beasts behind. Realizing they could no longer keep pace with their master, the two beasts had remained sullenly on the ground since his departure. During this time, some mischievous young mantises had playfully scuttled atop their heads, yet the two remained disinterested, allowing the antics to unfold. Eventually, the little mantises grew weary of the monotony and flitted away in search of amusement. From beginning to end, the two beasts lay on the ground, not even raising their ears in alertness. Su-Xiong emitted a deep, mournful sound, akin to a forsaken puppy. Meanwhile, Su-Hu stared vacantly in the direction Su-Han had departed, as if expecting him to emerge from around the corner of a great tree at any moment. Suddenly, the bushes behind them rustled. The keen-eared beasts immediately perked up, gazing in that direction. They had memorized the sound of the flying mantises. The newcomer could not possibly be one of them. This was the territory of the mantises, and any creature brave enough to intrude must surely be a beast from outside the woods. Roar! Su-Hu crouched low and let out a warning growl towards the unfamiliar presence lurking beyond the thicket. Yet upon hearing Su-Hu's roar, the unknown entity seemed to hone in on their location, charging toward them. Growl! Su-Hu growled in irritation. Though he did not comprehend what error he had committed, he understood that engaging in battle with the intruder within the mantis' territory would only lead to the destruction of this haven, yet to be fully fortified. Not only would the hard work of the mantises be swiftly undone, but failing to fulfill his duty of protecting this place was enough to fill him with regret, with a roar imbued with a sense of urgency. Su transformed into his combat form and dashed toward the source of the sound. In the distance, the clash of battle erupted, accompanied by roars and explosions, illuminating the night sky with flames. Su-Xiong did not follow. In such moments, he could not afford to leave his post. The distant struggle sent the younger mantises scurrying back into their burrows. Only the battle-ready mantises formed a dense protective line behind Su-Xiong at the cave's entrance. A mantis slightly larger than the others soared to the forefront before Su-Xiong, but he shook his head. The mantises were still too weak. While they might manage in routine hunting skirmishes, the residual force from the distant battle clearly exceeded their capacity to withstand. Roar! Su-Hu's voice echoed through the woods. Once more, Su-Xiong sprang to his feet, alarmed. This was not good. Su-Hu had been injured. Without concern for whether the mantises understood him, he barked a command and sprinted into the forest. Several mantises exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they observed the impending clash. The sounds of battle grew closer, and the battlefield was inevitably approaching the mantis' territory. Chirp, 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 utilizing the friction between their membranous wings and hind legs. A few mantises conferred, and one ventured into the cave. Moments later, countless female mantises emerged, clutching some of their eggs and young, hastily taking flight toward Qingmu Mountain. Only a few battle mantises stayed behind as guards, while the rest silently focused on the direction of Su-Hu's battle in the immediate vicinity. The underbrush rustled as a horde of armored beasts burst forth from the low shrubs. The sound of flapping wings filled the air. In a desperate bid to protect the remaining eggs in the cave, all the mantises launched themselves toward the oncoming beasts. The intruding creatures were the size of calves, covered in tough scales with sharp limbs. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the mantises, their sturdy armor and swift assaults rendered one or two mantises incapable of halting them to obstruct these beasts, The mantises surged forward, creating a scene akin to a green snowfall blanketing the ground. However, despite their valiant efforts, the mantises faced severe casualties. These beasts possessed tremendous biting power. Rather than directly attacking the mantises, they often relied on their armored hides to absorb blows. Yet, once an opportunity arose, they would swiftly seize a mantis and drag it toward their jaws, as insects. The mantises were born with fragile joints, which became a fatal weakness in battle. Should they fall prey to these beasts, it would mean either death or severe injury. Although the mantises gradually adapted to the beast's combat style, the prolonged engagement led to significant losses among their ranks. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Witnessing their kin suffer grievously, the command mantises could only flit about the battlefield, desperately attempting to rescue any surviving members. Once again, Suhu's roar echoed from the distance. Yet this time it was laced with exhaustion. Roar. Su Xiong's voice followed, filled with fury. Chirp. The usually docile creatures of Qingmu Forest began to flee in droves from afar. The mantis commanders, perched in the air, sensed the imminent danger and quickly issued warnings. All the mantises took to the skies, and before the beasts could revel in their apparent victory, a wave of wild animals surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming them in an instant. Though the stampede was chaotic, it did not abandon its primal instincts. They fled for their lives, seeking refuge in the farthest reaches, rather than retreating into the cave to meet their doom. Upon bypassing the mantis's defensive line, the beasts instinctively altered their course upon glimpsing the cave from a distance. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who stumbled inside, the rest veered away and vanished into the forest. Chirp! Once the initial wave of beasts had passed, the mantises landed gracefully. The creatures that had inflicted such heavy losses upon them now lay trampled into the ground, reduced to mere muck for a moment. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Yet the distant clamor of battle continued unabated, growing ever more intense, and its residual effects began to permeate this tranquil space. With a pained cry, Suhu crashed through the underbrush, scattering branches in his wake, and landed amidst the mantis territory. The mantises, initially startled by the disturbance, quickly recognized Suhu and rushed to assist him. Roar, covered in wounds and bearing a gaping laceration on his neck. Suhu gazed at the mantises, straining to support him, letting out a low growl of gratitude. Yet the mantises remained undeterred, encircling him in a show of solidarity. Moments later, Su Xiong emerged, slowly retreating until he reached Suhu's side. The two beasts exchanged silent glances. Yuhan's command had been clear. They were to protect the territory, and thus they would not abandon it. Chirp, chirp! A cacophony of rustling treetops erupted in the distance, igniting a flurry of chaos among the mantises, who were inexperienced in the ways of battle. Meanwhile, Su Xiong lowered himself, a chill radiating from his form once more. Roar! A multitude of towering trees lay strewn upon the ground, from which emerged several fearsome beasts. Leading the charge was a nameless creature, towering nearly 10 meters high, adorned with antlers, its bulging eyes betraying a fierce intensity, its mouth brimming with razor-like fangs, and its body encased in a protective layer of scales. Despite its numerous wounds, most merely resulted in cracked scales, and although there were signs of scorched flesh, it was evident that the damage inflicted was minimal. Trailing behind it were other formidable beasts, some remarkably massive, while others were agile and swift, each unique in form. Despite the visible injuries they bore, these creatures moved with a surprising agility, indicating that their wounds had not hindered their ability to act. In the dense forest behind them, shadows hinted at countless more beasts drawing near. The guttural roar of the antlered beast, typically a melodious sound, now felt jarringly out of place in this grim tableau. Upon hearing its call, the beasts surrounding Su Hu and Su Xiong scattered, encircling them along with a swarm of flying mantises. Su Hu, staggering, made his way to Su Xiong's side, leaning against him as they surveyed their surroundings. With a thunderous crack, a tree splintered, followed by a furious roar from the direction of Qingmu Mountain. The Qingstone Monkey King emerged, parting the canopy before him, entering the battlefield, a battleground of beasts. Upon noticing the anomaly, The creatures that had encircled Su Hu and Su Xiong cautiously turned to regard the Qingstone Monkey King. With a sweeping gaze, the Qingstone Monkey King surveyed the area, a smile curling upon its lips as it raised a thick wooden staff. From the thickets behind it, powerful beasts leaped forth, crashing into the unfamiliar creatures like a tidal wave, witnessing their erstwhile adversaries engaging in a fierce battle against the invaders. Su Hu and Su Xiong found themselves momentarily disoriented. Their simple minds struggled to process the situation. Yet with the conflict now underway, they resolved to join the fray. A cacophony erupted. Flames surged. Ice shards pierced the air, and one unfortunate beast was impaled by an ice pillar. As the antlered beast prepared to deliver a fatal bite to the creature beneath it, a fiery blast diverted its focus, granting the beleaguered beast a chance to escape. Rather than fleeing, it lunged at the antlered beast. Sinking its teeth into its flesh, the antlered beast, seemingly oblivious, turned its astonished gaze toward Su Hu, who was on the verge of collapse, astonished that his opponent still possessed the strength to retaliate. It then charged at Su Hu, who boldly roared back, colliding fiercely with the antlered beast. Thus unfolded the bloody and brutal war of beasts before the territory of the flying mantises, suspended in the air. Su Han observed the unfolding chaos below, occasionally dispatching any unwary airborne beast that drifted too close. Now a seasoned practitioner, having assumed the mantle of Mountain Master, he could easily discern which beasts belonged to Qingmu Mountain and which were hostile intruders. The native beasts, recognizing his presence as they passed by, refrained from approaching him, while the ignorant invaders fell victim to his effortless strikes. But a sudden temporary mission materialized, the inaugural battle of the newly ascended Mountain Master of Qingmu Mountain. Following the demise of the former Mountain Master, a wave of intruding beasts besieged the territory, transforming the entire region into a battlefield. Offended by these ignorant creatures, Su Han's heart brimmed with fury. Go forth, the dignity of the Mountain Master demands the blood of foes to fortify it. Slay the majority of the invading beasts. The more you slay, the greater the rewards. Progress at zero. Initially engrossed in experimenting with his newfound abilities atop the mountain, Su Han found himself compelled to descend hastily due to the sudden mission announcement. As he surveyed the ravaged battlefield, a chill settled in his heart. His anger was not absent, but rather a calmness enveloped him in the face of adversity. Scythe hand, erupt, supersonic, a flash of lightning. After meticulously observing the techniques and abilities of the invading beasts on the battlefield, Su Han sprang into action, but a series of supersonic water rings rapidly dissipated around him as he darted across the battlefield with remarkable agility. The crocodile-headed beast, fiercely battling Su Xiong, suddenly froze in place, motionless. The antlered beast, poised to pounce after colliding with Su Xiong, abruptly halted. The three beasts surrounding the Qingstone Monkey King also came to a standstill. Following a deafening roar and a mist of vapor, an indescribable silence enveloped the battlefield. The native beasts of Qingmu Mountain suddenly realized that all their adversaries had ceased their movements, as if a play button had been pressed. One by one, starting with the crocodile-headed creature, the invading beasts collapsed to the ground. Some, startled, took a cautious step back, then hesitantly approached to prod at their fallen foes. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with triumphant roars from the beasts. Su Han gracefully descended from the AIRAS if responding to an unspoken command. The beasts turned their gazes toward him. In the presence of all the beasts, Su Han hovered in midair, raising his hands. One by one, the beasts began to kneel, starting with Su Hu and Su Xiong. Thus, a new master was born. Amidst the aftermath of the recently concluded battle in Qingmu Forest, the smoke had yet to dissipate, and the anguished cries of the dying beasts echoed intermittently. Some creatures, believing the conflict had subsided, began to return to the forest. From the depths of Qingmu Forest, a cacophony of buzzing wings resonated. As countless membranous winged creatures stirred, that a butterfly, startled while collecting morning dew, took flight, scattering the mist beneath it with a flutter of its wings. What met the butterfly's multifaceted eyes were the bloodied forms of flying mantises cradling their egg sacs. A jackal, having barely survived the recent battle, had just pounced on a rabbit, poised to strike, when it sensed movement behind As the flying mantises revealed themselves, it panicked, abandoning its prey to flee into the deeper woods. The fortunate rabbit stood bewildered, watching the procession of mantises overhead, before hastily burrowing into the underbrush. A cold lizard remained hidden in the grass, silently observing the mantises as they flew overhead, its long tongue flicking out intermittently. Yet, even as the swarm passed above, it refrained from launching an attack. Following Suhan's swift elimination of all invading beasts, the flying mantis tribe officially claimed dominion over Qingmu Mountain, regardless of their flaws. As long as Suhan maintained his grip on power, the mantises became a tribe no one dared to provoke. The Qingstone monkey clan, benefiting from Suhan's influence, saw their status rise significantly. Although they still resided at the mountain's base rather than ascending, this was merely a matter of habit. Under Suhan's protection, they had become the second tribe, after the mantises, that was not to be trifled with, simply because they were vassals of the mountain master of Qingmu Mountain. As the heavy clouds parted, the sky opened up, revealing a vast expanse where swarms of flying mantises wove new nests like bees in the mountain's summit, unencumbered by natural enemies or dangers. They crafted their homes freely in the open air rather than in the earth or hidden caves. Across the entire summit of Qingmu Mountain, every inch was available for their choosing. The pinnacle of Qingmu Mountain lay a cave, where every flying mantis approached with caution, folding their wings as they passed by, only to take flight once they had distanced themselves. Meanwhile, Su Hu and Su Xiong, despite their numerous wounds, remained ever vigilant, their attention fixed on their surroundings. Even the celestial mantis tribe is not permitted to approach even a single step closer. This restriction exists solely because the entity residing within the cave embodies their unwavering faith throughout their existence. Name: Suhan. Race: Celestial Mantis. Template: Beast Template. Tier: First Stage Savage Beast. Cultivation Level: Third Stage Shi Refinement, providing a threefold enhancement to the host's comprehensive attributes. Level: 13. Status: Life 9,000, Mana 4,500. Attributes: Strength 158. Agility 248, Constitution 300, Spirit 150. Talents: Talent Allocation, Exclusive Talent, Devouring Evolution, Exclusive Talent, Predator, Race Talent, Law of Metal. Skills: Scythe Hand, Diamond Body, Concealment, Lightning Flash, Night Shadow, Wind Escape. Leadership 3, Chew Iron Like Mud, Eruption, Supersonic, Gene Branches, Crimson Venom Spider Gene. 100 points. Golden Armored Beast Gene, 50 points. Leaf Wolf Gene, Special Bloodline. Divine Beast Jun, 5 points. Evolution points, 0 points. Skill Fragments: Fate Fire 110, Iron Armor 5010, Sharp Claws 10010, Tooth Enhancement 8310, Fur Growth 30010. That after the great battle concluded, Suhan meticulously cleaned the battlefield. It was only when the first light of dawn began to break that Suhan finally consumed the last enemy's forelimb. The devouring talent activated automatically. As the forelimb entered the stomach, it transformed into ethereal energy, replenishing Suhan's physical form and the system. The host has eliminated the majority of invading foes from Qingmu Mountain, and rewards are immediately granted. Advanced Qi Refinement Technique. Qingmu Qi Refinement Method. Would you like to learn it? Suhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this? A cultivation method. Due to the absorption of Qingmu Mountain's unique energy, the system underwent basic completion. Before Suhan could voice his excitement, the cold, emotionless system prompt appeared again. This left Suhan momentarily stunned. Had he not already absorbed the energy of the Qingmu Mountain's token? Subsequently, 2 new pieces of information appeared in Suhan's attribute panel. Growth Value: 23750. Urgent Mission: The First Battle of the Qingmu Mountain Lord, Progress 30. Possible Reward: Lord Module. The sudden clarity of these 2 pieces of information was striking. The growth value, which required no further elaboration, merely indicated that the system's information had become more precise, even detailing the growth value itself. What truly captured Suhan's attention was the reward for the urgent mission: the Lord Module. When he had defeated the Qingstone Monkey King and gained its recognition, Suhan had felt that, given the establishment of diplomatic relations, there must also be a corresponding territorial module. Now, it had indeed emerged. Although it was not yet claimable, at the very least, It was a foreseeable reward. After several evolutions, the system's information display had become more pleasing. Following this great battle, it remained uncertain whether the outcome was good or bad. Not only had the enemies been annihilated, but Su-Han had also reaped substantial points. However, simultaneously, all tribes within Qingmu Mountain, including Su-Han's Celestial Mantis tribe, had suffered significant losses, while the Celestial Mantis tribe was not on the brink of extinction. The battlefield's proximity to their territory had caused tumultuous aftershocks, leading to numerous cave branches collapsing. Countless egg sacs had perished before they could hatch. Now, the first action Su-Han took after the battle was to relocate the entire Celestial Mantis tribe to the summit of Qingmu Mountain. Here, ample resources and space would allow the Celestial Mantis tribe to flourish should they encounter external invaders again. Layers of defense would be established from the Qingmu forest at the mountain's base to the summit, providing formidable barriers that, in the worst-case scenario, they would avoid the hasty migration experience today, where the entire tribe had to flee without any buffer time. Now that Su-Han had become the lord of Qingmu Mountain, the safest place on the mountain would naturally be where his tribe could thrive. As the tribe grew and flourished, it would inevitably provide benefits to Su-Han as its leader. Moreover, even at this moment, the Celestial Mantis tribe's organized performance during the battle had already surpassed that of most weaker savage beasts. When will the Celestial Mantis tribe be able to undergo a new evolution? Su-Han pondered as a plethora of gene points and skill fragments lay idle, currently underutilized. His combat strength had already reached the pinnacle of Qingmu Mountain. Many skills that had once evoked envy and jealousy now appeared trivial under his current attribute template. Thus, despite absorbing a multitude of skills and gene fragments, he had never contemplated merging them for himself. However, if these seemingly trivial items were used to evolve this still fragile Celestial Mantis tribe, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement in their overall combat capabilities. Perhaps a single evolution could transform them into a true force for Su-Han. Insufficient conditions. The system's frigid voice abruptly cut off Su-Han's thoughts. What do you mean by insufficient conditions? Su-Han retorted angrily. Unknown, was the system's terse reply, plunging into silence thereafter, as Su-Han had just felt that the system had made considerable progress through several evolutions. But it would soon pull him back to the cold, unfeeling reality. This entity was nothing more than a mechanized program devoid of emotion, a database with significant gaps, since the batch of savage beasts had been eradicated by Su-Han. The invading beasts of Qingmu Mountain seemed to have temporarily ceased their incursions. Although they had not retreated from Qingmu Mountain, they had settled down as if they were residing there. Yet, Su-Han understood that this was merely a temporary facade. The complete ecological cycle of Qingmu Mountain could not accommodate the sudden emergence of numerous predator tribes. Furthermore, Su-Han did not believe that local predators, who had established fixed hunting territories, could coexist peacefully with external tribes. For instance, the wind wolves invading the Qingmu forest and the local leaf wolf shared overlapping habitats and prey. The number of small animals available for hunting in the entire Qingmu forest was limited. If the wind wolves consumed one more, the leaf wolves would see one of their kin starve. Unless they mutually slaughtered each other to drastically reduce their numbers, there was no basis for compromise. Another example is the fierce birds known as guan, which dwell by the water and prey on fish. Their local population had already struggled due to the scarcity of rivers and food. Now, with the emergence of a new fish-eating tribe, the toothed swallows, the two parties would inevitably engage in constant conflict over aquatic resources. Perhaps, in the short term, food shortages would not be an issue. Under the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, these savage beasts might refrain from excessive conflict in the absence of external factors. However, when food became scarce, it would lead to an all-out war for survival. A battle of extermination. In summary, the invasion of savage beasts primarily comprised formidable combatants. The docile herbivores responsible for sustaining these beasts would not accompany them. Moreover, even if these herbivores did arrive, the vegetation of Qingmu Mountain would not suffice to satiate the suddenly increased population of herbivores. Every aspect of nature is interconnected. Even a slight alteration in any link can disrupt the entire ecological chain. The fragile and independent ecological environment of Qingmu Mountain is particularly susceptible. Encountering a decline in a single species can lead to disaster. let alone the near-catastrophic invasion of predators on such a large scale. Since Su-Han advanced his chi refinement to the third stage, his overall attributes surged, akin to ascending a staircase, tripling in value. Although the growth value required for further upgrades had become astronomical, making progression to the next level seem a distant dream despite numerous battles, Su-Han remained optimistic about the future. This optimism stemmed from the fact that the celestial mantises, which were continually reproducing in a safe environment, along with his newly upgraded skills, indicated that, after integrating the complete Qingmu Mountains token, Su-Han's leadership skill had leveled up, acquiring a new additional attribute. Leadership 3. For every share of harvest achieved by each individual in your tribe, you shall receive half of the benefits. This means that if Su-Han successfully develops the Celestial Mantis tribe, the daily hunting yield they produce would allow him to effortlessly accumulate points. Furthermore, due to evolution points, gene points, growth values, and other elements, all of which are extracted by the system, the potential for growth is immense. In other words, the prey captured by the mantis is of no compromise whatsoever. Even if Su-Han were to claim half, it would not hinder the overall development of the entire clan. Furthermore, everything they hunt, in turn, allows Su-Han to enhance his abilities time and again, forming a remarkably perfect positive feedback loop. The head of an 18-level barbaric beast soared and fell to the ground. While above the beast's body, Su-Han slowly retracted his sickle feet. The swarm of flying mantises trailing behind him immediately engulfed the carcass of the beast. The mantises scattered back to Su-Han's rear, and the corpse of the barbaric beast vanished without a trace. Ding! The evolution conditions for the flying mantis clan have been met. They may now evolve. This marked the fourth day since Su-Han had begun to eliminate the invading barbaric beasts within the confines of Qingmu Mountain. And at last, the conditions were finally fulfilled. Notify all clan members to assemble at the mountaintop immediately. Su-Han instructed the flying mantis swarm behind him, and the obedient mantises that had been lining up behind him instantly scattered like gunpowder ignited. Let us depart. Back to the mountaintop. Su-Han turned, glancing at Su-Hu and Su-Xiong, who looked up at him with hopeful eyes, and he bent down to lift them from the ground. The two small beasts could no longer keep pace with his rapid advancement in strength. Yet, as a person fond of nostalgia, Su-Han was reluctant to abandon them. Temporarily, he had no good solutions to address this issue, so he could only allow them to participate in battles as much as possible. The two small beasts seemed to realize their waning value. Whenever Su-Han took them out to hunt, they fought with all their might. Unfortunately, as barbaric beasts, their inherent limitations were evident. Even though, thanks to Su-Han's system identity, they could grow and improve with each battle, the gap between them and Su-Han, who progressed by leaps and bounds, continued to widen. Huang Ao, the two beasts, lay obediently in Su-Han's embrace. Although his body was covered in hard exoskeleton, a warm aura emanated from it, ensuring that even as they traversed the cold clouds, the two small beasts felt no chill. Su-Han's flight back was not swift. By the time he reached the mountaintop, the area was already blanketed with a multitude of flying mantises of various sizes. Meanwhile, more mantises continued to swarm up from below. As Su-Han descended from the air, it caused a stir among all the mantises on the ground. Yet soon they all fell silent, quietly gazing at Su-Han. System: initiate evolution. Noting that no more mantises were approaching from below, Su-Han issued a direct command. Invest all genetic points, growth points, and skill fragments, excluding those from divine beast bloodlines. The investment was completed, due to the immense amount of resources allocated. The duration of this evolution was uncertain, and the changes were unknown. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Su-Han coldly nodded. The entire flying mantis clan existed for him. He would not forget their original purpose out of momentary pity. The entire flying mantis clan served as his hunting hounds, his weapons, his minions, and his sustenance. Their existence held value only in serving him. If they remained weak and unable to contribute, their value would cease to exist. Su-Han would never allow things to be turned upside down. With Su-Han's confirmation, all the mantises present immediately toppled to the ground, their wings splayed out as they began to writhe in agony. Filaments erupted from their mandibles, ensnaring themselves and their nearby kin. The silken cocoons intertwined, weaving together in an instant, covering the entire mountaintop in a blanket of white velvet. The mountain fell, silent once more, while the two small beasts clung to Su-Han's exoskeleton, astonished by the sea of silk that filled their entire field of vision. Huang-Ao, the two beasts, gasped in fear and admiration simultaneously, recalling how the last time had unfolded in a similar manner, when the entire flying mantis clan ascended from the depths of Qingmu Forest to become one of its overlords. Now, with this reoccurrence, they wondered what changes lay ahead. Detecting special enhancement energy from Qingmu Mountain. Would you like to incorporate it into this evolution? Yes. Su-Han nodded, observing the undulating silken ground beneath him, as long as it was not negative energy. The type or source was inconsequential. The evolution of the flying mantises lasted a full 7 days and nights. Throughout this duration, Su-Han remained motionless on a high platform, waiting. During this time, Su-Hu and Su-Xiong, unable to bear their hunger, brought him prey. Yet Su-Han did not partake. He waited until a moment 7 days later. The nearest silken cocoon, now parched and hardened, even appearing gray, suddenly quivered. Su-Han's previously immobile body stirred as he focused all his attention on the first cocoon that began to struggle. This cocoon was the first to show signs of life. Yet despite its struggles, it failed to break free and fell silent once more. Just as Su-Han thought the insect's evolution had failed and it would perish within the cocoon. A sickle foot adorned with mottled patterns and glimmering with a metallic sheen burst forth. After breaking through the cocoon, the sickle foot quickly retracted and the cocoon fell silent again. However, shortly after, two sickle feet emerged simultaneously from the cocoon. Slicing through the cocoon's surface with the ease of a hot knife through butter, the soft, newly emerged flying mantis broke free from the cocoon, like a signal, as the first few flying mantises emerged. All the previously dormant cocoons began to swell, each one bulging as the mantises within struggled to tear through their sturdy confines. Su-Han waved his hand, and the bewildered mantis, hovering in the air, inspecting its transformation, was drawn uncontrollably toward him. This was not a skill. Rather, it was merely a minor application of techniques acquired during the qi refining stage. The newly hatched mantis, initially disoriented by its uncoordinated flight, felt a familiar aura and ceased its struggles, allowing Su-Han to pull it closer. The appearance of the mantis post-evolution had undergone a significant transformation. The newly evolved mantis, rather than increasing in size, had actually reduced by several centimeters. Its neck thickened, and its abdomen, once occupying half of its body length, shrank to the size of a human head. Its slender forelegs fused into two, yet unlike Su-Han, they remained in a reverse-jointed configuration. The already formidable sickle feet, after another evolution, became akin to finely crafted blades, sharp, fierce, and aesthetically pleasing. The mantis was now enveloped in a heavy exoskeleton tougher than gold and iron. Even the insect's inherently fragile membranous wings now gleamed with a metallic sheen. Moreover, an additional layer of shell wings had formed to encase its membranous wings upon the relatively fragile joints of the celestial mantis. A dense and resilient cluster of hairs, reminiscent of a lion's mane, serves to safeguard these delicate articulations. Species: Celestial Mantis Template. Beast Template Rank: First Tier Barbarian Level 12 Status. Health Points 3,500. Mana Points 1,500 Talents. Collective Evolution: Exclusive Talent, Resilience, Rapid Recovery. Guardian of Qingmu Mountain. Skills: Swift Slash, Lightning Strike, Rapid Consumption, Mimicry, Limb Regeneration, Gold Devouring, Iron Eater, Omnivorous, Fireball. Su-Han remained oblivious to the numerous new skills acquired by the clan of celestial mantises, as these were merely the remnants of skills it had selected, indifferent to their significance. However, the newly emerged talent, Guardian of Qingmu Mountain, warranted closer inspection. Guardian of Qingmu Mountain, a race favored by the Lord of Qingmu Mountain. Within the dominion of Qingmu Mountain, their attack power increases by 50 and recovery by 80 when engaging foreign species. Within the line of sight of the Lord of Qingmu Mountain, they receive an additional boost of 30 to all attributes. Open the diplomatic interface. Su-Han mused upon observing this talent. As anticipated, new information regarding the Celestial Mantis clan appeared. Clan: Mantis Species, Celestial Mantis Template, Beast Template Rank, First Tier Barbarian Level Quantity, over 10. 000 relationship. Loyal status. Hungry power of Qingmu Mountain. Level 1 power of Qingmu Mountain. The guardian species of Qingmu Mountain, receiving corresponding enhancements based on the development of Qingmu Mountain and the power level of its lord. This implies that I must manage Qingmu Mountain benevolently, and in return, Qingmu Mountain will reciprocate. Su Huan speculated, in the former world, there existed the belief that all things possess a spirit. If one were to view all life within Qingmu Mountain as a singular entity, then it could be likened to a complete ecological cycle, akin to the human circulatory system, possessing the supernatural elements necessary for life. Thus, in a sense, Qingmu Mountain may represent a unique form of life. The healthier Qingmu Mountain flourishes, the more positive feedback Su Huan, as its lord, would receive. Qingmu Mountain would bestow greater power upon Su Huan and his kin, while Su Huan and the clan, in turn, would utilize this power to maintain the clan's development. This mutual enhancement fosters a symbiotic relationship. To ensure his own combat strength remains intact. Su Huan, as the lord of Qingmu Mountain, inherently bears the responsibility of safeguarding it against foreign invasions. This duty not only serves to maintain the healthy growth of Qingmu Mountain, but also protects his own strength from decline. Moreover, this bears no detriment to Su Huan himself. Suddenly, the sound of countless wings flapping jolted Su Huan from his reverie. Amidst the cacophony of wing beats, innumerable celestial mantises emerge from their cocoons, soaring into the air to assess their transformations. Fortunately, as a newly formed clan, their intelligence remained quite rudimentary, devoid of any discernible aesthetic or emotional understanding. Their transformations were merely driven by the instincts of predation and reproduction. Now, their physical constructs were sufficient to instill a sense of satisfaction. Go forth and hunt. Observing the ecstatic celestial mantises fluttering in the sky, Su Huan gestured, mentally commanding all of them. As soon as Su Huan's command resonated, the celestial mantises, having gone 7 days and nights without sustenance, surged downhill in a frenzy. Su Huan, cradling 2 small beasts, followed closely behind the celestial mantises, watching their hunting endeavors. What spectacle unfolds when over 10,000 first-tier level 12 barbarian beasts mobilize? It is often said that when a multitude gathers, it becomes boundless. Now, with over 10,000 celestial mantises soaring through the air, they resembled a massive cloud, casting a shadow over the sunlit earth below. During their flight, small groups would occasionally break away from the main formation, plunging toward the ground, accompanied by the roars of beasts and the sounds of elemental explosions. Shortly thereafter, some teams, occasionally unscathed and at other times bearing injuries, would return to the main force. Yet to this day, there had been no reports of casualties. Even those who sustained severe injuries, requiring the support of their kin to fly, eventually managed to soar independently after a brief interval. Moreover, Su Huan noted that the targets of the celestial mantises' hunts were exclusively foreign species invading Qingmu Mountain. With none belonging to its own domain, it appeared that the celestial mantises, upon becoming Su Huan's kin, had also undertaken the mission of cleansing Qingmu Mountain. Instinctively, they would engage these foreign intruders even before receiving explicit orders from Su Huan. Contemplating this, Su Huan pondered the direction in which the celestial mantises were instinctively advancing, that if this was indeed their autonomous behavior, then where might they be heading while remaining organized in formation? Qingmu Mountain stretches over hundreds of square kilometers. Even though the celestial mantises could fly unhindered by terrain, their intermittent flights throughout the day only covered half the distance. Su Huan then realized that the Qingmu forest he once traversed was merely a minuscule segment of the vast expanse of Qingmu Mountain. He had previously questioned what sustains the beasts of Qingmu Mountain. Now he understood. The extensive expanse of mountains and grasslands spanning hundreds of square kilometers was ample sustenance for the entire barbarian tier of Qingmu Mountain. After traversing for an entire day, the celestial mantis army suddenly halted, turning to regard Su Huan. Follow your instincts. Su Huan comprehended their intentions. His command had been to hunt, and now they were satiated, yet driven by instinct. They desired to continue onward, which could potentially conflict with Su Huan's orders. Hence, they paused, awaiting his next directive. Upon receiving Su Huan's command, the celestial mantis army resumed their advance. While small teams would intermittently break away, to eliminate foreign beasts. Su Huan silently observed the actions of the celestial mantises, regarding this as a test for his kin. Unless faced with adversaries they could not withstand, he would refrain from intervening. Should he unleash the power of Qingmu Mountain? After nearly a day's march, the system suddenly elevated. Bestow, Su Huan nodded as he gazed at the distant clusters of barbarian beasts of varying strengths, recognizing that the true test for the Celestial Mantis clan had arrived. With Su Huan's confirmation, a layer of azure light materialized above the heads of all Celestial Mantises. The distant barbarian forces also became aware of the Celestial Mantis clan hovering above, led by several colossal beasts towering over 30 meters. Charging forward with an overwhelming presence, they advanced toward the Celestial Mantises. Upon seeing the oncoming horde, the Celestial Mantises silently descended to the ground, dispersing throughout the vast forests, activating their mimicry to blend seamlessly with their surroundings. The barbarian beasts, heedless of the impending confrontation, surged forward only to suddenly lose their targets. Although some beasts with keen eyesight or sensitive nostrils had detected the Celestial Mantis's disguise, such instances were rare. Before they could raise the alarm, the Celestial Mantises, having half encircled their prey, launched decisive attacks on the weaker members of the enemy, that in an instant, countless beast heads tumbled to the ground. Roar! As the sanguine scent permeated the vast expanse of the forest, the leaders among the savage beasts began to react, unleashing their vast elemental assaults indiscriminately in all directions. At that moment, the flying mantises ascended once more into the sky, their attacks only managing to harm their own kind. Observing the formidable range and lethal potential of the savage beasts' elemental strikes, the mantises promptly scattered their ranks, forming several squads to besiege the marauding creatures, despite the savage beasts' formidable offensive capabilities and astonishing defenses. Their immense bulk rendered them clumsy targets akin to living targets before the agile and swift mantises. Although the beasts fought back with vigor, deep lacerations began to mar their bodies, should this trend persist. It was evident that the savage beasts would fall victim to the relentless assault of the mantises. However, it was clear that events would not unfold so smoothly. Indeed, as the savage beasts encountered difficulties, an icy snort reminiscent of a human's emanated from their rear, amidst the cacophony of roars on the battlefield. This low, resonant sound pierced through, unwavering. The voice seemed to possess a life of its own, resonating slowly yet precisely in the ears of each savage beast. Subsequently, regardless of whether they were invaders or the fluttering mantises, most collapsed to the ground in a stupor. In an instant, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, save for the crackling of ignited trees. As if the world had been paused, not only the savage beasts, but even Su Huan succumbed to the effect, though his mental fortitude allowed him to merely experience a brief dizziness before regaining consciousness. Su Huan turned his gaze towards the opposite end of the battlefield, where a beast with the head of a white horse and the body of a tiger approached with measured steps. Race, Luchuan Template. Savage Beast Template Rank. First Tier Savage Beast Level. 19 Status. Health 8,000, Mana 5,000 Talent. Voice Skills. Sound Mirage. Transformation. Sonic Wave. Setting down the two unconscious beasts he carried, Su Huan gradually flew towards the approaching creature. In a clash of arms, king against king, it was time to conclude this war. A large-scale, area-wide stunning ability would undoubtedly prove challenging for Luchuan, as well that as Su Huan drew near. Luchuan neither retreated nor fled, but instead, in mutual understanding, altered its course, distancing itself from the fallen savage beasts. Despite Luchuan's impressive level of 19, boasting health and mana attributes surpassing even the Mountain Lord of Qingmu, who Su Huan had previously encountered. He noted that this so-called Luchuan was merely a first-tier savage beast, not one of the so-called Qi refinement beasts. Furthermore, while this creature could wield sound to execute widespread stunning attacks, it lacked the ability to articulate human language. In contrast, the likes of Rujing could converse fluidly and even weave illusions utilizing Su Huan's memories, an indication of a high intellect that Luchuan evidently did not possess. Thus, Su Huan harbored no desire for further dialogue with his adversary. Having ensured a safe distance from the battlefield, he charged directly at Luchuan. As Su Huan lunged forward, Luchuan stood its ground, tilting its head back to emit a resonant call. An invisible sound wave surged into Su-Han's mind, causing him to feel as if his brain were being kneaded like dough, losing all sense of direction mid-flight and plummeting to the ground. The effect of the diamond body activated, enhancing his resistance to abnormal states. Yet even as he neared the ground, the sensation of disorientation and overwhelming pressure persisted. Drawing on pure instinct, Su-Han managed to levitate just before impact. This sudden demonstration of power made him acutely aware that Lu Chuan, as a leader among the invaders, was no mere fool. He had initially underestimated the threat. With a gentle thud, Su-Han landed, observing Lu Chuan suddenly begin to clack its jaws in his direction, the sound gradually escalating from a slow rhythm to a rapid clatter. Under Su-Han's watchful gaze, the sound of Lu Chuan's teeth striking together grew increasingly frantic, causing the scattered leaves and twigs between them to tremble in an organized fashion. This prompted Su-Han to heighten his vigilance. Was Lu Chuan preparing to unleash a powerful attack? Yet, aside from the growing clamor, Lu Chuan remained stationary. The trembling of the ground intensified, and Su-Han sensed that the fragile debris was reaching its structural limits. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. In that moment, he recalled a physics concept he had encountered previously. Resonance, in layman's terms, it meant that nothing in this world is ever in absolute stillness. Rather, everything possesses its own vibrational frequency. Absent external interference, this frequency would not alter the integrity of the structure. However, should an external force align with an object's vibrational frequency, it could induce resonance, and with a mere slight adjustment of that frequency, a vast system might collapse under the strain of amplified vibrations. Su-Han's mind raced as he observed the scene before him. He realized that Lu Chuan's incessant clacking aimed to induce resonance with one singular target, himself. Though confident in the strength of his physical form, Su-Han understood that resonance could effectively bypass such defenses. He had no intention of remaining stationary, allowing Lu Chuan to discover the frequency of his body and dismantle him in an instant. As the debris around him shattered due to self-induced resonance, even some loosely bound sandstone began to show signs of disintegration. Rather than take to the skies, Su-Han charged directly towards Lu Chuan, needing to disrupt the creature's resonance attack swiftly. His supersonic speed allowed him to traverse distances of 300 to 400 meters in a second, yet Lu Chuan was still over 3 kilometers away. Relying solely on speed, it would take him nearly 10 seconds to close the G8P as he approached within a kilometer. Lu Chuan's clacking transformed into a unified rhythm, a tingling sensation akin to electric shock coursed through Su-Han's exoskeleton, an ominous sign indicating that Lu Chuan's sound was beginning to affect his resilient armor. With a surge of determination, Su-Han accelerated further. However, as he drew nearer to Lu Chuan, the tremors within him intensified. When he was merely a few hundred meters away, the discomfort escalated to a mild pain, and his vision blurred, rendering Lu Chuan nearly indistinguishable. In truth, even when facing Rujing, the mountain lord during his chi refinement phase, Su-Han had not encountered such an overwhelming breach of his defenses. Launching several hardened sais towards Lu Chuan, they disintegrated mid-flight, reaching the limits of the resonant frequency his exoskeleton could withstand. And if Su-Han were to recklessly advance, it would likely spell disaster. Realizing the futility of direct confrontation, he swiftly pivoted to retreat. Lu Chuan, evidently perceptive to Su-Han's retreat, unleashed sound waves that relentlessly pursued him, leaving no opportunity for him to pause for a moment. Watching his health steadily decline within his status panel, Su-Han's resolve deepened. While evading Lu Chuan's resonance attacks, he rummaged through his attribute information, hoping to uncover a means to counter the resonance. Otherwise, he would be merely awaiting his demise. The web-like cracks on his exoskeleton had grown visibly extensive, nearing the point of collapse, sustained only by his muscle tissue's natural adhesive properties. The seepage of bodily fluids through the fissures indicated that this precarious situation could not endure for much longer. Got it. Su-Han gazed upon the power of Qingmu Mountain displayed on the system panel and immediately unleashed it. The power of Qingmu Mountain. It bestows the accumulated strength of Qingmu Mountain upon its master, enhancing all attributes comprehensively. The augmentation of all attributes inevitably leads to a direct alteration in physical strength, rendering the previously locked resonance frequency obsolete. After harnessing the power of Qingmu Mountain, the sense of fragmentation that enveloped Su Han indeed lessened. Though it had not entirely vanished, it at least alleviated the imminent threat to his life in the short term. Despite having evaded the immediate peril, Su Han refrained from launching a counterattack. Instead, he feigned suffering under the weight of resonance, rolling and dodging with an air of distress. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan appeared to be basking in the assurance of victory, oblivious to the fact that Su Han, while evading, was unconsciously moving toward him. Erupting, supersonic, a flash of lightning, 3 extreme speed-enhancing skills were activated simultaneously. In their overlapping effect, Su Han's speed surged past double the norm, closing the nearly 1,000-meter gap to Lu Chuan in the blink of an eye. The scythe-like appendages descended in an instant, and as Su Han's blades made contact with Lu Chuan, the latter expelled a powerful gust of breath from his nostrils. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck the back of Su Han's head, causing him to lose control of his body and tumble onto Lu Chuan, rolling away into the distance. "Don't disturb me. I want to sleep a little longer," suddenly feeling a gentle touch on his head. He instinctively waved a hand, still not fully awake. The rendezvous with the daughter of the Duke was just entering a crucial phase, and he certainly did not wish to squander an entire night's worth of strategy. The familiar childish roars of 2 creatures echoed in Su Han's ears. Jolting him back to reality, he slowly lifted his head to find 2 small beasts eagerly bouncing in front of him. Thrilled to see him awake, Su Han, somewhat disoriented, glanced around at this simultaneously familiar and strange place. The corpse of the savage beast Lu Chuan beneath him had grown rigid, while the battlefield in the distance remained eerily silent. Only Su Xiong and Su Hu, having been transformed into Su Han's subordinates by the system, quickly regained their strength due to their digitized bodies. Upon awakening, the first thing these 2 small beasts did was rush to find Su Han. Utilizing their keen sense of smell, they swiftly located the battlefield where Su Han had collapsed atop Lu Chuan's corpse. Su Han examined his exoskeleton. The fissures no longer gaped open, and bodily fluids ceased to seep through. However, the enhanced strength of the exoskeleton came at the cost of a slower recovery rate. Particularly in Su Han's unconscious state, relying solely on his body's involuntary responses meant that the exoskeleton had not truly healed until he regained consciousness. Battling through an overwhelming sense of dizziness, Su Han lunged at Lu Chuan's body, desperately tearing into its flesh. If Su Han's assumptions were correct, Lu Chuan's last breath might have unleashed the most lethal infrasonic wave against flesh and blood. This unavoidable assault had nearly obliterated Su Han's internal organs in an instant. Had Su Han been an ordinary, robust beast, he might have indeed succumbed to internal bleeding and exhaustion from Lu Chuan's attack. Yet, thanks to the data-driven augmentation provided by the system, Su Han's physical form possessed a fundamental, brutal attribute: internal and external consistency, regardless of whether he sustained internal or external injuries, as long as his health did not drop to 0. He could rapidly recover from physical harm through devouring. Currently consuming, gaining growth value. 60. Currently consuming, gaining growth value. 58. Ding. You have killed and consumed Lu Chuan, acquiring Lu Chuan's genes. 5 points. Ding. You have killed and consumed Lu Chuan, acquiring evolution points. 10 points. Ding. You have killed and consumed Lu Chuan, acquiring talent points. 1 point. Ding. You have killed and consumed Lu Chuan, acquiring Lu Chuan's skill branch. Sonic resonance. Yes, Su Han devoured Lu Chuan entirely. The latter was transformed into a surge of energy, infusing Su Han's body. First, the wounds within his organs healed completely, followed by the residual energy contributing to the repair of his exoskeleton. Although the restoration of the exoskeleton was slow, it was reassuring to see that the depths of the fissures were no longer filled with writhing flesh, but rather layers of hardened shell. At this moment, Su Han's overall appearance resembled that of a fragile porcelain figure, still solid yet undeniably bleak. With Su Han's recovery, the savage beasts on the distant battlefield began to awaken one after another. Go on. Su Han nodded towards Su Hu and Su Xiong, who were eager to leap into battle. This conflict would greatly aid their growth, and naturally, Su Han would not hinder them. Once Su Hu and Su Xiong ventured further, Suhan slowly sat down to examine his newly acquired skill, resonance. You can feel the frequencies of all things in your surroundings through the rapid friction of your membranous wings. Using sound as a medium, ignoring friend or foe, and tuned to resonate with them. The initial effective range is 100 meters, increasing by 1 meter every second. This skill does not consume mana, only stamina. Resonance, indeed. Suhan felt a lingering apprehension regarding this ability, for it might be the most perilous skill he had encountered. Once the opponent captured the resonance frequency, evasion became nearly impossible. However, he noted that the skill had been diminished significantly. Luchuan wielded a sonic wave skill, while Suhan had only acquired one of its branches, AS, for the more terrifying applications of low-frequency sound and various other auditory uses. He remained at a loss. The membranous wings behind Suhan unfurled slightly, and the curled membranous wings within began to extend, vibrating at an extraordinary frequency. Invisible waves radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway, and as time passed, leaves began to fall, exploding into fine powder the instant they neared Suhan. Congratulations, host. Emergency task completed. Progress 80. Reward. Lord Template. Talent points 3. The distant sounds gradually quieted, while the rewards from the soaring Mantis, which had devoured countless beasts on the battlefield, continuously flowed towards Suhan, further accelerating his recovery. You truly are a formidable creature. Just as Suhan was about to check his rewards, the stone beneath him suddenly spoke, startling him into the air. Please retract your skill. My old bones are about to crumble. Under Suhan's watchful gaze, the stone on the ground began to rise, accompanied by other stones and soil rolling in from the surroundings, forming a stone turtle. Upon seeing this, Suhan's resonance accelerated. Under Suhan's resonant skill, although the stone turtle was still forming, both the earth and stones trembled violently. Were it not for an invisible force restraining them, they would likely have shattered. Dear young mountain lord, please do not harbor hostility toward me. The stone turtle spoke with resignation, though its form was on the verge of collapse, forcing it to articulate its words in a halting manner. Race, Stone Spirit, Avatar, Template, Spirit Template Rank, First Tier Spirit Beast Level, 15 Status, Health X, Mana X Talent, Undying, Race-Specific Talent, Skills, Child of the Earth, Infinite Avatars, Silence, Origin of all things. It is you. Upon examining the attribute panel, Suhan recognized the identity of the entity before him. Although he was highly wary of this immortal spirit beast capable of conversing peacefully, he bore no ill will toward it. After confirming its identity, Suhan retracted his resonance skill. Especially now, he realized that the resonance skill posed less of a threat to a spirit beast composed of material substance, thereby alleviating his trepidation. Though it was wise to avoid offending this immortal creature, possessing a means to restrain, it would facilitate more equitable communication between them. And now, Suhan had that means. What brings you here? Suhan inquired of the stone spirit. I have been waiting for you ever since you obtained the token of Qingmu Mountain. The stone spirit replied, slowly, once the resonance ceased. You waited for me, for what purpose? Suhan inquired cautiously, for this enigmatic stone spirit possessed intellect rivaling his own, necessitating a degree of vigilance in their dealings. Allow me to introduce myself. The stone spirit spoke slowly. The stone turtle remained silent, gazing at Suhan as if contemplating how to present itself. After a pause, the stone turtle began to recount its tale. Initially, the stone spirit was nothing more than a formless mass of energy, drifting beneath the mountains, devoid of memory, emotion, or instinct, merely swaying with the currents of the vast energy sea that enveloped the world. Yet, on an unknown day many years ago, an unusual energy from beyond the world infiltrated this realm, triggering a cataclysmic transformation within the energy sea akin to a violent chemical reaction. It was at that moment that the previously ignorant stone spirit gained a flicker of consciousness, albeit a feeble one, merely a nascent instinct for growth. As time flowed on, the stone spirit evolved from a mere instinctual pursuit of energy tides to a being endowed with basic curiosity and preferences regarding energy. Thus, it transitioned from an entity without attributes into the present-day stone spirit. Furthermore, as its essence remained intertwined with the world's energy cycle, only a small fraction of its being could manifest in the material realm, which accounted for its immortal nature. The stone spirit would only cease to exist when the world's energy itself was extinguished. The present encounter with Su-Han arose from the stone spirit's quest to rescue a friend who had been imprisoned. It sought to collaborate with Su-Han, hoping that when the time was opportune, an endeavor that would require minimal effort on Su-Han's part, he might assist in liberating its friend. In return, the stone spirit pledged to serve under Su-Han, offering its full combat capabilities until such time as Su-Han no longer required its aid. After some contemplation, Su-Han discerned that this arrangement posed no detriment to him. As long as he deemed the stone spirit indispensable, it would be bound to serve him indefinitely, while the stone spirit would only be called upon when Su-Han deemed it an effortless task. This almost fortuitous opportunity was difficult to refuse. After thorough inquiries into any potential deceit or loopholes, Su-Han ultimately concluded that the stone spirit was earnest in its proposal, genuinely willing to relinquish its freedom in exchange for a future moment of harmless assistance from Su-Han. Is that friend truly so important to you? Su-Han inquired once more. I am the stone spirit. By nature, I am indifferent to the concept of freedom. However, my friend is different. I cannot bear to see it deprived of its liberty. The stone spirit replied, shaking its head. The essence of spirit beasts dictated that they could not swiftly advance through cultivation like corporeal beings. For countless years, its energy had only reached the level of a mere 15th-tier brute, while its friend, though stronger, was limited in its own right. Then let us proceed with this collaboration. Su-Han nodded in agreement. The diplomatic interface of the system updated, introducing the stone spirit's profile among his allies. This affirmed that the stone spirit currently harbored no ulterior motives, and this object is an additional reward from me to you. Suddenly, the massive stone turtle opened its mouth, and a stone radiating a soft luminescence flew toward Su-Han, who caught it in his hand. Detected, a spirit stone containing a substantial amount of high-quality energy. Would you like to absorb it? The system promptly inquired. Spirit stone? Absorb, Su-Han responded, and no sooner had he spoken than the stone crumbled into dust, scattering away in a gust of wind. Now, let me share the first piece of intelligence as part of my allegiance to you, the stone spirit said, voluntarily divulging what it knew. In essence, the reason they dared to invade is precisely because they are aware of Ru Zheng's existence. After the stone spirit finished, Su-Han asked, "Is that so?" Indeed, their hesitation to invade stems from their respect for Ru Zheng. The stone spirit confirmed with a nod. Given Ru Zheng's abilities, it is likely that not even this Lu Chuan could withstand him. What have they been apprehensive about all these years? Su-Han's expression darkened. Was there something particularly special about this Ru Zheng? This was hardly encouraging news. From what I've gathered, Ru Zheng is actually a foundational beast, albeit one that has regressed to the Qi refinement stage due to age and decline. Yet for reasons unknown, those brutes who have long coveted Qingmu Mountain have refrained from invading while he still draws breath. The stone spirit elaborated, casting a glance at Su-Han. A foundational beast whose powers have waned is not something that ordinary brutes would dare provoke, and yet, this individual before him could best such an opponent. Su-Han felt a chill run down his spine upon learning that Ru Zheng was, in fact, a foundational beast. He had initially thought little of the adversary, but it now appeared that he was merely a fortunate opportunist benefiting from the weakness of an aging foe. Our immediate priority now is to decisively confront the true instigator behind the invasion and thoroughly intimidate all malevolent entities lurking in the vicinity. After a brief pause, Su-Han set aside thoughts of Ru Zheng. The most pressing matter was to conclude this war, that he aimed to eliminate the ultimate enemy of this conflict, the master of the nearby Qingmu Mountain, an adult Lu Chuan. Indeed, this is the very Lu Chuan of the same lineage that you have slain. A more formidable counterpart who has entered the Qi refinement stage. The Lu Chuan that had yet to attain the Qi refinement stage had already put Su-Han in a perilous position. He could only imagine the threat posed by one who had. Fortunately, the battlefield in the distance continued to gather energy, perpetually augmenting Su-Han's reserves. Your growth value has reached sufficient levels for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed? The system's voice chimed in at a fortuitous moment, providing Su-Han with a sliver of reassurance. Upgrade. Su-Han confirmed decisively. Unlike evolution, which altered his fundamental defenses, this upgrade, merely consuming growth value, could be initiated at any time. Upon successful upgrade, a vast amount of high-quality energy was absorbed, and the host cultivation level ascended by 2 tiers, just as Su-Han assumed the upgrade had concluded. The system paused briefly before continuing. Surprisingly, the energy contained within that modest spirit stone has enabled a 2-tier increase in your cultivation. Name: Su-Han Race, Sky Mantis Template, Monster Template Tier. First tier Brutal Beast Cultivation, Chi Refinement 5th tier, providing a 5-fold enhancement to all host attributes. Level 14 status. Life 16. 000, Mana 8,500 attributes, Strength 168, Agility 258, Constitution 320, Spirit 170 talents, Talent Enhancement, Exclusive Talent, Devour Evolution, Exclusive Talent, Predator, Racial Talent, Law of Metal Skills, Scythe Hand, Diamond Body, Deception, Lightning Flash, Night Shadow, Wind Escape, Leadership 3, Iron Munching, Eruption, Supersonic, Resonance, Gene Branches, Luchuan Gene, 80 points. Giant Bull Gene, 100 points. Leaf Wolf Gene Special Bloodline. Divine Beast Young, 5 points. Evolution points, 0 points. Growth value, 0 points. Skill Fragments. Iron Armor 3310. Charge 305. Bite 10010. Full Power Strike 5310. Scale Reinforcement 20010. Following his dialogue with the Stone Spirit, it seamlessly melded into the earth, accompanying Su-Han. After the army of Sky Mantises concluded their battle and recuperated, Su-Han led them towards Qingye Mountain. Along the way, countless brutes continued to converge upon Qingmu Mountain. However, in stark contrast to the previous horde led by Lu Chuan, these smaller factions, each engaged in their own skirmishes, merely served as delectable morsels for Su-Han's forces. They provided sustenance for the Sky Mantises, while simultaneously bestowing various points upon Su-Han. It was not until Su-Han entered the territory of Qingye Mountain that the journey truly commenced. Due to the absence of the direct support from King Mission's power, the combat effectiveness of the Flying Mantis rapidly diminished, and their forces were subsequently halted. The savage beasts remaining on Qinjishan, having been invaded by Suin, instinctively congregated together. However, from Suin's perspective, these makeshift factions, both large and small, were no match for his formidable army of flying mantises. Thus, even though the number of savage beasts blocking the path at Qinjishan exceeded that of the flying mantis army by more than double, Suin showed no inclination to retreat. The battle-hardened flying mantis army exhibited not a trace of fear, their cold gazes fixed upon the densely packed savage beasts before them. Attack! Suin commanded a general assault within his mind. With a cacophony of chirps, the flying mantises instinctively divided into 4 formations. 2 formations took the lead, beginning to vibrate their wings and gradually accelerate forward. 1 formation served as the central force, rallying around Suin at the rear, poised to offer support at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the other formation dispersed into the sky, engaging in skirmishes with the isolated flying savage beasts while simultaneously harassing the densely clustered ground forces below. The opposing horde of savage beasts, a dark mass, began to panic as they witnessed the approach of the flying mantis army, with some timid individuals already fleeing in disarray. Some were obstructed by fiercer beasts, while others collided chaotically within their ranks. The aerial harassment from the flying mantises further exacerbated their disorder. Although these savage beasts contemplated retaliating against the airborne flying mantises, those capable of flight were swiftly dispatched by direct assaults from the flying mantises. The more formidable beasts, despite their strength, found themselves restrained by the well-coordinated and skilled squads of flying mantises, unable to counteract effectively. The ground-dwelling savage beasts, despite possessing ranged attacks, faced limitations. Either they depleted their vitality or expended magical energy, rendering continuous assaults impractical. In contrast, the flying mantises, endowed with the innate ability of flight, merely consumed standard stamina, enabling them to execute their harassment tactics with remarkable efficiency. As the savage beasts fell into disarray, distracted and unprepared for defense, the 2 main attacking formations of flying mantises had completed their acceleration and charged into the fray. From an aerial vantage, one could witness a meticulously organized array of green dots swiftly enveloping the multitude of colorful, frantically hopping points below. Once the green formations passed, the vibrant hues remained unchanged, even augmented by vivid splashes of red, yet the once animated points ceased their movement. Although the individual savage beasts were powerful, they could not match the cohesive and synchronized might of the flying mantis army. Thus, after a brief yet fierce engagement, the front line crumbled, and the primal instinct to flee overtook the majority of the savage beasts. Save for a few who had succumbed to bloodlust, the individual savage beasts were utterly incapable of halting the advance of the flying mantis army. Suin floated behind his forces, progressing steadily. Occasionally, a few reckless flying savage beasts ventured too close, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. The pursuit continued until they reached the foothills of Kinjishan, where countless savage beasts scrambled up the slopes in a frantic bid for escape. Under Suin's orders, the flying mantis army began to regroup. Suin sensed a powerful aura approaching from the opposite direction. An ominous voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing this, the frantic savage beasts fleeing up the mountainside abruptly halted. One by one, the previously fervent creatures began to expel blood from their pores, collapsing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this alarming trend rushing toward the flying mantis army, Suin immediately surged forward, distancing himself from his troops. He vibrated his membranous wings rapidly, his resonant sound waves colliding with the incoming sonic waves. The two forces of intangible energy clashed before Suin, producing a jarring and eerie sound that caused all living beings within earshot to instinctively cover their ears, writhing in pain. Even the distant flying mantis army behind him began to stir restlessly, on the verge of disarray. Fortunately, the sound was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it arrived. You shall hold your positions and eliminate any defiant savage beasts. Suin instructed the flying mantises behind him before taking flight toward the mountain's summit. The mountain lord had made their move. It was now his turn to act. Kinjishan was significantly smaller in scale than Qingmishan, its peaks lacking the lofty grandeur that pierced the clouds. With Suin's remarkable speed, he reached the mountaintop in mere seconds. This summit differed from Qingmishan. Although still largely devoid of wildlife, it bore a hint of vitality. Even now, some indistinct savage beast cubs were frolicking and climbing about. Would you care for a bite? A colossal deer-like creature, towering over 10 meters, emerged slowly from behind a distant slope, approaching Suin with deliberate steps. As it spoke, it lowered its head, its massive jaw unhinging to capture several small savage beasts. Blood and viscera spilled from the corners of its mouth as it devoured its prey, accompanied by the sickening sound of crunching bones. Species: Lujuan template, savage beast rank, first-tier savage beast cultivation, 5th stage of Qi training level, 19 status. Health points 40,000, mana points 25,000 talent. Sound skills: sound illusion, transformation, sonic wave. Power of Kinjishan. The introduction of this Lujuan bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous one from Qingmishan, save for its enhanced cultivation and formidable attributes. Along with the power of Kinjishan, you must have assimilated the power of Qingmishan and transcended into the Qi training phase. No? Why are you unable to speak? The Lujuan inquired, expelling a mouthful of crimson saliva. Haven't you broken through yet? Ah, I see you have channeled the power of Qingmishan into your subordinates. Truly a greedy fellow. The Lujuan's demeanor shifted into a sinister smile. Suin, taken aback by the creature's malevolence, pondered the disparity between them, both having acquired the powers of their respective mountain lords. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the Lujuan lunged forward, forsaking sonic attacks in favor of a direct charge at Suin. Eager to test the creature's strength, Suin welcomed the opportunity for close combat. The Lujuan's choice to engage in melee only served Suin's interests. Perfect timing. Without switching to his scythe-like appendages, Suin pressed his hands against the Lujuan's forehead. Exerting force, the Lujuan's immense strength surged through Suin's palms, traveling up his arms, shoulders, and back to his heels, causing the sturdy stone ground beneath them to fracture. Suin's feet sank into the stone, yet propelled him forward, carving deep furrows into the earth. Not lacking in strength, are you? Suin grinned wickedly, his facial features contorting into a demonic visage. The Lujuan, seemingly undeterred by Suan's grip, began to exert its own force beneath him. Suan's arm strained as he leaned back, lifting the Lujuan's massive body off the ground, its limbs flailing helplessly. Explode. In that fleeting moment, Su-Han found himself flat on his back, his waist and legs united as he unleashed a powerful kick. Propelled by an immense force, the airborne Luchuan was abruptly sent soaring into the sky by Su-Han's might. Though Luchuan was momentarily airborne and had coughed up blood, he soon steadied himself, his teeth softly clacking in mid-air. Upon recognizing the familiar sound from his opponent, Su-Han instinctively prepared to charge forward. Yet an unforeseen incident occurred. The exoskeleton encasing Su-Han's chest shattered with a crisp crack, falling away to the ground. The muscle fibers and fascia of his chest were left exposed, vulnerable without the protection of the exoskeleton. Fortunately, due to the inherent strength of his muscles, Su-Han could still function normally despite this loss of defense. However, the extensive exposure of his torso disrupted Su-Han's rhythm in battle, causing his upward strike to be abandoned in favor of a retreat to a safer distance. Luchuan gracefully descended to the ground, his hooves lightly tapping the earth, a mocking expression playing across his face. Initially, upon witnessing Su-Han neutralize his resonance attack, Luchuan had assumed him to be a scion of a formidable lineage. Yet, now it appeared that he was merely a fortunate soul devoid of any true heritage. As Luchuan approached Su-Han, he remarked, "My voice has evolved to the point where I need not utter a sound. I can manipulate the very voices of nature itself." With each delicate step forward, he advanced towards the wary Su-Han. "Once I strip you of your Mountain Lord's power, perhaps I too may glimpse that realm." He continued, his words laced with a longing for something undefined, yet he withheld the specifics from By the way, have you ever heard the voice of the heart? After a brief moment of contemplation, Luchuan suddenly lowered his gaze to Su-Han. What? Before Su-Han could complete his thought, he felt a violent thumping in his chest, akin to a deflating balloon, and he collapsed. Was the discomfort of an insect's heart located in the back? Su-Han's world descended into darkness. As he gazed at Su-Han's lifeless body crumpling to the ground, Luchuan slowly approached. Merely a fortunate one, he mused, prodding Su-Han's body with a foreleg. What has happened to the proof of the Mountain Lord? Why has it not materialized? Could it be? Realizing this, Luchuan instinctively prepared to retreat, but Su-Han suddenly reached out, gripping his foreleg tightly. Thus, one must recognize the importance of learning. With his chest sunken, Su-Han gradually opened his eyes, one hand clutching Luchuan's foreleg while the other transformed into a scythe-like appendage. The unexpected turn of events prompted Luchuan to attempt to withdraw his limb, but Su-Han's grip constricted like a serpent ensnaring its prey, rendering him unable to escape. "Damn it!" Luchuan's exclamation triggered a tremor within the exoskeleton on Su-Han's arm. Resonance. Su-Han's membranous wings vibrated violently, unleashing an invisible wave point. Two distinct sources of sound began to engage in an intangible clash. However, to Luchuan, Su-Han's resonance seemed rather feeble. He could effortlessly decipher the opposing frequency in an instant and counter it. Yet that fleeting moment was precisely what Su-Han required. Shadow of the night. Erupt. Supersonic. A flash of lightning. In the instant the resonance took effect, Su-Han unleashed every skill that would augment his combat prowess and enhance his evasion. He then aimed his scythe-like appendage at Luchuan's retreating neck with lightning speed. The strike severed half of Luchuan's head as Su-Han continued his assault. Luchuan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Nearly popping from their sockets, the intangible sound swiftly nullified Su-Han's resonance. Meanwhile, Su-Han's second strike grazed Luchuan's neck. The massive head rolled through the air, while Su-Han launched himself upward, soaring into the sky, delivering another downward strike. Both Luchuan's head and the remaining half of his body were cleaved in two. Su-Han's membranous wings folded as he knelt heavily on the ground, his scythe-like appendage driven deep into the earth that a gust of wind swept through, and the rustling of leaves disrupted the eerie silence. As Su-Han gradually rose, a thick layer of exoskeleton had begun to regenerate on his chest. Continuously proliferating, he grasped the blue stone from Luchuan's corpse. Centered around him, a blue ripple surged forth, expanding outward until it vanished from sight. Your name shall echo far and wide with the demise of your enemy. The title system has been activated. Don different titles to gain various attribute bonuses. The system's voice interrupted Su-Han's reverie. While consuming, you gain 80 growth points. While consuming, you gain 58 growth points. Ding. You have slain and absorbed Lu Chuan, gaining 10 points of Lu Chuan's genes. Ding. You have slain and absorbed Lu Chuan, gaining 10 points of evolution. Ding. You have slain and absorbed Lu Chuan, gaining 1 talent point. Ding. You have slain and absorbed Lu Chuan, gaining the subsonic skill branch. Those skills were undeniably significant. Sustenance was a lifelong necessity. Lord Template Territory. Qingmu Mountain Territory Owner. Su-Han, Sky Mantis Clan, Territory Status. Engaged in battle development situation. Prosperous and powerful special effect. Reproductive rate within territory increases by 2. Plant growth increases by 10. Lord's charisma increases by 10. Su-Han gazed at the perplexing Lord Template, baffled by the terms of reproductive growth and lordly charisma. What was the significance of charisma for a mantis whose expressions were so limited? View titles. After a mere glance at the Lord Template, Su-Han felt a mix of confusion and offense. Title: Lord of Qingmu Mountain. Strength 100, Constitution 500. Su-Han nodded subtly. Everything else was ephemeral. Yet attributes were tangible. Your kin devours a thick-skinned bull. You gain 10.1 growth points and 2 points of thick-skinned bull genes. Your kin devours a round-shelled crocodile. You gain 8.5 growth points and 1 point of round-shelled crocodile genes. While Su-Han recuperated on the mountain, the Sky Mantis army below remained relentless, tirelessly hunting down all hostile beasts within the Qingya Mountain region. Following Su-Han's victory over Lu Chuan, the hostile beasts affiliated with Qingya Mountain came to a standstill. As their animosity dissipated, the Sky Mantis army ceased its slaughter, opting instead to revel in the fruits of their victory. The energy-rich flesh replenished their stamina and accelerated their recovery, while the corpses of the beasts scattered across the landscape served as their most rewarding bounty. Amidst the cacophony of crunching sounds, Su-Han's rewards surged exponentially. Why do I possess the proof of the Qingya Mountain Lord, yet remain unrecognized as its master? Su-Han pondered, examining the Qingya Mountain proof in his hand. The special energy within had been extracted by the system, leading to yet another upgrade of his leadership skills and a triple elevation of his Qi refinement stage, propelling him directly to the 8th level. These gains affirmed the authenticity of the Qingya Mountain proof. However, Su-Han could not attain the identity of the mountain's lord if I wish to claim the title of this mountain's master. It seems I must wrest it from the true owner of Qingya Mountain. A few stones on the ground rolled together to form a miniature turtle, a cute Q-version stone turtle. The true owner? Su-Han gazed at the stone turtle with intrigue that if I'm not mistaken, this Qingya Mountain proof already belongs to someone, while this so-called mountain lord, Lu Chuan, appears more like a mere proxy. The stone turtle nodded its adorably foolish head, its voice sounding quite juvenile. So, as long as I do not defeat this so-called owner, even if I obtain the Qingya Mountain proof, I cannot claim dominion over this mountain. Su-Han inquired. Indeed, the Qingya Mountain proof is merely the certificate of control over Qingya Mountain. Possessing it grants you authority over the mountain, but it is still owned by another, the stone turtle explained, albeit not in great detail. Nevertheless, Su-Han grasped the general idea. Thus, I merely possess the governing rights over Qingya Mountain, not ownership itself, and can be stripped of these rights at any moment by the true owner of the Qingya Mountain proof or other beasts. Su-Han inquired once more. Indeed, the stone turtle nodded, and, after transforming into a mini-turtle, it seemed to have gained a swiftness. What is the situation at the foot of the mountain? Although Su-Han could perceive the status of some subordinates through the panel, it was never as clear as observing on sight. Thus, while ascending the mountain, he had discreetly commanded the stone turtle to lie in wait at the base, ready to assist the army of flying mantises. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, it would require the stone turtle's intervention. Now that the stone turtle had come up, it must have already clarified the matters below. There were still over 5,000 flying mantis warriors remaining, while the opposing brutish beasts had suffered more than 8,000 casualties. Following the loss of their leader at Qingya Mountain, those low-intelligence beasts had abandoned their resistance and were now being contained by Su-Han's forces. As the stone turtle spoke, It even mimicked a human gesture, stroking its chin thoughtfully. The flying mantis tribe possessed formidable individual combat strength and excelled in cooperative warfare, unafraid of death and capable of rapid recovery by consuming the flesh and blood of their enemies. Such a race, seemingly born solely for the purpose of war, was not unfamiliar to it. However, a race where every individual bore intelligence, had independent, beastly characteristics, and yet all members were unafraid of sacrifice was indeed a rarity. This fundamentally contradicted the survival logic of living beings, yet this peculiar race stood before it, compelling its belief. Were it not for the fact that the flying mantis was one of Su-Han's kin, the stone turtle might have felt an impulse to secretly capture a few for dissection and study. That's good, Su-Han remarked, intending to dismiss the stone turtle. There's one more thing, the stone turtle suddenly interjected. What is it? Su-Han was in urgent need of finding a place to adapt to his newly augmented powers. A mountain lord is approaching and has already reached the foot of the mountain. Before the stone turtle could finish its sentence, a figure, akin to a swift arrow, pierced through the mini stone turtle's body in an instant, shattering it into fragments before hastening towards Su-Han. The speed of the attack took Su-Han completely by surprise. It was only when the stone turtle was obliterated that he barely managed to grasp the sharp object aimed at his forehead with his palm. The force of the attack propelled Su-Han backward, crashing him into the rock wall. The sturdy wall, upon being struck by Su-Han's back, crumbled as if bombarded by artillery, with large chunks of stone fracturing and falling away. Dust enveloped Su-Han's figure, yet the assailant, undeterred by the spectacle, raised both hands, launching 2 more sharp spikes into the cloud of debris. Each spike struck the dust like heavy artillery, sending even more clouds of dust swirling into the air. After a moment, having confirmed that the dust-laden wall had fallen silent, the mysterious shadow ceased its assault. The figure then became visible, the humanoid form, adorned with black, red, and yellow circular patterns, 2 transparent membranous wings on its back, and 2 large compound eyes on its head revealed that it was a brutish beast of the same insectoid lineage as Su-Han. Species: Crimson Emperor B template, beast template rank, first tier brutish beast cultivation, chi refinement stage 8 level, 20 status, health points 10,000, mana points 5,000 talents, agility, needle launch, venom skills, spike charge, agility, regular flight speed can reach the speed of sound, needle launch. The Crimson Emperor B can fire spikes at speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound, with speed limits affected by the environment. Venom inflicts a special toxin on living or dead beings upon contact, generated by consuming mana. Spike charge. When activated, speed increases to 5 times, but movement can only be linear. Emerging slowly from the dust-filled rock wall, Su-Han found that although the recent barrage of needles had not inflicted fatal damage, one had punctured a thumb-sized hole in the exoskeleton on his forehead, while another had pierced through his shoulder. Su-Han had always believed that his defense, if not invincible, should at least be resilient enough not to be easily breached. The earlier encounter with Lu Chuan had been unavoidable due to the opponent's overpowered resonant skill. However, this time, he had indeed been struck down through pure physical contact, prompting a moment of introspection regarding his defensive capabilities. "You are quite formidable." Su-Han's membranous wings fluttered, a universal form of communication among insects. A fully leveled brutish beast deserved his admiration. Even if the opponent had lost the chance to defeat him, to his surprise, it appeared that the adversary had yet to reach the chi refinement stage. Clearly, this creature was capable of speech, using language to gauge whether another was at the chi refinement level. It seemed that once these brutish beasts reached that stage, any species could articulate words. Yet, despite Su-Han being at the 8th level of chi refinement, his throat had not evolved the necessary organs for speech. As for why different species spoke the same language, do not inquire. The answer lies with the cosmic will. Are you here for revenge on the master of this place? Su-Han pointed to the wound on his shoulder, still inquiring. Although a life-and-death struggle was unavoidable, such a sudden attack surely warranted an explanation. He was curious why this brutish beast, with attributes evidently superior to the mountain lord Lu Chuan, had come here. That worthless creature. If you kill it, so be it. I merely came to reclaim my master's assets. The Crimson Emperor Bee's response caused a slight heaviness in Su-Han's heart. Indeed, Behind Lu Chuan lay a formidable force, one so powerful that even a beast as strong as the Crimson Emperor Bee referred to it as its master. Unfortunate for you, I never relinquish what I have acquired. Su Han extended his shoulder. Waving his hand like an ordinary person, he had thought that since his insect tribe faced arduous cultivation, if the creature willingly returned its master's assets and admitted its mistakes, he might spare its life. But since it was so ungrateful, it was destined for death. As the Crimson Emperor Bee finished speaking, a needle had already silently launched an attack against Su Han. Isn't this rather unwise? You might try to bribe me. Who knows? I might be tempted by your rewards and surrender instead. Su Han tilted his head slightly, evading the incoming attack, realizing that his opponent was also an unsophisticated individual. Sensing the growing jealousy and murderous intent emanating from the adversary, Su Han became increasingly inclined to taunt it. Erupt, supersonic, in a flash. Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes. Su Han relied on these 3 skills to swiftly eliminate powerful foes. Yet this time, it was evidently a failure. The opponent's base speed reached that of sound, while the Crimson Emperor Bee merely fluttered its wings to evade Su Han's supersonic attack. Witnessing the ease with which the opponent dodged his strikes, enraged Su Han, for he despised enemies faster than himself. However, unbeknownst to him, the Crimson Emperor Bee was equally astonished by his strength. This peculiar insectoid adversary possessed a power that rivaled the enemies it had previously encountered. Although its speed was lacking, its strength was substantial, a pity indeed. Hovering in mid-air, the Crimson Emperor Bee lightly flapped its membranous wings and swiftly darted out of Su Han's line of sight. In an instant, Su Han sensed the sharp aura approaching from behind, and with a forceful push of his feet, he flapped his wings. His entire body shifted sideways by a meter as a needle flew past him, embedding itself in the ground and creating a deep crater nearly 20 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Damn! Su Han exclaimed, taken aback by the power of the opponent's needle launch. Initially, when struck by the attack, he had been too preoccupied with survival to assess the enemy's might. Now he fully understood. The force of a single needle was nearly comparable to that of an artillery shell. He recalled the image of being relentlessly bombarded by the needles due to his inability to evade. He could hardly bear to think further. Child, I can offer you a chance. Kneel before me, and I shall introduce you to my master. The Crimson Emperor Bee once again soared into Su Han's line of sight and spoke anew. Yet, Su Han could sense the resolute, killing intent emanating from the other, aware that the creature merely sought to compel him to relinquish his resistance. Is that truly the case? Merely kneeling will suffice? Su Han feigned curiosity, subtly activating his infrasound skill. Infrasound encompasses sounds inaudible to human ears, though many insects and animals possess hearing ranges that far exceed those of humans. If frequencies lower than those they can perceive were to arise, they would remain defenseless against the insidious infrasound. Initially, the Crimson Emperor Bee found amusement in Su Han's words, believing it had ensnared him in its trap, eager to continue deceiving him for an opportune moment to strike. However, it suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Subsequently, it felt its body uncontrollably plummet from the sky, its wings flapping desperately, yet the loss of direction only hastened its descent in a state of weightlessness and spinning. The Crimson Emperor Bee's compound eyes abruptly spotted Su Han materializing before it, raising his scythe-like limbs, slow. Before it could finish its sentence, the bee felt a sudden lightness at its waist, followed by an utter loss of control as it spiraled violently towards the ground. What a useless creature, Su Han remarked as he caught half of the bee's body and gently descended. The Crimson Emperor Bee, though not yet deceased, had lost complete control over its remaining half. To its astonishment, it recognized Lu Chuan, aware of the other's infrasound skill, yet it had always looked down upon such abilities, trusting solely in its supersonic speed to evade harm from sonic attacks. Little did it expect to be bested here. Do you have anything else to say? After severing the bee's arms, Su Han cast its half-remaining body aside and slowly descended before it. Details dictate success or failure. One must never succumb to the opponent's dying retaliation. The Crimson Emperor Bee, seemingly oblivious to its injuries, gazed weakly at Su Han and slowly opened its mouth. Crack. Su-Han cleaved the bee's head in two. Even at death's door, you still have so much to say. Su-Han thought to himself, eager to consume the Crimson Emperor bee, for its talents and skills were highly coveted. Whether it was its ability to exceed the speed of sound in its natural state or its several times supersonic flying needles. Merging these capabilities with Su-Han's own would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. As he feasted, he received growth values 60 and 88. Ding. You have slain and devoured the Crimson Emperor bee, acquiring 15 points of Crimson Emperor bee genes. Ding. You have slain and devoured the Crimson Emperor bee, acquiring 20 evolution points. Ding. You have slain and devoured the Crimson Emperor bee, acquiring 1 talent point. Ding. You have slain and devoured the Crimson Emperor bee, acquiring the skill Flying Needles. Ding. You have slain and devoured the Crimson Emperor bee, acquiring the talent Rapid Speed. Ding. A substantial amount of special energy detected, already absorbed. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and has automatically entered the Foundation establishment stage. Under Su-Han's command, the Mantises, having gained the identity of the Qingyam Mountain's vassals due to his possession of the Qingyam Mountain certificate, began to gather at the summit of Qingyam Mountain. As thousands of Mantises congregated atop the mountain, some frolicked while others engaged in conversation, a cacophony of chirps filling the air. Yet Su-Han had yet to reveal himself. Su-Han was indeed at the summit, but on the opposite side of the Mantises, separated by a mountain wall, rendering them unable to see him. The current population must maintain the status quo. Cannon fodder must embody the essence of cannon fodder. If they possess their own will, trouble is inevitable. The hatching speed must be doubled from the current rate. What? Evolution points need a triple. Fine, we have plenty. There must be clear hierarchies and distinct roles. Only then can we ensure their combat capabilities. Both bees and ants possess social structures worthy of emulation. And let us not forget the resilience of cockroaches, coupled with the echolocation of bats. Yes, precisely that. We shall include it. What? We need to double it. What? My evolution and growth points barely suffice. Invested. No investment. No yield. Within the cave atop Qingyam Mountain, Su-Han stood before the dark stone wall, his hands dancing up and down as he murmured. Akin to a madman in truth, he was operating the latest rewards on a system panel invisible to others. After vanquishing the Crimson Emperor bee, Su-Han discovered that it was also a Mountain Lord. Upon obtaining the Mountain Lord certificate, he learned that, like Lu Chuan, it was merely an agent of the Mountain Lord. However, the energy contained within that certificate was very real. Following the absorption of this energy, Su-Han's cultivation experienced a significant leap, propelling him directly into the Foundation establishment stage. He also received a fully customized opportunity for vassal evolution. Concealed within the cave, he meticulously designed all attributes for his new vassals. In his vision, the new vassals would undergo precise classification of hierarchy and occupation based on the existing incubated vassals. Fighters would specialize in combat, commanders in strategy, reproducers in propagation, and nurturers in care. While this structure appeared reminiscent of an ant society, the distinction lay in the fact that every member of the upper echelon of Su-Han's custom vassals possessed the potential for independent intelligence. Given sufficient longevity and experience, they would naturally acquire intellect capable of matching that of other creatures. Only the combat-specialized mantises would lack independent thought. This ensured the Mantis army's combat effectiveness while preventing them from rigidly executing orders. When confronted with unexpected circumstances, they could adeptly formulate new strategies. Moreover, Su-Han optimized the entire digestive system of the mantises, enabling them to consume both flesh and vegetation while dramatically conserving resources. A low-ranking mantis, from hatching to adulthood, required merely 1% of the food previously necessary, allowing it to go an entire month without nourishment after a hearty meal. Su-Han gazed contentedly at the template data of his envisioned vassals. Though still bearing the name of mantises, their structure and appearance had undergone a profound transformation. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with an extremely reduced abdomen, humanoid legs akin to Su-Han's, robust joints, and a fearsome exoskeleton. The only remaining evidence of their mantis lineage lay in their characteristic scythe-like limbs. Satisfied, Su-Han confirmed his design. Observing the system prompt indicating a lack of genes and growth points, he exited the cave, aware that a multitude of disordered gene points awaited collection. Let the hunt commence. Suhan silently issued the command for hunting to the mantises gathering around him. Thousands of mantises, under his directive, assigned themselves tasks and surged down the mountain. "Can you tell me why you are sending them to hunt such creatures?" queried the two small beasts at Suhan's feet, while the stone turtle squeezed between Su Hu and Su Xiong, lifting its head to ask. After its diminutive form was shattered by the Crimson Emperor bee, the stone turtle had recovered, albeit after an hour's interval, that IT found it perplexing why Suhan would direct his vassals to hunt cockroaches. Ants, spiders, and caterpillars, such weak insects. You will understand shortly. Suhan waved his hand dismissively, pondering how to explain such matters. Should he mention his system? Others likely wouldn't even comprehend what a system entailed. Moreover, why should he elucidate? Your vassals devour cockroaches, granting you 0.1 growth points and 0.2 points of cockroach genes. Your vassals devour ants, granting you 0.0001 growth points and 0.01 points of ant genes. Gazing at the slow accrual of genes and growth points on the system panel, Suhan reclined upon the azure stone, leisurely observing the sky. All resources required for evolution have been collected. Shall we commence evolution? No. Suhan rose, gazing at the returning flying mantises that it was absurd to think that in such an unfamiliar place they could evolve beyond his sight. As all the flying mantises gathered on the mountain, Suhan appeared before them. Due to his presence, the mantises stood quietly on the ground, attentively watching him, observing the army of mantises gazing back at him. Suhan's poetic spirit surged, and he exclaimed, "Ah!" Coughing, he confirmed the evolution with a simplicity that belied his vocabulary. Consequently, the mantises before him once again fell into a state of unconsciousness. Countless threads emerged from the joints of their limbs, intertwining and carpeting the ground like a white blanket. Su Hu and Su Xiong had grown accustomed to this spectacle, but for the stone turtle, it was the first time witnessing such rapid mass cocooning. Each change elicited its astonishment, drawing disdainful glances from the smaller beasts on both sides. As night passed, the cocoon blanket remained still. Another day dawned, yet the cocoon blanket still showed no signs of movement. System, how much longer will this evolution take? Please be patient, host. Finally, a small black antenna protruded from the edge of the cocoon, immediately captivating Suhan's attention. The stone turtle and Su Hu and Su Xiong followed suit. Turning their gazes toward it, as the antenna emerged from the cocoon blanket, it began to move back and forth, tearing the cocoon apart. A dark flying mantis stood up from within, bewilderedly stretching its membranous wings, acclimating to its new form. Only after it had fully spread its wings and gently lifted off did Suhan pull it toward himself. Its size was similar to before, yet its heavy exoskeleton was now adorned with numerous sharp, blade-like edges. The horn resembling that of a unicorn gleamed with a deadly brilliance atop its helmet-like head. Its sharp forelimbs converged, revealing three symmetrical segments capable of grasping objects. Suhan, observing the mantis before him, resembling a heavily armored warrior, nodded in satisfaction. Although he had seen the mature flying mantis on the system panel, the tangible presence before him was a different matter entirely. Species, flying mantis position, combat commander for Suhan. This newly cultivated flying mantis swarm was of great significance. If they could not be put to use, the losses would be substantial. Fortunately, the system was not entirely disappointing in certain aspects. Suhan was still unaware of the status of the flying mantises on Qingmu Mountain, but he was quite pleased with those currently before him. Thousands of mantises had undergone evolution, a mix of males and females, large and small. During this evolution, they had developed distinct ranks and responsibilities based on their behavioral tendencies. Among these thousands of mantises, the majority were combat commanders that, in addition to their new positions, their skills predominantly focused on combat leadership. Among the female mantises, two specific types emerged, dedicated primarily to reproduction. One type assumed the role of the mantis mother, responsible for breeding all elite groups, producing advanced mantises from combat commanders to mantis mothers. The other type specialized in nurturing combat fodder, solely breeding the lowest tier cannon fodder. However, They possessed a unique ability for rapid reproduction. If energy was sufficient, they could produce over 1,000 egg sacs in a single day. Yuhan's newly designed egg sac for the flying mantises contained more than 50 eggs each. If all were to hatch, a vast army of cannon fodder could be cultivated within days. This cannon fodder army truly embodied the definition of expendable troops, with the highest and lowest being first-tier level 10 brutes. Incapable of leveling up, devoid of intelligence and emotion, solely obeying the commands of superior flying mantises. Observing the flying mantises, now familiar with their duties and content with their roles, Suhan instructed them to rest and gather their strength for the impending journey. Though the structure of the flying mantis swarm he designed was not as extreme as that of a bee or ant colony, which, while efficient, could easily collapse if the top figure was eliminated. The mantises, having attained sufficient intelligence, spontaneously organized themselves into distinct ranks and positions within days under Suhan's hands-off approach. Thus, an efficient management structure emerged, led by the mantis mother and supported by advanced combat commanders at the chi refinement level. While Suhan would not directly interfere with the internal management of the mantis swarm, he kept a discreet watch to prevent them from squandering their potential through internal strife. After several days of observation, he noted that the mantises understood the dangers of infighting. Although disputes inevitably arose during the establishment of the management tier, they ultimately reached consensus through peaceful means. These little ones are impressive. Suhan reflected, exceedingly satisfied with the swarm he had designed. Great one, we have now bred 20,000 warriors. Shall we set forth? A senior flying mantis combat commander approached Suhan and reverently knelt before him. Oh, have we truly bred so many? Name, Suhan species, flying mantis template, beast template rank, first tier brute cultivation, foundation establishment level 1, providing a 20-fold enhancement to host attributes, level 15 status, life 72. 000, mana 38,000 attributes, strength 188, agility 298, constitution 360, spirit 190 talents, talent allocation, exclusive talent, devour evolution, exclusive talent, predator, species talent, law of metal skills, scythe hand, diamond body, deception, lightning flash, night shadow, wind escape, leadership 3, iron munching eruption, supersonic, resonance, infrasound, gene tree branches, deer stream gene, 80 points. Giant bull gene, 100 points. Leaf wolf gene special bloodline. Divine beast gene, 5 points. Evolution points, 0 points. Growth value, 0 points. Skill fragments. Iron armor 3310. Charge 305. Bite 10010. Full force strike 5310. Scale reinforcement 20010. Title: Lord of Qingmu Mountain. Strength 100, Constitution 500. Having broken through the foundation establishment stage, Suhan not only enjoyed a 20-fold increase in his basic attributes, but also, most importantly, had finally found his voice. Let us depart. His deep, hoarse voice resonated with the essence of his shadowy mastermind. Suhan felt that his character was severely mismatched with this voice, but he was grateful to have a voice at all. What more could one ask for? Ahead lay the territory of the Crimson Emperor bee he had slain, and as he observed, they were already welcoming him. The stone turtle perched on Suhan's shoulder, pointing toward a distant mass of beasts that appeared as a dense, writhing black curtain. What lies beneath this ground? Suhan inquired, tapping the rough surface. The stones here were vividly colored, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. From this point down to 300 meters underground and stretching thousands of meters beyond, all was this fragile red stone. Moreover, due to the underground water erosion, the area was riddled with vast caverns. As a stone spirit, the stone turtle could easily discern the ordinary geological characteristics birthed by nature. The prevalence of voids underground indicated that, if sufficient force were applied, the ground could easily collapse. Suhan gazed at the flying mantises already engaging in combat with the brutes ahead, his expression unchanged as he asked, but generally, ordinary strength cannot possibly shift this heavy rock layer. The stone turtle immediately grasped Suhan's implication, but voiced its dissent. The stone turtle was acutely aware of Suhan's strength. A full-force attack on the ground could indeed cause a collapse. Yet, it questioned how much area one individual's power could truly affect. The brutes before them numbered nearly 100,000, their battlefield extending over dozens of square kilometers. How could they allow Su-Han to smash the ground like a gopher, burying them one by one? Just watch. As Su-Han gradually rose, his wings vibrating as he ascended into the sky. Accompanying him were two mother mantises, who immediately enveloped Su-Hu and Su-Xiong and followed suit. As Su-Han approached the battlefield, two senior battle commanders promptly led their respective combat units to hover protectively beneath him. Buzzing, Su-Han's wings began to quiver at a subtle frequency, and the mantises flying in the air unconsciously synchronized their wing beats with his tremors. Bzzz. The sound of fluttering wings rapidly spread outward from the airborne mantises. Below, the mantises engaged in fierce combat with the savage beasts responded to the resonant sound of wings by unfurling their membranous wings. Despite suffering considerable casualties, nevertheless, the sound of their wings resonated throughout the battlefield. Bzzz. The vibrations echoed across the terrain, leaving the hostile beasts in a state of confusion. Yet the distraction offered an opportunity for the mantises, who seized it without hesitation. However, before they could escalate their slaughter, a rumbling sound akin to rolling thunder, reminiscent of a growling stomach, erupted from beneath them that a massive, cumbersome beast curiously lifted its foot, sensing a tremor beneath it. But just as it raised one foot, the ground beneath its entire body suddenly shattered like glass, engulfing it. The earth split open, following the deafening roar and the beast's anguished cries, a vast pit, several dozen kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep, emerged as the dust began to settle. Observing the depth of the pit, where sunlight barely illuminated its depths, Su-Han pointed inside. The mantises who had taken to the sky to evade the earthquake charged recklessly into the bottom of the pit to slaughter the severely injured beasts. This also provided a bountiful source of food, contributing to Su-Han's points. After a leisurely massacre and a feast, Su-Han's level automatically ascended by one that I never expected your abilities to reach such heights. The stone turtle remarked, contemplating the permanently altered landscape. After a prolonged silence, it continued, of course, it is due to my capacity for thought and the rudimentary knowledge of geology I acquired back then, Su-Han silently added. Nodding in satisfaction at his quick thinking, Su-Han reflected on the fruitful results achieved through mere resonance among a group in conjunction with the favorable terrain. Congratulations on transforming an area of 523 square kilometers in one fell swoop. Your newly acquired title, Ground Destroyer, has granted you an increase of 100 points in power. Su-Han gazed at his newly obtained title, feeling content with the bestowed enhancement. While I understand you employed sound to induce the ground's collapse, the underlying reason eludes me. Nevertheless, I personally advise you not to let any beast know that it was your doing until you genuinely possess the strength for such extensive attacks. The stone turtle perched on Su-Han's shoulder, aware of the phenomenon yet uncertain of its rationale, but it did not forget to caution Su-Han. Why? Su-Han inquired with curiosity. Although this attack appeared to be a clever trick, it was relatively easy to replicate. He could claim he already possessed the ability to unleash such a widespread attack. You know what we call this place. The stone turtle countered with another question. Luo Yin Peak, the territory of the Red Emperor bee that attacked us. Su-Han answered, albeit puzzled. No, you are mistaken. The stone turtle shook its head and pointed to the ground. You know what connects Luo Yin Peak? Qingyi Mountain. In your Qingmu Mountain? It asked again. The Mountain Master S certificate? Su-Han hesitantly guessed. That is one aspect. Their greatest commonality is that they are all peaks of a vast mountain range. The stone turtle gestured to encompass the surroundings, whether towering at 10,000 meters or merely a few thousand. Even the most inconspicuous small peak of a grand mountain is actually a minuscule part of this immense range. As the stone turtle spoke, it gathered the sand and stones on the ground, illustrating its explanation in the air. This was the first time Su-Han comprehended the true magnitude of the area he inhabited. Since departing from Qingshi Mountain, he had traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers in a straight line, yet remained within this so-called vast mountain range. How immense must this mountain range be? In the future, it might rival the size of Earth. Su-Han recalled that the circumference of Earth was merely over 40,000 kilometers. If calculated proportionately, this mountain range alone would exceed Earth by an unfathomable margin. And this was merely one mountain range. How vast must the world he inhabited be? Thus, when I asked if you knew where you were, I can now tell you that you are within the Devouring mountain range. The stone turtle pronounced the name of the mountain range deliberately, Devouring. Su-Han murmured, lost in the resonance of the name. Your current location lies within the confines of the 21st branch of the Qin mountain range, which is the 32nd tributary of Devouring. The stone turtle roused Su-Han from his reverie, continuing its exposition. Given your remarkable growth rate, which far exceeds my expectations, I must now impart certain information that only those who attain the mountain master level are qualified to receive. The stone turtle acknowledged Su-Han's progress, which had indeed surpassed its anticipations. Originally, it intended to share this knowledge after Su-Han conquered several mountain peaks, yet considering the devastation he had just wrought, it seemed prudent to relay the information promptly to prevent any powerful entities from taking notice of him. The entire Devouring's power structure can be broadly categorized by territorial control. Those who occupy at least one tributary of Devouring are referred to as Zhongmai. The next tier comprises those who command at least one tributary with dozens of mountain peak factions. Known as Tongling, they generally fall under the jurisdiction of the Zhongmai, hence the name. Further down the hierarchy are individuals like yourself who possess a Mountain Master S certificate for a peak. Either independently or affiliated with those Tongling, the stone turtle delivered the information succinctly. Does this mountain range have a master? Su-Han inquired, posing a question seemingly devoid of relevance to his current situation. There should not be one. The stone turtle shook its head that, as far as I know, the conflicts among the various Zhongmai within the Devouring mountain range have persisted for millennia, leading to countless lives lost and numerous peaks crumbled. If there were indeed a master of the Devouring mountains, they would not permit such destruction, since the mountain range lacks a master. I shall reserve that position for myself. Su-Han silently set a seemingly distant goal. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Master the mountain range. Conquer the Devouring mountain range, ensuring that this range can only echo with the voice of one. The task is classified as a long-term endeavor, with rewards distributed in phases. Tongling -50 plus multiple tributary masters. Su-Han was well aware that the system would not allow him to rest easy, although this task had no time limit. A mountain range comparable to Earth was no trivial pursuit. While such an ambitious goal may seem daunting, at least this Luoyin peak is within my grasp. After the Mantis army had feasted, even those severely injured had nearly returned to normalcy. With their recuperation complete, the Mantis army, under Su-Han's command, charged into the now defenseless Luoyin peak. The moment Su-Han's feet touched the ground upon reaching Luoyin peak, a radiant aura began to expand outward from him. This marked Su-Han's third experience of such a phenomenon. It was the first time he witnessed its emergence and dissolution firsthand. What is that? Su-Han pointed at the halo, which was rapidly disappearing on the horizon, clearly emanating from a fixed height and spreading outward. When a mountain master passes away, this halo appears, heralding the commencement of competition for a new mountain master. The stone turtle, acting as a competent advisor, promptly responded, in other words, I must prepare now to... Su-Han gazed at the horizon in the distance, as if the undulating line was on the verge of being smoothed out. A monstrous beast, with the head of a crocodile, the body of a tiger, and the claws of an eagle, broke through the defenses of the airborne Mantis army and charged toward Su-Han. Its metallic claws gleaming as they reached for his throat, he could hardly fathom that he was already compelled to confront the enemy once more. Distracted, Su-Han kicked the beast, sending it spiraling into the air. A squadron of pursuing mantises immediately took to the skies, vying to capture the disoriented creature. With their scythe-like limbs unleashed, the bewildered beast was swiftly reduced to fragments, plummeting onto the heads of other beasts engaged in the fray below. However, on the battlefield, all the beasts were already blinded by the frenzy of battle. Ignoring the debris raining down from above, some irritable ones would even seize the fallen pieces and consume them. Each mountain lord could harness the natural energy of an entire mountain. For the ambitious lords, acquiring the title of Mountain Lord easily was an opportunity not to be squandered. The stone turtle clung tightly to Su-Han's shoulder. intermittently summoning falling stones to disrupt the attacks of hostile beasts at the most opportune moments. On the second day of Su-Han's occupation of the Falling Smoke Peak, a new battalion of 20,000 Mantises, still in their infancy and yet to be reviewed by Su-Han, appeared on the horizon. The nearby beast armies, having received word, promptly materialized on the skyline, prompting the Mantis army to urgently ascend and organize a defense against the impending invasion. Yet, the number of beasts this time exceeded Su-Han's wildest expectations. He could hardly believe that several mountain lords had arrived, leading hundreds of thousands of beasts to assault such a modest Falling Smoke Peak. The multitude of beasts surged forth like a flood, overwhelming everything in their path without needing to attack. Their sheer presence was enough to obliterate all that lay before them. Although Su-Han's Mantis army was formidable and fearless, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. As the battle intensified, even Su-Han found it necessary to personally intervene, targeting the beasts that posed a threat to his command, perhaps due to a lack of attention towards Su-Hu and Su-Xiong in recent times. They eagerly joined the fray, charging into the fiercest front line. Not to mention Su-Han, just to ensure the safety of the two young beasts, the Mantis matriarch had allocated 2 squads from the somewhat strained troops to protect the little ones during perilous moments. Serving as sacrificial pawns at T.O.B. fair, had it been any other individual, Su-Han would have opposed such a diversion of forces. At the very least, he would not have condoned it. However, the 2 young beasts had accompanied him through numerous trials, safeguarding his ascension. Thus, Su-Han maintained a stance of benign neglect towards the Mantis matriarch's preferential treatment. That was sufficient, as Su-Han's non-interference, from a certain perspective, was tantamount to tacit approval. Consequently, the Mantis matriarch, having tested Su-Han's attitude, even assigned a squad of elite combat commanders to ensure the safety of the 2 young beasts during critical moments. That a burst of purple flames erupted from the entangled beast army before Su-Han. Neither the adversary's beasts nor Su-Han's Mantises had a chance to react. Within mere seconds, they were reduced to ash beneath the flames. Allocate seemed you are the master of these monsters. A beast entirely gray with the form of a goat, sporting sharp, long horns and a disheveled mane that hung down, stepped forward amidst the sea of ash, approaching Su-Han with deliberate steps. Species: Qinyang template, beast template rank, first tier beast cultivation, Qi training level 9 level, 20 status, health 25. 000, mana 4000 talent, agility skills, wind walk, charged impact, stomach fire, copper mountain strength agility. The uniquely gifted Qinyang possesses exceptional reflexes and the most coordinated physique. Wind walk, blessed by the wind, it moves unhindered by any gusts. Charged impact, favored by the wind, it can harness it as an additional force to strike at its target. Stomach fire, naturally inclined to smear its fur with the ashes of beasts. The Qinyang has evolved a stomach capable of incinerating the bones of slain beasts instantaneously. When it expels the sour flames from its stomach, the scent. For these isolated beasts, the example of the Red Emperor ascending to the position of Mountain Lord was astonishing enough. Now, with Su-Han, a rapidly developing and powerful anomaly leading such a vast clan, they could not afford to treat him lightly. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Su-Han's rise had occurred in less than a year. Had they known, they would never have harbored any murderous intent towards him. This secret of rapid ascendance was an irresistible temptation for anyone. In comparison to me, you are the true monster, Su-Han remarked, observing the Qinyang rolling about in the ashes on the ground, attempting to coat itself in the remnants, though he was uncertain why the Red Emperor had fallen so easily at its hands. It was evident that it must bear the consequences of its demise. The Qinyang stood, shaking off the excess ash from its body. If you wish me to bear the consequences, then present them. I wish to taste whether they are tender and juicy. With its scythe-like limbs extended, Su-Han regarded the Qinyang with a provocative gaze. Humph, indeed, the ignorant are the most unaware of reverence. After the Qinyang's words, it approached Su-Han without a hint of defense. Humph, can you not discern that my race is the Mantis? Su-Han smirked coldly. The traits of the Mantis race were not mere decoration. His scythe-like limbs swept directly toward the Qinyang's forehead. You must surely be aware of our sheep's signature move. Yet, Just as the scythe was about to strike the Qianyang, it unexpectedly performed a flip, using its sharp horn to deflect Su Han's limb, landing gracefully atop it in midair. Although Su Han had deliberately withheld his overwhelming strength, the mere fact that the Qianyang could evade his exposed prowess with such ease spoke volumes of its own capabilities. I hope you can still laugh afterwards, as Su Han subtly infused his words with a sonic pulse, while the Qianyang remained utterly oblivious. Young one, do not be obstinate. If you yield gracefully, perhaps I will advocate for you before the elders and spare your name. Standing atop Su Han's scythe, the Qianyang's elongated pupils curved slightly, resembling eyes. Are there other beasts standing behind you? Who is that elder? Su Han paused in his motion, questioning. The elder is one of the 10 leaders of the Mo Sheng vein, a being not to be trifled with. The Qianyang, mentioning its superior, refrained from any further insolence, and spoke plainly. Is it far from here? Su Han inquired once more. Not far, but just as the Qianyang began to respond. It suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Before it could react, Su Han's other side had already severed its head. Why do you still pretend? Su Han slowly retracted his scythe, seizing the Qianyang's corpse from the ground. This was yet another mountain lord, and he could not afford to waste the opportunity. Not a bad attack. Just as Su Han prepared to devour the Qianyang, a voice suddenly echoed from above. This commander is engaged in battle with the leaders nearby, bribing certain mountain lords. The Red Emperor Bee was merely a traitor. Who? In a flurry, Su Han hurled the Qianyang's body toward the source of the voice. Then, from his wrist, small scythes shot forth. After consuming the Red Emperor Bee, the combination of the adversary's needle skill and Su Han's scythe techniques transformed the previously trivial scythes into formidable ranged attacks. Now, Su Han's immediate response was to employ the small scythes to test this seemingly troublesome foe. The power carried by Su Han's small scythes could match his full strength. However, in order to conceal his true abilities, Su Han exerted only a modicum of strength as a result. Although these small sickles moved with remarkable speed, their power left much to be desired. Initially, after Su Han hurled the corpse of the ram, these sickles even managed to strike first. The very moment the ram collided with its target, they simultaneously found their mark. Thud, thud, thud. Following a series of dull impacts against leather, the ram's lifeless body fell to the ground. Young mountain lord, you have acted rather impulsively. As Su Han glanced over to see a creature with a white face and black feathers, resembling a fusion of a monkey's body, a tiger's claws, a crane's wings, and a dog's head gracefully flapping its wings as it floated in midair with a benevolent smile. Species, from mouse template. Beast template tier, second tier monster cultivation. Foundation establishment stage, 3 level. 22 status. Health points 50. 000. Mana points 20,000 talent. Earth element skills. Transform Earth, Bear Mountain, Godspeed. Earth element. Blessed by the Earth, standing firmly upon it. Recovery rate increased 3-fold. Transform Earth, can transform into a soil form. Immune to most physical attacks. Bear Mountain, during the skill's duration, pure strength is amplified 10-fold. Godspeed, by communicating with the Earth, enables leap-like movement across the ground. As a Foundation Establishment Stage Beast, the skills at its disposal were numerous. Yet Su Han merely skimmed through the initial few primary skills and talents. Who are you? Su Han inquired calmly, observing the beast before him. This was his first encounter with a Foundation Establishment Stage Beast. Yet feigning ignorance seemed prudent. Given that the creature's attributes paled in comparison to his own, he felt somewhat embarrassed to comment further. The beast was also adept at disguising its true strength, appearing as if it thrived in aerial combat, while its real prowess lay on the ground. Had Su Han not discerned its actual abilities, and had he exerted all his efforts to drag it into a ground battle, he would have found himself in dire straits to me. Just an inconspicuous little commander, coincidentally at odds with the master of this creature and the current lord of this land, merely a matter of differing opinions. It replied in a calm tone, even carrying a hint of warmth, while holding the decapitated body of the ram aloft. So, you are also a commander. Su Han flapped his wings and ascended to match the height of the Mouse, prompting a slight furrow of its brow, uncertain whether it was due to Su Han, a mere mountain lord, standing level with it, Or because Su-Han too could engage in aerial combat? Oh, not at all. Merely fortunate to receive everyone's attention. Forced into this position, the Formouse waved its hand dismissively, feigning humility. Then what brings you here? Possessing overwhelming strength compared to the beast, Su-Han felt no need for caution. Even if matters turned confrontational, he remained unafraid. I have been wandering about and happened to witness your impressive display when you dispatched this fellow. I found it quite admirable, hence my desire to invite you to my humble abode. The Formouse stated earnestly, as if genuinely wishing to host Su-Han. Then I shall certainly pay you a visit when time permits. Su-Han gestured towards the battlefield below, with the Mountain Lord's demise. The beasts had begun to scatter, and his remaining flying mantises commenced their pursuit, intent on annihilating the majority of the remaining creatures. And what if I were to invite you right now? The Formouse's aura began to grow increasingly sinister. In that case, I can only express my apologies. Su-Han's own killing intent began to unfurl gradually. Perhaps you are unaware of certain matters. Allow me to enlighten you. 3 years prior, there was a beast that had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, on the verge of breaking into the Foundation establishment stage, in an effort to entertain a commander it fortuitously encountered within its mountains. This beastly mountain lord offered all the precious produce of its domain, from fruits and vegetables to rare beasts. Yet, the commander remained unsatisfied. The poor mountain lord, bewildered, inquired why it had failed to meet the commander's expectations, only to learn that it had neglected to use the honorific you upon their meeting. Can you fathom the consequences of such a trivial oversight? The Formouse posed this rhetorical question, its tone increasingly frigid. The mountain lord was flayed alive, the entirety of the mountain's inhabitants exterminated, and the mountain itself had its very essence stripped away, leaving it a desolate shell. Even now, not a single creature dares to trespass upon that forsaken land. The chill in the Formouse's voice was palpable, a clear threat hanging in the a mere mountain lord who dares to reject a commander's invitation. Can you even begin to comprehend the gravity of such an affront? Yet, Su-Han remained resolute. I simply do not possess the time. He fixed his gaze firmly upon the Formouse, detecting the unmasked menace in its eyes and shaking his head in refusal. It seems the ram spoke true. Youthful ignorance breeds a lack of fear, a failure to show the most basic reverence toward your formidable presence. This is indeed troubling. The Formouse's killing intent, now at its zenith, suddenly retracted, and a smile graced its face. I hope you will contemplate the repercussions carefully. Just as the commander was about to strike, the seemingly inert stone turtle perched upon Su-Han's shoulder suddenly raised its head and spoke. Oh, stone spirit. The energy coalescing in the Formouse's hands began to dissipate slowly. I never imagined a stone spirit would affiliate itself with such a humble mountain lord. What is this? Have you taken a liking to it? The Formouse spoke with a hint of provocation. Formouse, I am aware of your reputation. If you wish to avoid inciting my wrath, you must learn to show respect to both me and my companions. The stone spirit addressed the Formouse without a hint of deference, its commanding demeanor surprising even Su-Han. Why does the stone spirit seem so unfazed by the Formouse, a Foundation establishment stage beast? Very well, since it is your friend, I shall accord it the basic respect it deserves, solely because of you. The Formouse conceded, observing the unwavering stone turtle, and reluctantly shrugged its shoulders. Young man, you are fortunate to have gained the favor of the stone spirit. While I am uncertain of the reasons, you are indeed quite lucky. The Formouse gazed at Su-Han, its expression suggesting envy for his apparent fortune. However, you must also understand that the commander is not one to be trifled with lightly. The Formouse declared before suddenly darting towards the distant falling smoke mountain. Su-Han did not pursue nor attempt to intervene. He merely observed in silence. After a brief interval, the entire falling smoke mountain began to tremble violently. Countless massive stones cascading down, crushing everything in their path. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Su-Han's eyes widened involuntarily. What is that creature planning? He pondered, just as a series of thunderous booms erupted from the summit. Reminiscent of distant thunder or the snapping of trees, the main peak swayed abruptly. The booming sounds intensified, and the tremors grew more pronounced. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be disturbed by the mountain's motion. The leisurely white clouds collided and merged in the invisible winds generated by the peak, swiftly transforming into a dense mass that blocked out the sunlight, morphing into ominous rain clouds. Then, roaring thunder began to roll through the mist, the sounds of thunder and howling winds echoing from afar. After a moment, the tremors abruptly ceased, leaving only the howling winds and the ominous rumble of thunder. Within the darkened tempest, the summit of falling Smoke Mountain, towering hundreds of meters high, began to tilt and descend inexorably towards the ground. As the peak tilted and fell, the entire mountain trembled violently. Countless creatures that had taken refuge on falling Smoke Mountain fled in terror as the descending summit instilled panic. Thunderstorms, the tilting peak, and the chaos of battle rendered the area surrounding falling Smoke Mountain akin to an apocalyptic scene that I never expected that creature had cultivated to such a level. The stone turtle remained perched on Su-Han's shoulder, fully aware of the distant happenings as a stone spirit. "What is transpiring?" Su-Han inquired, observing the slow descent of the severed peak. "That creature possesses a skill it cultivated called Bear Mountain. Initially, I thought it merely enhanced strength, yet it seems to be," the stone turtle murmured, as if grappling with disbelief over the spectacle unfolding in the distance. Bear Mountain. Su-Han was well aware of the skill. Having noted its description, understanding it merely amplified physical strength tenfold. Yet what lay before him was a true demonstration of bearing a mountain. Could it be that the skill's description was flawed? Su-Han's initial doubts regarding the system's capabilities began to surface. The system's introduction to skills merely presented the most rudimentary aspects, urging the host to exercise initiative in further developing these abilities. In response to Su-Han's skepticism about his own capabilities, the system promptly provided explanations and counterarguments. However, Su-Han chose to ignore it, as the main peak of Luoyan Mountain in the distance was descending rapidly towards him. Upon first encountering the mountain, Su-Han was indeed taken aback. Perhaps he truly did not fear this so-called leader in battle. Yet, witnessing the skillful display of power, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, it was a performance of spectacular effect. The entire process of the mountain's collapse was vividly before Su-Han's eyes, appearing overwhelmingly impressive, truly a realistic portrayal of strength that could topple mountains and dominate the world. Nevertheless, the duration of this spectacle was ample for Su-Han to engage in several rounds against his opponent. The severed peak of Luoyan Mountain slowly approached him, and from a lower vantage point, one could observe its base slightly lifting off the ground. At the foot of this massive mountain, a diminutive figure was bent over, trudging along with the weight of the peak upon its back. Meanwhile, the commanders of the airborne Mantis army, who had been directing the siege against the wild goats, turned their heads in unison towards the source of the turbulent air currents. These flying beasts were naturally sensitive to shifts in the atmosphere, particularly given the pressure fluctuations brought about by the approaching mountain. The sight of the slowly advancing peak rendered the battle-hardened commanders momentarily dumbfounded. Instinctively fluttering their wings, they momentarily forgot their orders to engage the enemy. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su-Han reminded them to resume their command and to steer clear of the mountain's path. This was the disadvantage of possessing complete intelligence. It allowed the surrounding environment to disrupt cognitive processes. Looking at the mantises on the ground, they continued to execute their last commands, coordinating to eliminate the now-defeated wild beasts even in the absence of leadership. A violent tremor shook the earth, causing all non-flying wild beasts to stagger and topple in the pit that Su-Han had artificially created through resonance just days earlier. A peak now protruded, revealing a segment of its summit. After a long period of inactivity, it was now at least deemed acceptable. The mouse, standing quietly at the edge of the pit, clapped its hands, admiring its handiwork as if it were merely a trivial feat. However, the system's information was not to be deceived. According to its readings, the mouse's mana had plummeted from 20,000 points to a mere 3 digits. Yet, since it was firmly grounded, its mana was rapidly regenerating, rendering it seemingly unweakened at first glance. Indeed, the power was remarkable. As Su-Han feigned being astounded point, one should not presume that favor from the stone spirit grants one the liberty to act with arrogance. Every leader is an entity to be revered, deserving of utmost respect. The mouse, having clapped its hands, regarded the stone turtle perched on Su-Han's shoulder as if to assert dominance. Nevertheless, out of deference to its status, the mouse was willing to forego reclaiming the title of Mountain Lord, permitting Su-Han to join its ranks, provided he obeyed its commands during battle. Approaching Su-Han, the mouse regarded him with an expressionless demeanor, believing that after showcasing its strength, Su-Han would undoubtedly acquiesce to its recruitment. Moreover, it had extended its highest concession, a mere verbal promise, without even requiring the title of Mountain Lord as a token of allegiance. Su-Han pondered whether he should don such a guise, having already offended a leader's faction. If he were to formally surrender to this leader now, his personal vendetta would transform into a conflict between two factions. Should the opposing side choose to invade him, they would inevitably need to consider the leader above him. Was it merely that? What, precisely, could I gain from this? Su-Han feigned hesitation, laced with a hint of anticipation as he inquired. The stone turtle perched on his shoulder glanced at him in surprise before falling silent once more. Of course. As my subordinate, I shall assist you in dealing with enemies you cannot withstand. The mouse clapped its hands, casting a barely perceptible glance at the silent stone turtle on Su-Han's shoulder. Since the stone turtle had revealed itself in front of the mouse, many of its statements seemed directed at it, as if it were speaking to the turtle rather than Su-Han himself. This only intensified Su-Han's curiosity regarding the stone turtle's identity. Does this mean my enemies become your enemies? And you will assist me in battle? Su-Han feigned enlightenment, pressing for more. My presence merely ensures that you will not encounter adversaries of my caliber. It does not imply I will personally engage in your vengeance, as that would violate the rules among the mountains, the mouse replied, shaking its head and feigning difficulty. Yet, it conveniently omitted any mention of its initial threats against Su-Han, as if they had never occurred. What, then, can I truly expect to gain? Su-Han pressed again, wary of a scenario where he would fight while the mouse remained indifferent. The mouse gazed at Su-Han in silence, taken aback that this insect seemed to possess an insatiable appetite for gain. Aside from a rule that prohibits me from directly assisting you against a foundation-building expert, I cannot offer you any overt help. The mouse was weary of further explanations. My domain, known as the Chaos Mountain Territory, lies several thousand kilometers from here. With the leader of Luoyin Mountain's faction positioned between us, I command nearly 100 mountain lords, all of whom surpass your standing, in addition to nearly 1,000 elite wild beasts in the Qi refinement stage at my disposal. The mouse hastily outlined its power before ceasing further elaboration, merely ensuring Su-Han understood that its strength was not limited to its own prowess, but included the vast forces it commanded. What benefits can I truly derive? Su-Han persisted, unwilling to relent without securing some form of assurance. Upon my return, I shall send a messenger to you. For any matters, you may relay them through it. The mouse responded, casting a disinterested glance at Su-Han, disinclined to engage with this greedy and uncouth individual. Without waiting for Su-Han to utter another word, it spread its white feathered wings and ascended into the sky, gradually disappearing into the clouds. Are you deceiving it? After a moment of silence, the stone turtle finally asked, Indeed, I am deceiving it, allowing it to underestimate me further. Su-Han replied candidly, not wishing to conceal anything from the stone turtle, which had become quite familiar with his circumstances. The powers within the Great Wilderness Mountain Range operated on a principle of unbridled exploitation from the upper echelons to the lower tiers. Yet the upper tiers bore no responsibility towards those beneath them. The stone spirit continued to rest on Su-Han's shoulder, imparting knowledge about the dynamics of the Great Wilderness Mountain Range. However, as a creature of limited intellect, despite having lived long enough to develop a degree of independent consciousness, it lacked the curiosity about the environment that one might expect from a being of its age. Master, what shall we do next? Two matriarchs of the airborne Mantis army hovered beside Su-Han, respectfully inquiring had I in the distance. The hundreds of thousands of wild beasts had been decimated by the Mantis forces, leaving a grim tapestry of corpses strewn across the ground. The number of warriors remained insufficient. The need for further propagation was evident. The number of warriors is insufficient, necessitating further propagation. Yet, breeding warriors demands energy, which is derived from food. Food lies abundantly across the land, both scattered and standing. Understanding Su-Han's command, The matriarch Mantis directly ordered the battle commander to leave no survivors. As night fell, the pale moon hung high in the sky. The daytime skirmish had thoroughly subsided, and the undulating hills were devoid of the bloodshed and cries that had echoed throughout the day. However, even after half a day, the stench of blood lingered in the region. For far too many savage beasts had perished, their corpses not easily cleared away. Throughout the night, the horrific aura of bloodshed kept scavengers and nocturnal insects at bay, leaving only the sporadic sound of crunching in the otherwise silent battlefield. As the day of battle concluded, dusk was approaching, and the distant falling smoke peak had been moved by the rats from its summit. Thus, Su-Han chose not to ascend the mountain. Instead, he ordered the army of flying mantises to rest in place amid the vast spread of food, sufficient for their recovery and for the matriarch to produce numerous egg sacs, hatching cannon fodder offspring. The night was eerily quiet, the sounds of the matriarch devouring food to replenish energy becoming particularly jarring, especially when she bit into the hard bones, sending shivers down one's spine. Least, Su-Han, who was already a light sleeper, could no longer tolerate the disturbance. "You need not follow me," he said, rising with a hint of irritation after being awakened in the dead of night. The high-ranking kin of the Mantises, who had been guarding him, immediately followed suit. "God, please allow us to guard by your side." One of the elite Mantises spoke up. "In no need. You may guard this place," Su-Han responded, feeling quite satisfied with the capabilities of his Mantis army. However, since he had been roused by their clamor, it was impossible for him to take them along. Soaring into the air, Su-Han felt as if the bright moon above was casting layers of mysterious energy upon the earth. This moment, he truly focused on the luminous moon in the sky, sensing that it was only upon reaching the foundation-building stage that he could appreciate the chilling yet gentle energy contained within its glow. You must also feel the energy within the moonlight, yes? The stone turtle, floating nearby, gazed blankly at the moon. "What is this energy?" Su-Han inquired curiously, sensing its balanced and grand essence that he had just attempted to absorb a trace of this lunar energy. But it was formless and intangible. Though he could feel it, he could not draw it in, let alone utilize it. Moonlight, an energy that one can only begin to interact with upon reaching the integration stage. The stone turtle replied wistfully, "It originates from the vast sea of energy in the universe. Yet its inherent energy level is not high. Though it is close at hand, we lack the qualifications to touch such true essence of the heavens." "Integration stage, you say?" Su-Han mused, staring blankly at the moon. With his keen eyesight, he could discern every crater on its surface, seemingly no different from those on Earth. And no need to look further. The moon you see is not the true moon. The stone turtle continued. Once, a powerful being of the extinction stage sought to migrate to the moon. However, after flying in a straight line for 20 years, the distance remained unchanged, as if its existence violated the fundamental rule of proximity and distance. As a being born at the dawn of the universe, I have never heard of anyone reaching the moon. The absence of arrivals merely indicates that their methods were flawed. In the future, I shall personally reach there, Su-Han declared, gazing intently at the sky. The stone turtle turned to Su-Han, as if seeing him for the first time. When dawn broke, Su-Han descended slowly from the sky. The corpses of savage beasts on the ground had diminished, now teeming with the cannon fodder offspring of the flying mantises and countless egg sacs. These hatchlings began to devour the surrounding food as soon as they received the matriarch's orders, their bodies gradually growing with the sustenance provided. At this pace, by nightfall, the first batch of hatchlings would reach maturity. A total of 9,000 hatchlings have now emerged, expected to mature before the day's end. Additionally, 3,000 egg sacs remain unhatched, and the matriarch continues to produce more, with an estimate of 3,000 additional sacs by nightfall. One of the matriarchs reported to Su-Han about the progress made overnight. The production speed of the matriarch's egg sacs began slowly, but would increase over time. This pace is acceptable. Remember to produce more egg sacs that a lack of food is not a concern. After all, when war erupts in a few days, food will be plentiful. Su-Han understood that while the flying mantis race possessed considerable intelligence, they were still relatively new to existence, often failing to consider long-term implications. Such matters would require his leadership. Upon hearing the vastness of the great wilderness mountain range, Suhan realized that even if he summoned countless troops, it would not disrupt the ecological balance of the entire wilderness. Moreover, he had designed the flying mantis race with resource considerations in mind, creating a cannon fodder species that was efficient in resource use in many respects. Suhan could indeed claim the title of a protector of the natural environment. Days later, accompanied by 2 matriarchs and a host of high-ranking commanders, Suhan soared above the ranks of the flying mantis army, which had now swelled to 300,000 strong, with an additional 400,000 savage beasts lined up on the ground in an impressive formation that stretched for miles. Even in silence, their sheer presence instilled fear in the hearts of most wandering warriors. Although the flying mantis army lacked a fearsome appearance, the magnification of insects hardly conformed to the aesthetic sensibilities of vertebrates. The sheer density of this terrifying number was enough to startle even the most fragile souls. Thanks to this war, Suhan himself had experienced a rise in rank, reaching level 17, though his true combat prowess at the foundation building stage remained unknown to the savage beasts. This was merely the beginning. The growth value required for each level increase had become astronomical. Were it not for Suhan sacrificing some of his growth to adjust the genes of the flying mantises, allowing their carnage and consumption to benefit him, he would hardly know when he could advance 2 levels, given the solitary nature of his existence. The army shall advance, Suhan announced slowly. The mantis army, devoid of emotions or wisdom, required no speeches to bolster their morale. Instantly, they began to march in the direction for which the savage beasts had attacked a few days prior. The ground beneath was riddled with cavities, and Suhan wished to avoid causing any resonance that might lead to unforeseen accidents due to overly synchronized steps. One must learn from the cautionary tales of generals from times past. Moreover, he had only just created a massive sinkhole through resonance. God. This savage beast claims to be the messenger of the rat from the chaotic mountains. Shortly after Suhan's army set off, a bird spotted them. Instead of fleeing, it rushed toward them at great speed. However, it was swiftly intercepted by the flying mantises positioned around. The bird, incensed by the mantises' obstruction, began to curse and attack them. These cannon fodder mantises could hold their own against ordinary, unrefined savage beasts, but they found themselves outmatched against one with cultivation that a squad of cannon fodder mantises could only hold the bird at bay for a moment before being repelled. In response, another group of mantises ascended into the air, encircling the bird. Yet it was evident that this bird was not one that these cannon fodder could stop. Before long, the bird once again broke through the obstacles and approached Suhan. Several advanced warriors of the flying mantis, who had reached the chi refinement stage, immediately joined the fray, managing to halt the bird for a brief moment. However, the bird possessed profound cultivation and formidable combat strength. And even the combined efforts of several advanced warriors at the chi refinement stage were only enough to temporarily restrain it to go and inquire about its intentions, Suhan commanded. Although the creature had intruded recklessly into his army, it bore no murderous intent. It merely repelled his forces, clearly indicating it was not there to cause chaos. Indeed, it soon became evident that this was an envoy from the Rat clan. Nonetheless, the audacity of its abrupt intrusion into his ranks was quite impolite. Let it approach, Suhan nodded. Since he was to don the guise of the other party, he could not completely disregard their envoy's dignity. You possess remarkable courage to obstruct the envoy of the leader. The ranks of the flying mantis parted, allowing the envoy to flutter over to Suhan, its feathers in disarray. Yet, as if to emphasize its status, it ascended higher as it neared Suhan, stopping only when it was a head taller than him. Species: Chaos Sparrow, Cuckoo. Template: Beast Template Rank. First tier Savage Beast Cultivation. Chi Refinement Stage 7 level. 16 status. Health points 9,000. Mana points 4,000 talent. Cuckoo occupies Magpie Nest skills. Iron Bones, Golden Feathers, Fiery Breath. Cuckoo occupies Magpie Nest. The eggs laid can be hatched by different savage beasts, with a certain probability of acquiring some of the opponent's racial skills. Iron Bones. Bones as resilient as steel can withstand greater attacks without sustaining damage. Golden Feathers. Feathers that are as tough and elastic as metal, providing enhanced defense. Fiery Breath. Spits forth flames akin to heavenly fire. Suhan gazed speechlessly at the savage beast before him, Yet he could not deny that looking down upon others conferred a greater sense of authority than looking up. Thus, he gradually elevated himself by a meter. You are the envoy of the Chaos Mountain, but how do you prove your identity? Su-Han feigned ignorance, for such matters hardly required impersonation. A weak savage beast like him, soon to engage in battle with the leader, would gain no advantage from masquerading as the leader's envoy. Humph! You foolish little mountain lord, having offended the master's envoy, I shall report your disrespect to the great master. The Chaos Sparrow ignored Su-Han's question entirely, launching into a tirade of accusations against him. Bold, upon hearing the Sparrow's disrespectful words, several senior battle commanders flanking Su-Han immediately shouted in outrage. Indeed, you permit your subordinates to insult the master's envoy. You shall pay a bloody price for your blasphemy. Observing the swarm of razor-footed flying mantises encircling him, the Chaos Sparrow seemed oblivious, continuing its accusations. Is that enough? Has your master sent you here solely to provoke my ire and quarrel with me? Su-Han tilted his head, calmly regarding the Chaos Sparrow, which, with a length exceeding 3 meters, was not particularly large but might serve as a decent mount. What do you intend to do? The Sparrow, surprisingly sensitive, immediately sensed the ill intentions in Su-Han's gaze. Welcome to my presence, envoy of the Chaos Mountain leader. How shall I address you? Su-Han deftly shifted the topic. From now on, you may call me Lord Sparrow. The Chaos Sparrow declared proudly, puffing its chest. Very well, little Sparrow. I shall remember that. Su-Han acknowledged with a nod. Call me Lord Sparrow. Understood, little Sparrow. You enough, little Sparrow. My army is advancing, and I have no time to linger here. Su-Han waved his hand dismissively, stepping past the Chaos Sparrow, while the other flying mantises followed suit, retracting their sighs and continuing onward. The Chaos Sparrow attempted to protest, but Su-Han's forces disregarded it entirely. Su-Han's army formed ranks of dozens, leaving a long trail as they crossed the mountain ridge, moving silently toward the other side. After the Chaos Sparrow acknowledged its identity as an envoy, it began to chatter incessantly beside Su-Han, complaining that the prey was not to its liking, that the army showed it insufficient respect, or that Su-Han was being rude and presumptuous. In the Sparrow's eyes, Su-Han had done nothing right. Only after marching several hundred miles did the Sparrow finally quiet down, muttering about its thirst. Allocate gazed in disbelief at the silent, disciplined flying mantis army, which, despite having traveled hundreds of kilometers, exhibited no signs of disorder, its eyes darting about, seemingly pondering something. After several hundred kilometers of nocturnal travel, repelling waves of unwitting mountain lord forces that attempted to obstruct their path, Su-Han left behind portions of the flying mantis army at each battlefield before continuing onward. Finally, after several days, they encountered the savage beast legion belonging to the leader. The opposing force, evidently possessing sufficient wisdom to command an army, made Su-Han issue a direct order. Charge the front lines. Are you truly sending your army forth so recklessly? The Chaos Sparrow, astonished, observed Su-Han issuing an attack command without even pausing to reorganize the ranks against the formidable, well-ordered savage beast army arrayed before them. Indeed, only in this manner can we probe the true strength of their forces, Su-Han affirmed with a nod. This is utter folly. I will not permit you to squander the master's army in such a manner. Halt! All of you, stop! Upon hearing Su-Han's words, the Chaos Sparrow immediately darted in front of the army, attempting to halt their advance. Yet the flying mantis army would not heed its commands, aside from the single squad of flying mantises obstructed by the Chaos Sparrow. The rest surged forward under the commander's orders, continuing their charge. The vanguard of the flying mantis army collided directly with the opposing savage beast forces. Countless beasts and mantis soldiers were either sent flying or smashed to pieces in the wake of the clash. This savage force, belonging to a leader-level mountain lord, was indeed unlike any Su-Han had encountered previously. Even amid battle, his army maintained cohesion, counterattacking and fracturing the mantis ranks, gradually creating multiple battlegrounds that no. This is the master's property. You cannot treat it this way. Scoundrel, order them to return. The Chaos Sparrow, witnessing the majority of the flying mantis army ensnared and annihilated within the enemy's ranks, was visibly enraged, hopping about in frustration before Su-Han. After several days of skirmishes, the Chaos Sparrow had become enamored with Su-Han's obedient and dutiful army. Were this not a military force but an object, the Sparrow might have attempted to snatch it from Su-Han's grasp. Now, observing such a disciplined elite army being squandered due to erroneous orders, the Sparrow was nearly driven to madness with anguish. Excellent. The enemy's combat strength is indeed formidable. It seems we shall need several times our number to contend with them. Su-Han remarked to several senior battle commanders nearby. Then let us summon them forth. Su-Han nodded, and after reaching a consensus, the senior commanders issued the order. Throughout this process, everyone ignored the agitated Chaos Sparrow. Why are you wasting the army in such a way? It demanded, grasping the arm of a passing senior battle commander with concern. Are they not your kin? Do you not grieve for your kin? Sacrifice due to this fool's orders? The war commander cast a puzzled glance at the Chaos Sparrow before shaking it off and moving in another direction. You listen here. Its orders have led to the annihilation of the entire army. I, as the envoy of the leader, hereby formally revoke all of its rights, and you shall all heed my commands. As the army faced imminent slaughter at the hands of the savage beasts, the Chaos Sparrow, its eyes aflame with fury, spread its wings and stood before Su-Han and the senior ranks of the flying mantises, shouting in outrage. The words that escaped from its lips caused Su-Han to erupt into laughter. The other mantises silently observed the chaos, as the creature sought to usurp the powers of the divine. Was this madness? What are you laughing at? I advise you to ponder how you will explain the damage you've caused to our master. I shall certainly report your deliberate destruction of its possessions. The chaos could no longer endure the piercing gazes of these brutish creatures and Su-Han's mockery, and in a fit of fury, it threatened him. I ask that all. Who told you my army has been completely vanquished? Su-Han raised a finger, gazing at the chaos with a derisive glint in his eye. I ask it not true? A formidable army of several 100,000, hastily thrown in a battle at your command, without even a moment to regroup. The chaos was consumed by anger, for with each passing minute, the remnants of its army dwindled on the battlefield. It yearned to pin Su-Han to the ground and trample him mercilessly. This is merely an appetizer. As Su-Han shook his head and suddenly snapped his fingers, the sound of countless mantises echoed from afar, gradually drawing closer to the ears of the onlookers. Following the sound, the chaos turned its gaze around and on the horizon. Dark clouds gathered like a flood, rapidly rolling in from all directions, in the chaos's incredulous eyes. The mantises surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, converging in the sky to form a colossal wave that threatened to engulf the battlefield. Amidst the roaring flood, the well-trained brutish army swiftly sought out their nearest allies. Huddling together for support, akin to rocks by the sea, desperately attempting to withstand the onslaught of the waves. Yet, the mantises were not genuine waves, nor were the brutish creatures mere stones by the shore. The mantises' scythe-like limbs would inevitably slice through their frail forms upon impact. The brute strength of the creatures, too, had its limits. They could withstand the initial surge, but it was impossible to fend off every subsequent attack. Thus, in the chaos's disbelieving gaze, the mantises unleashed wave after wave of relentless assaults upon the steadfast rocks of the insect sea. This, hearing the terrifying sound of countless chirps and wing beats, forming a dreadful ocean. The chaos trembled, unconsciously repeating single words. How could there be such a formidable army? How could this be possible? If all the world were filled with such forces, what purpose would we, the so-called elite fighters, serve? Merely to bolster their battle records. The chaos shuddered at the thought of facing such overwhelming numbers, jolting itself back to reality. What do you think? Observing each stubborn rock being subsumed by the monstrous waves. Su-Han approached the chaos, lightly patting its shoulder. The sudden touch made the chaos flinch, nearly tucking its head beneath its wings in fright. What? Forcing down its fear, the chaos turned to face Su-Han, who wore an enigmatic smile. Now you see the true size of my army, do you not? Having learned of the existence of a commander above the mountain lords and the vast power of that command, Su-Han had realized that his existing army of mantises was utterly insufficient to challenge the opposing forces. Hence, on the very day he departed, he had dispatched part of his army back to Qingyam Mountain to establish a breeding ground. He also instructed the messengers among the mantises to initiate a large-scale hatching of new troops in the rear at Qingmu Mountain, directing them to march towards his position. During his campaigns, each time he vanquished a mountain lord's brutish forces, he would leave behind varying numbers of egg sacs, or even a brood mother, to produce new soldiers from the fallen corpses nearby. Today, this strategy of simultaneous troop reinforcement was beginning to bear fruit. The brutish army across the battlefield was indeed formidable. Even an equal number of Su Fan's mantises could hardly stand against them. In mere moments, they could decimate the mantises' ranks. However, under the overwhelming tide of Su Han's mantises, these brutish forces were nothing more than a few splashes before being utterly annihilated by the deluge of mantises. How did you amass such a vast army? Regaining composure, the chaos gazed at Su Han with a hint of unease. It was no wonder this individual had garnered the commander's favor. Able to join the commander's ranks without surrendering proof of being a mountain lord. Though unsure of its individual prowess, the sheer ferocity of this extensive army was enough to grant it a degree of influence under the commander. It has always been here. You simply never knew. Su Han feigned an innocent smile. But why did you initially send that small contingent to their doom? The chaos suddenly inquired, glancing at the mantises leading behind Su Han. Because I wanted to. Su Han shrugged, striding past the chaos towards the battlefield, while the brood mother mantis, as she passed the chaos, momentarily hesitated, casting a hurried glance at it before quickly rejoining Su Han. The chaos observed the indifferent mantises passing by, feeling a curious intensity in the gaze of one particular mantis. What were they up to? At night, Su Han's mantises scattered in the vicinity. Aside from a few severely injured, most were aimlessly digging in the ground, occasionally lifting their heads to consume whatever they had unearthed. Witnessing this scene from afar, the chaos approached Su Han, who appeared to be resting. During the daylight skirmish, they had realized their exoskeletons lacked sufficient hardness. Thus, they sought out metal to consume at night to fortify their shells. Su Han lay atop a giant stone, as if using it as a pillow, gazing at the moon in the night sky, hoping to capture a sliver of its seemingly endless light within himself. May I take a look? The chaos, upon hearing Su Han's response, eagerly proposed that if I approach so recklessly, will I be attacked by these brutish creatures? It feigned concern that Kin are quite rule-abiding. As long as you do not attack them, they will not harm you. Before Su Han could respond, a stern-faced high-ranking battle commander interjected from the side. Since your kin do not trust you, you should accompany it to observe. Take it far enough away to avoid disturbing my moonlit contemplation. Su Han waved his hand, directly commanding the high-ranking commander to escort the chaos away. Commander Mu, can your kin also strengthen their bodies by consuming materials like this? The chaos observed a mantis devouring a substantial iron ore, its exoskeleton gradually taking on a metallic hue. With Mu's consent, it approached and knocked on the creature's shell, feeling the hard texture and the metallic echo, and immediately asked in excitement. Indeed, my kin can all do so, ever since our magnificent Queen Mu, upon hearing the chaos's inquiry, puffed out her chest proudly but suddenly paused mid-sentence, falling silent. What? A queen, but I sent your master that fellow. I sent he male. The chaos immediately pressed, sensing a significant secret behind Mu's vague words that it's nothing. You misheard, Mu replied coldly, and no matter how the chaos pressed for answers, she remained tight-lipped. The chaos realized that it stumbled upon a monumental secret and was eager to pursue further inquiries through other means, but refrained from saying anything more and began to depart. Where do you think you're going? Mu reached out to block the chaos. I'm done, I want to go back. The chaos eyed Mu warily, aware that they were surrounded by her kin. If they were to attack, the master commanded that to prevent you from disturbing him, I must take you further away. The current distance is insufficient, Mu stated icily. Under the unyielding gaze of the mantis perched upon the tree, the disheveled sparrow endured an entire night observing the celestial mantis excavating pits for stones to consume as the late hours approached. The exceedingly bored sparrow even contemplated digging a hole in the ground to find stones to eat. Awakening from a deep slumber, Su Han shook off the dew clinging to him, stretched languidly. and idly moved his arms that, "Oh, little sparrow, why have you returned only now? I did not expect your curiosity to be so insatiable," Su-Han remarked lazily, regarding the utterly exhausted sparrow with a hint of jest. "He indeed," the sparrow replied, casting a sidelong glance at Su-Han, choosing silence as it rejoined the ranks. Yet at that moment, observing the expressions of the mantises beside Su-Han, an added layer of significance was unmistakably present, particularly in the gaze of the mantis matriarch that had exhibited peculiar behavior before the sparrow the previous day. Upon sighting it, her eyes conveyed an unspoken tension, as though she were on the verge of articulating something profound. "What is it?" Su-Han suddenly inquired, turning his head toward the front. "Nothing. I am merely fatigued from a night without sleep," the sparrow responded hastily, a hint of nervousness in its tone. After a moment of silent observation from Su-Han, a smile broke forth under the scrutiny of the sparrow's anxious gaze. "Since you are weary, little sparrow, then do rest well. After all, we too shall take this time to recuperate." Su-Han waved his hand dismissively, leading the mantises away. The sparrow watched the mantises retreating into the distance, contemplating how to find an opportunity for a private conversation with him. "Little sparrow, you have been with me for some time now. Do you not miss home? If you do, I can grant you a leave of absence," Su-Han offered, seated upon a high stone-carved throne, casting a lofty gaze upon the sparrow. On either side stood two mantis matriarchs, silently attentive. The high-ranking battle commanders stood in 2 rows at the lower end. "No, my master has given me orders. Thus, I cannot abandon my post. Though my heart belongs to my master, I shall not defy his arrangements due to personal emotions," the sparrow asserted, rising to pat its chest with its wings. "Truly commendable, a worthy emissary indeed, displaying such loyalty and dedication." Su-Han applauded, as 2 mantis matriarchs approached with a stone slab piled high with fruits and maggots, one of whom had displayed a lack of composure the previous day. "In the midst of our march, provisions are scarce. Little sparrow, make do with what is available. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to convey your needs to them." Su-Han nodded, then stood to depart, with the mantises following suit. "My lord, please partake in your meal." The previously agitated mantis matriarch finally spoke as the area fell silent. "Ahem, have you not prepared any water?" the sparrow retorted, feigning consumption of a few green caterpillars before shifting its gaze. "My lord, simply quench your thirst with fruits," the other matriarch coldly replied. "I care not. I am the emissary of your master's master, and any negligence towards me shall bring you trouble." The sparrow suddenly overturned the stone platter before it, glaring at the icy mantis matriarch. "You!" The matriarch was about to retort angrily. "If you wish to avoid trouble for your master, you will fetch me water immediately. And it must be you, from the river we passed, half a day's journey from here. I demand that water." The sparrow's demands escalated, becoming increasingly outrageous. "You," the mantis matriarch, clearly temperamental, extended her sickle-like limbs, preparing to strike the sparrow. "Ling, do not cause trouble for our master. You know his temperament. Should you act thus, it will ultimately affect our offspring." The matriarch who had intervened to prevent the attack spoke, her words evidently resonating with the furious Ling. "Wait." Ling glared at the sparrow with disdain before taking to the skies in a flurry. "My lord, please continue your meal." The matriarch resumed collecting the scattered fruits, placing them back onto the stone slab once Ling had departed. "What is your name?" The sparrow waited until Ling was far enough away, ensuring no other bees were nearby, before inquiring earnestly. I am Chuan." Chuan stammered, awkwardly tidying up the fruits. "Could you tell me why you lost your composure yesterday? It seemed you had something to say to me." The sparrow pressed at. "No, my lord, you must have misjudged," Chuan replied, her hands trembling in fear as a fruit slipped from her grasp, rolling to the ground. "What are you afraid of?" The sparrow silently leaped before Chuan, scrutinizing her. I am not." Chuan's nervousness intensified, yet she remained silent. "If you do not divulge the reason for your earlier behavior now, I shall inform your master of the matter," the sparrow threatened ominously. She's not our master," Chuan suddenly exclaimed in anger, discarding the fruit from her arms. "You truly have something to hide." Chuan's words, the sparrow's excitement surged as it grasped Chuan's shoulders, shaking her fervently. "My lord, I misspoke, Chuan lamented, a hint of despair creeping in her voice as she weakly denied it. Tell me your grievances, and I can relay them to our great master. He shall surely advocate on your behalf. The sparrow encouraged, its gaze fixed on her with earnest intent. Why, Lord? Chuan hesitated, her anxiety culminating in tears that not cry. Articulate your grievances, and I shall beseech our master on your behalf. Since witnessing the might and numbers of the Mantis army, the sparrow had been contemplating how to cleverly seize opportunities within this beastly horde. Now, perceiving a potential opening, it felt exhilarated and readily made promises that my Lord, our queen, our mother, has been imprisoned by that demon. Chuan cried, her tears flowing freely. The queen, the sparrow mused, understanding that certain social insects operated under a matriarchal system, with leaders often being fertile females. Thus, it made sense that the Mantis Legion coordinated their military strategies in groups, as their leader had been captured. Infuriating. That master of Qingmu Mountain is truly despicable. The sparrow's claws scratched deep grooves into the bluestone ground, as if clawing at the earth itself. My Lord, please rescue our queen, Chuan implored, dropping to her knees, weeping profusely. That accursed master of Qingmu Mountain. I had thought it was of your kin, hence its status as your king. Even if it arrogantly demanded you refer to as God, it is merely a self-absorbed farce. However, upon witnessing its cold indifference towards your kin yesterday, I sensed something was amiss, and now it appears to be so. The sparrow's countenance was filled with righteous indignation, its beak emitting a rasping sound as its serrated edges ground against one another. That demon was originally the sole combatant bred by the queen, destined to protect her. Who would have foreseen it would imprison her? Where's your queen being held? The sparrow suddenly queried. I do not know. Chuan replied in a panic. This complicates matters. If you do not know your queen's location, even if I summon my lord, we shall be unable to rescue her safely. The sparrow's brow furrowed, its expression darkening. Aware that insect clans differ significantly from other animals, should the queen cease to exist, this tribe would inevitably descend into chaos and doom. It is imperative that such a fate be averted. What is sought is a formidable army, undaunted by death, rather than a horde of self-destructive beasts. In the absence of your queen, you, Long, tentatively inquired, your words left unspoken, yet your meaning crystal clear. Woe is us. Without our mother, what purpose do we have for existence? Upon hearing Long's words, Chun immediately knelt down. Overcome with sorrow, I ask there anyone among you who can reach your queen? Long, witnessing this despair, could only furrow his brow. Pondering how to approach the imprisoned queen, I shall find a way to connect my brothers with the queen, Chun replied after a moment's hesitation. Then you must tell your queen that I, Long, a trusted confidant of the leader of Luanshan Ridge, can offer her protection, provided that you pledge your loyalty to our leader. Long stated this with utmost seriousness, laying forth his terms, my Lord, as long as it grants our mother her freedom. We are willing to sacrifice anything. Hearing Luong's promise and conditions, Chun eagerly nodded in agreement. Go now. I await your good news. Luong glanced at the distant figure of Ling approaching and helped Chun rise from the ground. Restoring him to his place above to serve you is a privilege. Luong harshly reprimanded Chun, who still wept on the ground at that moment. Lien burst in, carrying a water jar, but upon seeing the scene, immediately threw the jar aside, ready to confront Luong. Ling, do not act rashly, Chun cried, desperately grasping Ling's arm, pulling him away. Let me tell you, if you continue to treat me with such disdain, I shall not let you go. How dare you treat me this way? Luong shouted threats and curses as the two departed. I heard that those two were negligent with you this morning at noon. Su Han returned, leisurely tossing a wild fruit into his mouth while seated upon a high throne. Bring them up. Before Luong could utter a word, Su Han gestured, and several flying mantises entered, carrying two tightly bound mantises. The mantises tossed their captives onto the ground and departed silently. The two bound mantises writhed on the ground like helpless caterpillars. Look, they've turned into vermin. Su Han laughed heartily at the sight. Meanwhile, Luong, observing the battered and bound mantises, feared that his own predicament had been revealed. Little Luong, they offended you, and I have taught them a lesson. But the decision is yours. Perhaps you might as well devour them. A chance to taste something novel. Surely you have never sampled such large insects before. Suhan jested, stroking his chin with a casual demeanor. Ha! Mountain Lord, you jest. I do not perceive them as disrespectful. You have unjustly accused them. Luonk replied, somewhat sheepishly, forgetting that he was a bird and they were insects, natural adversaries. I care not. Whether to kill or spare them is for you to decide. Little Luonk, I cannot be bothered, Suhan said, finishing the last fruit and hastily departing. Luonk gazed at the two bound mantises on the ground, torn by indecision. Yet the allure of this army ultimately compelled him to release them. It seems you must exercise greater caution, Luonk remarked, observing the wounds that marred their bodies with concern. Thank you, my lord, Chun said gratefully, while Ling kept his head bowed in silence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, go find sustenance and heal your wounds. Luonk understood they could quickly recover by eating, so he did not detain them. Given the day's developments, it seemed he might indeed establish contact with the queen. As night fell, in a secluded canyon where Luonk rested, the still injured Chun entered, holding a package wrapped in animal hide. Have you gathered the information? Upon seeing Chun, Luonk rushed over, excitement evident in his voice. My lord, I heard Mother's voice. Chun replied, his spirit lifted as if hearing his mother's voice was the greatest joy. Then where is your mother? Luonk asked, gripping Chun's shoulders, a hint of eagerness in his tone. My lord, she wishes to speak with you. With that, Chun unwrapped the hide he had been clutching. Speak? Luonk looked down at the unwrapped bundle. What is this? Inside lay a spherical entity encased in intricate scales. Are you the esteemed Luonk as referred to by this child? Suddenly, the meatball split open, revealing a mouth that began to speak. Indeed, I am Luonk. Luonk straightened his thoughts and responded. I apologize for this state of communication. It is quite disrespectful, though the grotesque meatball appeared fearsome. Its tone was gentle and maternal, reminiscent of a caring mother. You are too kind. I am aware of your plight, queen of the flying mantis clan. Please inform me of your place of confinement, and my master shall assuredly rescue you safely. Luonk, having exchanged pleasantries, eagerly sought information. If he could indeed subjugate the flying mantis clan, it would be a monumental achievement. My lord, I do not wish for you to save me. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing the queen's words, Luonk's tone immediately turned cold, dropping the honorifics. My lord, I have been poisoned by that rebellious child, and without an antidote, even if rescued. The queen's next words were all but unnecessary. My master possesses countless elites and treasures. Surely he can resolve even a mere mountain lord as poison? Luonk scoffed, believing the queen to be overly timid. My lord, please listen to me. The meatball wore a pained expression, then began recounting the background of Suhan. This child's birth was intended to cultivate him as the king of our flying mantis clan. I endowed him with every powerful ability I could conceive, and he did not disappoint my expectations. In merely 6 months, he grew to be the mightiest among our kind. However, somehow, he entered a mountain, and upon his return, assumed the identity of a mountain lord, thereby breaking free from the constraints of our race and developing a rebellious ambition towards me. I had never guarded against this child. Who would have thought that upon becoming a mountain lord, he would cultivate a peculiar toxin within himself, stealthily embedding it within my body until I was unknowingly eroded by his poison. When I noticed the anomaly and summoned all my kin to deliberate on the antidote, he disguised himself among us and even procured many precious antidote herbs. Yet, ultimately, all our attempts failed. It was then that this demon revealed his true nature. Confessing to poisoning me and threatening all my kin with my safety, we had exhausted all antidote methods without success. Those dutiful children were left with no choice but to submit to his will to protect me. Now, I am gravely ill. Even if rescued, I fear I would succumb to this terrifying toxin. The meatball ceased its narration. If possible, I would entrust my child with the future hope of our clan to you. Hoping that your master will treat him as his own child, I implore you. After the meatball spoke, it fell silent. Chun, cradling the meatball, was nearly reduced to a state of collapse from tears. What did your queen mean? Luonk still needed to clarify this matter. What constituted the hope of a tribe must be accurately understood, lest the risk prove unwarranted. In our clan, aside from the queen, every member has but one duty, yet the queen can nurture every role within our tribe. If Her Majesty speaks of the hope of our clan, it must surely pertain to Her Majesty's heir, our princess. Chun, clutching her plush companion, wept softly as she spoke. Then when will you bring your princess here? At this inquiry, Luonk's eyes lit up. A queen nurtured since childhood. Was that not akin to being the master's servant? I do not know. Chun shook her head, uncertain of when the princess might escape the clutches of that fiend. Luonk gazed at Chun, who was gradually retreating into the darkness, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. The subsequent days passed without incident, until the eve of Su Han's army's departure. What is it? Luonk, perched high upon a tree, was roused by the sound of flapping wings and immediately turned her gaze. She saw Chun approaching in a flurry, her expression fraught with anxiety as she clutched something in her arms. How did you get here? Upon catching sight of Chun, Luonk instinctively soared into the air, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, relieved to find no pursuers. My lady, this is... As Chun gently unveiled her bundle, it revealed the same plush creature from the previous day. You come to see me on the eve of our march. It cannot be mere pleasantries. Speak urgently. Luonk stated directly, My lady, this is my child. The creature in Chun's arms opened its mouth, expelling a dark golden egg the size of an apple, covered in fine hairs. This is your child? How am I to care for an egg? Luonk's mind raced with possibilities, yet she could not help but voice her confusion. Though it is also an egg, the conditions for hatching vary immensely. To hand this to me without further instruction would be reckless. My lady, all you need to do is place fresh blood and flesh beneath my child. She can absorb the nourishment to hatch herself. At this moment, the plush creature spoke, its tone tinged with timidity. The future of their clan rested upon this bird before them, leaving no room for hesitance. Very well. I shall return it to our master now. What of you? Will you accompany me? Luonk inquired as she accepted the egg, preparing to take flight, only to abruptly turn back to Chun. No, since the princess has departed, let her forget everything and leave. I must remain to keep my mother company, Chun replied, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. You are a good child. After a moment of silence, Luonk gently patted Chun's shoulder before soaring into the night sky like an arrow. I entrust everything to you, my lady. Chun knelt upon the ground, weeping silently. Then, with the plush creature's comfort, she wiped away her tears and weakly took to the skies, departing the canyon. Nothing seemed amiss. Yet after she had flown far, the previously vanished Luonk emerged once more from the opposite side of the canyon. She spread her wings again and vanished into the heavens. In the camp of the flying mantises, Su Han sat upon his high seat, silently observing the distant figure of Luonk disappearing from view. After a while, Chun approached Su Han, cradling the plush creature. Upon reaching Su Han, the creature struggled free from Chun's embrace, writhing on the ground. The originally small plush form enlarged miraculously, its twisted scales melding together to transform into a mother mantis. Li, divine. Once the transformation was complete, both Chun and Li knelt before Su Han in reverence. Name, Li species, flying mantis position, senior disguiser skills, transformation, camouflage, mimicry, cellular proliferation. Name, Chun species, flying mantis position, senior disguiser skills, transformation, camouflage, mimicry, cellular proliferation. You have done well. Our seed has been dispatched. Su Han nodded approvingly at the two devoted disguisers kneeling before him. Luonk's short-range speed was not particularly rapid, but her species granted her exceptional endurance, though she could not surpass the speed of sound among the many beasts of chi cultivation in the steep mountains. She was indeed remarkable. Throughout a relentless night of travel, she finally reached the territory of the steep mountains by the time of destiny, greeted by the first cool rays of dawn. Upon arriving, Luonk no longer concealed her prowess, accelerating without restraint. This drew the attention of the flying beasts guarding the steep mountains. This is the domain of the steep mountains. State your identity at once. Otherwise, your actions will be seen as a provocation to the Lord of the steep mountains. Just after passing a high peak, a commanding and fierce voice rang out from above. Siuma, do you not recognize me? Dare to obstruct me, and beware of your head. Luank's sole focus was to escort the egg of the flying mantis queen cradled in her arms to the summit of the steep mountains. Having no time to engage with the guards, the distance to the peak was still several hundred kilometers. If she delayed here, it would surely cause trouble once Su Han's army was informed. You claim to be Luank. What proof do you have? Su Ma's voice drew closer, as he too was a flying beast, flapping his wings and leading a group of airborne beasts in pursuit. You scoundrel, I have urgent matters to discuss with the master. If you delay me, beware of your head. Luank flapped her wings fiercely, increasing her speed. Yet Su Ma, being a guard of the skies, was not lacking in speed either. Despite her hastening, she could not shake him off, and he was steadily closing in. The master has not commanded you to return. I care not for your urgency. Regardless, returning without a command from the master is a crime. Su Ma, who had long-standing grievances with Luank, coldly declared, disregarding any excuses. Damn it. Seeing Su Ma drawing ever closer, Luank was compelled to flap her wings with all her might, hastening towards the summit. Alas, she was more adept at long-distance travel than short bursts of speed. After flying another 100 kilometers, Su Ma caught up and surpassed her. Luank, returning without permission and forcefully encroaching upon the summit despite warnings. If you enter, would it not be a dereliction of my duty as the Western Skies Guard? You shall be punished. As he spoke, Su Ma angled his wings and crashed directly into Luank. Vol scoundrel! Realizing Su Ma was about to collide with her, Luank could only frantically beat her wings to decelerate and evade the impact, desperately protecting the precious egg nestled in her feathers. Yet in that fleeting moment, Su Ma's fellow guards surrounded her from all sides. Su Ma, do you know why I have returned today? If you obstruct me, will you bear the consequences of the delay? Luank panted, dangerously close to being struck by Su Ma, knowing that her fragile body could not withstand such a collision, and the precious cargo she bore would surely be harmed. That is your concern. My duty is to prevent any unauthorized presence from entering or exiting the steep mountains of Su Ma. A slender bird-like beast resembling Luank was adorned with feathers that glimmered like metal. Just from its appearance, it exuded an air of sharpness and resilience. With such metallic plumage, it was no wonder Luank hesitated to collide with it in mid-air. Su Ma, speak plainly. What do you want me to do? Luank glared at Su Ma, slowly gathering her strength, ready to break through. Of course, I will escort you to see the master, Su Ma replied slowly. Detestable, do not forget that I am the master's envoy. Upon hearing this, Luank's anger surged. She was indeed the master's envoy. How could she be restrained? Since you returned without orders, you are no longer. The commanding level has become scarcely distinguishable from that of humans, with equally stringent rules that cannot be transgressed. Very well, it is my fault. I consent to your accompanying me to meet the master, but you must not restrain me. Luank warned Suma sharply. Haha, from where do you perceive that I am negotiating with you? Suma retorted, charging directly at Luank, who, constrained in protecting the mantis eggs in his embrace, found himself at a disadvantage. In merely a few exchanges, Suma's sharp claws had inflicted several bloody gashes upon Luank, who then fell to the ground. Come, bind this fellow for me. Suma called down a few subordinates hovering nearby, who swiftly secured the ranting Luank before ascending towards the main peak. The chaotic mountain range is comprised of a cluster of uneven mountains, with the tallest peak at its center, serving as the main summit of the chaotic mountains and the dwelling place where Tsongshu resides and cultivates. Upon becoming a foundation-building beast, his intellect far surpassed the ordinary, rendering a mere cave insufficient for his needs. That it is unclear from where he acquired such knowledge. But atop the main peak, he constructed an immense hall capable of accommodating all the mountain lords under his command, where he now resides. Master, Luank has returned. Tsongshu was as diligent as ever, commencing his cultivation early in the morning, for the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either forge ahead or regress. Even as a ruler, one cannot afford any slackness. How did he return? Tsongshu, roused from his reverie, gazed quizzically at his attendant. Just now, he recklessly traversed the mountain and was captured by Lord Suma, who brought him down. The attendant replied. Let them come up, Tsongshu instructed indifferently. Yes, soon, a clamor erupted from outside the hall, prompting Song-shu to furrow his brow. You need not deliberate. Luonk indeed erred. Luonk, unless you provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame the stringent rules of the chaotic mountains. Upon entering the grand hall, as Luonk and Suma prepared to argue, Song-shu interjected, cutting off their mutual accusations that "My lord." Upon seeing this, Luonk realized the master above was already angered and promptly recounted everything he had witnessed at Suhan's. Along with the mantis eggs he held, that this the object in question. Song-shu scrutinized the object in his hand, resembling a metallic sphere, yet adorned with green tendrils, casting doubt on whether it could truly yield a formidable lineage. Master, I would not dare deceive you. If we hatch it with fresh blood and flesh, the truth shall be revealed immediately. Observing the master's apparent skepticism, Luonk quickly elaborated, causing the wounds on his body to reopen and blood to flow. Isn't this straightforward? Song-shu smiled and waved his hand, causing the blood flowing from Luonk's wounds to gather in the air, as if defying gravity. Subsequently, he gently tossed the mantis egg into the suspended pool of Luonk's blood. The egg floated in the fluid, bobbing silently. It neither absorbed the blood nor even stained its surface. What do you say, Luonk, you fool, daring to deceive the master with such items? The moment Suma perceived the prick, his initial anxiety transformed into excitement as he began to berate Luonk. No, they could never deceive me. The scene before Luonk suddenly ignited doubt within him. Could he have been misled by those lowly insects? Impossible! How could he be fooled by such creatures? Shoo! Within the grand hall, only Song-shu possessed the qualifications to wield perception. Thus, unlike the two birds present, he could distinctly sense the faint yet complex life force gradually awakening within the egg suspended in the blood. Hearing Song-shu's indication, both Luonk and Suma fell silent. Yet their emotions diverged greatly. Luonk believed the master was fixated on the mantis queen's egg, anticipating new developments that would prove his innocence. Meanwhile, Suma's heart sank. If the claims of Luonk were accurate and a powerful army could indeed be birthed, would Luonk not evade punishment? Infuriating. All the savage beasts in the hall fixated on the orb of blood suspended in the air, where the mantis egg floated. The green tendrils began to unfurl like seeds sprouting, gradually extending outward. Simultaneously, the blood ceased to resist these tendrils as it had initially and began to merge into them, with the tendrils spreading like true roots, slowly branching out and encroaching further. Truly, a greedy little creature. Song-shu could distinctly feel that as these tendrils began to spread and absorb nutrients, the blood level diminished while the life within the metallic egg incrementally flourished. In mere moments, Luonk's pool of blood had halved, while the tendrils in the mantis egg had grown more than twice their original length to go, bring back several fresh prey. Song-shu remained fixated on the insect egg. Sensing the escalating life energy within, his interest peaked further. As he commanded, he sliced off a piece of meat from an unknown beast leg beside him and tossed it into the blood pool. Instantly, the tendrils on the egg sprang to life, crawling over the meat, and soon they burrowed into it like roots. The moment the tendrils penetrated the meat, it visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Master, at this moment, the attendants had brought in several freshly slain savage beasts. Very well. Song-shu gestured for them to stack the beasts on the ground, then allowed the mantis egg enveloped in blood to settle atop the pile of fresh flesh. Upon being cast onto this bloodied meat, the remaining blood splattered everywhere, causing the tendrils to tremble in a startled frenzy. Yet soon, the tendrils sensed the power contained within the fresh flesh beneath them and eagerly began to devour it. After gauging the surface area of the flesh, the tendrils began to proliferate and expand. Numerous tendrils akin to roots took hold, spreading through the blood-soaked flesh. The mound of meat began to slowly collapse. Meanwhile, the mantis egg perched atop the flesh grew imperceptibly. Continue the hunt. Observing the energy incrementally surging within the mantis egg, Song-shu swiftly realized that this quantity of flesh was insufficient for hatching and commanded for more prey to be gathered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Suhan, amidst the march of his forces, observed the newly logged gains in the system with a satisfied nod. This was merely the beginning, and already there was a response. Master, why has it ceased? The mantis egg's consumption persisted throughout the day, Particularly by afternoon, the egg had swollen to the size of a person, its robust tendrils, as thick as a human thigh, voraciously absorbed the nutrients from the flesh. Within the Grand Hall, the attendants tasked with supplying blood and flesh for the mantis egg had increased from a mere few to over a dozen, barely meeting the demands as dusk approached. The rate of consumption began to slow, the tendrils rooted in the flesh darkened like trees, gradually losing their vibrancy and appearing desiccated by nightfall. These withering tendrils simply ruptured and disintegrated, falling away from the mantis egg. Master, now, the hall was not solely guarded by Tsongshu, Luang, and Suma. After hearing of the happenings within the Grand Hall, leaders from various peaks of the Chaotic Mountains rushed over to witness the hatching of the Mantis Queen. Do not speak. It is nearly time. The sensitivity of the mouse towards energy is unparalleled within the Grand Hall. As it perceives the gradual and orderly flow of energy, it realizes that the life within is on the verge of emergence. Indeed, shortly after the mouse spoke, the egg, which had remained motionless amidst the piles of flesh, suddenly began to tremble slightly. From within the egg emanated the familiar sounds of friction and gnawing, well known to the beasts present. This was the sound of the offspring about to break free from its shell. True to expectation, after a brief wait, a diminutive sickle limb abruptly punctured the egg. After a moment's pause, the sickle limb descended, cleaving the egg in two, allowing a small, slimy, pink-hued mantis to crawl out. The young mantis, still struggling to control its body, was on the brink of toppling off the mound of flesh. Yet, its sickle limbs soon latched onto the mound, securing its position. Subsequently, in its innocent curiosity, the mantis was drawn to the scent of blood and began voraciously devouring the flesh. At that moment, all the leaders in the hall sensed the change as this naive beast continued to consume. Its pink hue gradually faded, its exoskeleton hardened, and its size rapidly increased, while the energy within surged with each bite. Since learning of the existence and status of the commander, Su-Han had ceased to advance recklessly, particularly after the recent encounter with the commander's beastly troops, where he could only secure victory through the overwhelming strategy of swarm. Su-Han prudently divided his forces to spread outwards, commencing attacks on nearby beastly mountain lords. With the information provided by the mouse and the stone turtle, his troops were unlikely to inflict friendly fire, while the main force slowed its advance to guard against potential retaliation from the commander of the Crimson Rock territory. However, even after several days since the annihilation of that beastly troop, there was still no sign of direct retribution from the opposing commander, which left Su-Han somewhat apprehensive. He could not fathom why the adversary had yet to dispatch the commander's elite beasts to retaliate against such a small mountain lord. Although Su-Han, possessing foundational cultivation, had no fear of ordinary foundational lords, he preferred to conceal his true capabilities and avoid open confrontation with an opponent of similar strength. How is the progress on all fronts? Su-Han inquired of the mother mantis by his side. Hesitant about dividing his forces, yet concerned about lacking the strength to confront mountain lord-level foes, Su-Han assigned most of his senior battle commanders to various armies. They were now advancing in different directions, relying solely on messengers for communication due to the considerable distances between them. All fronts were progressing smoothly. Some mountain lords had even been replaced by their disguisers without anyone noticing. The mother mantis promptly reported the progress thus far, indicating that everything was proceeding seamlessly, as if the adversaries were independent mountain lords fighting their own battles. Have the scouts returned? What is the situation with the commander of Crimson Rock? What is the reaction to our forces? The scouts had detected signs of large-scale troop movements from the enemy, but their targets were not directed towards Su-Han's location. Rather, they seemed poised to engage with the chaotic mountain range. The mother mantis shared her speculation. Instruct all troops to slow their pace and focus on consolidating our gains. Let the scouts continue their observations. I wish to know what transpires there. Su-Han nodded in agreement, commanding the scouts to persist. If a conflict were to erupt between the two commanders, it would yield only benefits for him. Over this period, he had experienced a growth rate in his points and evolution that surpassed his initial expectations. He had already achieved a growth value of level 19, and his evolution points were sufficient for a single evolution. However, Suhan found himself at a loss for a suitable evolutionary direction and the necessary genetic material. Being particularly choosy, dismissing anything below the level of demonic or divine beasts, reverting back to a day prior, atop the peak of the chaotic mountain range, the newly hatched mother mantis, having feasted and fully grown, surveyed the beast within the grand hall in bewilderment. It was only upon seeing Lord Loank that she steadied her resolve and approached him. "Lord Loank, my mother has imparted all her memories to me. May I ask who is the master to whom I shall pledge my loyalty?" The mother mantis, towering over her kin by a full head, gracefully wiped the blood from her body and slightly bowed before Loank. The Princess Mantis's speech elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations from the beastly leaders in the hall. A speaking beast must possess at least foundational cultivation, implying that this race was inherently attuned to such power. The hall erupted in animated chatter, and upon witnessing this, the mouse, satisfied, silenced his subordinate's clamor. "Do you possess all memories?" Once the hall quieted, Loank, at the mouse's behest, posed the question that he had been pondering how to manipulate this mantis princess into servitude. Yet it appeared that he need not exert much effort. "No, I possess only fragments of my mother's memories. I am aware of her misfortune and my mission." The mantis princess slightly bowed as she spoke. "Please tell me, where is the master to whom my life and my kind shall eternally serve?" The mantis princess pressed once more. "I am your master, the commander of the chaotic world, the mouse." At this moment, the mouse could no longer contain himself, rising from his high seat to speak directly. "Indeed, he is the master to whom you shall pledge your loyalty," Loank confirmed excitedly in response to the mantis princess's questioning gaze. "Great master, my children and I shall henceforth devote ourselves to you. Please command our mission." The mantis princess promptly turned and knelt before the mouse. "Very well, I accept your loyalty. I now require a grand army, one that is sufficiently powerful and numerous." The mouse spoke greedily. In response, "My master, should there be ample food and energy, I can bear offspring specifically designed to produce soldiers, dedicated commanders to lead them in battle, and elite warriors to confront the enemy's finest individuals." As the mantis princess selectively revealed her capabilities, not only did the various mountain lords begin to express admiration, but even Loank, who had some knowledge of the mantis's internal hierarchy, was taken aback by the potential rewards. Simply acquiring a princess meant securing a race capable of infinite soldier production. That foolish Suhan, unable to fully harness such a precious resource, deserved to have the opportunity to steal away the princess fall into my hands. Once the future Queen Mantis perishes, I wonder if he can maintain his current arrogance. Loank felt a mix of frustration and envy, his teeth grinding at the memory of Suhan's dismissive attitude and his claim of possessing a vast army. Yet now, his patience was finally paying off. Days later, under the mouse's directives, the mantis princess, having birthed 2 war commanders, prioritized the production of several soldier mothers. Once the soldier mothers hatched, they matured in merely 2 days and began the relentless production of egg sacs. Given the ample supply of food, when the first batch of thousands of egg sacs yielded tens of thousands of mantis soldiers, and they matured into competent troops within a single day, the entire chaotic mountain range erupted in excitement. They could hardly wait to unleash these seemingly inexhaustible insect soldiers to conquer more territory. "Why have you summoned me?" A few nights later, Loank called forth several familiar leaders who were on standby. Loank signaled for silence as he led them out of the territory of the chaotic world before halting. "You must be aware that this mantis possesses a queen, correct?" Loank spoke mysteriously. "What is it?" Several leaders were undoubtedly aware of the situation, knowing that the queen had been poisoned and imprisoned. "Tell me," one of them mused, "if we threaten that queen with the safety of this princess, might she not produce more princesses?" The words of the speaker, Loank, revealed a blatant greed and ambition upon his face. "What? You?" The other leaders gasped in shock at Loank's suggestion. Just the existence of a single princess could provide sufficient forces for the leader. What value would they hold then? Loank gestured towards the chaotic mountain range, mentioning how, in recent days, the mantis princess had birthed several commanders and soldier mothers of chi refinement level. Although she claimed this was a trait of their species, capable of rapidly producing offspring akin to their own strength. With increasing difficulty thereafter, Was any challenge greater than the arduous struggle they had endured? If in the future the soldiers were to consist of their Mantis warriors and the leaders had their battle commanders, what then would become of these brutish leaders? Luang sought to alarm them with his dire predictions, understanding that no leader would permit their ranks to be filled solely by the Mantis clan. However, the brutish leaders he had gathered lacked the foresight to grasp such complexities. What do you mean? The leaders were now visibly anxious. If we seize that queen, we shall possess an inexhaustible power of our own. And at that time, do we still need to rely on the leader? We shall become the leaders ourselves, Luang declared, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Consider this. Did that rat not develop earlier than us, claiming more peaks and breaking through to the foundation stage sooner? Once we command an army of mantises, united we shall stand, with lesser soldiers to confront and mountain lords to deal with. Why should we not become the leaders? Luang's face bore a look of resentment, as if he wished he had been born a few years earlier. Indeed, I have long found the leader to be displeasing. One leader spoke up. What is a leader but a fortunate soul born a few years before us? Another retorted. Precisely, just a bit more fortunate. Once we have a great army and sufficient evidence of our mountain lordship, what are they worth? Indeed, we merely lack time and resources. Once we possess enough mountain lord tokens, we too can break through to foundation. Exactly, this deal is bound to succeed. In a moment, the leaders grew increasingly animated, nearly unable to restrain their excitement. Hush, hush, quiet down, Luang quickly urged, attempting to quell their fervor. Now, let us depart and quietly deal with that so-called Su-Han. Afterwards, we shall threaten the queen to lay eggs for us. Luang surveyed the still eager leaders and devised a strategy. The 6 beasts promptly set off towards Su-Han's direction. Ah, Luang has returned, accompanied by a few brutish beasts. The army had halted, and Su-Han, feeling somewhat bored, brightened at the prospect of new entertainment. Bring them over. Su-Han clapped his hands, instructing for them to be allowed through. Oh, is that not little Sparrow? Why did you leave in silence a few days ago, only to return? Missing our exquisite cuisine, were you? Su-Han sat atop a high stone chair, looking down upon Luang. The other brutish beasts of chi refinement level did not escape his notice either. Ha, and you've brought guests. Who are they? Su-Han interjected, not waiting for Luang to respond. They are merely some brutish ones not yet at chi refinement level. They are not worth mentioning, Luang replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance at being referred to as Little Sparrow, yet his anger dissipated when he considered that the other party was soon to meet a grim fate at his hands. Why harbor anger against a corpse? Of course, Luang had already resolved to devour every inch of Su-Han. Little Sparrow, what have you been up to during your brief absence? Su-Han inquired, sensing that Luang was up to something shady, given the concealment of the brutish beast cultivation levels. Indeed, I have received some confidential messages from the leader that require my immediate report to you. Then speak. Su-Han leaned back in his chair, his demeanor languid. No, it's too crowded here. We must find a more secluded place. Luang hesitated, pausing before slowly shaking his head in refusal. What could be so important? Su-Han leaned forward earnestly. That it is crucial, perhaps even determining your life or death. Thus it must not be disclosed to anyone nearby. Luang whispered, glancing around at the mantis creatures. Very well, lead the way, Su-Han replied, frowning at Luang's gesture. Ecstatic, Luang nodded and set off first. Do not follow me, Su-Han commanded his subordinates with a stern expression before hastening after Luang. What news do you have? You may speak now, Su-Han finally asked as they reached a location far from the Mantis army, where not even birds or beasts were seen. My lord, are you so eager for death? Luang's voice could no longer conceal his emotions. The brutish beasts following him began to spread out, slowly encircling Su-Han. What do you mean by this? Are you not afraid of punishment from your master? Su-Han warned the surrounding brutish beasts with a slow extension of his scythe-like limb. Once you are dead. The leader shall never know. The brutish beasts laughed heartily. Humph. All chi refinement level. You truly overestimate my worth, Su-Han replied coldly. Do not blame us. If you wish to blame someone, blame your powerful army. One brutish beast taunted. Oh, so you covet my army? Then I might as well give you my current forces. How about that? Suhan gazed at the brutish beast with disdain. At this point, you still cannot bear parting with your queen. Luang chuckled, shaking his head. Truly, birds die for their food. What? What are you saying? Suhan thought to himself, laughing inwardly, while outwardly feigning anxiety. Be silent. We know everything now, and you should not dream of returning alive. Luang declared, a smug expression on his face. The brutish beasts surrounding Suhan joined in their triumphant laughter. Then there is no other option. Suhan suddenly spread his hands, looking at Luang with an air of resigned helplessness. What do you mean? Luang felt a sudden chill in his heart at Suhan's abrupt change in demeanor. Luang, stop stalling. Commence the attack. A restless brutish beast, weary of toying with its prey, charged at Suhan. Slow. Luang's warning barely left his lips when the leader had already lunged at Suhan, only to find himself grasped by the throat with a single hand. Cough, cough. The brutish beast, caught by Suhan, emitted strange sound from its throat, thrashing desperately to escape Suhan's grip. Yet, Suhan's hold remained steady, unyielding. Luang stared in shock at Suhan. Having originally overestimated his opponent's capabilities, he had even summoned so many leaders to encircle Suhan to ensure a flawless victory. Yet he found that a solitary figure in Suhan's grasp lacked even the ability to inflict harm to not delay. We must all attack together. As the chaotic sparrow's countenance shifted dramatically, it bellowed fiercely, disregarding the companion in Suhan's grasp. The torrent of blazing flames erupted from its mouth, enveloping Suhan entirely. The flames, imbued with a hint of celestial fire, were unlike the ordinary red flames of wood burning in nature. They shimmered with a purplish hue tinged with blue. The moment these flames manifested, they distorted everything in their wake. The intense heat compelled the beast leaders flanking the chaotic sparrow to retreat hastily to either side. Upon witnessing the chaotic sparrow's assault and Suhan's failure to evade, the flames engulfed his position completely. The other beast leaders immediately unleashed their ranged skills towards Suhan's location in an instant. An array of ferocious assaults, beast fur, feathers, icy shards, and falling stones, descended upon him. Cease this, the chaotic sparrow finally commanded, halting the relentless barrage only after it extinguished its own flames. The scorching, contorted air was swept away by a chaotic gust. In the wake of the attacks, Suhan stood with his arms crossed, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips as he surveyed the surrounding beasts. When the chaotic sparrow first launched its attack, Suhan felt a momentary pang of anxiety. However, upon realizing that his instincts detected no imminent danger, he chose to endure the onslaught. Indeed, the ferocious flames akin to celestial fire scorched his body, yet felt as soothing as a hot spring. Surprisingly comfortable against his skin, the unfortunate soul clutched in his grasp, however, was not so fortunate. The moment the flames touched him, he was seared, his body marred, and exuding an enticing aroma of charred protein. The subsequent onslaught of elemental attacks from the beasts, each unique in its nature, still failed to incite any sense of peril within Suhan. Only during some particularly grotesque attacks did he slightly maneuver to avoid them. Yet, the unfortunate being in his grip suffered relentlessly under the multitude of assaults until Suhan, weary of the game, exerted strength to snap the creature's neck. As the onslaught ceased, Suhan surveyed the beasts around him with a bemused expression. The recent attacks were commendable, save for the rather nauseating acidic assault from one of their number. He gestured toward a gaunt, skeletal-headed bird behind him. Before the creature could retaliate, a small scythe erupted from Suhan's wrist, slicing through the bird's head with a gust of sonic waves. Well then, the nauseating one has been eliminated. Observing the headless corpse of the bird spiraling to the ground, Suhan addressed the remaining beasts with a nonchalant tone. I hope you all can afford me a bit more amusement. With a playful wave to the surroundings, he added, Humph, we underestimated you. This time, we shall let it pass. The chaotic sparrow, being cautious by nature, sensed that Suhan's strength exceeded its expectations and began to reconsider its approach, contemplating a retreat. Wait, did I permit your departure? Suhan's expression darkened as he watched the chaotic sparrow prepare to withdraw with its allies. What nonsense is this? One moment you seek to kill me, and the next you act as if nothing happened and simply walk away. Is this the nature of beasts? How shameless, akin to those who consider themselves superior. Suhan retorted, "You have not been harmed, yet you allowed one of our companions to perish. What more do you desire?" The chaotic sparrow suddenly interjected. "Fine, your logic is indeed impeccable," Suhan gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. What a peculiar situation this is. Humph. Let me inform you that if we emerge unscathed, it is fortunate if misfortune befalls us and our leader learns of it. Your demise is assured. The chaotic sparrow, believing Suhan was genuinely intimidated by its leader, displayed an air of arrogance, even dismissing thoughts of flight. "Let me make this clear. Today you have caused the death of one of our leaders. If you can compensate us, we may consider it settled. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to report you to our leader." The chaotic sparrow, emboldened by its perceived advantage, began to threaten and extort Suhan. Suhan inhaled sharply, astonished by the creature's audacity. He laughed heartily, nearly falling from the sky. "What are you laughing at?" the chaotic sparrow stammered, its heart racing with unease at Suhan's mirth. "Who would have thought you could provide me with such amusement before your demise? I shall remember you all, especially you, chaotic sparrow. Ha!" No sooner had Suhan finished speaking than a cacophony of membranous wings reverberated through the air. You. The chaotic sparrow and its companions huddled together, gazing at the sky filled with a legion of flying mantises, their gaze icy and silent. The phrase "the finger of a multitude points at one" resonated ominously in the air, under the scrutiny of hundreds of thousands of eyes. Even those of the Chi refining stage felt their spines stiffen and limbs weaken, nearly plummeting from the sky that I can hardly bear to witness them any longer. Suhan waved dismissively, turning to depart. Wait, will you please?" the chaotic sparrow shouted in desperation. But before it could finish, the overwhelming swarm of flying mantises descended, engulfing the beasts entirely. Utterly oblivious, Suhan glanced back before shaking his head and continuing on his way. "Suhan, come forth and meet me." The voice of the rat echoed from the skies above the legion of flying mantises. Days passed, and Suhan's legion of mantises made no progress, seemingly abandoning the war as they roamed the mountains and valleys. Aimlessly hunting and foraging for unfamiliar treasures, Suhan understood that ever since the rat acquired the princess of the mantises, it had tirelessly been hatching an army. Now, these forces were deployed to engage in battle with the troops of the Red Rock territory, easily overwhelming the ordinary subordinates of the mountain lords there. When supplied with ample food, the Mantis army's production rate was indeed terrifying. Presently, the Mantis forces alone were managing to hold back the elite troops of the Red Rock territory. To counter the Mantis army of the Chaotic Mountains, all elite beasts under the direct command of the Red Rock territory's leader had been dispatched to the front lines to resist the Mantis horde. This was also why Suhan had yet to face retaliation from the Red Rock territory's leader. Consequently, Suhan chose to halt his army's advance, waiting for the opposing forces to exhaust their resources before making his move. After all, the Mantis army's food consumption was astonishingly low. Under extreme conditions, they could survive for months merely on water and soil, let alone in their current state. Eventually, one day, the rat suddenly appeared above Suhan's army. "Oh, at last, my lord has arrived. You come to assist me in avenging my wrongs, do you? I have truly awaited this moment for far too long," Suhan exclaimed excitedly, emerging from a tent woven of grass and flying up to confront the rat. "Ahem, I did not come here for that today." Upon hearing Suhan's words, the rat coughed awkwardly. "Then what brings you here, my lord?" Suhan inquired, his enthusiasm waning. "I ask you, where's my envoy, the chaotic sparrow?" The rat's gaze locked on his Suhan's eyes, missing not a single detail. "That it left." Suhan replied nonchalantly. "That it left." The rat feigned ignorance, pressing further. "Indeed. Not long ago, I had dispatched my army to duel with that wretched leader. To my surprise, the moment it heard of a battle with the leader, it tucked its tail between its legs and fled during the night." Suhan recounted, frustration evident on his face. Such a creature, claiming to be the leader's envoy, is so cowardly. It merely wished to escape without taking any action. Suhan continued to ramble on. "Did the chaotic sparrow not return to you after it departed?" The rat interrupted Suhan's monologue, asking once more, Let me put it this way, my lord. Do you see our army? Do you know why they appear so lackluster? Suhan gestured toward the disorganized mantises scattered across the mountains. What is the matter? Upon hearing the news regarding the army of flying mantises, Songshu's attention was instantly diverted. You have no idea about that scoundrel, Luonk. When it departed, it inflicted injuries upon our commanders of the flying mantises. Now, these soldiers lack the guidance of their leaders and have devolved into disorganized, feral beasts, Suhan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. What? Luonk managed to injure your commanders. I recall that your commanders are all at the chi refinement stage. Aren't they? Songshu replied, regarding Suhan with skepticism that, my lord, you cannot fathom the chaos that ensued that day. Luonk somehow convinced a faction of my subordinates to rebel, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Songshu lamented, you must compensate me for this loss that Suhan feigned madness once more. What became of Luonk? Songshu inquired, unable to suppress a frown upon hearing Suhan's words. It could not withstand my mighty army and was driven away. Suhan responded, my lord, it is your envoy. I did not harm in the slightest. You must recompense me. Suhan persistently sought compensation. You claim it absconded with a faction of your men? At this moment, Songshu's focus shifted to the group that Luonk had taken. Indeed, Commander, that rascal employed some trickery to deceive a significant number of my elite kin. Songshu explained, so many. How much must I be compensated? Suhan gestured expressively, casting suggestive glances at Songshu. Cough, cough. So it did not leave alone. Songshu awkwardly cleared his throat and asked out of course, it surely struck gold this time. Suhan replied with a face full of resentment. After hearing Suhan's words, Songshu fell silent, gazing at him, while Suhan reciprocated the silence, displaying a hint of grievance until Songshu, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned away. Since it is not here with you, I shall take my leave. After a prolonged silence, Songshu turned to depart. Wait, my lord, you are leaving just like that. Suhan suddenly grasped Songshu's arm, refusing to let him go. What do you want? Songshu frowned in displeasure at being detained. The flicker of guilt he felt towards Suhan dissipating, my lord, that fellow made off with my treasure. You must help me retrieve it. Suhan pleaded with a pitiful expression. Humph, what treasure could a mere independent mountain lord like you possess? As long as you remain loyal to me, I can bestow upon you treasures at any time. Songshu, observing Suhan's demeanor, realized that the theft of the flying mantis princess had been exposed. However, Suhan seemed on the verge of articulating something, but Songshu abruptly interrupted him. You have not been risen long. Your knowledge is limited. I shall not hesitate to warn you. Do not harbor thoughts of playing both sides. As a mere mountain lord, you lack the qualification that I, in Songshu's perspective, having already offended the commander of the Qian territory, Suhan's only ally was himself. However, Suhan's rise had been too swift. Should Songshu allow any underhanded scheming at this juncture, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Certainly, my lord, my treasure. Suhan hastily nodded, eager to speak again. Upon hearing Suhan's persistence, Songshu's expression darkened immediately. Yet noticing Suhan's scattered flying mantises, he suppressed his murderous intent and took flight. My lord, take care, Suhan called out as he watched Songshu vanish into the horizon, a smile finally gracing his face. For a full-scale war was underway between the Luan mountain ridge and the Qian territory. Even with Songshu's foundation establishment cultivation, he dared not traverse the battlefield directly. After making a wide detour, upon returning to the peak of the Luan mountain ridge, a newly hatched army of mantises was preparing for deployment. Upon seeing Songshu's return, the flying mantis princess approached and bowed respectfully. I observe that your kin from your mother's side are now foraging about like mindless beasts. Can you fathom what might have caused such a phenomenon? After permitting the flying mantis princess to rise, Songshu posed his inquiry directly. What? Foraging? Heavens, mother! The flying mantis princess suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face. What is the matter? Songshu inquired. This is due to my mother's weakening condition. She is nearing. The flying mantis princess struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet, Songshu understood her implication. What transpired on the night Luonk brought you back? Are you aware of how many sisters you possess? Did Luonk truly carry you away alone? Song-shu pressed further. My inherited memories are all bestowed by my mother. She has erased much information. I am unaware of many events from that night, for as an unhatched being, I had no subjective consciousness. Regarding my sisters, my mother is already quite frail. She likely lacks the capacity for further reproduction. Thus, the flying mantis princess shook her head, explaining her ignorance of the events from that night. Enough. You should attend to the affairs of the army. Song-shu waved his hand. Returning to the hall with a heavy heart, it appeared that the disappearance of Luang and several leaders was closely linked to the frailty of the flying mantis queen. This suggested that it might have absconded with one of the flying mantis princesses. Luang, you chose the perfect moment. In Song-shu's eyes, Luang had undoubtedly been plotting for some time, which is why it chose to rebel during the full-scale war between Luan Mountain Ridge and Qian territory. The upper echelons of Luan Mountain Ridge were stretched thin in battle, rendering them incapable of pursuing it on a large scale. Foolish little mantis, once I vanquish Qian territory, your demise shall follow. Sometimes happiness is simply derived from the misfortunes of others, lifting one's spirits unexpectedly. Initially, Song-shu was consumed with rage over Luang's betrayal. However, upon reflecting on Su-han, and considering the flying mantis queen's imminent demise, a wave of relief washed over him, even alleviating much of the previously overwhelming anger. The war between Luan Mountain Ridge and Qian territory had escalated to a fever pitch, with millions of feral beasts perishing at the border daily. However, Luan Mountain Ridge, bolstered by an unending supply of flying mantis troops, had suffered no losses, while Qian territory's army dwindled with each casualty, facing the imminent threat of total annihilation. Fortunately, both sides maintained relative parity in upper echelon combat power. Moreover, Su-han had specifically instructed the flying mantis princess to refrain from producing high-ranking combat commanders at the Qi refinement stage. Thus, this faction of mantises was perceived as merely a source of cannon fodder, devoid of excessive concern. Consequently, the edible resources across Luan Mountain Ridge gravitated towards the flying mantis clan, as countless energy-rich ingredients were consumed by them, simultaneously converting into combat strength while partially feeding Su-han in a mysterious manner. Your kin has devoured the golden-eyed scarlet ape. You have gained 10 growth points, 3 genetic points, and 2 skill fragments. Your kin has devoured the long-necked shadow wind tiger. You have gained 15 growth points, 5 genetic points, and 3 skill fragments. Yuhan's army of flying mantises remained stationary, having heard from Shirgu about local legends, particularly one concerning the remains of a divine beast descendant that had fallen nearby. Intrigued, Su-han inquired about the burial site of the divine beast's remains. However, Shirgu explained that due to the divine beast's bloodline's self-concealment ability, even with its talent as a stone spirit, it could not detect the burial location. Su-han bore no grudge against Shirgu for this, as if the remains of a divine beast were so easily found. All divine beasts would live in constant fear. After all, the treasures obtainable from a divine beast corpse are exceedingly vast, attracting even more covetous eyes. Thus, safeguarding one's remains is an instinct inherent to all sentient beings. Since the specific location could not be pinpointed, Su-han decided to conduct a comprehensive survey instead. For him, with the Mantis army idly waiting, it would be prudent to dig around. Moreover, one could consume additional metals from the rocks to fortify the exoskeleton, achieving 2 objectives at once. Under Su-han's command, hundreds of thousands of troops commenced their descent into the earth, creating vast pits with mere meters between them, continuing until they reached the underground water. Consequently, the already uneven hilly terrain faced a dire fate. Hundreds of thousands of airborne mantises spread out over an expanse of dozens of square kilometers. Once the mantises began their excavation, the ground was transformed in a remarkably short period, resembling a sponge riddled with holes. With naught but pits in sight, it could be said that this area, now saturated with subterranean cavities, had become a forbidden zone for terrestrial creatures. Yuhan, feeling a sense of ennui, gazed at the mantises gradually disappearing into the ground, yawning in boredom. This marked the 3rd relocation of the entire force. Yet aside from unearthing a plethora of decayed bones and enhancing the exoskeletons of the airborne mantises through their consumption of metals, there were no gains to speak of. Nevertheless, Su-Han remained unperturbed, as scouts had already been dispatched to the surrounding areas. Particularly, the conflict in the Chaotic Mountains and the Red Rock territories remained under its vigilant observation. To ensure the intensity of the warfare between both factions remained high, it even dispatched infiltrators to execute several mid-level assassinations, continuously stoking the flames of animosity. Presently, both sides, blinded by rage, had lost all possibility of compromise. With only survival of the fittest in sight, the fiercer the battle raged, the more leisurely Su-Han became. Otherwise, it would not have found such tedium in boring holes into this terrain for the sake of the corpse of this divine beast offspring. Your minions devoured the flesh and blood of the Tao-Tai offspring, divine beast, yielding 100 growth points, 15 genetic points, and 1 skill fragment. With the emergence of this information from the system, a vast area of airborne mantises, several kilometers in radius and deep underground, lost contact with the outside world. Master, the soldier insects there have suddenly halted that a battle commander approached. Understood, descend underground and rescue those unconscious soldiers. Inform them not to move. Regardless of what they encounter, Su-Han instructed. After the battle commander departed, a swarm of airborne mantises flew from afar and burrowed into the cavern. Moments later, all the mantises emerged, each dragging an unconscious mantis from the subterranean chamber. Except for the central pit, which remained eerily still. What transpired there? Su-Han inquired. The battle commander had the ability to connect with the perception and sight of the soldier insects from a distance. Thus, as long as a battle commander approached the vicinity of the cave, they could ascertain the situation within. Sir, the soldier insects that descended earlier have vanished, leading those who followed to become trapped in a cycle of confusion due to erroneous orders. Unable to return. Shortly thereafter, the battle commander returned to report the findings. Bring them back, then relocate all surfaces in the vicinity of this point, Su-Han commanded, prompting countless soldier insects to immediately rush to the designated location. The efficiency of the soldier insects was remarkable. At a depth of hundreds of meters, covering several thousand square meters, they excavated at high speed. Within merely half a day's time, they reached the very spot where the soldier insects had lost contact. After instructing all airborne mantises to steer clear of this deep pit, Su-Han descended slowly with the stone turtle. Allocate appears this is the location, Su-Han remarked, pointing to a tunnel wide enough for a person, where faint light illuminated skin-like patterns within. Just from the skin texture, one could imagine the size of the divine beast offspring. It was undoubtedly not smaller than this mountain. The stone turtle observed intently as the light revealed skin patterns that were nearly as thick as an adult's waist. The initial airborne mantis must have nibbled at a fragment of the divine beast offspring skin, only to be overwhelmed by the energy within, resulting in its explosive demise. However, due to the rules embedded in the system's design, that bit of absorbed energy was transmitted to Su-Han, enabling it to perceive this location. What do you intend to do with this? The stone turtle inquired. For now, it remains a secret, Su-Han replied, dismissing the stone turtle and subsequently ordering the airborne mantises to maintain vigilance several kilometers away. Once everyone had departed, Su-Han took a deep breath, further widening the tunnel entrance, then firmly positioned itself atop the divine beast's Tao-Tai offspring. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 5 points of divine beast Tao-Tai gene. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 10 evolution points. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 5 talent points. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 15 points of divine beast Tao-Tai gene. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 12 evolution points. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, gaining 6 talent points. Ding, you have devoured the divine beast Tao-Tai offspring, acquiring the talent skill. Devour heaven and earth. Ding, the system detects that the host has acquired sufficient special genes. Forced evolution will commence immediately. Please prepare yourself, as Su-Han was initially engrossed in consuming the divine beast Tao-Tai. True to its nature, each bite yielded a wealth of energy and points. Yet having consumed merely a human-sized portion, the system's notifications began to flood in. Damn! Although Su-Han had grown accustomed to the system's enforced evolution, The actual onset still brought a wave of discomfort. After all, no one relishes losing control over their own body. The system, however, consistently compelled Su-Han into a state of unconsciousness. Even though the system calculated meticulously to ensure Su-Han's safety, being at the mercy of others was hardly an enjoyable experience. Su-Han felt as though it had been reborn, not as a diminutive insect, but rather as a vulnerable juvenile creature, an infant beast seemingly abandoned by its mother, its body inexplicably frail. After acclimating to the peculiar perspective of this beast, Su-Han wandered aimlessly through a desolate wilderness. Though unable to see its own reflection, the presence of sharp claws and canine teeth suggested it was undoubtedly not a herbivorous creature. Thus, despite the journey, with its stomach rumbling incessantly, Su-Han refrained from lowering its head to consume the parched, yellowing grass lining its path. Su-Han continued its trek until the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, the dew thoroughly soaking its fur, yet it found no other living beings besides itself. Exhausted, Su-Han could no longer lift its feet. Lying on the ground, it breathed weakly, devoid of any energy to move. "Oh, hungry, so hungry, so hungry," echoed a singular thought in Su-Han's mind. I could see that moment. Instinct governed its body, leaving only the urge to eat. A gust of wind brushed past, and a dried yellow blade of grass settled upon Su-Han's nose. It bore a scent that was distinctly not air, but rather food. With such a simplistic logic, Su-Han's tongue instinctively rolled the grass into its mouth. Without chewing, the grass was swallowed whole. If this blade of grass bestowed energy upon Su-Han. It gradually maneuvered towards another patch, opening its mouth to consume the grass, roots and all. The additional flavor was delightful. Su-Han then boldly began to lick the dirt and dust from the ground. With each lick, it felt its strength returning, its tongue growing increasingly powerful, even managing to displace layers of soil with every stroke. This is the taste of flesh. How exquisite! Su-Han had lost control over its body, observing as it instinctively licked the earth. This scene left Su-Han utterly speechless. While it possessed the ability to consume gold and iron, those metals had previously been utilized to enhance its body, rather than serving as energy for its movements. Yet now, in this corporeal form, it could achieve such feats. System. In the realm of consciousness, Su-Han softly called out to the system, but alas, there was no response. Could it be that I failed to evolve, died, and was reborn, leading the system to abandon me? Su-Han was seized by a dreadful possibility, causing a surge of anxiety within him that moment. His physical form had already gnawed a considerable pit into the ground nearby, yet the insatiable hunger intensified rather than diminished, pervading his very consciousness. As energy coursed into his body, the speed at which Su-Han devoured the earth escalated. His gaping maw resembled an ever-hungry black hole. Countless clumps of soil, trees, and grass swirled toward his mouth as if a drain had been pulled from a pool brimming with water. It seemed an evolution was imminent. Observing the scene where he no longer merely chewed, but voraciously inhaled, Su-Han suddenly realized that he had evolved at an astonishing pace. Days passed, and everything before him, including a nearby mountain, had succumbed to his appetite. Yet, the gnawing hunger only grew more acute with each bite. His conscious mind had been so profoundly affected that it was consumed by the singular thought of consuming, rendering him oblivious to the changes in his own body. Years slipped by, and the world surrounding Su-Han had dwindled to less than 1,000 kilometers of land beneath his feet. However, this only prolonged his consumption momentarily. After a while, the last remnants of Earth were swallowed whole. His entire beastly form floated in the void, lacking any leverage, gazing longingly at the distant sun, moon, and stars. How he yearned to devour them! At this juncture, Su-Han became aware of his own limbs and tail. Consuming. Driven by instinct, he began to stuff his limbs and tail in his mouth, experiencing no pain. Only the satisfaction derived from food entering his belly. Not enough, still insufficient. Su-Han's jaws opened wider and wider, yet he could not reach his own body. Not enough, still not enough. With his obsession, a rift opened in the void, engulfing his body. Save for his head, in the emptiness. Su-Han's solitary head spun in the vacuum. muttering incessantly. Bang! Suhan abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively sensing his hunger. Beneath him, a rift seemed to cleave through the void, reaching toward the gluttonous creature below. Yet, Suhan remained locked in a battle with the unrelenting hunger echoing in his mind. This obsession was overwhelmingly powerful. Saturating his conscious thought, Suhan could only desperately resist this terrifying fixation that threatened to consume him entirely, remaining oblivious to the gaping chasm beneath him that was devouring the entirety of the gluttonous beast. I'm Suhan. I am hungry. I want to eat. Not eat myself, that I can eat a little first. Just a little I can regrow. Eat. Don't eat. Eat. Don't eat. Suhan's conscious awareness was gradually fading, the desire to consume himself escalating further as he began to lose the battle against the obsession. Bang! Suhan's body plummeted hundreds of meters, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the gluttonous obsession and successfully navigating the evolution. Damn! I swear for this month, I absolutely will not eat anything. Suhan rose from the ground, frustratedly rubbing his forehead and shaking his head vigorously. In those countless years within the dream, Suhan's mind was consumed by thoughts of eating, to the point where he ultimately consumed his own body. Moreover, this obsession lingered even after awakening from evolution. Had there not been a change at the final moment, it was likely that he would have succumbed to this obsession and devoured himself. But what exactly is the gluttonous obsession? Suhan glanced at the system panel, noting that he had successfully surpassed the evolution due to the first phase of the gluttonous obsession. The indication of the first phase was quite clear. Where there is one, there must be two, and with two, there could potentially be three. Damn. The thought of countless such obsessions sent him into a fit of exasperation. This first evolution-induced obsession nearly led him to consume himself. Subsequent trials of obsession could hardly be weaker than this one, that if he failed to inexplicably complete the trials, consuming himself would be the least of his concerns. Consuming myself? Just as Suhan contemplated this, a realization struck him that he was now situated in an underground cavern, with only a small opening above allowing faint starlight to filter in. From that aperture, it was evident that this was the very underground hollow where the gluttonous beast had perished. And now, the corpse of the beast had vanished without a trace, which was why he had fallen. If only Suhan suddenly recalled the relentless beast in his dream that persistently devoured itself. As he pondered, a gaping black void suddenly tore open in the air before him. The moment the rift parted, a faint yet palpable hunger began to swirl within Suhan's heart. As time progressed, this hunger and the urge to consume began to swell, progressively influencing Suhan's conscious mind. Damn. After sealing the rift and regaining his unperturbed thoughts, Suhan suddenly understood what the gluttonous obsession he had completed entailed. In the dream, the gluttonous beast devoured the entire world, ultimately consuming its own limbs and body with ruthless efficiency. In the end, only its head remained, unable to be consumed. Now, with Suhan having swallowed the head of this gluttonous creature, had he not fulfilled its obsession? Yet, recalling the moment he floated as a head in the vastness of space, gazing at the surrounding sun, moon, and stars, he could only hope it would not come to that. Suhan could only wish that this possibility would forever remain merely a possibility. Name: Suhan race, Flying Mantis template, Divine Beast template rank, Second stage Demon Beast cultivation, Foundation building stage 5, provide the 60-fold enhancement to host attributes, level 22 status, life 612. 000, mana 420,000 attributes, strength 698, agility 958, constitution 1020, spirit 700 talents, talent points, exclusive talent, devour evolution, exclusive talent, predator, racial talent, law of metal, devouring the heavens and earth skills, scythe hand, diamond body, deception, lightning flash, night shadow, wind escape, leadership 3, chewing iron as if it were mud, eruption, supersonic, resonance, infrasound. Gene branches, chaotic sparrow gene, 20 points, blue tiger spotted sparrow gene, 30 points, chaotic injury gene, 10 points, special bloodline, divine beast Jun, 5 points, divine beast glutton 100, evolution points, 28,656.1 points, growth points, talent points, 15 points, skill fragments, Charge 8, 010, Fireball 9, 050, Tooth Replacement 30, 010, Charging 6, 310, Cartilaginization 20, 010. Title: Lord of Qingmu Mountain. Strength 100. Constitution 500. New talent: Devouring the heavens and earth. You can tear a spatial passage directly leading to your stomach within your line of sight, allowing you to consume all food. The insatiable hunger, a dual-edged sword, serves both as a blessing and a curse. In the relentless pursuit of consuming all that exists, the desire for sustenance will gradually intensify, ultimately overshadowing the primary consciousness. The new template has transformed into the essence of a divine beast. With each level ascended, an additional enhancement of 10 to all attributes will be granted for every level gained within the range of 0 to 9. On top of the existing attribute improvements, for instance, at level 1, an extra 10 will be added. At level 10, an additional 20. And at level 20, an extra 30, as Yuhan initially intended to merely observe his newly acquired talent and ascertain its nature. Yet he found himself astonished by the magnitude of his transformation, entirely unaware of the extent. His rank had elevated to that of a second-tier monster, and his cultivation had surged to the 5th stage of foundation establishment, enabling him to amplify all attributes by a staggering 60-fold. Furthermore, his level had experienced a remarkable leap to 22. Not to mention the newly acquired Devouring the Heavens and Earth talent, he had also accumulated 15 talent points. With such an abundance of talent points at his disposal, why not invest one? Suhan hesitated, ultimately allocating a single talent point to the newly acquired Devouring the Heavens and Earth ability. This talent allows him to rend open a fissure leading to an extra-dimensional stomach within his line of sight, where the extra-dimensional stomach will digest everything consumed and return the essence to him. However, with the continued use of this ability, his feelings of hunger and desire to consume will amplify. Thus, moderation is advised. Suhan tore open another fissure before him. Indeed, he felt the familiar pangs of hunger and the urge to devour. This time, however, it resembled a persistent whisper in his ear, yet it did not interfere with his subjective cognition. Casually, he tossed a stone into the rift, attentively experiencing the process in which the stone was instantaneously disintegrated and digested by an unseen energy, transforming it into intricate, exotic energies that flowed into his body, as if the stone were truly being processed within his own stomach. "Let us add another point to Devouring the Heavens and Earth," Suhan exclaimed. The system's cold, unyielding voice responded, "The host's divine beast gene points are insufficient for this talent enhancement." Suhan glanced at the inexplicably diminished divine beast gene points, realizing he must confront the reality of his limitations. This was likely the extent of his capabilities for now. System, is this the only method to enhance Devouring the Heavens and Earth? Suhan inquired once more. Current host level is too low, insufficient to exceed gene points for enhancement. Please continue to strive for improvement. How many levels must I achieve to enhance Devouring the Heavens and Earth without depleting divine beast gene points? Please continue to strive. The system remained silent for a moment before finally articulating, "Your efforts are noted." Suhan, in the depths of evolution, was oblivious to the passage of time outside, where the world continued to change relentlessly. On the second day of Suhan's evolution, the chaotic mountains and the Crimson Rock region erupted into a second comprehensive conflict. Millions of savage beasts from both sides clashed in a brutal struggle along the hundreds of kilometers of front lines they shared. Given that the base troops of both factions were largely mindless savage beasts, during moments of respite, they tacitly permitted one another to consume the corpses of their fallen comrades. Thus, although casualties reached nearly 1 million within mere days, the battlefield was surprisingly devoid of remains, with only the stark white bones left behind after the feasting. As time progressed, these bones were quietly transported back by the chaotic mountains to nourish the airborne Mantis army. Amidst this grand and bloody war, the Chaos Mantis tribe gained greater significance, revered for their fearlessness, unwavering discipline, and their ability to rapidly produce low-level soldiers. Consequently, the status of the mid to high-ranking members of the Mantis tribe rose swiftly within the chaotic mountains. The previously expendable mid-level battle commanders were now consciously protected, while even the princess of the Mantis tribe, who resided at the peak of the chaotic mountains, received a dedicated guard of elite savage beasts, all at least at the 5th stage of chi refining, to ensure her safety. Descending onto the tumultuous battlefield, From Sho found himself amidst a scene where a massive wolf was voraciously devouring a corpse on the ground. Without regard for whether the wolf belonged to his faction, From Sho lightly touched its forehead, and the creature instantly ceased its movements, succumbing to death. "What is the current situation?" From Sho inquired as he settled upon the still warm carcass, which contorted slightly under his weight, providing him with a more comfortable perch. "We remain in a stalemate at the center of the battlefield. Both sides possess formidable strength, and the expendable Mantises have proven nearly useless. Meanwhile, at the Windrock Mountain front, our forces are under pressure, prompting the urgent dispatch of 300,000 expendable Mantises for support on the right flank. At Zhongchang Mountain and Guiming Mountain, our troops have successfully penetrated the enemy's territory and are making steady progress." A monkey adorned with gray-feathered wings replied calmly, surveying the chaotic battlefield. "Indeed, the situation is better than I had anticipated," From Sho acknowledged with a nod. He understood that while his high-end combat capabilities were comparable to those of the Crimson Rock region's leader, their strengths were nearly equal in the absence of external intervention. The scales of victory had begun to tilt inexorably in favor of the chaotic mountains as reinforcements of expendable Mantises filled the gaps in their lower-tier forces. Currently, nearly all troops from both sides were concentrated here. Occasionally, From Sho found himself perplexed, questioning why he had initially sought to merely test the efficiency of the newly acquired expendable troops, although skirmishes with the Crimson Rock region had persisted. This had only escalated into a simple conflict involving expendable soldiers. How had it spiraled into such a grand confrontation that now seemed beyond control? Was it the Mountain Lord from their side who had fallen first? Or the elite savage beast contingent from the Crimson Rock region? Or perhaps the series of tentative assassinations exchanged between the two factions? From Sho could no longer pinpoint the catalyst for the war. Regardless, the flames of conflict had been ignited, transforming them into mortal enemies, rendering further investigation futile. Moreover, with the advantage now on his side, the most prudent course of action was to press forward and secure the enemy's strongholds. He had grown weary of the independent mountain lords beneath him, each one acting aloof, only to whine and seek refuge at the first sign of battle. Once he conquered the Crimson Rock region, he would ensure no independent mountain lords remained in his ranks. Those who possessed the foresight to voluntarily relinquish their Mountain Lord tokens would be spared. Those who dared to resist would not escape his wrath. "What? The leader forbids attacking his own Mountain Lords. I shall simply expel them from my ranks," From Sho mused amidst the cacophony of war surrounding him, perhaps due to his presence on the battlefield. The morale of the chaotic mountains surged, transforming the once evenly matched combat into a near rout of the savage beasts from the Crimson Rock region. From Sho. "Indeed, you are here," just as From Sho was lost in thought. A creature with the head of a leopard, the body of a tiger, and a serpent-like tail adorned with flickering sparks approached from the direction of the Crimson Rock region, in the midst of this blood-soaked battlefield. The beast moved with an air of tranquility, as if strolling under the gentle sun of spring, its pace deceptively swift. All savage beasts in its vicinity either retreated in fear or were instantly turned to ash upon attempting to attack. Even a mere mid-level chi refining leader from the chaotic mountains was incinerated to nothingness as the beast passed by. "Bingwei, I did not expect you to have the audacity to approach." From Sho observed the formidable creature that settled opposite him, raising a hand to signal the monkey beside him to withdraw. From Sho, "Tell me, what is your trump card? What gives you the confidence to challenge me?" Bingwei inquired, seated calmly, devoid of any imposing aura characteristic of a strong contender. The feeble appearance occasionally attracts some maddened, frenzied beasts to launch their assaults. Subsequently, these creatures, as if scorched by an unseen flame, transform into withered statues after but a few steps. Bing-E, your malevolent penchant remains unchanged. The mouse's pupils subtly constrict in a barely perceptible manner. The intensity of Bing-Yi's fiery assault is escalating. Vigilance must be heightened to avoid unwittingly falling victim while remaining seated. In this conflict, I yearn to comprehend the reason behind your hostility towards me. Bing-E languidly stifled a yawn, as if this war bore no relevance to its existence. It's nothing. I merely find your presence rather bothersome, the mouse remarked, slowly rising, a formidable aura emanating from its being. Brutish, brutish, Bing, he shook its head, and in that instant, the surrounding flora and fauna began to rapidly dehydrate and wither. Centered around it, even the colossal wolf carcass beneath the mouse was reduced to a desiccated husk moments later. Indeed, you remain as insidious as ever. The mouse gradually flapped its wings, ascending into the heights. In the sky, a series of rolling thunderclaps began to resonate. Lord, during your seclusion, we have conquered three-headed beasts. Amongst the 3 mountain lords, 2 committed suicide while 1 surrendered. We have also acquired 2 tokens of the free mountain lords. The mother of the flying mantis stood respectfully before Su-Han, calmly recounting the events of the past few days of Su-Han's retreat, extending her hands. 2 tokens, radiating with an elite brilliance, glimmered in her palms. Furthermore, the conflict at the Chaos Mountain Ridge and the Red Rock territory has escalated into a heated confrontation, with the leaders of both factions engaging in direct combat thrice. The mouse has triumphed once, while Bing, he has emerged victorious twice.